History's Strongest Husband Chapter 179 to Chapter 208. Inside the Xianwu mansion. After listening to Jin Mutsung's words, his mother-in-law, Mulan, and Shenlang were stunned. Fat Otaku was always like a child. No matter what confidential matters he was involved in, he would be drowsy and scared out of his wits. But they didn't expect him to say such a thing. Shenlang said, "Fatty, have you thought it through?" Jin Mutsung nodded vigorously. "I've been thinking about it for 2 days. Although I was full of fear and panic at the beginning, I made the same decision in the end." Su Peipei's eyes turned red. Although she often beat and scolded Jin Mutsung, he was still her only son. But after all, he was her only son. How could she not love him? Moreover, after Shenlang entered the Xianwu mansion, he almost made up for all of Jin Mutsung's shortcomings. He became a good heir. He was a very obedient child who never caused trouble and was so obedient. He was completely different from those annoying children outside. Now that her son was going to leave and enter the circle of trouble in the capital, how could she not be worried and sad? Her son had never left her side before. But she also knew in her heart that boys had to go out and experience to grow up. Eagles had to leave their parents' side to soar. Only Shenlang and Jin Mutsung were left in the study. "Brother-in-law, you weren't here these days. I really want to know the plot of Journey to the West, so I wrote tens of thousands of words myself. Help me take a look." Shenlang took the manuscript. He spent about half an hour reading it. He was very surprised and pleasantly surprised. Fat Otaku's mood was very awesome when writing a book. He was clearly beating up a monster, but it made him angry. If that monster didn't die, he would be letting down the heavens and earth. He was very good at attracting hatred. Moreover, he knew how to write a book interconnected. For example, after beating up a little fairy, a big fairy would come. After beating up the big fairy, suddenly an immortal would come. After beating up this immortal, even the Jade Emperor would be alarmed. This scene was very familiar. It was very much like the fantasy of the future. The enemy was getting bigger and bigger, and the conspiracy theories came one after another. But this is not suitable for Journey to the West. In Journey to the West, one should know when to stop. Even if the demons had a backer, they would stop fighting with the immortals in the sky. They would not continue to fight, and they would also stop with the conspiracy theories. Fat Otaku had only written tens of thousands of words, and he had already exposed the Jade Emperor. It was very beautiful. But it also twisted the main plot. If he were to write like this, he would have to go against the Jade Emperor again. He might even cause havoc in the Heavenly Palace again. After 100,000 words, Sun Wukong would have destroyed the Jade Emperor and the Heavenly Palace. Moreover, the story of the Journey to the West was a bit like a TV series at the beginning of the journey. He kept encountering new monsters and new difficulties, but it was soon over. In the end, Jin Mutsung had written tens of thousands of words, and he was still writing about one incident at a time. Furthermore, the commotion was getting bigger and bigger, and he had long since deviated from the main line of seeking the Buddhist scriptures. "What do you think, brother-in-law?" Jin Mutsung was extremely nervous, just like a new author who had just finished writing a book and handed it over to the editor. "After entering the Imperial College, I plan to write a book to open up the scene. I will use this Journey to the West." Jin Mutsung said, "I must become famous in the entire Imperial College. Brother-in-law, do you mind if I use the pen name of Langling Xiaoxiaosheng?" Shenlang said, "Fatty, you wrote very well." Fat Otaku was overjoyed. "But," Shenlang said, "you are not suitable to write Journey to the West. Your writing style is too intense, the hatred is too fierce. And the emotions are too intense." Jin Mutsung was taken aback. Isn't this good?" "Okay." Shenlang said, "Let me introduce another book to you. I will read 60,000 words to you first. You don't have to copy, just listen." Okay. Jin Mutsung said. Shenlang began to read, Chapter 1, The Fallen Genius. Combat Power, 3rd Dan. Looking at the dazzling words on the magic test tablet, the young man was expressionless, but there was a touch of self-mockery at the corner of his mouth. He clenched his fists so hard that his slightly sharp nails pierced deep into his palms, bringing bursts of unbearable pain. that's right, battle through the heavens appeared out of nowhere. Of course, this world only had inner force and true chi, there was no battle energy. Moreover, the martial arts in this world were far less advanced than in battle through the heavens. But it was still a martial arts world, there were many things that were familiar and immersive. Xianlang's words were clear, and he read quickly. Not only was Kaneki Satoshi mesmerized, he was practically crazy. Especially when he heard that Nailin Yenran came to break off the engagement, his immersive feeling was too strong. His blood was boiling, and he clenched his fists, imagining himself as Xiao Yan. So, the saying "don't bully the young for being poor" came from here. Brother-in-law often said this. After a few hours, Xianlang finally finished reading the 60,000 words of the first episode of Battle Through the Heavens. Jin Mutsung's eyes were green. Oh my god, this story is too exciting, too good, too exciting. I want to cry. Why did God let me, Jin Mutsung, hear such a good story? In terms of literary attainments, Journey to the West was far superior. But in terms of immersive feeling and story impact, Battle Through the Heavens was super strong. Just like Demigods and Semi-Devils was more classic than Searching for Qin, they couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. But when the author read Searching for Qin, it was like opening the door to a new world. He couldn't sleep, marveling that there was such a good book in this world. The degree of obsession was even higher than Demigods and Semi-Devils and the Return of the Condor Heroes. Because of the impact of various desires, Searching for Qin surpassed Demigods and Semi-Devils, and it was more enjoyable. Of course, Fighting Through the Heavens was more enjoyable. Xianlang, fatty, you have to think about it carefully. Are you sure you want to write Battle Through the Heavens when you enter the Imperial College? Jin Mutsung, I must write it. Even if I don't do anything else in this life, I will write this book. Xianlang, after you write this book, the students in the Imperial College will crazily read it while scolding you that it is bad and has no literary value. They will look down on you and even treat you as the shame of the Imperial College. Can I become famous? Jin Mutsung asked. Xianlang, yes, and it will definitely become famous. It will even be popular in the Imperial College and the Imperial College. Youths under 20 will be caught in one net. But your reputation might not be good. People will scold you for writing a poisonous book. Ha 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 ha. Jin Mutsung, it's good to be famous. It's even better if I can find a wife. Can I make friends? Xianlang, yes, but the people I will meet will be those ignorant and incompetent students. Those top scholars who can pass the imperial exams will not be associated with you. That's good. I am also a bad student. Jin Mutsung, brother-in-law, quickly write out the story outline and the characters. I will think about it on the way to the capital. Once I reach the Imperial College, I will write it immediately. So, Xianlang wrote quickly. According to the AI's refinement, he wrote out the first 1 million words of the story outline and the characters. A total of more than 20,000 words. After Kaneki Satoshi received these outlines, he felt as if he had just received a peerless secret manual like the Nine Manual. Thank you, brother-in-law. You are so good to me. Just you wait. I will not embarrass you. I will definitely become famous. Then, Jin Mutsung said embarrassedly, brother-in-law, when my new book is published, can I change the title to Jin X May's Battle Through the Heavens? F. *CK, Xianlang's scalp was about to explode. Are you Jin Mutsung that good? You shouldn't be freeloading like this. What do you think? Xianlang said angrily. Jin Mutsung, can you call it Battle Through the Heavens Endless Wind and Moon? Xianlang, don't tell me you want to add some meat to it? Jin Mutsung nodded, there are a lot of beauties in it. It would be a pity not to add them. Xianlang, you can add them, but not too much. You can't ruin the story of the book. Throughout the night, Kaneki Satoshi and Xianlang discussed the new book that he was going to write. He was getting more and more excited and looking forward to it. He was no longer afraid. Instead, he was looking forward to studying at the Guozijian. I, Jin Mutsung, am going to become famous. I will use my fame to spread throughout the capital. When that time comes, I will not have to worry about girls liking me. Everyone knows that the previous book, Endless Wind and Moon, was written by my brother-in-law. But this book is my, Jin Mutsung's, work. The fat otaku fantasized about his book becoming famous, winning the hearts of rich and beautiful girls, and reaching the pinnacle of life. He fell into a beautiful dream, unable to extricate himself. His mother-in-law, Su Peipei, wanted to persuade the fat otaku to sleep so that he wouldn't be tired tomorrow. But when she heard Shenlang and Jin Mutsung's heated discussion, she went back to the room to help Jin Mutsung pack his luggage. This fatty was very close to his brother-in-law. The next day, before dawn, a mysterious guest came to Xianwu Mansion. An old eunuch and a dozen warriors. "Greetings, Madame Xuanwu." The old eunuch bowed to Su Peipei. The old eunuch handed over the 5th Prince Ningzheng's visiting card and his handwritten letter. He was Prince Ningzheng's trusted eunuch. "His Royal Highness asked me to bring people to pick up the Crown Prince. After entering the capital, the Crown Prince will also stay in the 5th Prince's mansion. Every day, His Royal Highness will send people to protect the Crown Prince. Madam, please rest assured," the old eunuch said. Su Peipei was touched and said happily, "Thank you, His Royal Highness. Please wait for a moment, I will prepare some local specialties for you to bring back to the capital." The old eunuch said, "You must not, you must not. His Royal Highness will not be happy." Su Peipei said, "These are just some worthless things. You must accept them." Next, Su Peipei prepared a few big boxes of gifts. There was silk, a sword, and of course, there was soap, shampoo, perfume, and facial masks. These were all gifts for Ningzheng's wife. Shenlang went forward and said, "Ah Wang, is His Royal Highness having a hard time recently?" This was obvious. Some time ago, when Xianwu Mansion was in a desperate situation, Su Peipei borrowed money everywhere and only borrowed 1,000 gold coins, which made her the laughing-stock of the nobles. The 5th Prince, Ningzheng, provided timely assistance, pouring out all he had to deliver 17,000 gold coins. At that time, the monarch was already very unhappy. But thinking that the 17,000 gold coins could not change the overall situation and could save some face for the royal family, they did not pursue the matter. But after that, Shenlang took out 800,000 gold coins and smashed it on the Inyuan Association's head, slapping the whole world in the face. Of course, the monarch was furious. This kind of anger could not be vented on Xianwu Mansion, but it could be vented on Ningzheng. It seemed that Ningzheng was very cunning and had colluded with Xianwu Mansion long ago. The people in the capital also talked about it and even made sarcastic remarks. It was said that 5th Prince Ningzheng was unsociable, simple, and upright, but now it seemed that he was also very cunning and scheming. He knew that Xianwu Mansion was going to prosper, so he pretended to send 17,000 gold coins to buy people's hearts. What he wanted was not small. Therefore, Ningzheng was dragged into the water by Shenlang and had a very difficult time recently. It was a small matter to be ridiculed by others, but it was a big matter to be suspected by the monarch. The monarch had asked him to scold him several times and punished him to kneel several times. Even because of a small matter that did not exist, he issued a decree to tear down a pillar in Ningzheng's government as a warning. At this time, Ningzheng should immediately draw a line with Xianwu Mansion to show his innocence. But he learned that the monarch had ordered Jin Mutsung to study in the Imperial College, which meant that he was a hostage. At this time, he should not have taken action, but he still did. Because it was his suggestion to let Jin Mutsung study in the Imperial College. At that time, it was to protect the only child of the Kim family. Therefore, Ningzheng felt that he had to be responsible to the end. As for avoiding suspicion, it was not necessary. After hearing Shenlang's words, the old eunuch said, "Our master has no desires. It doesn't matter if he is looked down upon. He is used to it." Shenlang bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. When Shenlang enters the capital, I will definitely pay a visit to you." Well said, the old eunuch said. Then, the old eunuch hesitated to speak. Shenlang said, "Elder, please say it." The old eunuch said, "The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Xianxia Island is windy and rough. Please be careful, Xuanwu." Shenlang asked, "Did someone come to the capital to lobby?" The old eunuch said, "More than one group. Countless forces are drooling over the gold mine on your Xianxia Island. They are ready to make a move. Xianlang bowed and said, "Thank you for telling me, elder." After daybreak, under everyone's reluctant gaze, Jin Mutsung left Xianwu Mansion and entered the capital. In addition to the dozen warriors sent by the fifth prince, the Xianwu Mansion also sent more than 20 people to protect him. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict sneered and said to the fifth prince's trusted eunuch, "Your fifth prince is really warm-hearted. It's just that it's almost mealtime. It's too late for him to start cooking now." The undisguised sarcasm was that the fifth prince, Ningjing, had colluded with foreign officials to seize the throne. Xianlang said to Yu, "Eunuch, what do you mean by that? Are you cursing the monarch?" The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict shrieked, "Who do you think you are? You are just a son-in-law. What right do you have to speak?" Xianlang said, "What do you mean it's almost mealtime? Who's about to eat? Is it the crown prince? Now that the monarch is in his prime, he can live for more than 100 years. How can you say it's almost mealtime? You are clearly cursing the monarch. Elder, you need to spread the word." The eunuch's face turned green. He shrieked, "I didn't mean it that way. Don't make irresponsible remarks." Xianlang said, "Whether you mean it or not, the monarch has his own judgment. Anyway, I think it's necessary to let the monarch know." The eunuch's scalp went numb. When the monarch heard this, he certainly wouldn't be sentenced to death, nor would he be dismissed. But after kneeling for a few hours, he couldn't avoid slapping himself a few times. And with such a slanderous remark, his opponents in the palace would slander him tenfold, or even 100 times more. Trouble really came from the mouth. He heard that Xianlang was a poisonous snake. It seemed that it was true. He would bite when he got the chance. Next, the eunuch didn't dare to pester him and left with his team. Jin Mutsung shouted in the carriage, "Brother-in-law, I won't embarrass you when I get to the Imperial College. Just wait for the good news of me becoming famous in the capital." Jin Mutsung left. Mulan felt terrible. Su Peipai, the mother-in-law, was even more muddle-headed. Sometimes, she would instinctively call him fatty. Then, she would pick up a ruler, a feather duster, and other tools to beat Jin Mutsung and fall into a daze, crying silently. The daily life of this family. Eating, sleeping, bullying Lil P. Now Lil P was gone. It was really unbearable. Even Xianlang. The fat otaku Jin Mutsung had just left and he already missed him. Xianlang looked at his mother-in-law, who was in a daze, and comforted her, "Mother-in-law, don't worry. It won't be long before I personally go to the capital to bring Fatty home." Xianlang couldn't stay in Xianwu Mansion for too long. The fat otaku Jin Mutsung's departure was just an interlude, and the next big show would continue. The Golden Island strategy was about to reach its climax. The inescapable net of Wanya Island still needed him, Xianlang, to pull the net. After sending the fat otaku away, Xianlang stayed at home to accompany his wife and mother-in-law for another day. The next morning, he left home and went to Wanya Island under the protection of Huang Feng. Mulan really wanted to stay by Xianlang's side. But she couldn't. She needed to look after the house and protect Xianwu Mansion and the entire fief. At this time, all 4,000 troops were transferred to Wanya Island, leaving only 1,000 elites and 2,000 civilian soldiers in Xianwu Mansion. The task of defense was very heavy. Xianlang hugged his wife and kissed her forehead, the tip of her nose, her lips, and her chin. Then he turned and left. After hesitating for a moment, he came back and kissed the most attractive part of his wife's waist. Xiao Xiao and his 2,000 pirates were received like ancestors on Wanya Island. Xianwu Mansion really didn't dare to hurt him. The barracks on Wanya Island had just been built. Before the soldiers of the Kim family could live in them, they were robbed by Xiao Xiao's pirates. Xiao Xiao had brought enough food and meat. But he sent people to Xianwu Mansion to ask for it. Not only did he ask for it, but he also directly robbed it. There had been many conflicts in the past 2 days. However, Uncle Xuanwu was able to suppress it every single time. He was simply giving in at every step. This made Xiao Xiao extremely proud. "Ha ha ha ha, I have Raging Tide City behind me. I have my father, the Pirate King, behind me. Not only does the Kim family not dare to hurt me, but they also try to curry favor with me. It's so interesting. Ha 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 ha. Therefore, Qiao Shao took an inch and wanted a foot, and his demands became more and more excessive. For example, he asked Jean Mulan to come to Wanya Island for nothing else but to accompany him and drink a few glasses of wine. Moreover, his pirate brothers couldn't live without women. He asked Xian Wu to immediately transport a batch of women for his pirate brothers to enjoy. The most important thing was that he, Qiao Shao, had taken a fancy to one of Count Xian Wu's women, Mulan's confidant, Jin Jianyang. For the friendship between Xianwu Mansion and Raging Tide City, you must give Jin Jianyang to me as a gift. These days, Qiao Shao had been domineering, but he didn't forget his business. He went everywhere to inquire about the situation of the entire Wanya Island. The entire Wanya Island was in full swing of construction. Tens of thousands of people were constantly logging and quarrying. Not only did they expand the dock, but they had also begun to build a city. The foundation was almost finished. The scale of this castle was very large, a full 100 acres. These days, countless grains and all kinds of supplies were continuously transported to Wanya Island. At this time, Qiao Shao was completely sure. There must be a gold mine on this island, and it was a super big gold mine. Xianwu Mansion had already carried out a strategic relocation, and they couldn't wait to move the entire count house to Wanya Island. And these days, although Xianwu had repeatedly tolerated, he was determined not to let Qiao Shao go to the mine. He had always said that the mine was not yet built, it was very dangerous, and there was nothing to see. Today, Qiao Shao came up with a trick, dressed himself as an absentee, and then sneaked into the mine. Suddenly, he was completely stunned. Such a huge mine pit, too shocking. The diameter of this mine pit was a full 200 feet, and it was at least a dozen feet deep. But at the bottom of the mine pit, there were densely built houses. Furthermore, the security was extremely tight. Almost every house was guarded by 4 soldiers. Any absentee needed to use a number plate to enter and exit. And in the mine, any absentee was not allowed to talk to each other, and could only immerse themselves in work. There must be something fishy here. If it was an ordinary iron mine, there would be no need to do so. So Qiao Shao gradually ambushed, found an opportunity, knocked down a miner, put on his clothes, took his number plate, and sneaked into the depths of the mine pit. His heart was full of anticipation. Was there a gold mine on Wanya Island? The truth would soon be revealed. He pushed the door open and walked into a house. Then, Qiao Shao was completely stunned. There was gold everywhere, the whole room was full of gold. He saw a scene that he had never seen before. Countless gold and sand, as if piled up into a mountain. There was a big furnace inside, melting the golden sand and casting it into gold nuggets. It was really a super big gold nugget, over 100 kilograms. And this big gold nugget had piled up into a small hill on the ground next to it. How much gold was there in this pile? At least 10,000 kilograms. Then, Qiao Shao left this house and entered another one. There was a river in this house, and dozens of miners were panning for gold. The so-called panning for gold was to constantly clean the mineral soil until the gold sand was washed out. Qiao Shao saw it clearly. The pile on the left was the mineral soil that had just been excavated. The gold content was too high. This was a super rich mine, an unprecedented rich mine. Because at a glance, one could clearly see the dazzling golden sand. And on the right was the gold sand that had just been washed out, also piled up into a small hill, at least a few hundred kilograms. Qiao Zhao's heart was completely trembling. He could hardly breathe. No wonder Xianwu Mansion could pay 800,000 gold coins at once. They actually found such a super rich mine. Next, he entered every house and saw that it was all gold. Gold sand, gold nuggets, gold bars, gold coins. There were tens of thousands of gold in the mine, which was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. How much gold was there in the whole mine? Only God knew. He had never seen or heard of such a rich mine. My Qiao family is going to be rich, rich. This gold mine is mine, belongs to my Qiao family. Next, he would send a letter to his father, saying that he must take over Wanya Island at all costs. What, 50%? No, he would take it all. How could he be willing to give up half of such a huge gold mine? The Raging Tide City was going to use up all of its resources and send an army of tens of thousands to annihilate the Kim family. In the evening, Shenlang landed on Wanya Island. Xiao Xiao is here? Xuanwu said, he has been here for a few days, acting like a tyrant. Shenlang asked, has he been to the mine? Xuanwu said, yes, I have seen everything. Shenlang used all the gold to put on a show. Therefore, this mine would definitely give Xiao Xiao an unprecedented shock. He felt as if he was in a mountain of gold. He has already sent more than a dozen warriors to Raging Tide City, thinking that he did it secretly, letting these pirates swim a few miles away from Wanya Island before boarding the ship. Soon, Qiu Tianwei will receive a secret letter from his son. Shenlang was overjoyed. I will treat Xiao Xiao to a drink tonight. This pig has finally fattened, it's time to kill him. Xuanwu said, should I kill him alone, or, kill them all, kill 2,000 pirates at once, kill them all, and give 2,000 heads to Qiu Tianwei, it will definitely be shocking. Note, I have started to adjust my work and rest, it was very difficult to sleep for 4 hours last night. In the morning, I drank strong tea to get into the state of writing for several hours, so the first one is a bit late, I will stick to it. At this time I especially need the support of my brothers, please, thank you yo for the 10,000 coins reward. In just one day. Xiao Zhao's secret letter reached the hands of Pirate King Qiu Tianwei. There were only a few simple paragraphs on it. It was true that there was a gold mine on Wanya Island. The reserves were astronomical and unprecedented. More than 50,000 jin of gold had been extracted from the mine alone. The mine was densely packed with golden sand, shining brightly. It was not uncommon to see a formed dog head gold. The handwriting, the special seal, and even some special mistakes in the words, all proved that this was Qiu Zhao's personal letter. Then was there 50,000 gold in the mine on Wanya Island? There really wasn't that much. Shenlang had used a huge sum of money and melted down all 400,000 gold coins. But even so, it was only about 28,000 jin. The rest was copper. Those huge gold bricks that weighed hundreds of jin were actually copper. Seeing Qiu Zhao's secret letter, Qiu Tianwei almost couldn't breathe. That greed almost swallowed him completely. How amazing was the reserves of this gold mine, not to mention anything else, just the 50,000 jin of gold in the mine was worth fighting. He was not like Jinyu Count, who needed to spend an astronomical amount of money to hire an army and a fleet. The pirate army and warships of Furious Tide City were ready-made. Taking down Wanya Island and taking 50,000 jin of gold would be a big profit, not to mention taking down the super gold mine. He even regretted authorizing Xiao Xiao to negotiate with Xuanwu. Why did he say half? This was an astronomical amount of wealth. However, he still found an alchemy Taoist priest. Taoist priest, this situation is not right. Qiu Tianwei said. The alchemy Taoist priest said, what's wrong? Qiu Tianwei said, I have seen several gold mines, and there is no gold sand in the soil. Even if it is a rich mine, it can't be this high. It is very rare for a gold mine to be able to mine 50,000 jin of gold a year, but the Kim family has already mined more than 1 million gold coins, which is equivalent to 100,000 jin. This was not false. Modern technology was so advanced that a gold mine could only mine a few hundred tons of gold every year at most. The Black Tortoise Earl's mansion had already taken out 1,100,000 gold coins, which was a total of 80,000 jin, or 40 tons. Qiu Tianwei said, there's also a gold mine. Formed dog head gold is very rare. It's impossible for it to appear on a large scale. Could it be a scam? The alchemist shook his head and said, on the contrary, this can prove that the gold mine on the cliff-gazing island is real. Qiu Tianwei said, what do you mean? The Taoist alchemist said, this gold mine isn't just a natural gold mine, it's an ancient gold vein. Qiu Tianwei's body trembled violently, and said in disbelief, ancient gold vein? What was the ancient metal vein? To put it simply, it was a super tomb of the ancient times, or a treasury of the ancient empires. When the world was destroyed, the entire world was turned upside down. The land became the sea, and the sea became the mountains. The earth was crazily tearing and compressing, producing an astonishing high temperature. This temperature was enough to melt everything, including gold. Therefore, the gold formed a golden river underground, flowing everywhere and scattering among the soil. When the Earth's temperature dropped, the gold solidified again, either in the shape of dog-head gold, or in the shape of golden sand. Therefore, the reserves of the ancient metal vein were usually very shocking, and the gold content in the ore was much higher than normal gold mines. Once an ancient metal vein was discovered, it was no different from picking gold from the ground. Xiao Tianwei said, "Shenlang is cunning and vicious, could it be that all of this is just an act?" The alchemist said, "Using more than 1,000,000 gold coins to act? Where did he get the money? How many forces in this world can take out more than 1,000,000 gold coins?" Xiao Tianwei said, "Could it be the Heavenly Law Association?" The alchemist said, "Is the Heavenly Law Association crazy? Taking out more than 1,000,000 gold coins to act for Shenlang? Why? That's right, the Heavenly Law Association isn't crazy. It's possible to take out tens of millions of gold coins to invest in the future monarch of a kingdom. It's just a count house, investing so much money, who knows how many years it will take to recover." The alchemist said, "Moreover, the Heavenly Law Association can't take out so much gold, many of their trade routes have been taken by the Yuan Association, and many countries have lost their right to mint money." Xiao Tianwei said, "In other words, there is no doubt that there is a gold mine on Wanya Island?" The alchemist said, "It's a metal vein, not a gold mine." Xiao Tianwei said, "Then according to the Taoist alchemist's estimate, how much reserves does this metal vein have?" The alchemist said, "I don't know, but the last ancient metal vein in the Great Jin Kingdom has been mined for more than 30 years. In the 100-Year War between the Great Yan Empire and the Great Qian Kingdom more than 20 years ago, the Great Jin Kingdom sent 1.3 million troops to cross the border to attack the Great Qian Kingdom. From this, it can be seen how rich the Great Jin Kingdom has become." Xiao Tianwei couldn't breathe. The alchemist said, "My lord, you hold the Golden Mountain Island in your left hand, and the ancient metal vein in your right hand, this is a sign of success." Let me think. Xiao Tianwei's body was burning. This was an extremely greedy and paranoid person. Don't look at how he was desperately trying to find a flaw in the Wanya Island's gold mine, as if he was trying to prove that the gold mine was fake. But in reality, he had already believed it in his heart. If you told him that there was no gold mine at all, and that everything was fake, he would fight you to the death. "Come," Xiao Tianwei said. Immediately, a black shadow flew in. This was his trusted expert. "Go to Wanya Island and tell the young master that the previous negotiation conditions are cancelled, 50% is impossible, 80%. If Xianwu Mansion wants to live, then sell 80% of the gold mine's annual production. Furthermore, my Raging Tide City also wants to station troops on Wanya Island and participate in the mining of the gold mine. If you refuse, then we will meet on the battlefield. I will lead tens of thousands of troops and wipe the Kim family off the face of this world." Yes. The trusted expert flew away. Xiao Xiao and his 2,000 pirates had already stayed on Wanya Island for 4 days. At the beginning, they were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. But now, they couldn't be too relaxed. Xianwu Mansion was too cowardly. The pirates stole the Kim family's food and meat. Xianwu didn't dare to make a sound. The two sides had conflicts, and fights. Xianwu still didn't dare to pursue the matter, and would only suppress the Kim family's warriors. Not only that. Xiao Zhao's 2,000 pirates pressed forward step by step, constantly eroding and occupying the territory of Wanya Island. The soldiers of Xianwu Mansion retreated step by step. The newly built defense line, the newly built barracks, were all taken away by the 2,000 pirates. The Kim family's army had almost retreated to the mountain. Moreover, these pirates were not an army, they had no discipline to begin with. After doing whatever they wanted for 4 days, all vigilance was thrown out of the window, and they were completely relaxed. Ha ha ha, the Kim family is all useless, not a single one of them is useful. As expected of our king's defeated generals, they are getting worse with each generation. The houses that have just been built, they haven't even had the time to live in, and we've already lived in them. The meat that has just been shipped, they haven't had the time to eat it, and we've already eaten it. The rice wine that has just been shipped, they haven't had the time to drink it, and we've already drunk it. The cold wind was blowing outside, and the pirates stayed in the barracks that had just been built, roasting the fire, eating the meat, and drinking the wine, feeling very happy. Looking at the open space outside not far away, the warriors of Xianwu Mansion were sitting cross-legged, enduring the cold wind, gnawing on the cornbread with difficulty, and drinking cold water. They couldn't help it, the house was robbed, the meat was robbed, and even the pot and firewood were taken away. From the looks of it, these warriors of the Black Tortoise Count's residence were truly a tragic sight, especially when compared to these pirates. Being a noble, you're really a disgrace to your ancestors. Brothers on the other side, what's the point of being a soldier like this? Why don't you join us and become pirates? I've seen through these nobles, each of them bullies the weak, fears the strong, and is afraid of death. Not to mention that they don't dare to say anything when their meat is robbed. In order to survive, they can even sell their wives' and mothers' butts. Not only their mothers' butts can be sold, even their own butts can be sold. Shenlang is just a pretty boy. If he sells his butts to you, do you want them? Yes, yes, yes. Xianwu invited the young master to a banquet. Maybe he will sell Shenlang's butts to the young master. That's not bad, although our young master likes women, he won't refuse a beautiful man. When the young master comes back, we must ask how Shenlang tastes, and how does he compare to women. The best house on Wanya Island was brightly lit. Xianwu Mansion was holding a banquet to entertain Qiu Xiao. It was said that a small banquet was held every 3 days, and a big banquet was held every 5 days. After Qiu Xiao came to Wanya Island, there was a banquet every day. Today, Shenlang finally came. Although this Qiu Xiao was arrogant, he was also very suspicious and treacherous. He brought his own food and wine to every banquet, and he didn't touch the things that the Kim family prepared for him. And even when he was proud, he controlled his alcohol and didn't get drunk at all. So even if he wanted to hurt him, he couldn't find a chance. This person's martial arts were extremely high. Of course, it was not a problem for several masters in Xianwu Mansion to defeat him, but it would be difficult to make him stay. Moreover, every time he attended a banquet, he would bring over 100 elite warriors. He was really careful to the extreme. Shenlang, when I came to Wanya Island, you were not there. Where did you go? Are you looking down on me? Qiu Xiao laughed. Shenlang smiled bitterly and didn't answer. Bang! Qiu Xiao slammed his fist on the table and said sternly, "You don't answer me, are you looking down on me?" Without saying a word, Shenlang directly untied his clothes, revealing countless scars and teeth marks on his body. I was ravaged by a tigress and have been recuperating until now. Shenlang said faintly, in fact, it hurts to walk now. I really had no choice but to come to Wanya Island, otherwise I would still be lying in bed. Qiu Xiao frowned and said, "This is Jean Mulan's doing?" Although Jean Mulan had been booked by the crown prince, Qiu Xiao still didn't want her to have anything to do with Shenlang. Although I can't sleep with the goddess Jean Mulan, I definitely can't sleep with a useless person like you, Shenlang. No. Shenlang said, the other female T-Rex. Ha 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 ha. Qiu Xiao suddenly laughed gloatingly. From this, he got a message that the marriage between Shenlang and Jean Mulan was definitely in name only. Otherwise, why would Shenlang need to find a woman outside, and even find such a fierce and vulgar woman? In the past, Shenlang was eloquent and elegant. Yet today, Shenlang was keeping his mouth shut, and he seemed especially lonely. After a long while, he finally couldn't help but say, "Little Marquis, we treat you with respect, but can you discipline the pirates under your command? Some of their actions are too much, our tolerance is also limited." Little Marquis. Qiu Xiao was stunned by this title. But he quickly understood the meaning behind it. The crown prince and the third prince had bribed Qiu Tianwei, promising to confer him the title of Marquis of Angry Tide after ascending to the throne, so Qiu Xiao naturally became Little Marquis. Everyone said that Shenlang was extremely intelligent and ruthless, but who would have thought that he was also a bootlicker? In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were fake. After feeling refreshed, Qiu Xiao said coldly, "If you can't bear it anymore, then don't bear it anymore. You guys directly take action, kill people. At most, we will have another big battle, just like 20 years ago." Xuanwu said bitterly, "Young Master Qiu Xiao, there is no need to mention the past." Qiu Xiao laughed heartily. 20 years ago, my Chou family was at its weakest. And your father, Count Jinyu, was so awe-inspiring. He led an army of more than 10,000, hundreds of big ships, majestically charging towards Liuzhou Island. And the result? The entire army was annihilated. Once these words were spoken, Xuanwu and Shenlang's faces immediately lost all light. Xiao Xiao said again, Xuanwu, I wonder how the military strength of Xianwu Mansion is compared to 20 years ago? But is it half, or is it 1/3? Xuanwu Bo Jinzhua said, harmony is precious, harmony is precious. Xiao Xiao said, your Kim family's military strength is less than 1/3, but my Chou family's strength has expanded by more than a few times, and we also have the powerful Angry Tide City, and the entire Liuzhou archipelago. Today, my Chou family's strength is more than 10 times that of your Kim family. Shenlang's face twitched. He drank a cup of wine and didn't speak anymore. Xiao Xiao said coldly, if my Angry Tide City led 30,000 troops to attack your Wangya Island, what would the result be? Shenlang said in a hoarse voice, Wangya Island is admittedly my Kim family's fief, but it is also the territory of the state of Yu. You openly attacked, aren't you afraid of the monarch's wrath? Xiao Xiao laughed heartily and said, when we led troops to seize Jinshan Island, was your monarch enraged? Shenlang, Xuanwu, and Jinzhua were immediately speechless. Xiao Xiao said, your monarch probably couldn't wait for us to lead troops to annihilate your Kim family. Shenlang's face was pale. Harmony is precious, harmony is precious. Xiao Xiao said indifferently, harmony is precious, it's not impossible, but it really depends on your sincerity. Shenlang gritted his teeth and said, in order to prove our sincerity, for the friendship between our two families, our Kim family is willing to donate 20,000 gold coins to the Chiu family every year for free. Xiao Xiao was instantly enraged. He smashed the wine cup in his hand towards Shenlang. Shenlang hurriedly dodged. Of course, Xiao Xiao deliberately missed, otherwise Shenlang wouldn't have been able to dodge. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The silver wine cup smashed directly into the wall, sinking 2 inches deep. This beast's martial arts were really high. Shenlang glanced at his father-in-law. Xuanwu lowered his eyes. He expressed that he couldn't take down Xiao Xiao. Jin Hui, Xinsher San, Jin Zhua, and Jin Shiying together could defeat Xiao Xiao, but it would be difficult to stop him from escaping. Moreover, Xiao Xiao was too suspicious. There were only 3 people at this banquet, Jin Zhua, Shenlang, and Xiao Xiao. Jin Hui, Xinsher San, Jin Shiying, and other experts were all outside the house. But the hundreds of warriors brought by Xiao Xiao also surrounded the house. Within a few hundred steps of this house, Xiao Xiao's subordinates were even more experts. There really wasn't a chance to kill Xiao Xiao. At this moment, Shenlang saw Xiao Xiao smash the wine cup in his hand, and he was instantly overjoyed. Someone, bring a new wine cup for the young marquis. Xiao Xiao said, there's no need, I brought a few. Then, Xiao Xiao took out a new wine cup and poured himself a glass of wine. Moreover, it was a wine that wouldn't easily intoxicate people. He also brought it himself. F***ck, this person was really cautious and suspicious to the extreme. He didn't show any flaws. But it was normal. Xiao Xiao had countless enemies. If he wasn't so careful, he would have died countless times. Shenlang smiled bitterly, why is the young marquis so suspicious? You have the raging Tide City behind you, the pirate king. How would we dare to harm you? Xiao Xiao said, it's better to be careful. You, Shenlang, are very poisonous. Next, one delicacy after another was served. There were things that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, and swam in the sea. It was incomparably delicious. Shenlang desperately wanted to arouse Xiao Xiao's appetite so that he could eat the food that Shenlang provided. But Xiao Xiao didn't even look at it. He only ate the meat he brought, using a knife to cut it piece by piece before stuffing it into his mouth. As he ate, he looked at Shenlang mockingly. I know you don't dare to harm me, don't dare to harm a single hair of mine, but I still won't give you any chance. At this moment, a servant brought 3 portions of caviar. Shenlang said, this is caviar. It's very rare and expensive. Hurry and send one to the young marquis. The servant came forward and placed a bowl of caviar on Xiao Xiao's table. No, I won't eat it. Xiao Xiao pushed the caviar away and it spilled all over the floor. This person was really stubborn. It was really difficult to kill him. Shen Lang, you said that you will give my Qiu family 20,000 gold coins every year? Xiao Xiao sneered. Shen Lang said, yes, every year. This is already the largest amount that my Kim family can give. Xiao Xiao said angrily, Shen Lang, do you think I'm a fool? Do you think my Qiu family is a beggar? Do you think I don't know that there is a large gold mine on your Wanya Island? Shen Lang's face changed, and he quickly waved his hand and said, there's no such thing, there's no such thing. This is all a rumor. There's no gold mine, it's just an iron mine. Bang, Xiao Xiao spat directly at Shen Lang's face. Shen Lang, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Xiao Xiao said coldly, I was the one who threw poisonous corpses into the well of your Xianwu mansion to create a plague. Shen Lang said with an ugly expression, young Marquis, you must be joking. He seemed to feel a little cold and said, add a few braziers, it's so cold. The servants brought in a few braziers. Suddenly, the temperature in the room rose sharply. Shen Lang was warm, but Xiao Xiao felt very hot. He was full of energy and was always shirtless in the winter. He had hundreds of virgin tattoos on his body, which were all his battle achievements, and he had to show them all the time. At this time a few braziers were burning, and he couldn't help but sweat. Xiao Xiao continued, also, the person who teamed up with Viscount Zhu Lanting to dig your dam and flood the fief of the Kim family is also me. Shen Lang and Xuanwu's faces suddenly became ugly. Xiao Xiao said coldly, I am so inhumane. I have repeatedly harmed your Xianwu mansion. Every time I see Jean Milan, I have to humiliate her. What can you do to me? Shen Lang kept his mouth shut. Xiao Xiao said, you, Shen Lang, probably hate me to the bone and want to cut me into 1,000 pieces. But I have Raging Tide City and tens of thousands of pirates behind me, so not only do you not dare to take revenge on me, you don't even dare to offend me, and you even try your best to please me. My pirates forcibly boarded Wanya Island and took away your camp and food. Do you dare to resist? You don't dare? Why? Because you are afraid of the tens of thousands of pirates of Raging Tide City. Strength is king. Shen Lang, I am not afraid to tell you the truth. It is because Jean Milan is being targeted by other important people. Otherwise, I want her to drink with me tonight, and even sleep with me. Do you dare to stop me? So next, I am not negotiating with you, I am just informing you. My Qiu family wants 80% of the gold mine on Wanya Island, and we want to station troops and mine personally. Qiu Tianwei's envoy had not yet arrived, but Xiao Xiao had the same idea as his father. Shen Lang said with a trembling voice, not to mention that there is no gold mine on Wanya Island, even if there is gold mine, you are asking for too much. Xiao Xiao said, I am informing you, I am ordering you. I am not negotiating with you. You only have the right to agree or not. Either agree, or my tens of thousands of troops will kill their way to Wanya Island, exterminate your Kim family, and wipe Xianwu Mansion off the face of the earth. Xuanwu's body trembled. Xiao Xiao said, also, my 2,000 pirate brothers can't live without women. Count Xuanwu wants you to send 500 women to me within 5 days. Pick from your family's fief, they must be young and beautiful. Count Xuanwu crushed the wine glass in his hand. Xiao Xiao continued, and that Jean Jianyang, I have taken a fancy to her. I want to f***ck her half to death, and I want to f***ck her in front of you, Shen Lang. Within 5 days, I want to see her on my bed, or bear the consequences. Xiao Xiao was really arrogant to the extreme. His father said that if Xianwu Mansion was tough, then he could be a little weak. But if Xuanwu was weak, then he would be extremely tough and arrogant. Well, that's all for today, I'm going back. Xiao Xiao said, if I don't get a reply by tomorrow, I will leave immediately, and then lead tens of thousands of pirate troops to Wanya Island to kill you all. Then, he got up to leave. Shen Lang pleaded, little Marquis, don't go, let's talk, let's talk. How about a 50-50 split? If you agree, we are willing to send 200,000 gold coins immediately. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. Immediately send 200,000 gold coins, then, he sat down again and said in a cold voice, 73. We are 7, you are 3. And you have to send 500,000 gold coins immediately, not 200,000. Xianxia exclaimed, This is too much. Qiao Xiao said, I will give you 30 minutes to think about it. If you don't agree, I will leave immediately. Let my father gather the army and prepare to attack Xianxia Island. Then, he felt a little short of breath. The temperature in the hall was too high, and his mind seemed to be swaying a little. Was there a special fragrance in the air? He couldn't live without a woman. He hadn't touched a woman for 3 or 4 days. The sweat on his body increased. Xianxia said, Let me think about it. Qiao Xiao said, Just a quarter of an hour, and Jin Jianyang and the 500 women, you must hand them over. I have already given you face by not asking for Jin Milan. Xianxia closed his eyes to think. His palm instinctively touched the buttocks of the servant beside him. This action was noticed by Qiao Xiao, and he suddenly trembled. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be such a person, you even touch a man's buttocks. Then, Qiao Xiao found out. The servant beside Xianxia was not a man, but a woman, and a beautiful and plump woman, just dressed in men's clothes. Good, Xianxia, you're good. You kept saying that there were no women on the island, which made me hold it in for a few days. Qiao Xiao immediately said angrily, Xianxia, give me the woman beside you, right now, right now. Xianxia shuddered. Qiao Xiao said coldly, Woman, I told you to come here, did you hear me? Xianxia is useless, how dare he stop me? Instantly, the woman who was dressed as a servant came to Qiao Xiao's side, full of fear. Qiao Xiao's big hand reached into her chest, and then he yanked it. Sure enough, a silk pouch was pulled out. Then, Qiao Xiao's big hand reached into her pants and yanked it. The woman cried out in pain, and her silk pants were pulled out. Who was this woman? Was she a servant from Xianwu Mansion? No, Xianxia had hired her from a brothel. Qiao Xiao held the pouch in his left hand, and the pants in his right. He sniffed it, and then wiped the sweat off his body. Finally, he covered his nose, and sniffed a few times. Good smell, good smell. Ha 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 ha, Qiao Xiao laughed. He was going to have a good time tonight. Xianxia, you only have 30 minutes. If you don't agree, you will die. Qiao Xiao said coldly, and then reached out to ravage the woman beside him. Xianxia was relieved. Qiao Xiao was finally going to die. No matter how cunning he was no match for Xianxia. Tonight, Xianxia had thought of 7 or 8 ways to deal with Qiao Xiao. If this one didn't work, then that one. Anyway, one of them would work. But he didn't expect that the dirty trick of the undergarment and pants would work. Qiao Xiao had harmed countless women, so he deserved to die on it. Because the woman's pouch and pants were smeared with a layer of lysergic acid diethylamide, which was the world's most powerful hallucinogen. Just a moment later, Qiao Xiao had a bad feeling. His consciousness was scattered quickly. And he felt like he was floating. Not only that, his eyes started to have double vision. His whole body and mind seemed to be out of control. But it was really amazing. It was like opening the door to a new world. Qiao Xiao still said instinctively, No, I changed my mind. Not only do I want Jin Jianyang, I also want Jin Milan. Xianxia, I will ravage them in front of you. I will make your wife beg for death, ha 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 ha. At this time, Xuanwu struck out like lightning. Pa, it was aimed at Qiao Xiao's neck. Qiao Xiao instinctively wanted to resist. If it was with his normal martial arts, he could totally block it. But now, his whole body seemed to be floating, completely out of control. Crack, suddenly, Xuanwu's palm hit the back of his neck. Qiao Xiao's neck was completely broken. His neck was completely paralyzed, and he lost consciousness. Xianxia stepped forward, took out a dagger, aimed at Qiao Xiao's crotch, and slashed down. From the beginning to the end, he was so fast that Qiao Xiao didn't have any time to react. Qiao Xiao watched his manhood being castrated. Although he didn't feel any pain, he still let out an incomparably shrill scream. Note, the second chapter is here, I'm eating quickly, and then I'll write the third chapter. I'm desperately begging for the monthly votes and support of my brothers, please. Thank you Super God Little Tadpole for the 10,000 coins. In fact, Qiao Xiao did not feel any pain at all. Moreover, his perception was relatively numb at this time. The reason why he screamed was purely out of instinct. This was his real lifeblood. This was his second life. This thing had brought him endless pleasure, but it had also conquered and harmed countless women. But now it was cut off from the root. The fear and emptiness could not be suppressed at all, so he screamed. However, after Xianlang lowered his head to take a look, his brows furrowed. Damn, what a donkey. You deserve to be castrated for this. What do you want to do? Pull up the average of men. Qiu Zhao's scream was like a signal. More than 100 elite pirates he brought outside suddenly pulled out their swords and were about to rush in crazily. Xuanwu did not need Xianlang's order and immediately placed his sword on Qiu Zhao's neck. Xianlang quickly tore off the clothes of the woman next to him and then covered Qiu Zhao's waist to cover his castration wound. Bang, 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 bang. A moment later, the door was slammed open. The pirates under Qiu Zhao's command rushed in. At the same time, the masters of Xianwu Mansion also rushed in. Xuanwu said, "Your young master is in my hands. If he dares to take half a step forward, his head will fall to the ground." Xianlang said in Qiu Zhao's ear, "Tell your men to leave." The hallucinogen in Qiu Zhao's body had completely taken effect. He seemed to be beyond the clouds and could not even hear Xianlang's words clearly. Xianlang said in his ear, "Leave." Qiu Zhao also shouted, "Leave." Xianlang said, "Leave." Qiu Zhao also said, "Leave." These pirates looked at each other and then slowly left the house, but they still followed closely. Young master's martial arts were so high, how could he become a hostage? But at this time, they must not act rashly. If young master died in the hands of the Kim family, they would definitely die. The pirate king would not let them go. You release young master immediately, or when the king's pirate army arrives, they will kill you all. One of the pirates noticed that Qiu Zhao's leg was bleeding and immediately exclaimed, "What did you do to the young master?" After all the pirate masters left the house. Bang, 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 the door to the house was closed again. However, Jin Shiying had already led a group of experts into the hall, protecting Xianlang and Jin Zhuo Count behind her. "Shoot!" He gave the order. In the darkness outside, thousands of archers fired wildly. Whoosh 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 whoosh, arrows rained down. 3,000 people shot arrows at more than 100 people. Moreover, there was no need to aim, and there was no need to be careful of shooting one of their own. Because the master of Xianwu Mansion had retreated into the house. The more than 100 pirate experts let out mournful screams. Some of them smashed the door with all their might, wanting to rush in. The other half was frantically trying to break out of the encirclement and kill their way into the darkness. But after all, they were only elite experts, not top experts in martial arts. How could 100 people defeat 3,000 people? In just a short period of time, more than 100 people were completely killed. In the military camp at the foot of the mountain, more than 2,000 pirates were still eating meat and drinking wine, laughing wildly at Xianlang. Do you guys think that Xianlang has sold his butt to anyone? Maybe the young master is enjoying it. Listen, there are sounds of fighting on the mountain. Many pirates rushed out of the house to have a look. Sure enough, the sound of fighting came from the mountain. Oh no, the young master is attending a banquet in the house on the mountain. Is Xianwu crazy? How dare they use force against the young master? Aren't they afraid that the king will kill the Kim family? So, more than 2,000 pirates took out their weapons and rushed to the mountain. Save the young master, save the young master. Kill, kill, kill all the lackeys of Xianwu Mansion. This group of pirates was drunk, without any order or fear. They just rushed to the mountain without a leader. The house where Xianlang invited Qiu Zhao to the banquet was halfway up the mountain, and the mountain was relatively steep. There was only one road from the foot of the mountain. Although it was relatively wide, it could not accommodate 2,000 people. Suddenly, these pirates were completely crowded together. Formation, formation! The pirate leaders shouted loudly. The 2,000 pirates began to form a formation. Boom, 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 boom. At this time, countless rolling logs and boulders rolled down from the mountain. For a moment, many pirates were thrown off their horses. Disperse, 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 climb up, and meet at the mountainside. The pirate leaders immediately changed their strategy. It had to be said that these leaders were very experienced. Moreover, these pirates were also very brave. Even after hundreds of people were killed by the rolling stones and logs, they were still not afraid. After hearing the order, more than 2,000 people directly dispersed. They did not take the main road, but climbed up the mountain. Although they were undisciplined and free, the combat power of a single pirate was still very strong. After all, they were Qiu Zhao's direct subordinates. They were like their master. Qiu Zhao was domineering and did not follow any rules. The pirates under his command were the same. If it was Zhou Tianwei's elite subordinates, there was no difference between them and the regular army, and they might even be braver. But this group of pirates was really strong. Such a steep cliff, but they climbed so fast, as if they were walking on flat ground. Seeing these pirates climbing up in the dark, Jin Shuriying led 3,000 troops to fight. Rolling stones, rolling stones. Rolling logs. Shoot. Don't let these pirates rush up, don't let them disturb Lord Count. The warriors of Xianwu Mansion immediately formed a line of defense. In the dark, they could not see clearly, so they shot arrows all over the sky. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the arrows fell in waves. Countless rolling stones and logs smashed down crazily. In the dark, countless pirates died tragically. They could not see the person, only hear the sound. Fighting at night was really not for humans. Shen Lang thought that this battle could be easily won. After all, these pirates were leaderless, and they were drunk. The army of Xianwu Mansion was waiting for the exhausted, and they were at a high position. But they did not expect this group of pirates to be so fierce. They actually rushed up in groups, climbed up along the cliff, and then rushed into the army to fight and kill. Their fighting strength was really amazing. After a while, the army of Xianwu Mansion unexpectedly had casualties. Lord Count's face was pale, the situation of his family's army was not looking good. Normally, when they practiced martial arts, they were obviously very elite. Why did this happen in a real battle? Nearly 1,000 pirates and 3,000 Kim family troops were fighting together, in full swing. Ouch! My stomach hurts, my stomach hurts. Ah, I want to shit, I want to shit. Suddenly, the group of pirates screamed, clutched their stomachs and squatted down. Obviously, Shen Lang sent people to put laxatives in the drinks. Shen Lang was very careful, most of the drinks did not have laxatives. Because this group of people had to send people to taste the food and wine that they had snatched. If poison was used, it would be revealed in advance, and the plan would be ruined. Shen Lang controlled the number of drinks that the group of pirates robbed. Tonight, they drank too much, and all the drinks that they robbed were drunk, and then they asked for more from Xianwu Mansion. At this time, Jin Hui and the others sent the laxative wine. In order to prove that the wine was not poisonous, Jin Hui and a dozen of his men also drank the wine, and now they were squatting in the latrine. The group of pirates drank the laxative wine, and it took a full quarter of an hour before the laxative took effect. But once the laxative took effect, the fighting strength of this group of pirates was completely lost. The pain in their stomachs was simply unbearable, and they either squatted down or directly vomited. For a time, the whole battlefield was filled with a stench. Then, it was a one-sided massacre. Half an hour later, almost all the pirates were killed cleanly. Every head was chopped off. Inside the house, Shen Lang covered his nose with a silk handkerchief stained with perfume, frowned and said, "Father-in-law, this group of pirates is very brave." Xianwu nodded. It was not that the family's private army was not elite, but their fighting style was too strict, too dogmatic. But the fighting strength of this group of pirates was far beyond his imagination. And this was only Qiu Zhao's direct subordinates. Qiu Yao'er and Qiu Tianwei's direct subordinates were even more valiant and elite. Fortunately, we do not need to really fight with them, otherwise the situation would be worrisome. Shen Lang said. But the more elite Qiu Tianwei's pirate army was, the more fun it would be to kill them. When the time comes, the world will be turned upside down, and no matter how elite you are, you will not be able to fight against this destructive force. After an unknown period of time, Qiu Shao woke up, and his head was splitting. He shook his head with all his might, but he could not remember anything, but he seemed to have a little impression. "Servants, serve me with a beauty spittoon. I want to wash up, I want to dress." Qiu Shao shouted. Then, he instinctively used his hands to support himself and wanted to sit up. But he was shocked to find that he could not feel his hands. To be precise, he could not feel his neck at all. He was extremely shocked. What on earth happened? I think I went to Xianlang's banquet, and then I drank too much. Then, he saw that there was nothing between his legs, only the end of the suture. He was stunned at first. Then, he let out another mournful scream. His lifeblood was gone. If a man did not have this thing, what was the point of life? Last night's screams weren't that clear, but this time, they were real. It was extremely mournful. At this time, Xianlang walked in. "Young Master Qiu, how are you? You're awake? Are you hungry? I'll get someone to cook for you?" "Qiu? My name is not Qiu." Thanks to a book friend's imagination, but he quickly understood that without his bird, Xiao would become a tree. "Xianlang, what did you do to me?" Xiao screamed. Then, he suddenly raised his palm, wanting to chop Xianlang to death. But, his hand was no longer his hand, he could not raise it at all. Come. Kill that pretty boy Xianlang, peel his skin and pull out his tendons, peel his skin and pull out his tendons. Xiao screamed desperately. Xianlang said, "Young Marquis, are you talking to them?" As Xianlang pointed at the door opened. Xiao saw a pile of heads. More than 2,000 heads piled up. He knew every head, all of them were his direct subordinates. Xiao's scalp went numb, looking at this scene in disbelief. Is Xianlang crazy? Is Xuanwu crazy? How dare he start a massacre? He killed all the more than 2,000 pirates he brought with him. Isn't he afraid of his father's crazy revenge? "Xianlang, you're crazy. Xiao screamed, "There are 30,000 pirates in Fury Tide City. My father will take revenge and kill everyone in the Kim family. We will skin every single one of your men and torture every single one of your women to death. Xianlang, you're finished, the Kim family is finished, Xianwu Mansion is finished, Jean Mulan is finished. No one in the world can save you. Xianlang, just you wait for my father to lead the army to kill you all. Xianlang squatted down and said, "Are you done? Are you done venting? Are you comfortable? Are you quiet?" Xiao's eyes were extremely resentful, but he finally calmed down. "Young master, I have too many things to tell you. I need to sort them out and grasp the rhythm, so that I can deal a fatal blow to your heart and shock you. Xianlang, first of all, there is no gold mine on Wanya Island, all the gold is given by the heavenly law." Xiao was completely stunned. Xianlang's first sentence was really shocking. "No, impossible, I saw the gold mine with my own eyes, I saw the refined gold, there are tens of thousands of kilograms," Xiao screamed. "Xianlang, I melted it with hundreds of thousands of gold coins and mixed it with the soil, it's a deliberate plan." Xiao shook his head desperately, "Impossible, where did you get so many gold coins? How could the heavenly law give you so much money, more than 1,000,000 gold coins? Impossible. Xianlang didn't say anything, directly took a mirror, a square 1-foot glass mirror, and placed it in front of Xiao. "Such a mirror, the cost is less than a silver coin, do you think it is worth 1,000,000 gold coins?" Xianlang said. Xiao was stunned. He was arrogant, but he was not stupid, on the contrary, he was very shrewd. Looking at himself in the mirror, it was unprecedentedly clear and bright, far better than all the copper, silver, and crystal mirrors. He could easily infer that the value of this mirror was far more than 1,000,000 gold coins. So that's how it is. No wonder the heavenly law was willing to take out more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Xianlang said, "Secondly, aren't you curious about the identity of those teeth marks on my body? Aren't you curious why my dick is so red and swollen? Do you know who I was ravaged by for an entire night? It's your sister Qiao. She ked me for a full 4 hours, it really made me want to die, but it also made me feel good. Also, the beautiful doctor who cured Qiao was herself." This news was even more shocking, Xiao couldn't believe it. His whole body felt like it was struck by lightning. "Am I outstanding? Hurry up and praise me. Xianlang said. "Xiao, you've been drooling over Qiao for more than 10 years, but you haven't even laid a finger on her. But I just met her once and slept with her 10 times, a whole 10 times. What an ill-fated relationship. Also, Qiu Xiao, did you know that Qiu Yao Air was already poisoned by the love poison that night? She had no power to resist at all. If you were just a little braver, you could have slept with her, and you could have slept with Su Qianxian. Unfortunately, you weren't brave enough. Unfortunately, it wasn't you who kept her in the end. Qiu Xiao was really about to collapse, about to go crazy. Shen Lang, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Qiu Yao Air, the Qiu Yao Air that he yearned for day and night. She was actually slept with by that scum, Shen Lang. Shen Lang continued. Third, aren't you curious why I went to save Qiu Yao Air, why I created such a huge scam? Most importantly, why I kept you alive and didn't kill you. In this world, basically everyone who has offended me is dead. And among those who have offended me, you, Qiu Xiao, are the most inhumane. In the end, I didn't kill you, and I didn't even cause trouble for you once. What's even more terrifying is that I actually went to curry favor with you. Young Master Qiu Xiao, you really have a big heart. If a poisonous snake like me goes to curry favor with a person, he shouldn't be able to sleep all night. It's so obviously abnormal, why can't you notice it? Qiu Xiao immediately exclaimed, Shen Lang, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Shen Lang, I want to create a shocking trap on the cliff island, an inescapable net, to attract your father. Over, let him bring tens of thousands of pirates over, and then all of them will die. I want to kill your entire Qiu family. I want to kill all the pirates in the new Tiao city. I want to take revenge for the Kim family from 20 years ago. I want to take away the new Tiao city. As soon as these words came out, Qiu Zhao's hair stood on end. Even though his neck had lost all feeling, even though he had already been castrated, his feathers still stood on end. Such a big deal, such a big scheme, he had never seen or heard of such a thing before. My father has tens of thousands of pirates under his command. How can you beat them? You will definitely die. Qiu Xiao clamored. But he felt a wave of guilt. This Shen Lang in front of him was too terrifying. He could set up such a big trap. Then what else couldn't he do? Qiu Zhao's brain began to work. Shen Lang had been planning since he was on Jinshan Island. No, when he wrote Endless Wind and Moon, he had already started to plan. Was there anyone more terrifying than him in the world? Instantly, Qiu Xiao screamed, Shen Lang, are you a human or a ghost? Shen Lang, brother Qiu Xiao, can your dialogue have a little more depth? Thank you. AI. Shen Lang let out another sigh. After acting cool, I suddenly feel so empty. Then, he raised his hand. Seeing this, Qiu Xiao knew this was a signal. This was a signal that Shen Lang was going to kill. No, I can't die. Even if I am castrated, it is better to live than to die. I want to live, I want to live. Shen Lang, don't kill me, Master Lang, please don't kill me. I'm useful, I'm very useful. Master Lang, I don't know how you killed tens of thousands of pirates in my Raging Tide City, and I don't know how you took away my Raging Tide City, but when you succeed, don't you need a witness? You want me to watch all this happen? Don't you feel good about it? I'm your enemy. You should let me live. That's the biggest punishment for me. And I know where my family's treasure vault is. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Shen Lang was stunned. He gave up. Was a human's desire to live this strong? How could he still want to live after being castrated? And his neck was paralyzed. How could he still want to live? Shen Lang, brother Qiu Xiao, I think what you said is very reasonable. How about this? I will give you a chance to live. You have to grasp it, okay? Qiu Xiao nodded desperately. I will definitely grasp it. Thank you, Master Lang. From now on, I will be your pig, dog, cow, or horse. Shen Lang lit a stick of incense and stuck it in the ground. Then, he pointed outside and said, look outside this door. The door on the left opened. 100 meters outside the door stood a woman, a valiant beauty. Shen Lang, brother Qiu Xiao, do you see that beauty? Qiu Xiao nodded. Master Lang, I see her, I see her. Shen Lang, tell me, who is she? Qiu Xiao, Jin Jianyang. Shen Lang, yes, Jin Jianyang, the Jin Jianyang that you yearn for day and night. Last night, you told me that you wanted to sleep with her, right? Now, I have found her for you. Tell me, am I good to you? Good, good. Xiao Xiao, thank you, Master Lang. Thank you, benefactor. Shen Lang, crawl in front of her and kiss the soles of her shoes. I will only give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. If you succeed, I will not kill you. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Then, he instinctively wanted to crawl towards Jin Jianyang. A mere 100 meters and the time it takes to burn a stick of incense was too easy. But then, he suddenly realized that he could not move his arms and legs. How could he crawl? Benefactor, I can't move my arms and legs. I can't crawl, Xiao Xiao said. Shen Lang, don't you still have teeth? You can crawl with your teeth. Xiao Xiao was about to explode. Crawl with his teeth, why don't you crawl for me? But he did not dare to lose his temper. His life was completely in the hands of Shen Lang. Shen Lang, just you wait. Just you wait. Next. A scene that completely overturned Shen Lang's worldview appeared. Xiao Xiao actually did it. It was unbelievable. A miracle, he actually used his teeth to crawl forward. First, he used his teeth to bite a stone target and then dragged his body forward. Shen Lang's scalp tingled. He was full of admiration. Could a human's desire to live be so strong? Xiao Xiao, you are too amazing. Too amazing, just like that, Xiao Xiao used his teeth to drag forward step by step. He was only 100 meters away from Jin Jianyang. But every meter was filled with countless tears of blood. Every meter was as difficult as hell. Every meter was endless humiliation. Xiao Xiao was fighting purely on his will. Even if he lost a few teeth, even if his face was covered in blood, he still crawled forward with all his might. Shen Lang, just you wait. If you let me live this time, I will definitely kill your whole family. I will kill your whole family, when there was only a tenth of the incense left. Xiao Xiao had completed this great undertaking. He used his teeth to crawl 100 meters to the feet of Jin Jianyang. Benefactor, I've done it, I can live. Xiao Xiao cried bitterly. He felt that he had just completed the most amazing undertaking. Shen Lang applauded enthusiastically and exclaimed, amazing, brother Xiao Xiao, you are too amazing, you have created a miracle. Xiao Xiao cried, thank you benefactor, thank you benefactor. Shen Lang, no need to thank me, this miracle was completed by you, you will become the first person in history. I won't kill you, I will keep my word. Xiao Xiao cried loudly, thank you benefactor for sparing my life. Shen Lang, you're welcome, I said I won't kill you, but I can't stop others from killing you, I'm really sorry. As soon as he said that, Jin Jianyang pulled out her sword and stabbed Xiao Xiao's heart. Then, the second strike cut off Xiao Xiao's head. The little pirate king died with his eyes wide open. Shen Lang stepped forward, picked up Xiao Xiao's head and handed it to a man in black. This person was the envoy sent by the pirate king Xiao Xiao. He was the expert who made Xiao Xiao change the negotiation plan and change it to an 80-20 split. Just now, he witnessed Xiao Xiao crawling over like a dog. He saw Xiao Xiao's most humiliating death. Shen Lang placed Xiao Xiao's head in the hands of the pirate king's envoy and solemnly said, brother, please restrain your grief. Also, please personally deliver brother Xiao Xiao's head to the pirate king, and ask him to restrain his grief. Also, send these 2,000 heads as well. Oh right, don't forget to tell the pirate king that his beloved son died a very unpeaceful death. Take care, have a safe trip. Note, third update, today's update was nearly 20,000, I'm really crazy, brothers, give me support, give me encouragement, give me strength. The pirate king's emissary stood 100 meters away. So he saw Xiao Xiao crawl out of the mouth with his own eyes and saw Xiao Xiao's head cut off. However, he couldn't see or hear what was happening in the house. Throughout the whole process, Jin Hui, Shen San, and Jin Shiying stood by his side. As long as he moved, he would die. Shen Lang placed Xiao Xiao's head on his hand. Instantly, his hand was covered in blood and it was still warm. The pirate king's emissary could not help but ask, why? He was truly unable to understand. Had this Xianlang really gone mad? Was he not afraid of the Pirate King's wrath? Was he not afraid of the Kim family being destroyed? Xianlang did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Where's your ship?" The emissary looked at the dock behind him. A small boat was docked there. But it was a boat that could cross the sea. How small could it be? Xianlang ordered, "Everyone, help me move these 2,000 heads onto the boat. Let this brother carry them back." Then thousands of recruits from Xianwu Mansion appeared, pushing wheelbarrows filled with human heads towards the pirate ship on the dock. In a short time all 2,000 heads were loaded onto the ship. The Pirate King's emissary looked deeply at Xianlang, then turned and left. He did not make any threats. Because there was no need. War was inevitable. Next, he would accompany the Pirate King to lead tens of thousands of troops to Cliff Island and kill everyone on the island. Everyone left. Only Jin Jianyang was still standing there. Before Xianlang walked over, her face was already red. He looked over and saw that the valiant girl was at a loss. It was as if she did not have a place to put her hands and feet. Her legs were tightly pressed together, and she was extremely nervous. "Girl, don't be like this. If you twist your legs like this, the curve of your waist and buttocks will be very obvious. I really can't help but want to grab them. But I can't do this. I can't make my wife sad again. I'm a person who has made mistakes before. I may be scum, but I have my own bottom line. So leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't control myself." Xianlang said, "Thank you, Sword Maiden." Jin Jianyang shook her head and said, "I am the one thanking son-in-law for letting me vent my anger and personally killing this evil thief." "Xianlang, do you want to eat before leaving?" "No, no need." Jin Jianyang said, "Miss still needs my help. I don't have anything to do here, so I'll leave now." Then, Jin Jianyang left in a hurry. Not far away, Jin Hui was at a loss as to what to do. "Jianyang, I'm your brother. How could you not notice me standing here? You didn't even look at me, didn't say a word, and just left." "I wanted to ask how my wife was doing at home." Jin Hui sighed inwardly as he recalled the scene of him squatting in the latrine for half the night. Sigh, the gigolo is really not a good thing. Then, he hurriedly covered his mouth. Even though he was only saying it in his heart, what if the son-in-law could read minds? Only Xianlang and Xuanwu were left in the house on the mountainside. They looked at the huge mine not far away. Tens of thousands of people were busy in the mine. Of course, they were not mining or panning for gold, but putting the finishing touches to the shocking trap. How long had this Xianxia Island strategy been prepared? It had been half a year since this strategy was proposed, and it had been nearly 4 months since it was put into effect. There were at least a few thousand people, and at the highest, more than 10,000 people. It was really a big effort. Tens of thousands of people used half a year to build an inescapable net and a shocking trap. Now, it was finally working. Xianlang said, "Father-in-law, it's almost the new year." Xuanwu and Jinzhua said, "Yes, it's 3 days away." This year's spring festival was different from the past. Jinzhua counted, every year's spring festival in the past, it looked lively, and our house was decorated with lanterns and streamers. "I actually don't like it at all, and I'm even afraid of it every time. Because it means extravagance, but you can't not be like this. Nobles have their own rules. There are a lot of things that are useful or not, but they must have them. Otherwise, this imposing manner will disappear, and people will say, 'Look at the Kim family, they are so frugal and frugal, they must have declined.'" Xianlang understood this. Most of the time, a country paid attention to morale. It was the same for the nobles, including big businesses. The face of the cards was the most important. Many great businesses were actually operating in debt, but as long as the cards were bright, people would still think that they were the sun at high noon. Confidence and morale were indispensable. So it had not been easy for father-in-law in the past 20 years to maintain the family's cards. Jinzhua counted said, "Now we finally don't need to forcibly maintain the cards, nor do we need to put on an extravagant show." Xianlang said, "Because we have prepared a bigger, more extravagant show." Jinzhua said, "This year's spring festival, our family can't reunite. Why don't you go home and have a New Year's Eve dinner with your parents, Mulan, and mother-in-law? Xianlang thought about it and still refused this tempting proposal. No. Xianlang said, next, the inescapable net project is coming to an end, and it is also the most critical moment. We can't take it lightly, and we can't make any mistakes. We can't survive this new year, and neither can the enemy. The war is coming soon. Xuanwu said, yes, the war is coming soon. The shame left by Grandpa will be avenged by you, his grandson-in-law. After this war, my Xianwu mansion will rise again. This new year is really hard to survive. In the most gorgeous courtyard in Nujiang City, a stunning beauty sighed. The weather was really cold. There were a few snowflakes falling just now. The cold wind was howling outside, but it was as warm as spring inside. The stunning beauty wore a fox fur coat, which made her eyes and teeth look even brighter. She raised her jade-like hand and looked carefully through the light from the window, as if to see if her hand was still tender and mottled from the cold. Of course not. It was still Xianxia like jade, as white as a spring onion. She sat lazily. Beside her, there were 4 maids and 10 eunuchs. Jin High Count Tang Luan didn't even have a place to sit, and even when he stood, he had to bow. This woman was called Zhao Yan, the crown prince's confidant and concubine. She didn't marry into the family, but she could represent the crown prince's will outside. Therefore, even the governor of the border didn't have a seat in front of her. All right, all of you can leave. All the maids and eunuchs left, except for an old eunuch who was highly skilled in martial arts. Is there really a gold mine? Zhao Yan asked. Tang Luan said, there really is a gold mine. The young lord of Nushio City, Qiu Shao, saw it clearly. There are countless gold and sand in the depths of the mine, as well as gold bricks that have just been refined. There are at least 50,000 pounds in the mine. Zhao Yan's expression didn't change as she took a sip from her teacup. A gold mine isn't like that. Zhao Yan waved her hand. Jin High Count Tang Luan stepped forward and opened the paper. It wasn't Qiu Zhao's original, but a copy, the one given to the pirate king. Zhao Yan said, a gold mine isn't like that. It's impossible to see a large amount of gold and sand in the mine, and there wouldn't be so much gold, unless, an ancient gold vein. Jin High Count Tang Luan said. Zhao Yan lazily reclined on the chair and lightly said, what do you mean by this? Jin High Count Tang Luan said, I want to ally with Qiu Tianwei to take down Wangya Island. Yes. Jin High Count Tang Luan said, Qiu Tianwei is worried that the monarch will be angered, so, Zhao Yan said, so what? Jin High Count Tang Luan said, His Highness the Crown Prince works hard for the country, and I don't have much respect for him. I'm willing to offer 25% of Wangya Island's gold mine as tribute every year. Zhao Yan said, if a vassal's territory is taken by pirates, as a monarch, it would be a loss of face. Now we can use the war in the South Kingdom as an excuse, but once the rebellion is over, there will be no more excuses. If the state of Yu's territory is occupied by pirates for a long time, wouldn't it be a loss of dignity? Jin High Count Tang Luan said, Consort Zhao is right. Zhao Yan wasn't even the crown prince's consort. Jin High Earl continued, wait till we take down the cliff-gazing island, annihilate all the troops of the Black Tortoise Earl Manor, and kill Jin Zhue and his wife, as well as Xianlang and his wife. Only Jin Mutsong will be left alive. Even if he's alone, he can still represent the entire Jin clan. Zhao Yan was silent. Jin High Count said, when the time comes, Jin Mutsong will become the new Xian Wu, and we will arrange a marriage for him. After that, we will openly return Jinshan Island and Wangya Island to him, so in name, these 2 islands will still belong to the Xianwu mansion. Zhao Yan said, you want to marry your daughter to Jin Mutsong, and let your son marry Qiu Yaoer. In this way, Jin Mutsong will become a puppet, and the entire Xianwu mansion will become your 2 families' private property, right? Jin High Count Tang Luan bowed and said, I will always be the crown prince's henchman, and Qiu Tianwei also has great respect for the crown prince. The 3rd prince has Marquis Xianxia and Count Wuan, but he doesn't care about us old officials. I can't stand them. This was proof of allegiance. If the crown prince could take over this matter, then in the battle for the throne, Qiu Tianwei and Jin High Count would stand on the crown prince's side. Zhao Yan frowned. How many soldiers are you planning to send? Jin High Count Tangluan said, around 30,000, almost 10 times the Xianwu mansion. Zhao Yan said, how much gold did you say is stored on Wanya Island? Jin High Count Tangluan said, 50,000 caddies. Zhao Yan said, send 30,000 caddies here after this. Tangluan was startled, but he didn't dare show it on his face. He bowed and said, yes. Tangluan then said, also, about Jean Mulan, do you want her dead or alive? Zhao Yan said, of course I want her alive. Would I stop the crown prince from taking her? But in order to prevent her from harming the crown prince, cripple her meridians. Cut the tendons in both her arms and legs, then reconnect them. She will be able to walk, kneel, lie down, pout, and scream. Yes. Tangluan bowed. Just like that, the matter was settled. It didn't seem like an important negotiation at all. In fact, when the crown prince agreed to send Zhao Yan here, he had already agreed in his heart. This matter was already settled. It was just a formality for them to talk when they met. It was the same between modern countries. Both sides had already negotiated all the terms and conditions, and then the leaders of both sides would come forward to sign the agreement. Otherwise, how could such an important matter be settled in a day or two? Then I will take my leave and tell Chou Tianwei this great news, Tangluan said. Zhao Yan said, once you've decided, act as soon as possible. Tangluan said, yes. After I meet with Chou Tianwei, I will immediately return home to gather my troops and prepare for war. Then, Tangluan retreated until he was out of Zhao Yan's sight. Zhao Yan said lazily, someone, take my visiting card to the Xianwu mansion and tell Jean Mulan to come see me. Yes. A eunuch took the visiting card and left in a hurry. A smile appeared on Zhao Yan's beautiful face. Junior sister Mulan, the river flows 30 years east and 30 years west, isn't that so? We learned martial arts together with Grandmaster Zhong Chuk, but in the end, my family suffered a drastic change. I, a noble girl, fell to the mortal world, while you still stood high above. Now, your Xianwu mansion is about to be destroyed. And I, Zhao Yan, have risen once again, and can even control your fate, Jean Mulan. Fate makes fools of people, how interesting. Zhao Yan stretched out her Xianxia lily-white hand, as if she was holding Jean Mulan, and suddenly squeezed. Raging Tide City, Pirate King Chou Tianwei was constantly in a state of excitement. How many years has it been since he felt this way? When a person constantly wins, they will become completely numb to victory. An ordinary victory would not be able to stir the lake in his heart. The last time he was excited was 20 years ago, when he destroyed the Jinyu Count's allied forces. Since then, the Chou clan completely soared and established the foundation of Raging Tide City. In these 20 years, Chou Tianwei was completely invincible on the sea. This kind of invincibility is sometimes a kind of loneliness. Especially in recent years, Chou Tianwei didn't even have the chance to fight. He had 3 generals under him, his adopted son Chou Hao, his son Chou Xiao, and his adopted daughter Chou Yaoer. Each of them could take charge of their own affairs. Especially Chou Yaoer, she was like a female overlord who won every battle. The crown prince and third prince of the state of Yu came to recruit him, and promised to make him the Marquis of Raging Tide. Chou Tianwei was only a little moved. I have a city, dozens of islands, and tens of thousands of troops. What is a mere Marquis of Raging Tide? What I want is an even greater hegemony. What I want is to establish the Chou clan's foundation for 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Now, this opportunity has finally come. Just like what the Taoist alchemist said, he controlled the ancient gold vein in his left hand, and the Jinshan Island's iron mine in his right. With money and weapons, why should he worry about hegemony? Didn't the great Jin kingdom rise because of the ancient gold vein? Of course, at a crucial moment, he stabbed his ally, the great Qian kingdom, in the back. Currently, the great Jin kingdom was the most powerful kingdom after the great Yan Empire. The great Qian kingdom was divided into 4. The great Jin kingdom alone took 1/4. The great Qian kingdom had fallen, and the great Jin had eaten its fill. Chou Tianwei stood by the window, looking towards the east of Cliff-Gazing Island. It was almost the new year. Let's have a good new year first, then gather our armies and go on a killing spree. At this moment, Chou Yaoer's castle was filled with the atmosphere of the new year. Of course, this was just the hundreds of women entertaining themselves. Cho Yaoer didn't care about the new year at all. To her, every day was the same. Lve died, and Su Qianqian followed her, but she couldn't become her personal maid. One of her most trusted female warriors personally took care of her life. Master, are you sure you don't want to listen to Journey to the West? Su Qianqian asked. Cho Yaoer shook her head and said, no. After knowing that the book was written by Xianlang, she didn't want to listen to it anymore. She stood by the window, looking towards the sea. She didn't like to use her brain, but she could smell the scent of a conspiracy. This came from her intuition. At this moment, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out on the pier. The entire city was shocked. The bell of the lighthouse sounded normal. But it was so urgent and sharp that it was completely abnormal. Then, a ship appeared on the sea. This ship wasn't big, and it had the flag of Cliff-Gazing Island. The deck was densely packed with human heads. Everyone was shocked. Did the demoness Miss Cho Yaoer go on a killing spree again? I don't think so. She has been in Fury Tide City recently, and all the pirates who resisted were killed by her. The ship gradually approached. Only then did everyone see that the head on the deck was very familiar. They seemed to be the pirates of Fury Tide City. They looked at the head in that person's hand. Everyone was shocked. Isn't this the head of the little pirate King Cho Shao? How did he die? This scourge actually died. Cho Tianwei sat by the window. 3 plump beauties were hugging him, not even an inch of clothing on them. A young woman, also naked, was kneeling on the ground. Cho Tianwei held a carving knife in his hand, drawing on the girl's back. Drawing the map of Cliff-Gazing Island. Blood dripped, the girl trembled in pain, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Otherwise, she would die miserably. Halfway through, Cho Tianwei couldn't help but feel a little dispirited. He had seen too many beauties over the years, and slept with too many. So ordinary beauties really couldn't arouse any interest. He couldn't help but hesitate about one thing in his mind. Was he really going to give Jean Mulan to the crown prince? Keep her? Couldn't he? Just imagine Jean Mulan, a famous beauty of 100 years of nobility, kneeling on the ground and allowing him to carve words on her buttocks. Wasn't it wonderful? Why did all the good things in the world have to go to the Ning clan? Why did all the beauties in the world have to go to the Ning clan? The grand hegemony needed stunning beauties to decorate it. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside. Master, something bad has happened. Cho Tianwei's hand trembled, and immediately a long wound appeared on the girl's back. What's the matter? Cho Tianwei said. Xianlang killed the young master, killed more than 2,000 pirates, and sent all their heads here. Cho Tianwei instantly felt like he was struck by lightning. As if he had heard the most ridiculous thing, he didn't move for a long time. This was impossible. This didn't make sense. Even if Xianlang was crazy, Xuanwu couldn't be crazy. Crack! Cho Tianwei's hand suddenly exerted force, and the carving knife in his hand was broken. He decided that if it was a false report, he would skin the confidant who brought the news. The dock of New Tiao City had been completely blocked. Thousands of pirate warriors guarded every corner of this place. Pirate King Cho Tianwei appeared on this ship. Under his feet, there were more than 2,000 heads. In his hand, he was holding Cho Zhao's head. That's right, this was his son, his only son. In the battle more than 20 years ago, he was injured. Although he could still sleep with women, he could no longer have children. So, Cho Xiao was the only heir of his family. And now, he's dead. Cho Tianwei almost didn't dare to imagine what his son had experienced before he died. Why was there such fear on his face? Several of his teeth were broken, and his face was covered in blood and flesh. The messenger beside him clearly told him everything he had seen. Cho Xiao was castrated, his neck was broken, and he crawled 30 feet with his teeth, begging for mercy in incomparable humiliation. In the end, he was still beheaded by a female warrior under Xianlang. Not only did he die a horrible death, but he also died of torture and humiliation. The messenger said, Xianlang asked me to tell you, restrain your grief, young master Cho Zhao's death was not peaceful. Pirate King Cho Tianwei closed his eyes. His vision went black, and he felt dizzy. His body suddenly shook. Roar, ugh, from his mouth, from his throat, came a beast-like roar. Because he clenched his teeth too hard, his mouth was full of blood foam. Why? Why? Shenlang is a madman. Is Xianxia also a madman? Why? Why did he kill my son? Chou Zhao's anger spewed out, and his mouth was full of blood foam. But, all of this is not important, it's not important. Order all the pirates in the surrounding islands, gather all our troops, all our allies. Prepare for war. I want to kill everyone on Watchcliff Island, not leaving a single person, a single blade of grass, or a single tree. I want to skin every man in the Kim family, pull out their tendons, and put them to death. I want to ravage every woman in the Kim family to death, cut up their flesh, and cook them. I want to cut Shenlang into 1,000 pieces, and make him regret living in this world. I want to wipe the Kim family from this world completely. Gather the troops, prepare for war, prepare for war. Note, first update sent. Still adjusting his work and rest with difficulty, his biggest wish every day is to sleep for 5 hours. Yearning for the support of brothers, please. Please remember this book's domain name. Calm Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. Calm Mulan received an invitation. It was her former senior sister, Zhao Yan. She couldn't help but recall the past. Zhao Yan was of noble birth, the daughter of a century-old noble family. The Zhou family, Anting Count House. The Zhou family was considered half an established noble family. They were only granted the title of count after accumulating military merits, so their land wasn't large, and they didn't have many private troops. In these two aspects, they could not compare to the Black Tortoise Earl Manor. But their political influence was far greater. The two Zhou brothers were active in the court, and were the southern pacifying general, which was Zhu Lin's current position. That was why Zhao Yan felt superior to Mulan back then. But a few years ago, the family fell overnight. Anting Count Zhou Guangbua committed suicide, and the Zhou family was stripped of all their titles and land. Although they weren't an established noble family, they had a century-old heritage, and were a true noble family. How could they suddenly fall? Why, it was a mystery to this day. Many people said that the incident didn't involve the state of Yu, but the Great Yan dynasty. The higher-ups of the state of Yu were wary of this, and didn't dare speak a word about it. It was also from that time that Zhao Yan fell from a noble family to a lowly commoner. Apart from being stripped of her surname, she wasn't implicated. She could still practice martial arts under Grandmaster Zhong Chuk. But she was proud and arrogant, and left Grandmaster Zhong Chuk's tutelage not long after the incident. She disappeared for several years. The Zhou family became a taboo in the state of Yu. Although only a few of the family's core members died, none of their descendants were able to become officials. Zhou Zhaoyan seemed to have disappeared from the world. But 3 years ago, she appeared again. She had appeared again, and she had appeared directly beside the crown prince, becoming his mistress. Not only that, the ban on the Zhou family seemed to have been lifted. Although their titles weren't restored, 2 Zhou descendants had succeeded in the imperial examinations. Mulan knew more than the average person. The Zhou family's destruction was indeed related to the Great Yan Empire. But what exactly happened wasn't something someone of Xuanwu's level could understand. Mulan didn't like this senior sister. Because she was beautiful and talented, she had always acted high and mighty. As for Mulan's noble background, she was a little jealous and looked down on her. But on the surface, she acted like a good senior sister. In short, in husband's words, she was a whore. It wasn't strange that this senior sister had become the crown prince's mistress, but what was strange was that she could represent the crown prince's interests and interact with his subordinates. This woman was very lively, even a little too lively. Uncle Xuanwu was slightly puzzled by this. Our master invites Miss Jean Mulan to Nujiang City to reminisce about old times, the eunuch said in a shrill voice. Even though he was just a eunuch, he seemed to have an inexplicable sense of superiority in front of Xianwu Mansion. The people in the crown prince's residence were like this. Even a little eunuch was used to looking at others with the back of his head. I'm sorry, I don't have time, Jean Mulan said. The eunuch's expression turned cold. Miss Jean Mulan, do you know how precious this invitation from my master is? An ordinary governor of a county would dream of getting such a visiting card, but they couldn't get it. I'm sorry, I don't have time, Jean Mulan said. send the guest out. At this time, many people in the upper echelons of the state of Yu knew that Jean Mulan had become the crown prince's meal. Mulan hated this, and her disgust for the crown prince was indescribable. As the crown prince's mistress, she naturally wouldn't be nice to her. The eunuch let out a shrill laugh and said, "How strange, how strange, how strange. A mere countess dares to reject my master and even dares to expel the people of the crown prince's residence. Ha ha ha, the world is so big, nothing is too strange." Then, the eunuch laughed a few times and left. The Kim family isn't far from disaster. This was a little eunuch from the crown prince's residence. It was the new year. Xianxia was still on Cliff Island. At this time, lanterns were lit everywhere on Cliff Island. Everyone was in the barracks that had just been built, feasting in full swing. Xuanwu needed to enjoy himself with the people. So, surrounded by Jin Shuring and the others, he went to each barracks to greet the recruits and the commoners. Did they have enough food? Did they have meat to eat every day? Did they wear warm clothes? Did they get their wages on time? Did they get bullied? However, Xianxia didn't like to enjoy himself with the people at all. So, he was alone in the best room, drinking wine and eating delicacies, accompanied by Xianxia. "I heard that your mother introduced you to someone?" Xianxia said, "Yes." Xianxia asked, "How is he?" Xianxia said, "He's not bad, but I don't like him." Xianxia asked, "Why?" Xianxia said, "His lips are too thin." Xianxia was taken aback. "Isn't it good to have thin lips?" "That part is thin too, isn't it delicate?" Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. "I asked old master to read her physiognomy. He said that this woman is mean." Xianxia said, "There's nothing wrong with a woman being mean. Just be tough on the outside and nice to the family." Xianxia said, "I'm already a mean person. If there's another one, I won't be able to live." Xianxia said, "You're right. Next time, I'll ask my mother to introduce you to someone with thick lips." For a moment, Xianxia didn't know how to respond. This was because this master would go down 3 paths in less than 3 sentences. "Yes." Xianxia didn't dare to refuse. Xianxia said, "But you have to remember, no matter how beautiful the woman you find is, you must not kneel down and lick her boots. There's no future for bootlickers. Look at Jin Hui, I really can't stand it anymore. He doesn't look like a man at all. His back is so soft in front of his wife." At this time, Jin Hui was outside and was about to come over to propose a toast to Xianxia. After all, it was the new year. He could forget to propose a toast to Lord Count, but he couldn't forget to propose a toast to the son-in-law. But when he heard this, he quickly and quietly retreated. It wasn't because he was angry at Xianxia. He was afraid that Xianxia would know that he had heard him speak ill of him. This was a bit confusing. But in short, even if he heard the son-in-law talking about him behind his back, not only would he pretend not to hear it, but he would also make the son-in-law think that he didn't hear it. Otherwise, "Jin Hui, if you hear me speak ill of you, you will definitely bear a grudge against me in your heart." "Then, wouldn't I, Jin Hui, be finished?" Xianxia said again. "However, if you can find a woman like my wife, it doesn't matter if you kneel down and lick her boots. Of course, you will never have a chance with such a woman." Xianxia said, "Yes." He really didn't know that there was such a complicated person in the world. On one hand, he was as smart as an immortal, but on the other hand, he was as vulgar as a gossip. It was said that one shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs, or else it would go against the demeanor of a gentleman. This master of his loved to speak ill of others behind their backs. After a long while, Jin Hui pretended to rush in and said, "Son-in-law, let me toast you a cup of wine." Xianxia said, "Jin Hui, I spoke ill of you just now. You didn't hear me, did you?" Jin Hui said, "How could son-in-law speak ill of me? Every word you say to me is a punishment for my life. The fact that you speak ill of me means that you care for me and love me." Xianxia said to Xianxia, "He heard me just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have flattered me." Jin Hui was about to cry. "Master, do you know that you are too difficult to serve? Give us servants a chance to live." Xianxia took out a bottle of perfume, a bar of soap, and a bottle of shampoo with rose essential oil. "Here, take these to please your wife." Jin Hui was stunned, then his heart warmed up and he received them with great joy. These were all good things. Only Miss and Madam could use them in the residence. They couldn't be bought no matter how much money they had. She would definitely be happy to give them to Hong Xian. Shen Lang said, "Look at how useless you are. Do you know that men who are afraid of their wives are useless? In front of my wife, if I tell her to go east, she won't dare to go west. Don't be fooled by her high martial arts skills. She doesn't even dare to fight back when I beat her up. Women, if you don't give them a beating for 3 days, they will tear the roof tiles." At this point, Shen Lang suddenly stopped. Because Xianxia and Jin Hui had strange expressions on their faces. Shen Lang said, "Don't try that. Don't think that you can scare me like this. Don't pretend that my wife is behind you." Jin Hui and Xianxia got up and said, "Goodbye." Shen Lang turned around and saw Milan. He was shocked and stunned. "Wife, I miss you so much. We have been separated for a full 74 hours. Men, if you don't give them a beating for 3 days, they will tear the roof tiles. Now you finally understand. Wife, hit me." Mulan rolled her eyes at him. Then she straddled Shen Lang's lap, put her arms around his neck, and stared at his face for a long time. She pressed her face against Shen Lang's and deeply inhaled his scent. "Husband, I miss you so much." Shen Lang put his arms around Mulan's waist and said in a trembling voice, "Wife, I want to sleep with you too." Mulan held Shen Lang's face and kissed him. Shen Lang, the pervert, was messing around again. "Are your wounds healed?" Mulan asked in a sweet voice. Shen Lang said, "They scabbed over." Mulan said, "Not yet. We have to wait until the scab falls off completely. Otherwise, you will be moaning like a ghost again." Shen Lang said, "That's your fault. You've trained your muscles too hard." Annoying. Mulan was now completely immune to Shen Lang's perverted words. "Recently, my fief hasn't been very peaceful. There are always bandits sneaking in. My mission is very urgent. But I miss you too much, and tonight is the new year, so I couldn't help but come over." "I'll stay for an hour at most," Mulan said in a sweet voice. She and Shen Lang were face to face, nose to nose, mouth to mouth. Just like that, they could kiss at any moment. After that, the two of them didn't speak. An hour later, Mulan returned home, travel-worn. This New Year's Eve was over. They had rushed back and forth for hundreds of miles, and spent an entire night just to be together for an hour. The war was about to begin, the whole of Angry Tide City became busy. After the new year, several shipping routes became incomparably busy. Countless ironware, food, and clothing were continuously shipped to Angry Tide City. The pirate king, Chou Tianwei, issued orders to gather. There were dozens of large and small pirate groups in Liuzhou Islands. After hearing the pirate king's orders, they all led their ships to gather. The army did not move, but the food and fodder went first. More and more pirates gathered in Angry Tide City. 10,000, 20,000, 25,000. And it was still increasing. The daily consumption of supplies was an astronomical figure. Chou Tianwei issued a Chou family kill order to all pirates. From today onwards, from this moment onwards, kill everyone in the Kim family. After the new year, the fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger. As the pirate army gathered, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be piling up. It pressed lower and lower, as if it would collapse at any time, completely crushing the world below. Inside the Angry Tide City Lord's mansion. "Godfather, I am willing to be the vanguard and fight for you." Qiu Hao said, "I will definitely cut Shen Lang into 1,000 pieces to avenge the young master." Chou Tianwei said coldly, "What are you doing here? Go back." Qiu Hao said, "Godfather, when I heard that the young master was in trouble, I was burning with anxiety. I can't care so much anymore, I must fight this battle." Chou Tianwei said, "It is not your turn to attack Guanya Island. Jinshan Island produces iron, it is our most important and cannot be lost. As the commander, how can you leave without permission?" Qiu Hao said, "But if I cannot participate in this battle of revenge, it will be a lifelong regret." Chou Tianwei said, "I will say it one last time, go back. Guard your Jinshan Island well and go back now." "Godfather." Chou Tianwei turned his back. Xiao Hao cried and kowtowed until his head bled. Then he left unwillingly and returned to Jinshan Island. After returning to Jinshan Island, in the secret room of the military camp, Xiao Hao received Zhang Chunhua. "General, no need to hesitate anymore," Zhang Chunhua said. Xiao Hao said, "At this time, if I take a wrong step, I will be smashed to pieces. Do you understand? Godfather's order is very clear, let me guard Jinshan Island. Everyone knows that the main forces of the Kim family are all on Wanya Island. You actually said that Shenlang's goal is Raging Tide City, how can I believe that?" Zhang Chunhua said, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, I have given you a chance. If this matter succeeds, you will be the future Marquis of Raging Tide. This is not only a promise from my father, but also from Governor Zhu Yong. If you don't believe it now, it is not too late to believe it when the situation is clear. But I advise General, it is never wrong to prepare early." 13th of January, late at night. 200 miles north of Xianwu Mansion, in a house by the sea. Zhang Chong was dressed in military attire. Behind him hung a huge map with Wanya Island and Raging Tide City on it. In front of him stood 5 generals. This time the battlefield is divided into 2 places, one at Wanya Island and the other at Raging Tide City. Wanya Island is Shenlang's scam, a trap he set up to deceive everyone. His real target is Raging Tide City. I am sure that the Kim family will put all their elite warriors into Raging Tide City. Xiao Tianwei's pirate army will come out in full force, and at that time, the entire Raging Tide City will have no more than 3,000 guards, and the commander will be the invincible General Qiu Yaoer. At that time, there will be a fierce battle between Shenlang and Qiu Yaoer. On the surface, Shenlang will lose without a doubt. Because the main castle of Raging Tide City is impregnable, even 10,000 people will not be able to break through. Moreover, Qiu Yaoer is brave and invincible, and no one can touch her. But I believe that Shenlang has already grasped her weakness, and has already arranged everything, preparing to give a fatal blow. Su Qianxian is lurking around Qiu Yaoer, and that is enough to prove everything. So I firmly believe that Qiu Yaoer will lose this battle at Raging Tide City, and may even die suddenly. If we just sit back and watch, Shenlang may really be able to take down Raging Tide City. Once the Kim family takes down Raging Tide City, the new policies in Nujiang will completely fail. From now on, the Kim family will have no worries, and not only will they be able to survive this crisis, they will rise again. At that time I, Zhang Chong, will definitely be unlucky, but as my generals, when the nest is overturned, no egg can escape unscathed. But at the same time, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You few thousand elites need to split up and head to Jinshan Island, where you will go to Raging Tide City under the guise of supporting the pirate army, and achieve victory in one battle. We need to make use of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate the Kim family and the Qiu family in one fell swoop, returning peace to the entire Eastern Sea, and helping the monarch seize the Liezhou archipelago, establishing a legacy for 1,000 years. And at that time it will only be a matter of time before you all rise to the throne. Today is the day to establish a legacy. The generals below roared, "Today is the day to establish a legacy." Zhang Chong drank the wine and then smashed the bowl into smithereens. All the generals present drank the wine and smashed the bowl. Bang, 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 farewell, the governor awaits our triumphant return. Zhang Jin led the generals out of the house. Outside, all the elites of Nujiang County, a total of 6,000 soldiers, lined up neatly. The weather was freezing cold, but they were fully armored and did not make a sound. "Board the ships, set off." The order was given. The 6,000 elite soldiers neatly walked towards the pier and boarded the warships. 4 hours later, they finished boarding the ships. 20 large ships majestically headed in the direction of Jinshan Island. They had to change their equipment at Jinshan Island, and then head to Raging Tide City under the guise of the Qiu family's army. At this time, snowflakes floated down from the sky. Zhang Chong stood by the window, stretched out his hand, and caught a snowflake. Then, he quietly watched it melt. An ordinary cargo ship on the sea. This ship was to deliver food to Raging Tide City, and it was inconspicuous. Shenlang stood on the deck, looking at the sky. It was snowing. He stretched out his hand and caught a snowflake. Beside him, all the masters of the Xianwu mansion were there. There was only one person left on the entire Wangya Island. That was Jin Shui Count himself. All the other elites of the Kim family had gone to Raging Tide City. Among them, 2,000 elites had been transported to Raging Tide City by cargo ships over the past half a month or so, and were lurking in various gathering points. Jin Hui said, "Son-in-law, will Lord Count really be fine with 2,000 recruits on Wanya Island facing Qiu Tianwei's 30,000 coalition forces?" Shen Lang, "It's not a direct confrontation, it won't get in the way." Jin Shuring said, "Son-in-law, it's not that I doubt you, but Raging Tide City's castle is impregnable, and Qiu Yao Air is invincible. Even 10,000 or 20,000 people won't be able to take down the Pirate King's castle. We only have 2,000 people, if we fail, the Xianwu mansion will be destroyed." At this time a man walked over and said in a low voice, "Son-in-law, he's here." This person turned out to be Mingyi Zaishi of the Count House. "Shen Lang, you can all leave." Jin Hui, Jin Shuring, and all the elites of the Count House all left. Only Shen Lang and Zaishi were left on the deck. A small boat approached, and a man wearing a black cloak climbed onto the big boat and came in front of Shen Lang. "Greetings, son-in-law." This person was the Taoist alchemist beside Qiu Tianwei. And his real identity was Dr. Zaishi's elder brother, Zaitian. They have been retainers of the Kim family for generations, and their father died in the battle 20 years ago. The battle where Kim Yu Count's entire army was wiped out. "Shen Lang, have you investigated clearly? Is he the mastermind behind the sea salt poisoning of Qiu Yao Air?" The Taoist alchemist Zaitian, "No one is more intelligent than son-in-law, it's him." "Shen Lang, have you prepared the things I told you to prepare?" The Taoist alchemist Zaitian, "They've been prepared, but even though I've been hiding by Qiu Tianwei's side for more than 10 years. I'm not his trusted aide. My position in the city lord's mansion is very low. I'm afraid I won't be able to do much in this battle." "Shen Lang, if you can complete the mission, then you'll be the biggest contributor." "Yes." The Taoist alchemist Zaitian, "This old man will take his leave, take care, son-in-law." Then he left the big boat and left on a small boat. Raging Tide City Castle. Qiu Yao Air was looking out the window. It's snowing, she couldn't help but stretch out her jade-like hand to catch a snowflake, letting it melt in her palm. Pirate King Qiu Tianwei looked at his adopted daughter's back with a complicated expression. "Yao Air, father will lead the army to battle tomorrow, the safety of Raging Tide City will be officially handed over to you." Qiu Yao Air nodded, "Okay." "Qiu Tianwei, you only have 3,000 soldiers, is there a problem?" "No." Qiu Yao Air said, "Whether there are enemies or not, even if there are 10,000 or 20,000, there's no problem. Qiu Tianwei, be careful of that Su Qianxian by your side, she might not be reliable." "Yeah." Qiu Yao Air said. Qiu Yao Air frowned, reaching out to cover her lower abdomen. She felt uneasy. Because this month's period didn't come. Note, the second chapter has been sent, I'll continue to write the third chapter, begging for brother's support. Because I only slept for 4 hours today, I'm too tired, so I'm a bit irritable, yelling at my wife. I apologize here, I'm sorry, baby, please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version, at the seaside of the Jinhai Count House's fief. Tang Luan was also dressed in military attire. The Tang family's 3,000 private troops were lined up neatly on the beach. They wore shiny armor and held elite blades in their hands. The Tang family might lack other things, but they definitely didn't lack iron. They could arm the family's private army to the teeth. "Change the flag." The order was given. Dozens of flags were lit up. The word Cho was written on them. This was, of course, deceiving oneself, but it was also very important. No matter how big the conflict between the nobles and the country was, they couldn't openly start a war. Otherwise, the whole state of Yu would be in flames. It was also because of this reason that even though the Tang family and the Kim family had a deep hatred for each other, they could only decide the outcome through the 3 martial arts competitions. You want to fight, you want to bleed, right? Sure, each side would send 100 people to fight on the open ground and kill to their heart's content. They didn't even need to pay attention to the formation, they could just directly fight. But apart from the 3 martial arts competitions, they couldn't have any superficial armed conflicts, otherwise it would be as if the monarch didn't exist. So, this time, when the Cho family went to attack Xianxia Island, they still had to fly the pirate flag. Then some people would have to ask. In that case, why not just pretend to be pirates and attack the castle of Xianwu Mansion? This was the bottom line of the monarch again. Xianwu Mansion was also the territory of the state of Yu. The sea could belong to the pirate king, but you couldn't touch the land. So, Cho Tianwei had been on the sea for decades, but he hadn't landed on the land of the state of Yu. This time, to attack Xianxia Island, they also needed to pay 25% of the gold mine to the crown prince, so that he could deal with it and prevent the monarch from directly sending an army to take back Xianxia Island. And even after taking back Xianxia Island, they still needed to support Jin Muzong as the new Xian Wu and use him as a puppet. Only then would they be able to save face. The fig leaf of politics was very shameless, but without this fig leaf, it would also mean the complete collapse of the political order, and that would be the sign of the country's demise. Tang Luan stood on the high platform and looked at the clan's 3,000 private soldiers. I don't want to say that this battle is for glory, nor do I want to say that this battle is for survival, and I don't want to say that this battle is for hatred. Snowflakes fell quietly. There's a gold mine on Watchcliff Island. No, it's an ancient gold vein. How many gold coins are stored there? 50,000 jin? 100,000 jin? Countless of them. How many guards are there on Lookout Cliff Island? There were less than 4,000 of them, and more than half of them were new recruits. How many troops do we have? 30,000. This battle will be a piece of cake. You deserve to be rich in this battle. When you get to the Lookout Cliff Island and kill all the guards of the Kim family, no matter how much gold you get, it will be yours. And after we win the battle, everyone will get 20 gold coins. Not only that, for every person you kill and every head you get, you will be rewarded with 15 gold coins. As long as you are on Lookout Cliff Island, as long as you are a member of the Kim family, whether you are a warrior or a civilian, as long as you kill someone, you will be rewarded with gold coins. As soon as these words came out, the blood of the Tang family's private soldiers boiled. The attributes of a family's army were very consistent with the owner. If the Lord cared about benefits, then the army also cared about benefits. If the Lord cared about honor, then the army also cared about honor. When the Lord made the promise, the 3,000 private soldiers were overjoyed. This was indeed a journey to make a fortune. It would be difficult for the 30,000 allied troops to attack the 4,000 guards of the Kim family. The only difficulty was how to get the most heads from the 20,000 or 30,000 pirates. Fortunately, the Lord also said that the heads of the army and civilians could be exchanged for 15 gold coins. Was this encouraging the killing of innocent people? The 3,000 warriors of the Tang family immediately sharpened their knives. They wished they could grow wings and fly to Lookout Cliff Island to start a massacre. Kill all the Kim family. Leave no one, not a single blade of grass on Lookout Cliff Island. Depart. Following the order of the Count of Jinhai, Tang Luan, the 3,000 Tang family private soldiers boarded the warships, hung the pirate flag, and sailed towards the east. The 3,000 troops were led by the eldest son, Tang Zong. They were not going to Raging Tide City. They would meet up with the Cho family's pirate army on the sea, Raging Tide City Pier. This was the big scene. More than 200 different kinds of pirate warships were spread out on the sea. It could be said that there was no end to it. Close to 30,000 pirates were all on the decks of their warships. Every ship had a flag with the character Cho on it. However, there were only about 15,000 pirates who truly belonged to Cho Tianwei. The remaining 10,000 pirates all had their own masters. There were dozens of islands in the Lizhou archipelago, with dozens of pirate groups of all sizes. Every leader occupied an island. As the pirate king, Cho Tianwei occupied the entire Lizhou Island, about 4,000 square kilometers. He also controlled Raging Tide City. Hence, he was the pirate king. Many of the pirate leaders worshipped him as their master. All pirates were rebellious. Their loyalty was like a castle on the beach. But in the past 10 years, all the disobedient pirate leaders had been killed by Cho Yaoer. The pirate king Cho Shao walked up to the pier's platform. Looking at the endless warships on the sea, he felt a surge of heroism in his heart. A big scene. An unprecedented scene. It wasn't that he, Cho Tianwei, had never experienced a big battle. But the biggest one was 20 years ago, against Jin Yu Count. But at that time, he only had 5,000 pirates under his command, while Jin Yu Count had more than 10,000 allied forces. In the end, he won a complete victory. Only then did he have the hegemony he had today. Now, his hegemony was about to reach a new height. The golden vein of Xianxia Island. Once he seized it, his Zhou family could double or even triple the size of his army. At that time, his Zhou family would become a true century-old, millennium-old clan. While he was feeling heroic, he was also feeling sad. Because his heir had died. His outstanding son, Zhou Xiao, had died. Although this made people grieve, but it didn't matter. After nearly 10 years of treatment by the alchemist, his illness seemed to have been nursed back to health. Because one of his women was already pregnant. I, Cho Tianwei, am still very young, I can still give birth to many sons. At this time, his gaze could not help but look at the proud figure, his adopted daughter, Cho Yao. What a pity, this woman was too arrogant, no man in the world could conquer her. Otherwise, the descendants that he had with her would definitely be especially outstanding. Collecting his emotions, Cho Tianwei shouted, "Bring it up." Immediately, hundreds of boxes were brought up. Open. Hundreds of boxes were opened. Inside, it was all gold coins. Here are 350,000 gold coins. This is the starting fee for our brothers. Distribute it all, now. As soon as this was said, the entire sea was boiling, morale soaring. All the pirates loved this scene the most. This was also the rule of all pirates. No matter how powerful you were, if you wanted your brothers to fight, you had to first distribute the money. Starting fee, but the pirates did not expect it to be so much. After deducting the leader's share, each of them was actually able to get 10 gold coins. Don't look down on these 10 gold coins, if converted to RMB, it would be at least 10 to 20,000. In this world, regardless of whether it was the private army of a family or the army of a country, a soldier's annual salary would not exceed 6 gold coins. Pirates could plunder, so their income was much higher, but on average, each pirate's annual income would not exceed 20 gold coins. This group of fugitives could not save money, but they were extremely greedy. So, 99% of the pirates' pockets were empty, and 10 gold coins was a huge sum. Long live the king! The king is so generous! Countless pirates cheered excitedly. Next, every box of gold coins was directly sent to the various pirate warships. On Xianxia Island there is still 100,000 jin of gold, my son Cho Xiao saw it with his own eyes. Immediately, all the pirates' breathing quickened. 100,000 jin of gold? That would be more than 1,000,000 gold coins? On average, each person could get 40 to 50 gold coins, that was really a fortune. Even if they could only get a portion, they would still be rich. Cho Tianwei and Tang Luan really knew how to brag. Cho Xiao clearly said 50,000 jin of gold, but in the end, it became 100,000 jin from their mouths. The Kim family is our defeated opponent, they do not deserve so much gold. Go and snatch all the gold back. Go and kill every man in the Kim family. Go and rape every woman in the Kim family. Every island on this sea is our hunting ground. Every woman's room on this sea is our brothel. Kill them all, burn them all, rape them all, rob them all. The atmosphere was like a rainbow. Ayo. 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 Tens of thousands of pirates' blood was boiling, they madly used their scimitars to beat their chests, roaring towards the sky. Some crazy pirates directly licked the blades with their tongues, instantly filling their mouths with blood. Some pirates stripped themselves naked and moaned to the air. Kill them all, burn them all, rape them all, rob them all. Nearly 30,000 pirates shouted in unison. Set off. Kill, rob, and rape any woman you see. Set off. Following the pirate king's order. More than 100 warships majestically pounced towards Cliff Island. Cho Yao looked at this scene with disgust. These pirates were scum. Unfortunately, she could not kill them all alone, there were too many scum in this world. He had to repay his foster father, Qiu Tianwei, for saving his life, and also for raising him up. Otherwise, Zhou Yao'er would have already fled far away with her 2,000 direct descendants. Before boarding the ship, Zhou Tianwei said, Yao'er, I leave Raging Tide City to you. Will 3,000 warriors be enough? Yes, Zhou Yao'er said. Zhou Tianwei said, I believe in you, invincible. Zhou Yao'er said, Foster father, when you return, I will leave. Pirate King Zhou Tianwei's brows twitched, wait for me to return. Then, he boarded the largest pirate warship. This warship could even carry 1,000 people, and there were hundreds of skeletons on the bow forming the character Zhou. Set off. With his order, the flagship left the dock and headed in the direction of Cliffview Island. At this time, one could not look back, or it would be inauspicious. This was the rule of the pirates. But for some reason, Zhou Tianwei could not help but look back. His castle, his high and mighty castle, my foundation. Go back. Zhou Yao'er said. Then, she turned around and mounted the horse. Behind her, hundreds of female warriors lined up, surrounding her. Everyone on both sides of the street knelt on the ground, their foreheads touching the ground, trembling. At least from today onwards, the entire Raging Tide City belonged to Zhou Yao'er. 2 hours later, Zhou Yao'er led her 2,000 direct subordinates into the Raging Tide City Lord's castle. Close the gates. Rumble. The castle gates were tightly shut. From now on, without my orders, no one is allowed to enter or leave the castle. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Zhou Tianwei did not expect Xianlang's attack, but Zhou Yao'er had an instinctive feeling. But her thinking was very simple. He only had 3,000 warriors, and the Raging Tide City did not have walls, so it was impossible to defend the entire city. But it was more than enough to defend the castle. And as long as the main castle was defended, the Raging Tide City would not be lost. Even if the enemy occupied the other parts of the city, it would be useless. As long as Zhou Tianwei's army returned, they would all die. Moreover, the city lord's mansion had enough food, vegetables, fruits, and even fresh water was dug by themselves. Xianlang, it's best if you don't come. But if you do, don't think about leaving. Die here. Zhou Yao'er did not care if Xianlang came, or if it was just Xianlang's army, she was fearless. Not to mention a few thousand, even if it was 10,000 or 20,000, she could easily defeat them. This was not arrogance, but absolute confidence. The snow is getting heavier, so beautiful. Su Qianqian said. Zhou Yao'er did not reply. Su Qianqian said, General, do you like children? Zhou Yao'er shook her head, no. Su Qianqian was stunned. Zhou Yao'er was speaking the truth. She really did not like children. She liked to be free and unrestrained. Once she had a child, she would have something to worry about. Do you like Xianlang? Zhou Yao'er suddenly asked. Su Qianqian was stunned, then shook her head. Zhou Yao'er said, then why did you ask me if I like children? Aren't you trying to persuade him? You're trying to soften me. You've observed my cycle, and you know that my period has not come yet. Su Qianqian said, General, I noticed that your period has not come yet, so I asked you if you like children. I was just worried that you would be careless, so I reminded you. Zhou Yao'er said, it's been almost a month since that night, and my period has not come yet. Do you think I might be pregnant? Su Qianqian said, according to Xianlang, your body has a lot of heavy metals, so you shouldn't be able to get pregnant. Moreover, after the last treatment, you let your blood out twice, so it might be normal for your period to not come. That's right, in the past month, Zhou Yao'er had let her blood out twice. Because his blood pressure was still very high, every time his head swelled, she would let her blood out, and then he would feel much better. This woman was so ferocious that even letting her blood out had become a habit. Xianlang might come and lead the Kim family's warriors to take over Raging Tide City, Zhou Yao'er said. Su Qianqian was stunned, that can't be, right? The Kim family's elite warriors can't exceed 2,000 people. Taking over Raging Tide City with just 2,000 people? Isn't that just a dream? Zhou Yao'er said, he's placing his hopes on you. He wants to kill me, and everyone in the castle. I heard that his use of poison is godly. Su Qianqian shook her head furiously. Zhou Yao'er said, this man is vicious and heartless. If killing me can take over Raging Tide City, he won't hesitate to do so. Of course, this is nothing at all. Xianxia continued to shake her head as tears flowed down her cheeks. Chou Yaoer said, in order to avoid arousing suspicion and for me not to kill you, you are not to leave this room from now on. If you take a single step out, you will be killed without question. Yes. The 4 female warriors outside replied. And so, Xianxia was placed under house arrest. At this time, the castle gates were sealed, so the water from the wells became especially important. If someone poisoned the water from the wells, the consequences would be unthinkable. Xianxia was a source of danger. Not only could she not get close to the wells, but she was also placed under house arrest. On one hand, it was to prevent her from doing evil, and on the other hand, it was to protect her. Chou Yaoer didn't want to kill her, but she also didn't really care. Returning to the city lord's residence, Chou Yaoer sat on the high throne, feeling nothing. She really had no desire for power. Go find the city lord's doctor. A few moments later, the Taoist alchemist Xianxia arrived. However, he wasn't called Xianxia here. Chou Yaoer placed a piece of paper on her wrist and said, "Take my pulse." The Taoist alchemist Xianxia was a bit surprised, then replied, "Yes." Then, Xianxia carefully placed his finger on Chou Yaoer's pulse. After a long while, Xianxia asked, "Young miss, what do you want to see?" Chou Yaoer replied, "To see if I'm pregnant." Immediately, Xianxia jumped in fright. Pregnant? This word was really shocking. You, Chou Yaoer, just said it like that. Don't you hate men the most? You want to check if you're pregnant, that means you've been slept with by a man. Do you know how shocking this news is? But Chou Yaoer really didn't care. She didn't care if people knew she was slept with by a man, or if people knew she was pregnant. Selfless heart, the world is wide. Xianxia carefully checked her pulse. How is it? Chou Yaoer asked. The Taoist alchemist Xianxia replied, "Young miss, your pulse is extremely complicated, I'm not sure." It was true. Chou Yaoer's pulse was completely messed up. Firstly, her blood contained a large amount of heavy metals. Secondly, she had a special heaven-defying bloodline talent, plus she often used her own blood to treat herself, and also liked to use qi to suppress her own blood. If that was the case, it would be strange if her pulse could be accurate. Yes, I understand. Chou Yaoer replied. Men, put this doctor under house arrest, do not torture him, but do not let him leave the room, otherwise kill him. This order. The Taoist alchemist Xianxia was shocked. Could it be? I've been found out, that's impossible. I've been undercover for more than 10 years without a single flaw. I've only met the son-in-law once, I've never had any contact with the outside world. Why? Xianxia asked. Chou Yaoer replied, "First, because you told foster father about the ancient metal veins, using them as instigators. Second, you were very scared when you saw me." Xianxia said, "I was just telling the truth about the ancient metal veins. Big sister's name is known far and wide, and all men fear you." Chou Yaoer said, "You've saved countless lives, and many of the women I've saved were all cured by you, so why are you afraid of me? You clearly know that I have no ill intentions towards you, and when foster father sent you to treat me, you were quite calm and didn't fear me. Now that you're afraid of me, of course it's not normal." Xianxia said, I'm innocent. Chou Yaoer said, "I'm not going to kill you, I'm just putting you under house arrest, so what?" Then, Xianxia was also put under house arrest. He had always said that Chou Yaoer was very smart. It was just that most of the time, she didn't like to use her brain. Once she started to use her brain, she was very sharp. Just like that, the 2 spies that Shen Lang had planted around her were both put under house arrest. This woman was really something. The distance between Raging Tide City and Cliff Gazing Island was not far, only a few hundred kilometers. Half a day later, Chou Tianwei's 30,000 pirates and the Tang family's 3,000 private army met up on the sea. There was no salute. After looking down on each other, both sides still kept a distance and rushed towards Cliff Gazing Island. Another half a day passed, Cliff Gazing Island was already in sight. But it was already dark, Cho Tianwei ordered, keep a distance from cliff-gazing island, monitor the sea within 100 kilometers, and don't allow any ships to enter or leave. Yes. Then, more than 100 warships spread out. They vaguely surrounded the entire cliff-gazing island. At this time, there were sparks on cliff-gazing island. Obviously, the guards on the island had discovered that the enemy had arrived and were frantically building a defensive line overnight. The pirates felt disdain in their hearts. If your castle had been built, it would have been difficult for us to attack it. You're only starting to build a defensive line now. Don't you think it's too late? No one in the world can save you anymore. The destruction of the Kim family was already a foregone conclusion. The night passed uneventfully. It was impossible to launch a night attack on the sea. The weather was so cold, and the pirate army was so far away from the dock. If you wanted to swim from the sea to attack, you would freeze to death before you even reached. The next morning, Cho Tianwei ordered, army land on the island, kill everyone on the island. Kill them all, burn them all, rob them all. Note, the third update has been sent. Today there were only 17,000 updates. I actually feel a little guilty. But I've really tried my best, and I've used the last of my will. I'm begging for everyone's support. Please, first, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Bookseller's mobile. It was snowing ferociously. A layer of snow had already formed on the ground. Xuanwu Jinzhua led 2,000 troops to guard the defensive line behind Wanya Island's beach. The so-called defensive line was just a low wall made of stones and mud. In order to take over Raging Tide, Shen Lang had taken all the elite warriors with him. Most of the 2,000 troops around Xuanwu were recruits. There were less than 500 veterans. But from the looks of it, there were more than 4,000 people. The other 2,000 were miners' militias. After putting on their armor, they looked like regular soldiers. Of course, the morale of these recruits was still high. After all, after joining the army, they would eat well, wear well, and earn more money. Moreover, their families had been citizens of the Kim family for generations. Their loyalty was engraved in their bones. 4,000 people didn't sound like a lot, but it looked like a dense mass of people. At this time, the pirate warships were getting closer and closer. The recruits couldn't help but feel nervous. They felt like they couldn't breathe. Nervous my ass, a veteran said disdainfully. He grabbed a ball of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. Recruits are so useless. They look big, but they're even more timid than eggs, the veteran mocked as he chewed on the snow. As he chewed, he felt that something was wrong. Why was the snow salty? Damn, which bastard peed? The veteran quickly spat out the snow in his mouth. Tui tui, I was wondering why the snow was so yellow. Ha 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 ha, immediately, everyone laughed. The tense atmosphere was relieved. Xuanwu Jinzhua also couldn't help but smile. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Listen to orders. Do you remember what I taught you before? Xuanwu's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear clearly. Remember, everyone shouted. Xuanwu said, we've practiced it many times these days. It's just like normal. He didn't say anything heroic. His tone was calm, but it made everyone feel at ease. That's right. They had practiced this battle hundreds of times. Every recruit could recite it backwards. Every miner was even more so. On the observation deck, the flag-bearer shouted, the enemy is 5 li away. 3 li. 2 li. 1 li. Army, land on the island. Kill, burn, and plunder. Following Cho Tianwei's order, countless pirates roared and began to crazily disembark. It was impossible for more than 100 pirate warships to dock at the pier, so when they were still a few hundred meters away from the beach, the pirates lowered their dinghies and rowed wildly towards the beach. Some of the more ferocious pirates didn't even use a sampan. They jumped directly into the sea, held a broadsword in their mouth, and paddled directly towards the beach. That was awesome. It was winter, and there was heavy snow in the sky. The temperature of the sea would not exceed 3 to 5 degrees Celsius. However, these pirates did not feel cold at all. Instead, they felt their blood boiling. Gold. There were 50,000 kilograms of gold on the island. First come, first served. Whoever snatched it would get more points. Kill, kill, kill. Instantly, the entire surface of the sea boiled. Countless pirates disembarked in a frenzy. That scene was really like a receding tide with countless crabs on the beach. They were densely packed, black, and innumerable. And the Tang family's private army, each wearing armor, could only disembark by dinghies. Idiot. Weak chicken. After looking at each other in disdain, they continued to charge. Just a moment later, most of the pirate army rushed to the beach. Facing Xuanwu's line of defense, these pirates were fearless and still madly charged. 500 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. Behind the line of defense, the Kim family recruits' legs were trembling, and they were somewhat frightened. Although they had practiced many times, when these ferocious pirates rushed up, the scene was still too shocking. They didn't expect that there would be so many 30,000 people. It almost covered the entire beach. It was boundless. Shoot, shoot, Xuanwu gave the order. Whoosh 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 whoosh, more than 2,000 soldiers and more than 2,000 miners and militia drew their bows and arrows and shot. Arrows fell like rain. Like locusts streaking across the sky, and then suddenly smashed down. Puff puff puff, like rain hitting banana leaves, countless arrows pierced the beach. The hit rate was almost zero. Because they were 200 meters away. Archers who could shoot from such a long distance were 1 in 100. Therefore, this round of arrow rain caused the casualties of the pirates to be in single digits. Ha 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 ha, this group of weak chickens, they can't shoot as far as I can pee. Don't say that they can't pee as far as I can. They can't shoot as far as I can. Many pirates laughed. It had to be said that the performance of these recruits and militia in Xianwu Mansion was really average. Most of the militia's arrows were only tens of meters away. Rush up, kill them all, kill them all. Don't kill them all, leave some good-looking ones. I want to F***CK them. I want to F***CK them too. I want to F***CK them too. The pirates laughed maniacally as they charged. It was not like fighting at all, but more like looting. Shoot, shoot, Xuanwu gave the order. The 4,000 people behind him released arrows again. Once again, arrows fell like rain. This time, they were only about 100 meters away from the pirates, and the casualties caused by the 4,000 arrow rain finally reached double digits. However, these pirates were already very close. Their hideous faces and yellowed teeth could already be seen. Run, run, no one knew who started it first. After a roar, the defenders of Xianwu Mansion turned around and fled. At first, it was the miners and militia who fled, then the recruits, and finally the veterans who fled. Xuanwu roared, "Don't run, don't run. Kill those who retreat." After that, Xuanwu and Xianxia suddenly pulled out their swords and slashed at the two people next to them. Immediately, two heads rolled down. Of course, these two people were not real soldiers, but prisoners on death row. It was all an act, so of course it had to be absolutely realistic. Even so, it seemed that they couldn't stop the rout. The 4,000 soldiers of Xianwu Mansion were still fleeing frantically. Go to the mine, go to the pit. Someone shouted loudly. Xuanwu was furious and roared unwillingly, retreat to the pit. Retreat to the pit. Go and protect the gold. The battle looked like it was about to collapse. The soldiers of Xianwu Mansion almost collapsed at the first touch. The 30,000 pirates were ecstatic. They knew that the army of Xianwu Mansion was weak, but they didn't expect it to be this weak. Pirate King Chou Tianwei frowned and asked Tang Zong, "Are the soldiers of Xianwu Mansion that weak?" Tang Zong, the eldest son of the Duke of Jinhai, Tang Luan. Not that weak. Tang Zong said, "In terms of pure combat power, the soldiers of Xianwu Mansion are stronger than us." Chou Tianwei said, "Then why did they collapse at the first touch? Completely unable to withstand a single blow? Is there a trap here?" However, soon, Chou Tianwei felt the power of the elites of Xianwu Mansion. More than 4,000 recruits and militia retreated frantically, running towards the big pit. Xuanwu suddenly roared, "Leave 500 men and follow me to cover the retreat of the main force." Immediately, the 500 elites of the Kim family formed a steel line of defense, relying on the temporarily built stone wall defense line. These 500 warriors, all wearing the new steel armor, holding the new saber in their hands, armed to the teeth. Shoot, shoot, whoosh 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 whoosh, the 500 elite warriors shot arrows. This time, it was no longer shooting, but straight shooting. Puff 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 puff, suddenly, dozens of pirates fell. The arrows shot by 500 people were even more powerful than the 4,000 people just now. Shoot! Shoot! Moreover, these 500 elite warriors' shooting speed was extremely fast. They could shoot one arrow in 3 seconds. In just half a minute, they shot 10 arrows. There were a large number of casualties among the pirates, reaching hundreds of people. Finally, the first 1,000 pirates rushed to the front of the defense line. Xuanwu Jinzhu roared, "Draw your saber." The 500 elite warriors pulled out their sabers in unison, their movements as uniform as one. Kill! Kill! The first 1,000 pirates rushed towards the 500 warriors of the Kim family. Close combat. Suddenly, they fought crazily. The result was surprising. The pirate vanguard, with twice the number of people, suffered a big loss in the first battle. Because their sabers only left a shallow mark on the armor of the warriors of the Kim family. However, the sabers of the warriors of the Kim family could easily split their leather armor and cut their bodies. Even if the sabers blocked. The pirates' sabers would even break directly. The armor and weapons of the warriors of the Kim family were more than a generation more advanced than those of the pirate army. Blood spurted and broken limbs flew. The situation of the battle instantly became tragic. Kill! 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 500 elite warriors guarded the line of defense. The pirate army kept coming, more and more, more and more. Finally, more than 1,000 people, more than 2,000 people rushed up to fight. Because this line of defense was so narrow, it could only accommodate more than 2,000 people at most. 2,000 pirates against 500 elite warriors of the Kim family. They were still evenly matched. Seeing this scene, Xuanwu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. On the night of killing Cho Xiao, the performance of the family's private army was really very bad. More than 3,000 people were on the mountainside, but they were still rushed up by 2,000 pirates, and there were casualties. This made Count Kim begin to wonder if his family warriors were not good enough. But today's battle performance was extremely outstanding. Of course, it was not because the warriors of the Kim family had become stronger, they were still them. These elite warriors had received the most rigorous formal combat training. The warriors cooperated with each other, and the power of the general formation was exerted to the extreme. But that night, they couldn't see, so they couldn't cooperate with each other. On the contrary, pirates often plundered at night, and were better at fighting alone, which was more advantageous for them at night. And that night, a veteran with 4 new recruits was even more difficult to perform. Now it was daytime, and the new armor and weapons were too powerful, and all of them were elite veterans, so the record was brilliant. 500 people against more than 2,000 people, still undefeated. It seems that the strategy of elite troops is the right one. It's useless to have more people. Xuanwu thought. When the pirate king Cho Tianwei saw this, his heart immediately relaxed. Tang Zong said, "This is the strength of the warriors of the Kim family. Unfortunately, there are too few elites like this." Xuanwu expanded too quickly and recruited too many new recruits. Not only are they useless in battle, they will also retreat and ruin the plan. Although the 500 elites led by Xuanwu were powerful, their strength was limited. More and more pirates rushed up, and soon they were surrounded. The ground was full of blood, and hundreds of corpses were piled up in disorder. It was almost time. Xuanwu shouted, break out, retreat to the mine, protect the gold." Immediately, more than 400 elites changed their formation, protecting Xuanwu in the middle, forming a sharp knife formation and began to break out. After paying the price of dozens of lives, Xuanwu successfully broke out and retreated towards the mine. The encirclement of more than 3,000 pirates only lasted for less than a quarter of an hour before they were broken out. At this time, the eldest son of Count Jin Hai, Tang Zong, revealed a proud look. These pirates were incomparably brave and fearless, but they were too undisciplined, so they were no match for the regular army on the battlefield. The pirate king Cho Tianwei was also reflecting. he had slightly underestimated the enemy. In the battle 20 years ago, he led 5,000 pirates to kill Jin Yu's army of more than 10,000. From then on, he felt that the army of the Kim family could not withstand a single blow. Now it seemed that the army of the Kim family was not good at sea battles, but was very good at land battles. And his own pirate army was the opposite. Chou Tianwei also decided. Once he took down Wanya Island, he would also train his subordinates into a regular army. If the Chou family wanted to officially rise, they still had to go on land. Just like Chou Yaoer's warriors, they did not live to plunder, not for gold, only to fight. Rearrange the formation, rearrange the formation. The pirate king ordered. Immediately, the 30,000 allied army formally formed a formation on the large open space, no longer charging chaotically. After an entire hour, the 30,000 allied army finally gathered into 30 formations. Advance, surround the mine. Then, the 30,000 allied army marched towards the big mine. At this time, they could not be anxious, and there was no need to be anxious. Anyway, the sea had been blocked by the pirate warships, and the thousands of people of the Kim family would not be able to escape. Bang, 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 bang. After the tens of thousands of pirates finished forming their formation, they marched towards the big mine. Although it was a small island, in order to facilitate the transportation of iron and salt to the dock, the Kim family opened up a wide road, which was 4 to 5 meters wide. Now it was convenient for the tens of thousands of pirates to march. The 30,000 pirates walked for nearly an hour for a short distance of 5 kilometers. Finally, they arrived at the big mine. Although all the pirates present had seen great scenes, they were still shocked when they saw this huge mine. It was so big, so deep. This huge mine was more than 400 meters in diameter and 30 to 40 meters deep. There was no other way. The Kim family had been mining in Wanya Island for more than 200 to 300 years. Thousands of miners had been digging for 200 to 300 years, so it was not surprising that they had dug out such a huge sinkhole. More than 30,000 pirates surrounded the huge mine and looked down. There was a road that spiraled down to the bottom of the mine. The stone road was dug very quickly. It was 3 to 4 meters long, enough for a carriage to go up and down. At this time, Chou Tianwei could clearly see that more than 4,000 troops led by Xuanwu were guarding the bottom of the mine. Not only were there many houses built of stone, but many caves had been dug out. It was indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack. Do you see the gold? Do you see the gold? Many pirates looked around. There was no gold at all. But this did not disappoint them. Instead, it made them even more excited. The gold must have been hidden in the mine. I see it, I see it. Where? I don't see the gold bricks, but look at the mineral soil. Everyone saw it. Countless mineral soil was piled up at the bottom of the mine, like a mountain. Unfortunately, the mineral soil was covered by snow. But because the 4,000 troops of Xuanwu had just stepped on it, some of the snow on the mineral soil was trampled away. Even from so far away, one could see the golden color of the mineral soil. Chou Tianwei's martial arts were high, and his eyesight was also strong. He could clearly see the countless gold sand in the mineral soil. Tang Zong also saw it. Although he did not see the gold bricks, Chou Tianwei's heart was even more excited. It was indeed the ancient gold vein. How could a normal gold mine have so much gold sand? Even the richest mine would not have such a high content. The gold in the mine might have already been transported away. But compared to the entire ancient gold vein, a mere few tens of thousands of jin of gold was nothing. How much mineral soil was there? At least tens of millions of jin. How much gold could be laundered out? At least 10,000 jin, maybe even more. This was not a gold mine, this was the ancient gold vein. God bless my Chou clan to rise. Tang Zong's breathing also quickened. It really was the ancient gold vein. God knows how much gold there was here. Marquis Nu Chao, what should we do now? Tang Zong said, all of Count Xuanwu's guards are at the bottom of the mine. Should we charge into the mine and kill them all in one go? Snatch away the entire ancient gold vein? Chou Tianwei's heart was filled with a strong impulse. Charge down, he killed every single member of the Kim clan. They would take away all the gold and occupy the ancient gold vein. But, looking at the huge mine, Zhou Tianwei instinctively felt danger. The sky pit looked too shocking, instinctively giving people the feeling that it was a fatal trap. Shenlang, this evil creature, was extremely vicious and cunning. What if he had set up a shocking trap in the huge mine? No. Not going down. Pirate King Zhou Tianwei said, the ancient gold vein will not run, and the thousands of people in Xuanwu will not be able to escape. We will only surround them and not attack. Tang Zong said, is there a need for that? Pirate King Zhou Tianwei said, what if there is a trap in the mine? Trap? What trap? This mine was made of hard stone, not a forest, not a swamp, how could there be a trap? However, even his father Tang Luan did not have much room to speak in front of Zhou Tianwei, let alone him. Yes, everything will be according to the will of the Marquis of New Chao. Thus, the suspicious pirate King Zhou Tianwei set up camp on top of the huge mine, surrounding the entire mine. He just refused to take a step down. Xuanwu, so what if you hide in the mine? Do you have enough food to eat? Do you have enough fresh water to drink? I will always surround you, starve you to death, die of thirst. Even if there is a trap, I will make you completely blind. In the end, I will catch a turtle in a jar. At the bottom of the huge mine, inside a stone house. Jin Zhong looked at the densely packed pirate camp above, full of worry. Master, Zhou Tianwei's army will not come down, what should we do? We used a few months to set up an inescapable net in this mine, a shocking trap, but if Zhou Tianwei's pirate army does not come down, there is nothing we can do. Yes, it is useless to set a trap, they will not step in. Count Xuanwu said indifferently, you're anxious just like that. He would definitely step in. According to Langer's arrangements, he would just have to take it step by step. Langer's understanding of people's hearts is very terrifying. In terms of psychological warfare, Shenlang had never lost to anyone. Unless you are not greedy, not vengeful, not hateful. Otherwise, you will definitely fall into Shenlang's trap, it is only a matter of time. Jin Zhou counted, at least until now, Zhou Tianwei's actions are completely in line with Langer's predictions. Zhou Yaoer warned Shenlang not to take a step into Raging Tide City, otherwise he would be killed. Thus, Shenlang came again. It had been more than a month since he was ravaged by Zhou Yaoer. Once again, he stepped into this bustling city. This time, Raging Tide City was still incomparably prosperous, but it had become chaotic. Because Zhou Tianwei's pirate army had left, Zhou Yaoer gathered all the troops in the city lord's residence, and closed the door, ignoring everything that happened outside. In the beginning, the villains of Raging Tide City were still very careful. But soon, they realized that no one really cared, so they began to kill and rob. The evil in this city began to be released. It became more and more chaotic day by day. More and more spies and warriors infiltrated this city. Crooks mixed in with the honest folk. Along the way, Shenlang saw at least 3 robberies and 2 murders. But the shops on both sides of the street still did business. Because there were more than 10 warriors guarding outside every shop, ordinary hooligans did not dare to provoke them. This was truly a city of chaos. Under the escort of over 100 elite warriors, Shenlang entered a courtyard. Order all warriors hiding in Raging Tide City to gather. Prepare to attack Raging Tide City Lord's residence. Note, I have only slept for 4 hours since the first chapter was sent. This insomnia is too terrible. My work efficiency is not as good as when I stayed up late, so the first chapter was even later. I will go and lie down for a while, even if I can't sleep, I will close my eyes and continue writing the second chapter. Begging for monthly votes, begging for support. Congratulations to the new Alliance Master, Little Tadpole King. Desserts are extremely grateful. The pirate King Zhou Tianwei was a very complicated person. However, if one were to use 3 words to describe him, they would be greedy, vicious, and paranoid. One could tell from how cautious and suspicious Qiao Xiao was at that time. In the past few days and nights, Qiao Xiao had not eaten any food on the island, nor had he drunk any water on the island. He did not even use any utensils on the island. And Zhou Tianwei was even more suspicious than his son. The slightest sound of wind and cranes could be heard, and every plant and tree was treated like an enemy. He was the one who wanted to snatch at the moment he heard that there was an ancient metal vein on Watchcliff Island. He was also the one who asked his son to negotiate. He was the one who had led an army of tens of thousands to charge over, but when the ancient metal vein was right in front of him, he hesitated. Did he really think that there was a trap at the bottom of the mine? No, not really. It was just an instinctive suspicion. Just like in the art of war, one should never enter a forest or a valley. Just like that, the 30,000-strong pirate coalition set up camp at the top of the mine, surrounding the Xuanwu army. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. But as time passed, he was still the one who felt restless. Tang Zong, the eldest son of the Jin High Count house, found it even more intolerable. He was in high spirits and couldn't stand such a cowardly way of fighting. Finally, he once again came in front of Qiu Tianwei, and said with incomparable respect, "Marquis of New Chao, you are a master of the art of war, may I ask if you have any clues?" Qiu Tianwei drank silently. Tang Zong said, "I know there is a saying in the art of war, don't enter a forest, don't enter a valley, because you are afraid of being ambushed." Regardless of whether it was the forest or the valley, their vision was not clear. However, the mine in front of us is completely unobstructed, so we can't set up any ambush. Qiu Tianwei still did not speak. Tang Zong said, "How many troops can Xuanwu have?" After he expanded his army, he had a total of 5,000 private soldiers. He also left over 1,000 to guard his fief. More than 4,000 of them are here. We can even see them every day. Besides, we're the ones looking down on them, not them. He was right. Even the pirate king Qiu Tianwei could not imagine that there would be any traps in this pit. So what if his 30,000-strong army reached the bottom of the pit? Xuanwu's mere 4,000 people couldn't harm them at all. Tang Zong said, "If Marquis Nu Chao is not at ease, I can lead my family's private army to go down and investigate." As soon as these words came out, Qiu Tianwei was instantly angered. "Tang Zong, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I'm as timid as a mouse? Besides, who knew how much gold there was at the bottom of this mine? Do you want to take everything for yourself?" Tang Zong said, "Of course, besieging Xuanwu with the army and exhausting its food and water supply is also a way to win without a fight. However, with the heavy snow, there was no need to worry about fresh water. On the other hand, Xuanwu must have hidden all of his rations in the house under the big pit. Perhaps he has even more rations than we have. Our rations are all transported by ship, so we can't outlast them." Qiu Tianwei frowned. "Who do you think you are? Your father, Tang Luan, doesn't even dare to speak loudly in front of me. How dare a mere child? Like you question me?" Qiu Tianwei said indifferently, "If you are not satisfied, you can lead the army and leave." As soon as these words came out, Tang Zong's expression changed slightly. "We're about to get the ancient gold vein and wipe out the Xianwu mansion, and you want me to leave? Won't I be beaten to death by my father when I return? Won't I miss the opportunity of the Tang family's rise?" Tang Zong said helplessly, "Everything will be as the Marquis says." After returning to the camp, Tang Zong couldn't help but curse. What kind of pirate king is he? He's as timid as a mouse. I really don't know how he got his fury-tide city. How stupid must Jinyu Count have been 20 years ago? He was actually defeated by this kind of person, and his whole army was wiped out. Such a big pit, and everywhere is bare. Even a ghost can't hide, how could there be an ambush? This person is really outdated. The Tang family's private army all agreed with him. Not only Tang Zong was dissatisfied, but many of the pirate leaders also complained in their hearts. What's wrong with the king? The gold mine is piled up like a mountain. Maybe there's 100,000 jin of gold in that house. Why not kill them? Isn't that right? It's like a woman being stripped naked, but you don't do it. That's not all. You've clearly reached the peak, but you're still holding your balls, not letting you tremble one last time. As soon as this was said, many of the pirate leaders looked at the man. Your analogy is the best, and you're the best. Isn't that the case? A big pit is a big hole, and they're already at the mouth of the hole, why not go in? This is going to suffocate them to death. Suddenly, the man said to Yu Yu, "Is the king thinking of something else?" "What is it?" "There's a lot of gold and gold down there. Is the king afraid that we'll steal too much gold? He wants to starve Xuanwu's army to death, then secretly send his trusted men down to take all the gold." When we rushed down, there was no gold, but he said that the gold had already been taken away by Xuanwu. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Because it made sense. That won't do. What are we here for? To make a fortune. Yes, yes, yes. Although the king is our leader, he can't stop us from making money. There's so much gold, he can't take it all for himself. His Zhou family occupying Furious Tide City has already made everyone jealous, and now he wants all the gold? Keep your voice down, if the king hears you, you're dead. Immediately, someone said to Yu, the female demon isn't here, what's there to be afraid of? Everyone looked at him again. Brother, you're the best out of everyone here, always hitting the nail on the head. Everyone thought back. Why was everyone afraid of the Zhou family? It was because of Qiu Yaoer, the invincible general. She was too terrifying. If you were the slightest bit disobedient, she would immediately bring troops to destroy you. They didn't care about loyalty at all. On the other hand, Qiu Tianwei was more or less concerned about relationships. Why was everyone so obedient all these years? It was all because of Qiu Yaoer. When this female demon came out to fight, she could win with 10,000 people, 3,000, or even 1,000. Sometimes, she would even bring a few hundred people to fight and win. The two ghost head blades were practically invincible when they swung. Any disobedient pirates were all minced into meat paste. The female demon isn't here, why don't we go talk to the king? That's right, there are only 4,000 people in Xianwu Mansion, and we have 30,000 people. If we don't dare to fight, if we don't dare to go down, we'll be too useless. Immediately, that person said to Yu, we can't just say that the king is too careful. We should say that our rations are running out, and we can't hold on for much longer. If we don't attack, I'm afraid we'll have to retreat first. Everyone looked at him. Brother, you're truly outstanding. Thus, the group of pirate leaders elected this outstanding leader to talk to Qiu Tianwei. Brother, you're the most outstanding person here, you go talk, we'll give you a boost. Dozens of pirate leaders came to Qiu Tianwei's tent. The outstanding pirate leader knelt down and said, Your Majesty, that day, in response to your Qiu clan's annihilation order, we were in a hurry to dispatch our troops, so we didn't bring enough rations. If we don't advance and eliminate Xuanwu's garrison, I'm afraid that in a few days, our rations will run out, and we might have to retreat back home to transport rations. Qiu Tianwei did not speak. The outstanding pirate leader said, The art of war says, the first drum of courage, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Xuanwu leads 4,000 people, and most of them are new recruits, which I see as useless. And the morale of the king's army is high, everyone is unafraid of death, and wholeheartedly seeks revenge for the young master. So in my opinion, the king has 3 victories, and Xuanwu has 3 defeats. Qiu Tianwei said, Oh, tell me about it. The outstanding pirate leader said, My army is 10 times the size of Xuanwu's, this is 1 victory. The king is wise and valiant, far surpassing Xuanwu, this is 2 victories. Our morale is like a rainbow, Xuanwu is dispirited, this is 3 victories. So I dare to conclude that as long as the king gives the order, in less than 2 hours, we can kill Xuanwu's 4,000 pigs and dogs. Qiu Tianwei said indifferently, I didn't realize before that there was such an outstanding talent like you in my army. The outstanding pirate said, The king is too kind, the king holds Jinshan Island in his left hand, and the ancient gold vein in his right. Your hegemony is about to be achieved, and all the talents in the world will come to join you. I only admire the king's might, and can't be considered a talent. Qiu Tianwei said, I let everyone surround and not attack because I have a selfish motive, I want to take the gold for myself. The demoness Qiu Yaoer is not here, so everyone does not need to be too afraid of me, the pirate king. These words were also said by you. As soon as these words came out, the outstanding pirate trembled and turned his head. F***ck, who betrayed me, where's the loyalty of the pirates? Men, this person is disturbing my army's morale, drag him out and behead him. Spare me, a long scream. The outstanding brother was beheaded, and his head was chopped off. Many of the pirate leaders retreated, drawing a clear line with this person. I already said that this person's thoughts are very dangerous. Yes, he actually dared to question the king's wise decision, I can't stand it anymore. Even if the king doesn't kill him, I can't help but kill him. When the outstanding brother was beheaded, there was only one thought in his mind. So, I'm not outstanding, you guys are. Xiao Tianwei held the bloody head in his hand and said coldly, from now on, whoever dares to question my military orders will end up like him. Many of the pirate leaders shrunk their necks, and kept quiet out of fear. Xiao Tianwei knew that although he temporarily suppressed the opinions of these pirate leaders, he definitely could not suppress their greed. Gold moved people's hearts. It was impossible to make these pirates hold back, knowing that there was an endless amount of gold at the bottom of the pit. Morale could only be boosted, not lost. The next day, Xiao Tianwei ordered the pirates to fight, using provocation. Thus, countless pirates pointed at Xuanwu, who was at the bottom of the pit, and cursed. These were pirates. What kind of vicious words couldn't be cursed? What kind of filthy words couldn't be cursed? It was simply unbearable. Xuanwu's entire family was humiliated. Shenlong's entire family was humiliated. Xuanwu's wife, Su Peipei, and Shenlong's wife, Jing Mulan, became the two people who were the most humiliated by the pirates. 3 sentences were always on the bottom 3. This group of pirates simply used words to humiliate every inch of the 2 women's bodies. If words were like feces and urine, the entire pit would have been buried by now. The warriors of the Kim family at the bottom of the pit were about to explode with anger. They didn't have much contact with Madame Count, but Jing Mulan was the leader of the family's private army, and everyone respected her like a goddess. When talking about women in the army, they didn't hide their words. Even the queen and the princess dared to joke, and the private army of the Xianwu mansion was no exception. However, no one in the family's private army would ever dare to say half a word about Jing Mulan. If anyone dared to, they would be beaten to death. In the hearts of all the warriors of the Kim family, Jing Mulan was a pure and flawless goddess who could never be desecrated. Although Shenlong's performance had conquered everyone, in the hearts of all the warriors, the son-in-law Shenlang was still not worthy of the goddess Mulan. It's just that, seeing that you are so vicious and we can't afford to offend you, we reluctantly feel that you are worthy. But now, these lowly pirates were humiliating the goddess. These warriors of the Kim family couldn't wait to pull out their swords and rush up to fight these pirates. Jin Zhong said, "Master, let me rush up and kill for a while. I can't stand it anymore." Xuanwu Jinshua was also furious. In his life, the person he loved the most was his wife. His wife was so pure and flawless. You dirty pirates dared to desecrate her like this. I can't wait to tear you into pieces. However, Xuanwu endured it. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. Langer, that little fox. Jinshua said angrily. He felt that Shenlang must have guessed that this would happen, so he left early. When the pirates saw that Xuanwu was unmoved and did not fight, they were immediately disappointed. Not only were the pirate leaders indignant, but even the pirate soldiers were also dissatisfied. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Are you scared by such a big pit? How could such a huge pit hold 30,000 people? Xuanwu only has less than 4,000 people, and most of them are new recruits. Countless gold is below, and you still don't dare to fight. At this time, the snow has stopped and the sun has come out. The snow on the countless mines below has melted a lot. When the sun shines, the eyes are filled with golden light. It's all gold. They piled up into small hills one after another. It's less than a mile, but the king doesn't dare to fight. Too cowardly. Is such a person qualified to be our lord? Xiao Tianwei felt the hatred in the hearts of countless pirates. Thus, he decided to take the provocation one step further. Even if he can't anger Xuanwu, he can vent the anger in the hearts of the pirates and boost their morale. But in short, he just won't go down. I don't know if Shenlang has set a trap in the big pit, but I won't go down. Don't even think about harming me. Damn, such a big pit, just looking at it is inauspicious. Wasn't it obvious that they were tricking him? What is the favorite of pirates, of course, is the bottom 3. In the afternoon, the sun is shining fiercely. The pirates' fierce fighting style has completely upgraded. When Uncle Xuanwu saw this, he was almost about to explode. Xiao Tianwei found a few handsome men and put them on women's clothes. Other than Qiu Yaoer, pirates generally don't bring women to battle, because it is inauspicious. But the vast sea is extremely lonely, so many pirate leaders will bring some handsome men. At this time, these people came in handy. One played the role of Jean Moulin, the other played the role of Count's wife Su Peipei. There was also a person who directly played the role of Shen Lang. Then, the three of them were like dogs, with a rope around their necks, crawling on the ground. I am Su Peipei, I am so lonely, everyone come and do me. I am Shen Lang, my favorite man, come and do me. These handsome pirates kneeled on the ground, like dogs scratching their heads coquettishly, extremely ugly. Then, a group of pirates rushed up and tore apart their clothes, putting on an even uglier scene. Xuanwu, did you see that? Your wife Su Peipei is taking turns with us. Pretty boy Shen Lang, do you feel good from all of us? This ugly scene caused all the pirates to be intoxicated by it. They temporarily suppressed their dissatisfaction towards Pirate King Chou Tianwei. Underground, Xuanwu took out his big sword and slashed crazily. This was going too far. This was going too far. How dare you humiliate my wife, my daughter, and my son-in-law, I wish I could tear you all into pieces. From this, it could be seen how honest Jinzhui Count was. If it was Zhang Chong, he would not be angry at all. Instead, he would laugh in disdain. Another day passed. Chou Tianwei decided not to go into the pit tomorrow. As for morale, didn't the pirates like to watch these dirty shows? In that case, he might as well overdo it. Today's show was a group of pirates ravaging Su Peipei, Shen Lang, and Jean Moulin. Then tomorrow's show of Shen Lang being cut into 1,000 pieces. Really cut into 1,000 pieces. In any case, a rabbit's life was not worth much. Dress him up a little, make him look like Shen Lang, then strip him naked and kneel on the ground, cut him off one by one, and put him to death. It was guaranteed that many pirates would enjoy watching. Anyway, don't let them be bored. Once they were bored, they would complain in their hearts. The next morning, the prettiest rabbit was dressed up. Not to mention, he looked a bit similar to Shen Lang. At this time, the husband who was pretending to be Shen Lang was stripped naked. He knelt on the ground and howled miserably. Uncle Xuanwu, Lord Father-in-law, I'm Shen Lang. Save me. Save me, wife Mulan, save me, your husband is going to be killed. I am Shen Lang, I deserve to die, I am lowly, I deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. This rabbit thought it was just an act. But then, the knife was really cut down. He was so scared that he peed his pants and let out a miserable howl in pain. The surrounding pirates watched with great satisfaction. It was as if they were really cutting Shen Lang's flesh. Just you wait, Shen Lang's fate will only be worse than this. The crown prince has already set his eyes on Jean Moulin. Shen Lang is unnecessary. He will really be executed by 1,000 cuts. Now we can watch the fake Shen Lang be executed by 1,000 cuts. In the future, we can watch the real Shen Lang be cut into 1,000 pieces. It's so cool. Castrate him first, castrate this Shen Lang. The pirates were all clamoring. Xuanwu, come quickly, your son-in-law Shen Lang is going to be castrated. Aren't you going to save him? Jean Moulin, your husband is going to be castrated. Come and save him. God, your husband's thing is so small. Can it satisfy you? Do you need our help? The filthy words of the pirates once again poured out in torrents. However, someone suddenly shouted, everyone look, there's no one at the bottom of the pit. Everyone was shocked. Chou Tianwei suddenly came out and looked down the pit. As expected, the bottom of the pit was empty. There was no one there. Furthermore, all the temporary houses had been demolished. This? What the hell, Xuanwu's 4,000 men were clearly here yesterday. Why did they disappear today? The entire crater was completely surrounded by them. Did they grow wings and fly away? Not only that, the bottom of the pit was a mess. Vast amounts of mineral soil were exposed, and there was an uncountable amount of golden sand. It looked like an ocean of gold. All the pirates were willing to bet their heads that this was definitely an ancient gold vein. There was no gold mine in the world that had such a high gold content. How much gold was there? Who knew? Who knew? The pirates could no longer hold it in. They did not want to watch the show anymore. The king was too cowardly. There were 10 times the number of enemies, yet he did not dare to fight. In the end, they all ran away. Even though they did not know how Xuanwu and his 4,000 men ran away, they knew that they ran away. And they must have taken away an unknown amount of gold. Some pirates could not help but shout. "There's not a single enemy down there. Do we not dare to go down? There's gold everywhere down there. Do we not dare to take it? Are we still pirates? We're just like pussies." Count Xuanwu's 4,000 men disappeared without a trace. The pirates lost their enemies, and their mood instantly changed. "If you have the guts, follow me down to snatch the gold." Snatch the gold. Dozens of people, hundreds of people, thousands of people all rushed into the pit. Finally, the situation was completely out of control. Zhou Tianwei was furious. "No one is allowed to go down without orders. No one is allowed. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Kill you." But they could no longer suppress them. These people were pirates, not regular soldiers. To be able to suppress them for a few days was already very difficult. Zhou Tianwei felt a chill down his spine. He instinctively felt danger. Count Xuanwu's 4,000 men had actually disappeared without a trace? Pass down the order. Do not go down the pit. Do not go down the pit. He was famous after all. Following his order, his 10,000 men did not dare to move. They continued to defend the camp above the pit. "General, do we go down?" The Tang family warriors asked. Jin Hai Earl's eldest son Tangzong said, "Wait, let's wait and see." Very quickly, the few hundred pirates at the front had already rushed down the road to the bottom of the pit. They took off their clothes and tried their best to fill up the soil. This mine was filled with gold. Looking at it, one could only see golden sand. Actually, this was purely a visual effect. Even though the gold content of the soil was already very shocking, but in the 100 gene of soil, there was not even half a gene of gold. It was just that it was all fine gold sand. It looked as if it was all gold. Gold coins, gold coins, gold bricks, gold bricks. Some of the pirates discovered a shocking miracle. The entire floor was covered in gold. That's right, after Shenlang refined the gold, mixed it with brass, melted it into liquid and poured it on the ground. Actually, it was not much. Just a few thousand gene of gold and 20,000 gene of brass. But the visual effect was too shocking. The ground was covered in gold. Many pirates took out their knives to cut the gold. Nothing happened at all. There were no enemies, no traps. More and more pirates rushed to the bottom of the pit and tried their best to snatch the gold. Tangzong could not hold it in any more and shouted, "Rush down and snatch the gold." Thus, the Tang family's 3,000 private army rushed down and began to snatch the gold. This time, the pirate king Zhou Tianwei's subordinates could not hold it in anymore. The king was too useless and too careful. There were no traps or ambushes at the bottom of the pit. There was only gold everywhere. It did not look like it was 100,000 gene, but a few 100,000 gene. But now that the gold was about to be snatched away, if they did not rush up, they would not even be able to get any leftovers. "My king, we are your direct subordinates. But now there are no benefits, although we're your direct subordinates, we're also pirates. King, quickly give the order, the gold is about to be snatched away. Where is the ambush? Where is the trap?" Finally, Zhou Tianwei's subordinates also began to collapse. A few hundred people left the team, a few thousand people left the team. Finally, more than 10,000 pirates also rushed down the pit and began to snatch the gold. Xuanwu's 4,000 people were already gone. There were no enemies. Then the former comrades became enemies, you snatched more, I snatched less. More and more people rushed to the bottom of the pit. Finally, more than 30,000 pirate coalition army all rushed down. The entire bottom of the pit, with an area of more than 100,000 square meters, was now densely packed with pirates. Like a dirty tide, they covered the entire bottom of the pit, densely packed, innumerable. There were indeed no traps, no ambushes. But these pirates had already begun to kill each other. In front of gold, what brotherhood and loyalty was there? The pirate king Zhou Tianwei knew that if he did not go down to maintain order, if he did not suppress it, there would be a big mess. When he returned, he would start a massacre. Zhou Tianwei was furious. Then, he also rushed down and shouted, "City Lord's mansion guards, stand up and maintain order. Everyone who snatches gold, hand it over and distribute it according to proportion. If there is a private fight, kill without mercy." Under the suppression of the elite guards led by Zhou Tianwei, more than 30,000 pirates finally restored order. Zhou Tianwei reached out and grabbed a handful of ore. Sure enough, it was densely packed with golden sand. Looking at the ground, there was indeed a layer of gold, but the color was a little red. But he did not care. He was in a state of incomparable excitement. Ancient gold vein. The real ancient gold vein. My Zhou family is about to rise. My grand hegemony is about to be achieved. Sure enough, there was no trap, no ambush. Shenlang, I overestimated you. You are only SOSO. Xuanwu, I don't care which secret passage you escaped through. But, you are trapped on this island, you can't get out of the sea. You still can't escape. I can still annihilate your entire Kim clan. Shenlang, you dare to kill my son. I will definitely castrate you into 18 pieces, and then torture you to death, however, just at this time. Boom 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 boom, a series of violent explosions. The path that spiraled upwards in the mine was blown up. There were 4 or 5 gaps, each of which was tens of meters wide. The retreat was cut off. As a result, the entire pit became a huge patio. And it was a 90-degree cliff, a full 50 to 60 meters deep. Once the road was cut off, these pirates would not be able to go up and would be completely trapped in the pit. Zhou Tianwei's heart trembled. He looked at all of this in disbelief. What kind of weapon was this? The power was so shocking. This was a road made of stone, but it was instantly smashed into pieces. Of course it was gunpowder. Shenlang did not find any saltpeter mines, so it was unable to produce gunpowder on a large scale. It was not enough for a regular war. But it was enough to blow up the road and the pit. Prepare to fight. Zhou Tianwei pulled out his saber. Tens of thousands of pirates were shocked and pulled out their sabers, preparing to fight. Zhou Tianwei was bewildered. So what if you cut off the road? So what if you trapped us in this pit? You only have 4,000 people, how can you defeat more than 30,000 of us? And just at this time, Zhou Tianwei's scalp suddenly went numb, feeling a fatal danger. Boom boom boom, an earth-shattering explosion. Compared to the previous explosion, it was several times more powerful. On the cliff of the huge pit, a huge hole that was more than 10 meters wide was suddenly blasted out. The entire ground was shaking. Countless splashes flew out at any time. But, so what, the power was astonishing, but it could not kill anyone. Rumble rumble rumble, immediately after, monstrous seawater gushed out from the huge hole and poured down towards the big pit. This big pit was dozens of meters underground, about 300 meters away from the sea. Shenlang used most of the gunpowder to blow up a large passage, connecting the entire pit to the sea. Only the last layer of stone wall was left unexploded. When Zhou Tianwei and all the pirates reached the bottom of the big pit, they blew up the last layer of stone wall. Immediately, monstrous seawater surged out. Pirates, being drowned in the sea, wasn't that fate? At the same time, an earth-shattering war drum sounded. Xuanwu's 4,000 soldiers suddenly appeared at the top of the big pit, in the middle of the pirate camp. Shocking seawater poured in, crazily drowning the huge pit. Countless pirates fled in all directions, frantically climbing up the cliff. Xuanwu roared, "Zhou Tianwei, you're finished, today is your end." Note, the second update has been sent, I will write the third update without stopping. Brothers support me, thank you for everything, take it lightly, 10,000 coins. The power of gunpowder was too ordinary. In order to blow up these roads, especially in order to blow up this 300-meter tunnel, more than 10,000 kilograms of gunpowder was used. Even so, thousands of people were used to dig for a few months. This was a large iron mine, and the ground was too hard. If not for Shenlang's plan for nearly half a year in advance, it would have been impossible to succeed. As for these 10,000 kilograms of gunpowder, they had almost depleted their stockpile over the past few months. There was no other way, there was no saltpeter mine, they had to rely on saltpeter scraped from the latrines. who knew how much excrement and urine to produce this saltpeter? Now it was finally done. And the reason why Zanwo led more than 4,000 people to disappear was of course because they quietly slipped away from this tunnel in the middle of the night. This 300-meter-long tunnel was more than 20 meters from the bottom of the pit, and also more than 20 meters from the ground. The two ends of the tunnel were blocked with stones, and when Chou Tianwei's pirates all entered the pit, both sides exploded at the same time. Seawater poured in. The several-meter-wide hole was very big, and the seawater pressure was very high. Every second, more than 10,000 kilograms of seawater poured in. In the blink of an eye, the entire pit became a vast ocean. Chou Tianwei's eyes were about to crack. What a vicious Shenlang, there was indeed a conspiracy. But, how did you do it? This place was nearly a mile from the sea, and it was all hard rock. How did you dig this tunnel? What kind of weapon was that loud sound and violent explosion? Not to mention that Chou Tianwei didn't know. Even the soldiers in Xianwu Mansion didn't know. Because there were less than 100 people involved in the manufacture of the explosives. But the most important thing now was to climb out. Chou Tianwei roared, "Climb out, climb out!" Immediately, countless pirates climbed along the cliff. But more pirates were a little careless. "Shenlang, is that all you've got? We are pirates. Is there anyone in the world who is better at swimming than us? You actually want to drown us with seawater? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Climb, climb, climb." These pirates were all very powerful. Even if it was a steep cliff, they could climb it. But, the cliff of the mine was dozens of meters high, and it was 90 degrees straight. What was even more frightening was that it had just snowed, then melted, then solidified into ice. The entire cliff was extremely slippery, and the pirates did not have climbing shovels, so how could they climb? Thus, these pirates smashed the ice as they climbed up. Some of them fell down midway. Some of the more powerful pirates actually managed to climb up to the top. But, that would only be more tragic. Finally, he was about to reach the top. He raised his head and saw the smiling faces of the warriors of Xianwu Mansion. "Yo, you actually managed to climb up, impressive." Then, a stone fell from above. Or, an arrow was shot down. Thump, he fell down again. The pirates climbed up one by one and fell down one by one. Miserable cries rang out one after another. The ones who suffered the most were the Tang family's private army. They were all wearing iron armor. After the seawater surged in, they quickly sank to the bottom. Eldest young master, run, run. Tang Zong, the eldest son of the Jinhai Count house, was completely stunned. It was his trusted warriors who peeled off his armor and pushed him up with all their might. Tang Zong really did not expect that. It turned out that there was really a shocking trap in this big pit. It turned out that Chou Tianwei was not really a coward. He was cunning and really had a dangerous intuition. "Shenlang, you are too vicious." Too vicious. Tang Zong's martial arts were excellent, so he climbed very fast. But the bad thing was that he was fast. Everyone climbs so slowly, but you are so fast. Your martial arts must be very high. That must be a big shot. So. Whoosh, 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 dozens of archers were aiming at him alone. Dozens of militia stones were aimed at him alone. Tang Zong was really powerful. Like a monkey, he jumped between the cliffs and dodged the arrows and stones crazily. Climb, climb, climb. He was hit by several arrows, but it was not fatal. He was also hit by several stones, 2 of which were dozens of kilograms, which made him vomit blood. But it was not fatal either. Finally, Tang Zong climbed to the top. When he was about a foot away from the ground, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on the top of his head and was lifted up by his hair. Xuanwu and Jinzhua took action personally. The next second, several sabers were placed on Tang Zong's neck. Tang Zong then realized. Why did I climb up? There were thousands of enemies up there. A wise man knew when to retreat. Tang Zong directly knelt down and said, "Xuanwu, I am willing to surrender. Please spare my life for the sake that we are both old nobles. My father will be willing to pay a huge price to redeem me." Xuanwu chopped the back of Tang Zong's neck with his palm and made him faint. Jin Zhong stepped forward and stabbed the tendons and veins of Tang Zong's hands and feet. Even in a coma, Tang Zong's body suddenly twitched. Suddenly, the tendons and veins of his limbs were all broken, and his martial arts were completely destroyed. Then, the dagger stabbed into his mouth and twisted hard. Tang Zong's tongue was crushed and blood gushed out. This time, Tang Zong woke up from the coma. He immediately let out an incomparably mournful scream. Jin Zhong dug out a ball of soil from the bag and stuffed it into Tang Zong's mouth to stop the bleeding. If he could stop it, then he would stop it. If he could not, then it did not matter if Shui Liuguang died. Anyway, Tang Zong was temporarily left alive for the son-in-law. What if he wanted to use Tang Zong to carry out some crafty plot? Even if he died, the son-in-law would not blame him. Because the son-in-law did not give any orders to Tang Zong, the reason why Jin Zhong left Tang Zong alive was completely because of his superior's intentions. It was not easy to be a servant, especially to be Shen's son-in-law's servant. Along this tunnel, the seawater continued to flow crazily. The water level was getting higher and higher. This group of pirates were not dead yet. Most of them were still alive and were still flopping in the sea. And the Tang family's private warriors were almost all dead. They were indeed pirates, their ability to survive in the water was too strong. A pirate leader swam towards Chou Tianwei and said, "Your Majesty, Shen Lang is really stupid. He actually wants to drown us with seawater. Isn't this a joke?" "Who are we? We are pirates." That's right, that's right. I think Shen Lang's brain is the one that has entered the sea. It's not just seawater, there's also father's urine in his brain. This group of pirates was really awesome. Even at a time like this, they were still so stubborn. Everyone, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. The water level will continue to rise, and even if it's not level with the ground, it's not far from it. At that time, we can float up and easily jump to the ground. We can still kill all of these bastards in Xianwu Mansion. Right, let's not climb the cliff anymore. Wait for the water level to rise. Kill the Kim family and skin Shen Lang alive. I want to *CK him to death. I want to drown this bastard Shen Lang in feces and piss. Don't move, save your strength, wait for the water level to rise. Sure enough, the water level continued to rise, and soon it reached the entrance of the tunnel. It was getting closer and closer to the ground. 30 meters. 25 meters. And at this time, boom boom boom. Another explosion sounded. No one knew where it came from. Then, everyone was horrified to discover the water level stopped rising. Because this explosion blocked the tunnel again, the seawater could not flow in. After a long time, the pirates found that the water level had stopped rising. Shen Lang, all *CKU, all *CKU, just now, that crowmouth said to wait for the water level to rise, but you just said it wouldn't rise. Many pirates flopped on the water, looking at each other. My king, what should we do now? Now there was no response from heaven and earth. There were still 25 meters to the ground. Did they have to climb up? We are pirates, why should we be afraid of the water? Will we drown? All the pirates looked at him. Indeed, we won't drown, but we will freeze to death. Freeze to death? What a joke. Even in winter, I can swim in the sea for 2 hours. What about after 2 hours? What about after 4 hours? Suddenly, the pirate was silent. It was freezing cold. It had been snowing for a few days. At this time, the temperature in the air was several degrees below zero, and the temperature of the sea would not exceed 3 or 4 degrees. Many pirates found that they were not as strong as they thought. They had only been soaking in the sea for less than an hour, and they were almost frozen. This could not go on. If they continued to soak like this, everyone would freeze to death. Pirate King Chou Tianwei roared, "Everyone cover me, I will lead the experts to climb up, kill a path, occupy a position on the ground, and then you all climb up." This was the only way. Immediately, hundreds of pirate experts swam to Chou Tianwei's side. They climbed up one after another, opening a path for Chou Tianwei. Pirate King Chou Tianwei climbed in the middle. This group of people was indeed sharp. Even if it was a frozen cliff, they really climbed up, and their speed was incomparably fast. Arrows, arrows, smash rocks, immediately, arrows rained down on the ground, and countless rocks smashed down. After these pirate experts were hit, they all fell. When the other pirate experts saw this, they quickly replaced them. In short, they were to be cannon fodder and protect Chou Tianwei. There were not many of them, but they were Chou Tianwei's most trusted warriors. But the terrain was too dangerous, and they were completely passive. The speed of the substitutes could not keep up with the speed of the fall. Chou Tianwei roared, "Everyone climb, rush up as many as you can." Immediately, the remaining 20,000 pirates were densely packed, frantically climbing up the cliff. This was considered to be to disperse the attack power of the Xianwu Mansion army. This scene was really shocking. This group of people's will to survive was too strong. The cliff was several miles in circumference, densely packed with pirates climbing up, like ants climbing a tree, like countless spiders. More than 4,000 people in the Xianwu Mansion on the ground felt a little pressure. There was no time to shoot arrows, let's just crazily smash rocks. Ah! 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 Countless pirates screamed again and again. Some were directly smashed to pieces, some fell directly. It was simply a crazy massacre. Countless pirates were dying every second. And the greatest pressure was on the Pirate King's side of the defense. Chou Tianwei's trusted warriors were too strong, and their climbing speed was too fast. Even if they crazily smashed rocks, they could not stop them. So, Zanwu directly ordered, "Pour sulfuric acid." Hearing these 3 words, Pirate King Chou Tianwei cursed in his heart. F***ck. Bang, bang, bang. Barrels of sulfuric acid were directly splashing down along the cliff. Ah! 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 Even the most elite warriors of the New Tiao city could not withstand the sulfuric acid. In order not to sink into the water, they dragged their armor. So, now that the sulfuric acid was directly splashed on their bodies, countless miserable screams sounded in an instant. The copper skin and iron bones of these pirates were instantly corroded. It was a tragic sight. And the cliffs in this area were all covered with sulfuric acid. How could they climb? If you grabbed it with your hand, it would all be corroded. And in other places, countless pirates climbed up like ants. But, at most, 1 out of 10 people climbed up. However, just as they climbed up, a flying kick from above, they directly fell down. Climb your mother. If they did not climb up, they would freeze to death in the seawater below. Climb up by any means possible. Even worse, you would be lucky if you were smashed to death halfway up, or if you fell down. The most miserable ones were those who had climbed to the top with all their might, only to be easily kicked down by someone else. These pirates were desperate. They used all their efforts and all their strength. Then, they gave up. Damn, even if it was a siege, there should be siege ladders. Let them climb with their bare hands. It was almost 100 feet high. And it was frozen? We are pirates, not heavenly soldiers and generals. They tried twice, thrice, 5 times, they died one after another. All the pirates gave up. I would rather freeze to death in the seawater than climb. I'm not climbing anymore, Pirate King Chou Tianwei shouted, climb up, climb up. However, no pirates were willing to move anymore. As for his trusted warriors, they were almost all dead. He climbed up alone, and then fight 4,000 people alone. I am the Pirate King, I am not the sea god. There were more than 10,000 pirates left. They were completely soaked in the seawater, struggling with all their might. This scene was also extremely shocking. The hundreds of thousands of square meters of water was really like a boiling pot of oil. The 10,000 pirates roared crazily. They cursed crazily. Shenlang, fuck your mother. Uncle Xuanwu, F***ck your mom. Shenlang, you are so vicious, be careful that your son doesn't have a penis. Tens of thousands of people cursed. Their voices were earth-shattering. The 10,000 pirates used all the words they could to curse Shenlang, Xuanwu, and Jin Zhua. On the ground, the 4,000 people in Xianwu Mansion watched this scene quietly. Some of the militia showed pity on their faces. Seeing this, Jin Zhong shouted, brothers, do you sympathize with them? The Kim family was fine, but the miners and militias couldn't help but nod. Jin Zhong said, if you sympathize with these pirates, who will sympathize with the people they killed? Who will sympathize with the innocent women they ravaged? These are pirates, they are no longer human, they are animals. They never produce, they live by looting, they kill without blinking, they don't even spare children. They don't deserve sympathy, they deserve to die. Xuanwu said loudly, killing these people is to do justice on behalf of heaven, to accumulate virtue. If these pirates die today, countless families will be spared tomorrow. Jin Zhong said, just yesterday, how these animals humiliated our Kim family. Have you forgotten? Gradually, the miners and militias became united against the common enemy. The cursing of the pirates on the surface of the water gradually stopped. Gradually, they stopped flopping. Because it was too cold, the more they cursed, the more they flopped, the faster their physical strength was consumed. But they didn't move, soon, they were frozen. The fear of death gradually came to their hearts. Only now did this group of desperados completely despair. Someone began to cry. Then a second person began to cry. Then, countless pirates burst into tears. Under their scimitars, many innocent people had cried, but in return, they grinned and killed. And now, it was finally their turn to cry. Gradually, they stopped crying. Because they were frozen. They couldn't cry anymore, more and more pirates died. Then, they sank to the bottom of the water. The whole surface of the water was silent. The aura of death enveloped the whole huge mine. And at this time, Jin Zhong fell into hesitation, as if he was struggling. After a long time, he suddenly gritted his teeth. He untied his belt, took out his tool, and peed into the surface of the mine. Everyone listen, these pirates were not decent people when they were alive. Let's pee and send them on their way. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Then, the other warriors of Xianwu Mansion followed. Then, all the miners and militias followed. More than 4,000 people, all untied their belts and peed on the dead pirates on the surface of the water. Xuanwu couldn't help frowning and looked at Jin Zhong. Jin Zhong, when did you become so arrogant? Only Jin Zhong himself knew the bitterness in his heart. I, Jin Zhong, am not so outstanding. This is the order of the son-in-law. I want to disobey, but, do I have the guts? Pirate King Cho Tianwei saw this scene. His scalp went numb. An unprecedented darkness and despair surged in his heart. The surrounding pirates died in large numbers. No matter how cruel they were when they were alive, no matter how fierce they had all become stiff corpses and sank. But after being soaked, they would float up again. At that time, the scene would only be more horrifying. But at least now, Cho Tianwei could only watch as countless pirates sank. Then, countless peas were poured on his head. This was an unprecedented humiliation. I am the Pirate King. I am the overlord of the Eastern Sea. Finally, all the surrounding pirates were dead, a total of 30,000 allied forces, all dead. At this time, Cho Tianwei's mind became clear. All of this was Shen Lang's plot. Cho Tianwei couldn't help but shout, Xuanwu, where is Shen Lang? Where is Shen Lang? Xuanwu said, he led the elite warriors to attack New Tiao City. Cho Tianwei laughed, New Tiao City is guarded by my adopted daughter Zhou Yao. He can't take it down, even an immortal can't take it down. Count Xuanwu remained silent. He was not a person who liked to flaunt his eloquence. After a long while, Pirate King Cho Tianwei said, this Xianxia Island's primordial gold vein, is it real or fake? Xuanwu said, it's fake, forged with 400,000 gold coins and 100,000 kilograms of brass. Cho Tianwei's scalp went numb again. All of this was a scheme. It was all Shen Lang's scheme. Shen Lang, you're really willing to spend so much money. Cho Tianwei said, where did you get so many gold coins? Where did it come from? If it was Shen Lang, he would definitely not be able to stop himself from showing off. However, Uncle Xuanwu remained silent. Everything is fake, everything is a conspiracy. Shen Lang, you're so poisonous, so poisonous. What a huge sum. Pirate King Cho Tianwei was on the verge of collapse. Xuanwu suddenly said, Cho Tianwei, 20 years ago, my father led more than 10,000 allied troops and an entire fleet to attack you. Why was he completely annihilated? Cho Tianwei laughed out loud, because the Yinyuan Association had already betrayed you, and your ally, the Shui clan of the Wuan Count House, had also betrayed you. Not only did they tell me the entire plan, they also planted a large number of spies in your father's army. At the critical moment, they destroyed your warships, and even lured your father's fleet into the sea trap that I had set up. Of course, he could only be completely annihilated. Then, he could not laugh anymore. 20 years ago, someone had lured the 10,000 allied troops of Jin Yu Count into a fatal trap. And now, Shenlang had set up an even bigger trap, and killed him, Chou Tianwei. My Chou family's foundation. Dozens of years of foundation, tens of thousands of pirates, all annihilated. Is this retribution? I can't accept this, I can't accept this, Chou Tianwei suddenly roared. Xuanwu, if you are still a hero, then fight me one-on-one. My martial arts is more than enough to defeat you. Come, Jin Zhua, fight me to the death. Following that, Chou Tianwei suddenly exploded with a powerful force and crazily climbed up the cliff. He wanted to rush up and perish together with Xuanwu. Perish together. But, he was thinking too much. Bang 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 bang, buckets after buckets of stuff poured down. Sulfuric acid again, I'll fuck your mother. Chou Tianwei dodged with all his might, but how could he dodge? Instantly, countless sulfuric acid splashed onto his body, corroding his skin and flesh. Even so, he still did not give up, and continued to climb up crazily. His entire body was smoking, and he was still climbing up. He roared crazily and climbed crazily. This person's martial arts were truly powerful. Bam! Following that, countless more liquids were splashed onto his body. This time it was fish oil. Hundreds of archers ignited fire arrows. Fire! An order was given. Hundreds of fire arrows suddenly shot towards Chou Tianwei. Instantly, Chou Tianwei, the pirate overlord, became a torch, his whole body burning. He had just climbed to the top of the ground. Then he suddenly fell down, turning into a ball of fire. One-on-one fight, Jin Zhua, may be pedantic, but I'm not that stupid. Xuanwu looked towards the east. Raging Tide City was a few hundred miles away. Lang I'm done here, how's the battle at Raging Tide City? Note, the third update has been sent, and today it has been updated with nearly 20,000 words. I urgently need the support of my brothers, it's extremely urgent. Thank you book friend 151221152626612. I've changed my name to LOL's 10,000 yuan reward. Please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Some readers think that the open-air mine can't accommodate 30,000 people. Others think that Chou Tianwei can use fire to attack the mine and bury it. The open-air mine in the book is about 1 mile in diameter and 40 to 50 meters deep. It's unrealistic to bury it with earth or fire. There are open-air mines on the earth that are more than 10 times bigger than this, and many of them are hundreds of years old. These days, Jin Hai Earl Tangzong was very anxious. But it was a joyful anxiety. After all, what he was waiting for was a beautiful result. It would be a piece of cake for an alliance of more than 30,000 people to attack a small Wangya island. Moreover, Chou Tianwei was definitely a famous general. In the war 20 years ago, he used 5,000 people to kill more than 10,000 people of the Jinyu Count army. Every time he thought that the Xianwu mansion was going to be destroyed, Tang Luan felt trembling all over. The enemy of more than 100 years was finally destroyed. What would happen to the Kim family next? Jean Mulan was too beautiful. She could only be abolished and become a plaything of the crown prince. Su Peipei would probably die for her husband. And Shenlang, the little bastard, would probably die a tragic death. Many people wanted to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. But no matter what, Tang Luan, will be cut. After all, I was the main force to destroy the Kim family this time. And there was something even more beautiful. In the past few days, people came to visit one after another, and their words were particularly friendly and flattering. For example, Wu Yuanhua, the prince of Count Qingan House. Wu Zhaozhong, the prince of Qingan, had tens of thousands of troops and horses in his hands. He had always looked down on Jin Hai Earl. Although they had cooperated in dealing with the Kim family before, the attitude of the Wu family had always been very arrogant. And now, this crown prince Wu Yuanhua appeared to be extremely humble. The meaning of his words was very clear. I heard that there is not a gold mine on the Wanya Island, but an ancient gold vein. Then for the sake of everyone fighting side by side before, can you count me in this ancient gold vein, even if it's just a little bit? Next, Nangong Ping, the young master of the Northern Marquis Mansion, also subtly pointed out that the Jin High Count House hadn't received any benefits from their previous support. Shouldn't the Nangong family get a share of the gold vein of the Watchcliff Island? Even the prince of the Zhu family, Zhu Wentai, came to beg for mercy. Previously, in order to help the Count House in Jin High, even our family manor was flooded by the Shunlang River. It was extremely miserable. Not only that, but even his father, Viscount Zhu Lanting, had died tragically at the hands of Shunlang. Who could be more miserable than me? Now, the Zhu family has many things to do. Can we ask Earl Jin Hai to give us a hand based on our past friendship? Help your brother's family. Our Zhu clan only needs 1% of the tendons and veins on the cliff-gazing island every year. If it really doesn't work, 5% of the tendons and veins is also fine. There were countless people who came to speak up for him. Everyone was praising Tang Luan. This was an unprecedented treatment. As if he, Earl Jin Hai, had suddenly become a hot figure. There was no other way. He was the only ally of the pirate king, Zhou Tianwei. If they wanted to get benefits from the gold mine on the cliff-gazing island, they could only go through Tang Luan. But most of the people here thought too much. This was the ancient golden vein. How could they let their imaginations run wild? How could they dip their fingers in it? If before, Earl Jin Hai was still worried that this group of people would mess things up, now he didn't care at all. Because the Crown Prince had 25% of the tendons and veins on the cliff-gazing island. With the Crown Prince guarding it, who would dare to touch it? But this didn't prevent Tang Luan from being complacent, nor did it prevent Tang Luan from accepting everyone's flattery with a clear conscience. Then, another guest came to the Jin High Count House. It was Su Jianting of the Zhenyuan Marquis residence. Earl Jin Hai Tang Luan was really amazed. Everyone was despicable, but it was really rare to see someone as despicable as the Zhenyuan Marquis residence. That was your in-laws. Not only did you not help them, but you hit them when they were down again and again. You're really too awesome. Among all the old aristocrats, you, Su Nan, were the worst. If it wasn't for you, Marquis Su Nan, surrendering to the monarch early on, would the old aristocratic alliance be in a state of disunity, at the mercy of the monarch? Even though Tang Luan also betrayed the old aristocratic alliance, this didn't prevent him from despising the Su clan. Too shameless, too despicable, simply the shame of the aristocrats. What, Prince Su Jianting also came to ask for a share of the cliff-gazing island's golden vein? Tang Luan said. Su Jianting said, my Su clan is not that blind. Tang Luan said, then what do you mean? Su Jianting said, during the last battle on the Golden Mountain Island, I sent 10 experts to join your clan's army for training. I feel that they have made great progress. Earl Jin Hai Tang Luan couldn't help but be stunned. It was clearly during the battle, in order to completely destroy Xuanwu's 100 warriors, you, Su Jianting, took the initiative to lend experts, and didn't ask for any price. In that battle, Xuanwu was originally going to win, but because Tang Luan borrowed experts, it became a draw. That battle also almost changed the outcome of the battle on the Golden Mountain Island. You, Su Jianting, have taken great credit. Now, what do you want to do? Su Jianting said, now that Xuanwu's main force is on the cliff-gazing island, the fief must be empty. Now that the world is not peaceful, I'm afraid that bandits will run rampant. As an old aristocrat, I feel that you need to remind Miss Jean Mulan that it's not good for me to appear. F***ck, Earl Jin Hai Tang Luan was convinced. On the surface, Su Jianting was concerned about the Kim family, but in reality, he was reminding Earl Jin Hai Tang Luan that the Kim family's fief was very empty now, and he could go and wreak havoc. What kind of enmity did the Su clan have to deal such a heavy blow to the Kim family? You are in-laws. Su Peipei is your aunt, and Jean Mulan was once engaged to you. Su Jianting said, this time, I brought 50 experts from the clan. Earl Jin Hai, you are a godly commander, I want them to train under you for a few months. How about it? Tang Luan was even more convinced. Not only do you want me to pretend to be bandits and wreak havoc in the Kim family's fief, but you are also willing to support me with 50 experts for free? What are you after? You don't want any benefits, just to destroy the Kim family? What kind of enmity did you have? Why? Even I, Tang Luan, can't stand the shamelessness of the Su clan. Ha ha ha, I can think about it. Tang Luan said, leave those 50 experts of yours. I will definitely train them well. Su Jianting bowed and said, thank you, Earl Jin Hai. Then, the 50 experts of the Su clan stayed in the Jin Hai Count house. Looking at these 50 experts, Tang Luan found a strange characteristic. These people turned out to be people from the western regions, and they were all born mute. Their eyes were cold, as if there was no life in them. One look and you could tell that this group of people was born to kill. Killing machines. What was Jing Yuan Ho trying to do? Next, Earl Jin Hai Tang Luan began to consider the feasibility of this matter. Directly send troops to attack the Xianwu Mansion castle? This was completely impossible. This was a rebellion. Moreover, there were 2 cities of the monarch in between. How could they cross the border? However, it was possible to pretend to be bandits and wreak havoc in the fief of the Kim family. But was this meaningful? Jean Mulan led troops to guard the Xianwu Mansion castle. Even if there were only a few hundred or 1,000 people, they couldn't attack it. Moreover, now that the Tang family's private army was also on Watchcliff Island, Tang Luan could only take out a few hundred warriors. It was meaningful. As long as it could make the Kim family suffer, it was meaningful. As long as it could make the enemy unlucky, it was worth it. Harming others didn't benefit oneself. 4th, 5th, 7th, come here. Immediately, 2 sons and 1 adopted son knelt in front of Tang Luan. Tang Luan wasn't very awesome in other aspects, but he had more than 10 sons. Crown Prince Tang Yin studied literature, his eldest son Tang Zong led the army, and Tang Yen practiced martial arts. These 3 were the most outstanding. Among the remaining sons, most of them practiced martial arts. Although they weren't as amazing as Tang Yen, they were still very good. The 3 of you will lead 200 clan warriors and 50 experts supported by Su Jianting. Disguise yourselves as bandits, bitter joy, and go to the Kim clan's fief to wreak havoc. You can even commit arson and murder. At this time, the fief of the Kim family is especially empty. No one can stop you. Yes. The 4th, 5th, and 7th sons of the Tang family left. 2 hours later, these 3 people led 250 warriors and disguised themselves as a team of bandits as they snuck towards the Kim clan's fief. After giving the order, Tang Luan was still itching. Now that several days had passed, the battle on Watchcliff Island should have ended. Next, it should be the carnival day of the pirates. This group of pirates completely enjoyed killing and torturing. Count Xuanwu and his several thousand men were in a miserable state. Even if they were men, even if they were handsome or fair-skinned, they would be ravaged by these pirates. Thinking about it, it was terrible. Although Xianwu was a big noble, in the eyes of these pirates, there was no such thing as superiority or inferiority. They would not give you any face at all. And the more important a person was, the more ruthless the pirates would be. At this time, Xianwu was probably in a state where he could neither live nor die. Thinking of this, Tang Luan felt particularly happy. He couldn't help but want to see Xianwu's tragic end. He couldn't help but want to see the ancient gold vein. Although it was a little irrational, Tang Luan couldn't wait any longer. He decided to take a boat to Watchcliff Island to see with his own eyes what the ancient gold vein looked like. His sons tried their best to stop him. Father, it's too risky. Let us go. What's the risk? The sea is full of Chou Tianwei's forces. On the way to Jinshan Island, that's Chou Hao's force. They are our own people. There are tens of thousands of our allied forces on Watchcliff Island. What's the danger? Now Watchcliff Island must have been taken. Chou Tianwei is cunning. I'm afraid that Tang Zong will suffer. When we divide the gold vein, I promise to be there. This is for the Tang family. Then, Tang Luan Count took a big ship out to sea, escorted by 2 ships on both sides. Not long after he went out to sea, when he passed by Jinshan Island. Suddenly, he saw dozens of pirate ships sailing towards the east. Chou Hao's pirate fleet, why are they going to the east? Shouldn't he be defending Jinshan Island? But this was Chou Tianwei's private matter. Tang Luan couldn't care less. Suddenly, Tang Luan Count felt that there was a familiar figure on the pirate ship. Thin and straight. It seemed to be a bit like Governor Zhang Chong. Impossible, impossible, how could Zhang Chong be here? Was he still at home recuperating? He was a man with great ambition but little talent. After the defeat of Jinshan Island, he was unable to recover. What a shitty minister, an undeserved reputation. This time, the biggest contributor to the destruction of Xianwu Mansion was me, Tang Luan. Don't you see how many dignitaries have come to my door recently? As for you, Zhang Chong, you've long been deserted, with few saddles and horses. Your future is over. The figure on the flagship of Chou Hao's pirate fleet was really Zhang Chong. However, as soon as he found Tang Luan's ship, he immediately entered the cabin. Chou Tianwei is finished. Zhang Chong sighed. Zhang Chunhua said, Father, how do you know? You didn't send anyone to Wanya Island. Her sitting posture was enchanting, like a fox spirit, so that Zhang Chong had to face her sideways. Zhang Chong said, so many days have passed. If Wanya Island had been taken, Chou Tianwei would have long been eager to transfer workers from Jinshan Island to dig the so-called ancient gold vein. How could there be no news at all? Pirates are good at plundering, but not good at mining. Zhang Chunhua said, this Tang Luan can't wait to go to Wanya Island. He wants to see Xuanwu die? He wants to see his ancient gold vein? Zhang Chong said, he is probably worried that Tang Zong will be at a disadvantage and wants to get the best ancient gold vein. Zhang Chunhua said, then I am looking forward to his reaction when he sees the scene on Wanya Island. Not to mention him, even I want to know what happened on Wanya Island. 30,000 pirates, I can't think of any way Shen Lang can defeat and destroy them. Zhang Chong didn't speak, he was also a little anxious. He didn't care about the battle on Wanya Island at all. What he cared about was New Tiao City. The 6,000 elites led by Zhang Jin was already the limit of the entire Nujiang County that could be mobilized. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Could this oriole succeed? It completely determined the fate of both Zhangchong and Xianwu Mansion. New Tiao City, not only is the fate of the three families in your hands, but the future of the state of you is also in New Tiao City. Father, I am useless, Zhang Chunhua said, I couldn't take down Chou Yaoer, I couldn't complete your New Tiao City plan. Zhang Chong shook his head, this can't be forced. You didn't take down Chou Yaoer, but you did take down Chou Hao, this is already a great achievement. Chunhua, you didn't lose out, did you? Zhang Chunhua was on the verge of tears, my butt has already been sold to Chou Hao. Zhang Chong frowned, speak properly. Zhang Chunhua said, Chou Hao only likes men, even if I want to sell my butt, I can't. Besides, he is not Shen Lang, why would I sell my butt to him? Zhang Chong closed his eyes. Once his daughter started to talk nonsense, he would just close his eyes and ignore her. Very soon, she would feel bored and stop throwing a tantrum. This was not the time to scold her, otherwise she would get even angrier. However, his daughter had not mentioned Shen Lang for a long time. After Shen Lang won the battle for Jinshan Island, Zhang Chunhua never mentioned Shen Lang again. Now that she mentioned him again, she felt that the Zhang clan was going to win. Only when the Zhang clan won, would Zhang Chunhua go and seduce Shen Lang. Father, what are we going to do? Zhang Chunhua asked. This time around, Zhang Chong had brought over 3,000 pirates. In addition to the 3,000 second-rate troops that he had transferred over, a total of 6,000 people headed towards the east in a grandiose manner. At this time, other than Xuanwu City, the other guards of the city lord's mansion were all empty. All of Nujiang Prefecture's troops, be it first-line or second-line troops, were all squeezed dry by Zhang Chong. He was the one who was generous. Without making a sound, he did things with lightning speed. What are we going to do? Zhang Chong sighed, if you plan for the top, you will get the bottom. If you plan for the top, you will get the bottom. A few seconds later, Zhang Chunhua finally understood what was going on. The Battle of Raging Tide City is the most important, the results are not out yet, is there a need? Zhang Chong said, there is a need. Raging Tide City, unprecedented killing intent, originally, the entire city was in chaos and prosperity. All the shops were open for business. Countless hoodlums rushed out to rob and kill. The streets were chaotic, the shops were orderly. It was a strange order. But, soon, all the hoodlums disappeared. All the shops were closed. That was because everyone smelled a deadly aura of danger. Following Xianlang's order, all the Kim family elites that entered Raging Tide City began to gather, in addition to the warriors that were already hiding in Raging Tide City, a total of 2,000 people. Then, with lightning speed, he took over White Castle, which was Chou Yaoer's previous castle, which was also the place where Xianlang was ravaged by the demoness. Next, Zhang Jin appeared. He led 6,000 elite soldiers and with the same speed, occupied the Black Castle in the west, which was the castle that Chou Hao had been guarding. The entire Raging Tide City fell into a three-way seesaw situation. A strange balance, Xianlang had already expected this result. But, when it really happened, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Zhang Chang's defense was amazing. You claimed to be sick for a few months, but at the critical moment, you actually put a knife to my back. The Battle of Raging Tide City suddenly became strange and complicated. Chou Yaoer led 3,000 warriors to guard the main castle, impregnable. Zhang Jin led 6,000 soldiers to guard the west castle. Xianlang led 2,000 elites to guard the east castle. The three forces were enemies. Xianlang was the weakest of the three forces. But he was also the one who was most determined to take over Raging Tide City. Chou Yaoer's strategy was also very simple. I will guard the main castle and fight whoever comes to attack. Otherwise, if Zhang Jin and Xianlang attack together, I won't care. Zhang Jin, on the other hand, was determined to reap the benefits. He was waiting for Xianlang and Chou Yaoer to fight to the death. As for Xianlang, the moment he mobilized his troops to attack the city lord's mansion, Zhang Jin would immediately attack from behind. So, this situation was really kept up. Even though Jin Shiying and the others didn't dare to openly doubt it, they were absolutely pessimistic about the Battle of Raging Tide City. They only had 2,000 warriors. And they were facing an invincible general like Chou Yaoer. How did Chou Tianwei come to Raging Tide City? How did this pirate king come to be? They were basically all killed by Chou Yaoer. This was simply too terrifying. Jin Shiying felt that he was strong enough and wasn't afraid of facing Chou Shao, but facing Chou Yaoer, he probably felt that it was just one blade. Because Chou Yaoer only needed one blade to kill anyone. There was a saying among all the pirates, don't be afraid of the pirate king, but be afraid of the demoness. The demoness was invincible. And she even occupied this heaven-defying castle. Not to mention 2,000 people, even 20,000 people from the Kim family wouldn't be able to take them down. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Not to mention taking down Raging Tide City, whether or not they could even return alive was a big problem. Although the Kim family warriors didn't have much fear, they felt that they were in trouble. These 2,000 warriors probably wouldn't be able to return. And just like that, the stalemate lasted for 3 days. Suddenly, Xianlang gave the order. 2,000 warriors came out in full force to attack the city lord's castle. Everyone was shocked. Were they courting death? But the warriors had already accepted orders as their duty. Even though they were filled with doubt. Even though they were filled with despair. But everyone still obeyed the order. Even Jin Shiying and Jin Qing. These two still didn't accept Xianlang and had always had conflicts. But at the crucial moment, they wouldn't hold him back. Because they grew up in the Kim family and their loyalty was engraved in their bones. Following Xianlang's order, the 2,000 warriors rushed to the main castle of Raging Tide City as fast as they could. Then, they used a weak formation to surround the front gate of the castle. Facing this huge sturdy castle, the 2,000 people seemed so weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. Within West City Castle. General, Xianlang has sent troops to attack Chou Yaoer's main castle. Instantly, Zhang Jin was overjoyed. He couldn't believe it, they had been in a stalemate for 3 whole days. Xianlang had actually sent troops to attack. Was he crazy? Did water enter his brain? Chou Yaoer's main castle couldn't even be broken by 20,000 people, let alone a mere 2,000. I, Zhang Jin, have 7,000 people behind me. You, Xianlang, are courting death, but, to Zhang Jin, this was a great piece of news. The enemy was courting death. General, should we attack immediately? One of the Qianhu asked. Zhang Jin shook his head and said, no, we can't act rashly at this time. Our goal is not only to destroy Shenlang, but also to take advantage of any opportunity to attack the city lord's residence. So, we must wait until both Shenlang and Chou Yao are heavily injured before we attack. However, it's too difficult to make both Chou Yao and Chou Yao suffer. Zhang Jing bellowed, 6,000 soldiers gather and prepare for battle. Yes. Immediately, the 6,000 soldiers in the West City Castle were ready to go at any time, raging tide city lord's residence. Chou Yao appeared on the tall city walls. She looked at Shenlang. There were no complicated emotions in her eyes. She was still very calm. Shenlang, you still came? Shenlang said, yes, I came. Chou Yao said, I said before, you can't take even half a step into Raging Tide City, or else I will kill you. I know, Shenlang said. Chou Yao glanced at the 2,000 soldiers behind Shenlang. She wasn't excited at all. She slowly raised her two sabers, not even using her true qi. Shenlang, you go first. Attack the city. This demoness was too strong. They were already fighting to the death, but she still wanted Shenlang to attack first. To her, this kind of battle was nothing. It was like treating someone to a meal. Shenlang took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He was gathering his emotions. He was gathering his determination. Should he do this? Should he really do this? Yes, he must. You have slept with this woman before. No, this woman has slept with you before. But, she is still a stranger. I only care about the people I love. The strangers I have slept with can die. This Chou Yao is hard to come by, but since she is blocking my path, she can also be killed. Shenlang waved his hand. Instantly, a few small catapults were sent up. On top of them were black stones, which were very rare. They weren't gunpowder, but black stones that looked like meteorites. Then, I'll kill her. Shenlang raised his hand. The catapults were opened. With a single order, these 3 special black meteorites would be thrown out. Only one person. It won't explode, and it won't kill anyone. But, it can kill one person. Chou Yao you are a rare woman, and I respect you. But, for my wife, for the Kim family, for Raging Tide City, I can only kill you. Then, his hand was about to fall. At this time, Su Qianxian suddenly rushed out, shouting, Shenlang, don't kill her, don't kill Chou Yao she already has a child, your child. Note, the first chapter has been sent, I'm going to eat something, then I'll immediately write the second chapter. Today, I'll still crazily write 17,000 plus chapters. The monthly boat's first place has been chased down. Brothers, give me a hand and support me, thank you Shadong for your 10,000 coins. Jinhai Earl Tangluan didn't care what Chouhao was doing. Jinshan Island was no longer in danger anyway. The Kim family was almost erased from the world. Tangluan was in high spirits as his ship sailed in the sea, as if he was patrolling his own inland sea. Soon, the cliff island was in front of him. The island looked really small from the sea. The cliff island was only about 100 square kilometers in area and had a long and narrow terrain. It was about 3 or 4 kilometers wide from east to west and 20 or 30 kilometers from north to south. Most of the island was surrounded by cliffs. Only the south side had a dock and a beach. The Kim family's saltworks were on the beach. Looking at the cliff island from afar, Tangluan felt heroic. Who would have thought that there would be an ancient gold vein on such a small island? Although my family could only get 10%, it was still an astronomical figure, far exceeding the income of the entire Jinshan Island. The great Jin dynasty could rise from a vassal state to a kingdom with the help of an ancient gold vein. Why couldn't the Tang family become a marquis or even a duke's mansion from a count house? The rise of the Tang family would start from here. Count Jin, when you were so majestic and domineering, did you ever think that I would rise by stepping on the bones of the Kim family? Soon, Tangluan's 3 warships were surrounded and stopped when they approached the cliff island. Of course, they were the warships of the pirate king, Chou Tianwei. These warships were loyal and still patrolling the sea, driving away any ships that might approach. The pirate king had more than 100 warships, most of which were anchored. The remaining warships were patrolling day and night. We're on the same side. Dozens of pirates boarded Chou Tianwei's warship. As a count, Tangluan wouldn't pay attention to them. It was his ninth son who greeted the pirates. The pirate leaders bowed in greeting. Greetings, ninth young Master Tang. Happy New Year. Ninth young Master Tang threw 2 gold coins at each of them and scolded, rascals. The pirate leaders laughed and said, Ninth young Master Tang, do you still have wine? We've been patrolling the sea for the past few days, and the king hasn't given any new orders. We've drunk all the wine and can't hold on any longer. Ninth young Master Tang brought over another box of wine for them. Thank you, ninth young Master Tang. Long live the Tang family. Long live the Tang family. Then, these pirates disembarked and let the 3 ships of the Tang family pass. At this moment, the Count of Jinhai, Tang Luan, walked out. The pirate leaders quickly knelt down and said, Earl Jinhai, we wish you a happy new year. Tang Luan got someone to tip him a few more gold coins. How's the situation on the island? Tang Luan asked. I don't know. The pirate leader said, according to the king's orders, we have to patrol this sea area at all times and not let any ships approach. But it should have ended a long time ago. In the battle just a few days ago, the army of Xianwu Mansion collapsed at the first encounter. 2 days ago, there was not even the sound of fighting. Look, the king's barracks and flag are still there. The Count of Jinhai, Tang Luan, tried very hard to look into the distance. Finally, 4 or 5 li away from the island, he saw a camp. A huge flag with the word enmity fluttered above, barely visible. Wasn't that the location of the Kim family's open-air mine? Tang Luan waved his hand and let the pirate leaders disembark. The pirate leaders said, Earl Jinhai, you are a good friend of our king. Come to the island and plead for us. Let us go ashore for once. It's not comfortable to float on the sea every day. Tang Luan said, you obviously want to get a share of the gold. Hee hee. The pirate leader said. Tang Luan said, alright, I'll go talk to you. Then, Tang Luan's 3 ships sailed towards the dock of Wanya Island. The patrolling pirates shouted, get out of the way, this is Earl Jinhai's ship. Then, the surrounding pirate warships waved their flags and saluted Earl Jinhai. Tang Luan enjoyed it very much. Ninth young Master Tang said, Father, I didn't expect you to be so respected in front of these pirates. Tang Luan smiled but didn't say anything. These patrolling pirates wanted him to plead for Chou Tianwei. Soon, Chou Tianwei's 3 ships docked at the dock. He led 200 people to land on Wanya Island, raised the flag of the Jinhai Count House, and walked boldly towards the big mine. The team was neat and the lineup was eye-catching. This was the ostentation of the Jinhai Count House. They had to put up a good show in front of the pirates. Walking on the wide road. This Kim family has no other skills, but they are really good at building roads. Ninth young Master Tang said sarcastically, this Wanya Island is a place where even birds don't shit, but they can build such a smooth road. It's more than 10 feet wide, and there are drainage ditches on both sides. Earl Jinhai Tang Luan said, and now these roads belong to us. You have to remember, once a family declines, this is the end. Do you know the root cause of the decline of the Kim family? Ninth young Master Tang said, too stupid. Earl Jinhai Tang Luan said, yes, too stupid. Jin Zhua only has 1 wife, Jin Yu only has 1 wife, and Jin Mao only has 1 wife. What kind of bad habit is this? Such a big family, but only a trash like Jin Mutsong is left as the heir, and there's only 1 heir for 3 generations. Being a century-old noble and still being infatuated with 1 woman, how stupid. Ninth young Master Tang nodded, father is right, so I already have 5 women and 4 children. Ninth young Master Tang was only 17 this year. Tang Luan said, yes, to have more women and children, the family will prosper. Ninth young Master Tang said, father, I heard you plan to marry 13th sister to Jin Mutsong? Yes, Tang Luan said. Ninth young Master Tang said, but 13th sister is uncle's daughter. Uncle passed away, so she was raised in our family. Tang Luan said, isn't that good? Ninth young Master Tang hesitated, father, I've already slept with 13th sister. Ninth young Master Tang was very worried when he said this. Tang Luan said, it's fine, continue sleeping. It's best if after marrying Jin Mutsong, we can give him a son for free. Ninth young Master Tang said happily, great. Then from now on, the Kim family will belong to our Tang core. After walking for about half an hour, Tang Luan and his party finally arrived at the open-air mine. The densely packed barracks surrounded the entire mine. All sorts of pirate flags were fluttering in the air. From afar, Tang Luan roared, "Marquis Fury, I'm here. Why are they all sleeping in the camp in broad daylight? There's no one guarding the gates. I'm confused. The Kim family's soldiers have all been killed, so why are they still guarding the gates? Is Xianxia dead? Is Shenlang dead? Marquis Fury, you must leave them alive. I have a century-old grudge with the Kim family. Can you let me kill Xianxia? Why don't you let me chop off his head? That's fine too. Shenlang, this little bastard, will definitely be executed by 1,000 cuts. There are too many people who want to kill him. I won't be the one to kill him, but can you leave the one to castrate him to me?" Tang Luan deliberately said this loudly to ease the atmosphere. After all, he had come uninvited to get a share of the ancient gold bloodline. Just like that, he swaggered into the pirate king's camp. Then, countless people poured out. The 4,000 soldiers of the Kim family surrounded Count Tang Luan's 200 men. Of course, there were only 400 veterans. Only 1,000 new recruits and 2,000 militiamen were left. But they were wearing formal armor and looked like the main force of the Kim family. Seeing this, Tang Luan staggered. Suddenly, he staggered and his vision turned black. He patted his head hard. Is this an illusion? Am I dreaming? Why are they soldiers of the Kim family? Shouldn't they all be dead? Where are the 30,000 troops of the pirate king Cho Tianwei? Cho Tianwei, are you kidding me? You let your pirates wear the armor of the Kim family? It will scare people to death, you know. Where is my son Tang Zong? Where are the 3,000 private troops of the Tang family? At this time, a very familiar person came out of the crowd. Xuanwu Xianxia. Count Jinhai, how have you been? This is not a dream. This was not Cho Tianwei joking. Count Jinhai. Tang Luan felt his whole body stiffen, his hands and feet not listening to him. He couldn't breathe. What happened? Why is it like this? Why is Xianxia still alive? What the hell is going on? Xuanwu Xianxia said, Brother Tang's arrival is a pleasant surprise. The next two problems can be solved. Count Jinhai. Tang Luan roared, why is it like this? Where is Cho Tianwei? Where is his 30,000 troops? Where is my son Tang Zong? Where are my 3,000 private troops? Xuanwu. Tang Luan pointed to the big pit and said, here. Cho Tianwei's 30,000 pirates and your Tang family's 3,000 private troops are all floating under the water. Is Count Jinhai here to collect their corpses? Sorry, it's frozen now. It will probably only thaw in spring. Tang Luan trembled as he walked to the edge of the big pit and looked down. Then, he saw a scene he had never seen before. The whole big pit was densely packed with corpses. Innumerable. And the surface of the water in the big pit was covered with a layer of ice. Through the layer of ice, one could see the densely packed corpses. It was a ghastly sight. Where are my 3,000 private troops? Where are my 3,000 private troops? Tang Luan roared. Xuanwu. Tang Luan said, your private troops are wearing iron armor, so they were the first to drown. Now they are still at the bottom of the water, unable to float up. Tang Luan wanted to roar. But he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? We had more than 30,000 people. Why did we lose? Why did they all die? Xuanwu did not speak. Tang Luan turned around and said, this is all Shenlang's plot, isn't it? Xuanwu Xianxia said, yes, and there was no ancient gold vein at all. It was just to kill the pirate king Cho Tianwei. But I didn't expect that Count Jinhai could not wait to rush in to die. Tang Luan's tears finally flowed out, gushing out wildly. And tears and snot gushed out together. Pain, sadness, regret. If it was before, he would be filled with infinite unwillingness and anger. But now, he only had coldness and despair, boundless desolation. He had already experienced 2 fatal blows. The battle for Jinshan Island was the first. This was the second time that the Black Tortoise Count Manor was going to return the money to Qianyin Yuan. After these two huge blows, Tang Luan still managed to survive. He still used all his strength to send 3,000 private troops to Wanya Island to attack the Kim family. He used all his strength to destroy the Xianwu mansion. I, Tang Luan, am a man who will not fall. But this time, he fell from heaven to the 18th level of hell. I can't get up anymore. I, Tang Luan, am finished. My Tang family is finished. Ancestors, your descendants are unfilial, your descendants are unfilial. Then, Tang Luan's vision went black and he fell backwards. He was willing to die just like that. Raging Tide City, Su Qianxian was originally under house arrest, but she only said one sentence and was brought over by Chou Yao Er's female warriors. Take me to save your master, or else it will be too late. At this moment, she rushed in front of Chou Yao Er, opened her arms and cried towards the castle, Shenlang, please don't do it, don't kill Chou Yao Er. She really has your child in her stomach. It's been more than a month, but her period still hasn't come. Chou Yao Er doesn't deserve to die, she doesn't deserve to die. Shenlang's handsome face trembled violently. Behind him, Jin Hui, Shinshir San, Jin Shiying, and the others also trembled. Heavens, son-in-law, you're too awesome. You can even sleep with a woman like Chou Yao Er, but, you're cheating, right? Shenlang stared at Su Qianxian, whose face was covered in tears, and roared, Chou Yao Er doesn't deserve to die, but does that mean I, Shenlang, deserve to die? Do the 2,000 brothers behind me deserve to die? Su Qianxian cried loudly. Shenlang roared, do you know that Zhang Jin and his thousands of troops are not far behind me? They can rush over at any time and kill my 2,000 warriors. If I can't take over Raging Tide City, my Kim family will be finished. My wife, my parents, my little brother, my in-laws, my entire family will be finished. Chou Yao Er doesn't deserve to die, but do we deserve to die? Su Qianxian, I knew you'd been won over by Chou Yao Er. You really are on her side. But, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. You and I already have a deep grudge. Ready? Shenlang roared. Su Qianxian knelt down and hugged Chou Yao Er's legs, crying and begging, General, I've never seen a woman like you before. I don't want you to die, I don't want you to die. You say you don't love children, but you will. As time passes, you will gradually fall in love with him, and he will become your everything. Shenlang will really kill you, he really can kill you. He said he wanted to kill everyone, and he killed them all. Your adoptive father, Chou Tianwei, and his 30,000 pirates are probably dead already. Don't die, Shenlang doesn't die either. Can you guys talk? Can you talk? Chou Yao Er's expression was as cold as ice. If it was anyone else, they would definitely scoff. They would definitely think that I, Chou Yao Er, am invincible. You, Shenlang, want to kill me, but she wouldn't. She could feel Shenlang's killing intent and determination, as well as his ability. She looked at Su Qianxian with a rare gentle gaze and said, thank you for your sincere concern, but I'm not afraid of death. Su Qianxian's beautiful face was filled with despair. Then, fine. My two most important people are going to kill each other, and I have no hope of revenge. Let me die before you. Then, she suddenly jumped forward. She was going to jump down from a height of 20 meters. She wanted to use her death to shock Chou Yao Er's heart. No, Chou Yao Er's hand moved like lightning, grabbing Su Qianxian. She didn't care about other people dying, even women. But she couldn't stand others dying for her. Su Qianxian's body hung in the air, her hair grabbed by Chou Yao Er. General, can we talk? I beg you, I don't want you to die. What if Shenlang can convince you? Give yourself a chance, give him a chance, and give me a chance. Then, Su Qianxian yelled at Shenlang below, Shenlang, you're a man, you've slept with Chou Yao Er, can't we talk? Shenlang roared in anger, she slept with me, talk my ass, F*CKU bitch. Su Qianxian said, fine, after we talk I'll F*CKU, F*CKU to death. F*CK, F*CK, F*CK. Shenlang cursed, then raised his right hand, bitch Chou, I'll come in and talk to you. I'm just one person, you can kill me if you want. If you can't talk, fight again, kill again. Chou Yaoer looked at Shenlang, then nodded. Then, a basket dropped down. Shenlang directly entered the basket. Jin Hui and Xianxia rushed up. Young master. Master. Must it be like this? Must it be like this? Shenlang nodded, it must be like this, otherwise there'll be no way out. Shenlang was lifted up by Chou Yaoer as if he was riding on the clouds. Then, Shenlang was lifted up by Chou Yaoer like a little chick. Shenlang glanced at Su Qianqian and said coldly, bitch. Su Qianqian said, scum. Then, Shenlang looked at Chou Yaoer's stomach, it was so close that he could see it with his X-ray vision. She was really F*** pregnant. You. Chou Yaoer, are you still human? Your blood is still full of heavy metals. How many times have you bled? Even so, you can still get pregnant with soul imprint. Most importantly, the fetus in your stomach is very healthy and strong. It's been more than a month, and the fetus is only about 2 centimeters, but its heart is already very clear. My God, what kind of body does Chou Yaoer have? Her blood is so heavy, but her organs are all fine. And the fetus is fine. Is your bloodline so strong? After a long while, Shenlang said, Chou Yaoer, I can kill you. When I was treating you, I did something to your body. Chou Yaoer nodded, I believe you. Not only did he do something, Shenlang used the treatment to implant a few tiny particles in her body. What was in these particles? Highly toxic cyanide. It was extracted from a large amount of almonds. A few 100 kilograms of almonds, only a tiny bit was extracted. It was wrapped in a very thin metal wall and then buried in Chou Yaoer's body. His catapult used meteorite magnets, which were all crushed into powder and then formed into a ball with natural rubber. Once it smashed towards Chou Yaoer, Chou Yaoer would definitely brandish her demonic blade, shattering these magnetic iron balls into dust. When that happened, the magnets would all stick to the surface of Chou Yaoer's body. Chou Yaoer would definitely struggle free. When that happened, every part of her body would burst forth with true qi. When the true energy in her body burst forth, her entire body would contract. All her blood vessels and muscles would suddenly contract, creating a huge pressure. When that happened, the thin metal ball would crack, and the cyanide inside would enter her blood. At most a few seconds, Chou Yaoer would die. Shenlang had buried 5 of them in her body. As long as one of them cracked, Chou Yaoer would definitely die. That's right, when Shenlang came to treat her, he wanted to kill her. At the crucial moment, he could kill him in one hit. With Chou Yaoer's death, there would be no leader in the castle. Although the alchemy Taoist and Zaitian did not have a high position in the castle, he was still an old friend of Chou Tianwei. He had experience and prestige. Now that there was no leader, he could finally step forward. Then, he and Shenlang would work together. Or he could just poison the well water and poison all the guards in the castle. This way, Shenlang could take over the castle. But the situation was even more complicated now. Zhongjin's 6,000 elites were right behind him and could attack at any time. So, a better choice appeared in front of Shenlang. But sleeping with Chou Yaoer and getting pregnant were all outside of his plans. Who knew that these things would happen? Shenlang, I believe you can kill her. Chou Yaoer said, but you also know that I am not afraid of death. What joy is there in life, and what fear is there in death? Shenlang pinched the mountain root on his forehead. Damn it. Chou Yaoer said, I'm really pregnant? Yeah. Shenlang said, who can be blamed for that? I am not responsible for this, I am the victim. Chou Yaoer said, then pretend it doesn't exist. It's only been a month and it hasn't taken human form yet. Shut up, it's all your fault. I was fine that day, why did you sleep with me? Shenlang said, not only did you hurt me, you also made my wife sad. You're even pregnant. Chou Yaoer said, I will send you down, you can do it. Su Qianqian said, General, can we not talk about this? Chou Tianwei has done all sorts of evil, why are you working for him? Chou Yaoer shook her head, I was floating on the sea, it was Godfather who saved me, he raised me. Su Qianqian said, you've fought for him all these years. You've already repaid your debt. It's all thanks to you that he can have today's foundation. Xiao Xiao, that scumbag, that beast, what else does he know besides ravishing women? Scum was Shenlang's nickname. Su Qianqian did not want to use it on others. Zhou Yaoer said, I owe my godfather a life, I haven't repaid it yet. If I can survive this time, I will protect Furious Tide City for him, then I will go far away, it will be more or less repaid. Shenlang said, you don't need to return it, Zhou Tianwei is already dead. Zhou Yaoer's body trembled, she did not know why, but she also believed these words. When Shenlang was serious, every word he said was filled with absolute authority. Zhou Yaoer said, even if he is dead, I cannot betray him, I owe him a life. I will protect Furious Tide City for him. At most, I will hand it over to Zhou Xiao, then go far away. Shenlang, you go down. Let's continue the battle. Life and death are up to the heavens. Shenlang said angrily, you fool, you don't owe Zhou Tianwei your life. Stupid woman, do you know who the person who poisoned you with salt was? Do you know who ordered that kitchen maid Shushu to poison you? Shenlang laughed heartily and said, it was your goody fu, Zhou Tianwei. Zhou Tianwei originally wanted to sleep with you and take you in as his woman. But he doesn't dare, you're too strong. You are so strong that even he is afraid of you. Everyone in the surrounding sea region fears you, Zhou Yaoer, far more than Zhou Tianwei. You've already killed all the disobedient pirates. There's no one left to go against the Zhou clan. So, you can die. Furthermore, your prestige is too high, making Zhou Tianwei look dim and dull, and making Xiao Xiao look like a trash who only knows how to defile women, so you deserve to die. Hearing Shenlang's words, Zhou Yaoer's expression changed drastically. Ifu wanted to sleep with her, she was very careless about this, but sometimes Zhou Tianwei looked at her with a strange gaze. But Ifu Zhou Tianwei wanted to kill her, Zhou Yaoer really did not expect this. She was raised by Zhou Tianwei after all. This was too shocking. Do you have proof? Zhou Yaoer trembled. Shenlang, that kitchen maid Shushu is now in the secret underground room of the city lord's mansion. Bring her here and everything will be revealed. Let Nzitian out, she knows Shushu is there. Zhou Yaoer said, why doesn't Ifu kill her? A woman is worthless to him. Shenlang, because this Shushu is pregnant, Zhou Tianwei thinks it's his child, but it's not. Zhou Tianwei was very happy recently because the woman he slept with was pregnant, so how could he bear to kill the kitchen maid Shushu? But, this child was Nzitian's. A moment later, the kitchen maid Shushu knelt in front of Zhou Yaoer. She was 36 years old this year, but she was still attractive. Actually, she could not be considered beautiful. However, the gentle and scholarly aura around her was very strong, different from the other women around her. She was indeed from a scholarly family. No wonder Zhou Tianwei liked her. Her belly was already bulging out a little. Zhou Yaoer looked at her kitchen maid and said, Ifu told you to kill me with poisonous salt? Shushu nodded, yes. It was Zhou Tianwei who told me to kill you, and he started using poisonous salt to cook for you 2 years ago. Everything had been revealed. Note, when the second chapter was sent, I rubbed my eyes a few times before writing the third chapter. My eyes hurt. I was once again kicked off the monthly rankings. I will work hard to release chapters and fight to the end. I beg for everyone's support, I really need it. Thank you for a hole in the ground, slaughter gold coins, lone wins 10,000 coins reward. Tang Luan woke up. He immediately felt his body was very cold. Even though he was wrapped in a thick blanket, he still felt cold. That chill seemed to be emitted from within his body. Thus, he hurriedly hugged the blanket tightly. In just a few hours, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Whatever lofty aspirations he had turned into bubbles. Brother Tang Luan is awake? Xuanwu Jinzhua said. Tang Luan raised his eyelids and looked at Jinzhua. He was just a mediocre person. Just because he had a powerful son-in-law, he was able to stand on the side of the winner. How unfair was the world? Kill me. Tang Luan sighed, Brother Jinzhua, on account of the fact that we're both old nobles, kill me. This is Watchful Cliff Island, no one will know if you kill me. You won't have any responsibility. Jinzhua said, I won't kill you. Tang Luan said, then let me go, let me go. Zhou Tianwei was dead, the Tang family's private army was all dead, there was no hope for him anymore. After returning home, he would just spend the rest of his life here. Anyway, there were beauties and good wine, he would just live the rest of his life in comfort. Xianxia said, I can let you go, but you have to do something for me. If you do it, I will let you and your son go. Zhou Tianwei said, what is it? Xianxia said, there is still a group of pirates on the sea. Although there are not many of them, they are driving ships. I need to get rid of them. They must be eager to get on the island and get their share of the gold. Wasn't that so? Usually, these pirates did not give a damn about Tang Luan. But today, they were paying their respects and flattering him. They wanted Tang Luan to plead for mercy and ask the pirate king to give the order to replace them on the island. Everyone is getting their share of the gold, but we have to patrol the sea. Why? Tang Luan said, you want me to summon them to the island and kill them all? Xianxia said, yes. Tang Luan nodded and said, all right. He did not care about anything now. Zhou Tianwei was dead, what was the use of the remaining pirates? Xianxia said, you go alone, leave your 2 sons with me. Tang Luan said, all right. More than 2 hours later, the 2,000 pirates patrolling the sea happily disembarked. Finally, there was no need to be exposed to the wind on the surface of the sea. After patrolling for a few days and nights, there was not a single ghost. His Majesty was being too cautious. Thank you, Earl Jinhai. Count Jinhai is amazing. Our king really listens to you. From now on, Count Jinhai will be my lifelong friend. These pirates praised Tang Luan and patted their chests, saying that if Tang Luan needed anything in the future, as long as he gave the order, they would definitely do it for him. The Count of Jinhai, Tang Luan, said, Marquis Nu Chao knows of your ambitions, so he specially left a batch of gold for you. After distributing it, you have to hurry back to the sea to patrol. Definitely, ha ha ha. The Count of Jinhai Tang Luan said, Marquis Nu Chao knows that all of you are working hard, so you will receive more gold than the others. It's just that this gold has just been refined, so it's not gold coins, but gold nuggets. As long as it's gold, who cares if it's gold coins? Isn't that right? Gold is even better. Make it into rings, necklaces, earrings, and bring it out. Isn't it cool? Tang Luan brought the 2,000 pirates to a smelting field. This smelting field was made of stone, and it was very large, nearly 10,000 square meters. This was one of the 2 smelting workshops on the island. After the iron ore was crushed, it was smelted here. Outside the smelting workshop, there were dozens of pirate warriors guarding it. The pirates that Tang Luan brought were slightly surprised. These pirate brothers guarding the workshop were a bit unfamiliar. But this was nothing. There were more than 30,000 people, how could he recognize all of them? One of the pirate leaders said, Tang Luan, why didn't you go to the king's camp? Why did you come to the smelting workshop to get the gold? Tang Luan said, gold sand is dug out from the mines. Don't you need to refine it into gold nuggets here? That makes sense, that makes sense. Us brothers are short-sighted and have made a fool of ourselves in front of you, Count Jinhai. The smelting workshop's door opened. Go in and get it yourself. Everyone takes 1 piece, no more. Tang Luan said, you guys have been patrolling the sea and have worked hard, so everyone gets 2 pounds. As soon as these words came out, the 2,000 pirates' eyes turned green and they rushed in crazily. Sure enough, the table was filled with gold nuggets. Although it was a little red, it was definitely gold. Everyone, don't fight, don't fight. But what was the use of saying such words now? After the 2,000 pirates rushed in, they crazily snatched the gold nuggets. They held one in their left hand, one in their right hand, one in their chest, and one in their crotch. Those who were slow didn't even get a single piece. Immediately, the pirates started fighting again. The king said, 1 piece per person, don't fight. The gold is mine when it's in my hands. Don't think I'll take it out. I'll beat you to death, beat you to death. Immediately, the 1 to 2,000 pirates in the huge smelting workshop fought with all their might. It was at this time. Bam! The workshop's door closed. Some of the pirates were alarmed. Why did they close the door? Then, they found that there were all kinds of firewood piled up around them. There were also several barrels, which were violently split open, and the fish oil inside flowed out. A few pirate leaders were immediately alerted and exclaimed, "Stop fighting, this is a trap, run, run." Then, some of the pirates ran outside desperately. Most of the pirates were still fighting frantically, desperately fighting for the gold. And at this time, whoosh 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 whoosh, hundreds of rockets were shot in from the window. In an instant, the fish oil was ignited. The firewood in the workshop was ignited. Boom, 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 suddenly, the entire large workshop was burning. At the same time, the soldiers of the Kim clan outside directly unfolded their armor and nailed it to the window, completely sealing any gap. The entire workshop turned into a sea of fire. The surviving 1,000 to 2,000 pirates screamed wildly, cursed wildly, and struggled desperately. They used knives, their bodies, and desperately hit the door and the window. But everything was in vain. Just 10 minutes later, there were no more screams, no more struggles. The remaining 1,000 to 2,000 pirates were all dead. Outside, Tanglu and Count looked at the thick smoke rising into the sky and said to Xuanwu, "Brother Xianxia, I have done what you asked me to do. All these ships belong to your Kim clan. You've made a fortune." At this time, even if Tang Luan's heart was dead, he was extremely jealous. More than 100 ships, even if they were sold, it would be an astronomical figure. Cho Tianwei fell, and the Kim clan was full. Then, Tang Luan said, "Brother Xianxia, can you let us go now?" Xianxia said, "No hurry, you still need to do one more thing for us, one last thing." Tang Luan said, "What is it?" Then, he immediately thought of something and said, You want to pretend to be Cho Tianwei's pirate army and go to Jinshan Island. You want to use me to take back Jinshan Island? Xianxia Count nodded and said, "Yes." Tang Luan looked at Xuanwu and said, "Brother Xianxia, everyone says you are honest. How are you honest? You are very treacherous. Aren't you afraid of eating too much and dying?" Xuanwu said, "Brother Tang, are you saying you don't agree?" Tang Luan said with grief and indignation, "Do I still have a choice?" Inside Xianwu Mansion. These days, Mulan was really tired. It had been more than 20 days. The entire defense of the Count's castle was completely on her shoulders. And she only had 1,000 private soldiers, and less than half of them were new recruits. Of course, because of the sturdiness of the castle, it was impossible to lose. Moreover, whether it was Cho Tianwei or Tang Luan, they would not dare to attack directly. However, Mulan still didn't sleep more than 3 hours a day. Yet, she had to wash up and smell good every day. So, every day, she did not sleep on the bed, but in the bathtub. Xiaobing bathed her, and she slept at the same time. It was fine if she was physically tired, but the problem was that she was mentally tired. Even though husband's plan was wonderful, how could Mulan not worry? Father led 4,000 people to Wanya Island to face Cho Tianwei's 30,000 people. Husband's side was even more dangerous. He only led 2,000 people to take over Raging Tide City. Until now, there was no news. Of course, no news meant that there was news. At least it meant that nothing had happened. It was really worrying. Husband wouldn't be injured, right? He was so weak. That pervert Cho Yao's martial arts were so strong. Every time she thought of this, Mulan's heart would burn with anxiety. She wanted to grow wings and fly to Raging Tide City, fly to Shenlang's side. Of course, it would be even better if she could stab Cho Yao to death. This shameless woman, one day, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces, you dared to trample on my husband, dared to take his first time. Gritting her teeth, Mulan closed her eyes and fell asleep. The Count's wife, Su Peipei, knelt in front of the ancestral hall. On top of it, there were ancestral tablets and a portrait. This was the only portrait in the ancestral hall, and it was of the ancestor, Jin Zhou. The greatest generation of Kim family, Xuanwu. She had been kneeling here for a few days and nights. And for the sake of sincerity, she didn't eat, only drinking rice soup. Ancestors, please bless my husband, Jin Zhou, and bless my son, Shenlang, to be safe and sound, and to be victorious. Ancestors, bless my husband Jin Zhou, bless my son Shenlang. The reason why she said son and not son-in-law was because she was worried that if she said son-in-law, the ancestors would think that he was an outsider, so they might as well not bless him, or at least bless him a little less. Women were very idealistic. And at this time, the castle's gate opened, and a person and a horse flew in. It was Jean Jianyong. She was covered in blood, and the horse she was riding was also dripping with blood. "Miss, madam, there's an enemy, there's an enemy." Suddenly, Mulan woke up. Madame Su Pei suddenly got up, picked up her sword, and rushed out. "Madam, miss, a large number of bandits have appeared in our fief, holding the flag of Bitter Joy." Bitter Joy, a famous super bandit in the entire Tiannan province. He had hundreds of subordinates, killed countless people, and committed all kinds of crimes. And this person was mysterious. It was said that no one had seen his lineup. They are wantonly burning and looting in our fief, committing all kinds of crimes. Several villages have been burned, and hundreds of houses have been reduced to ashes. More than 100 innocent people have been killed. I was leading a patrol team and happened to encounter them doing evil, so I rushed to fight. But I only had 20 people, and the bandits had more than 100 people. Our 20 people were completely annihilated, and I was the only one who broke through and came back to report. Now this group of bandits are killing and burning like crazy. Jean Jianyang knelt on the ground, and blood immediately flowed all over the ground. Physician Xianxia and the 3 female physicians from the count house rushed in, ready to treat Jean Jianyang at any time. Mulan rushed up and touched Jean Jianyang's vitals a few times, then heaved a sigh of relief. Although there were many wounds on the sword maiden, none of them were fatal. They could have killed me, but it seems that they deliberately let me break through and come back to report. Jean Jianyang said, "I suspect that there's a trap." Mulan said, "Sisters, bring the sword maiden to treat her." Because of the difference between men and women, she did not let physician Xianxia go. But if the injuries were serious, then she could not care so much, and saving her life was more important. "Miss, there's a trap here. Someone is pretending to be the bandit Bitter Joy. They want to lure the snake out of its hole and create a diversion." Old Master Lin said, "Although Bitter Joy is a bandit, he has never appeared in Nujiang Prefecture before. Is there anything he wants here?" Physician Xianxia said, "Yes, it must be so, Miss must not be fooled." He was a physician, and usually did not express his opinion at home, but this was a crucial moment. Mulan frowned. There must be a trap here, and it was to lure her out of the count house. What did the enemy want to do? Directly attack the castle? Absolutely impossible. Whether it was Zhou Tianwei or Tang Luan, they were not that crazy. This was almost a rebellion. Moreover, the Xianwu mansion castle was on a mountain, and the walls were thick and high. Even 5,000 or 6,000 people could not take it down. Then what was the enemy's goal? She directly put aside the enemy's true goal. Should she save the people in the fief, or let these bandits burn, kill, and loot? Was it a real rescue, or a fake rescue? The so-called fake rescue was to send a team of cavalry to patrol and raid everywhere, but not to fight head-on. And the real rescue required Jean Mulan to personally lead the cavalry to kill these bandits. Mulan closed her eyes and said in her heart, "Husband, what should I do? If I leave the castle, I will follow the enemy's wishes. If I don't save them, I don't know how many of my Kim family's people will die, and how many people will be homeless. The people killed may have children, and even babies. Yes, I must save them." "Jean Mulan, what's wrong with you? If you do not save them, what qualifications do you have to be the owner of this land? Husband and I will also have children in the future, shouldn't we do good for our children?" Mulan opened her beautiful eyes and said, "Mother, do you still remember your swordsmanship?" Su Pei said, "Even if I forget, once I put my life on the line, I will naturally remember." Mulan said, "I will lead 300 cavalry to save the people of the fief and kill the so-called bandits. I will leave 700 men for you to guard the family castle." Su Pei said, "Yes, mother will guard it." Mulan said, "I don't think the enemy will attack the Black Tortoise Count's residence in broad daylight. No one has the guts to do so. They will probably send a small group of experts to ambush our house. Therefore, our battle strategy will also have to be tailored to our individual martial arts. We will use concentrated crossbows to kill." "Yes," Su Pei said. Then, her maidservant brought a set of armor. Su Pei, the wife of the count, put on the armor for the first time. The men have gone out to do important things, leaving the house to us women. Su Peipei, may be lazy, but I love to look good, and every day I am not doing beauty treatments or face masks. But in critical moments, I can also protect the family. Dr. Xianxia hurried out. Mulan said, Uncle An, what are you going to do? Dr. Xianxia said, go into battle with the young lady. No, Uncle An, your martial arts are better, staying at home is more useful. Mulan said. At this time, a person rushed in. It was Shenlang's younger brother, Shenjian. He was also wearing armor and holding a sword. Sister-in-law, are you going to fight? I want to go too. Shenjian practiced martial arts every day, he had many teachers. Jin Hui, Jin Zhong, Mulan, Xuanwu, and Jin Shuring had all taught him martial arts. Because of his lively personality, he couldn't find which area of martial arts he should learn. Nonsense, you stay at home and protect mother and father. Mulan said. Shenjian said, Sister-in-law, I've been practicing martial arts for half a year, I think I'm quite strong. Mulan said, follow orders. Shenjian angrily retreated, swearing to become stronger and useful. Mulan donned her armor again and walked out of the courtyard. The 300 riders were all gathered. At this time, Jin Jianyang rushed out. Miss, I'll go with you to fight. Jin Jianyang said. Mulan said, you're injured. Sword Lady said, my injury is not a problem. I saw my brothers killed by those beasts with my own eyes. If I don't go, I won't feel at ease for the rest of my life. Okay. Mulan said, then we sisters will kill the enemy together. Mulan turned over and mounted the horse. Jin Jianyang did the same. The two led the 300 elite riders out of Xianwu Mansion. Like an arrow leaving the bow. The sun was setting and night would soon fall. On a mountain not far from Xianwu Mansion. Over 100 black-clothed warriors were lying in ambush here. The leader was standing on a tree, looking down at Jin Mulan, who was on the back of a horse, with a complicated gaze. He was Marquis Jianyuan Su. Jianting, Jin Mulan, she should have been his wife. So beautiful, so hot. So pure and flawless. Shenlang was going to die soon, and she was going to become a widow. Unfortunately, the crown prince regarded her as his exclusive property. Night fell completely. Su Jianting jumped down from the tree, pulled up his mask, and ordered in a low voice, we've successfully lured the tiger away from the mountain. Is everyone ready with ropes, hooks, and other tools? Everything is ready. Su Jianting said, looking at the brightly lit Xianwu Mansion castle. That thing was in the castle. His father had ordered that they must get that thing at any cost. No matter how many people died, no matter how many people were killed. In short, they must get that thing. Let's go and sneak into Xianwu Mansion. If we encounter any resistance, no matter who it is, even Su Peipei, kill them all. As he gave the order. 100 black-clothed masters of Marquis Jianyuan's mansion galloped towards Xianwu Mansion in the dark. Su Jianting, dressed in black and wearing a mask, was also hidden in this group of masters. 100 people, like 100 poisonous snakes, sneaked into Jin clan's castle. More than 10 miles away, Tang Yan, the martial arts fanatic, was riding a horse and standing at an intersection in a daze. This was a three-way road. Should I go left, middle, or right, which road leads to Xianwu Mansion? He did not practice meteor fall anymore. His master, Li Qianqiu, had prepared a new sword technique for him. He heard that it was a very powerful sword technique. However, this sword technique was just a piece of jade. It was an ancient secret manual, the kind of jade that was engraved with countless layers of patterns that had not been analyzed yet. His master said that if he were to analyze it, it might take more than 10 years. However, there was a super genius who could analyze it in a very short period of time. That person was Shenlang. Therefore, Tang Yan came alone. It was really difficult. The outside world was too scary. Along the way, he encountered 3 groups of robbers who blocked his way. Of course, he did not know that he could have encountered more robbers. However, after he killed the first 3 groups, more than 10 groups of robbers decided not to come. Encountering robbers was not a big deal. The problem was that he did not know where to go and got lost more than 10 times. He was asking for directions every day. He had prepared a map, but who could understand it? Tang Yan could understand it instantly when it was written in a martial arts manual. However, if it was written in other places, he really did not know what it meant. Tang Yan asked his master to bring him here, but his master said that he could not come and even looked scared. He really did not know what was so scary about Xianwu Mansion. However, it was dark now. There was no one to ask for directions. However, his master said that if there were 2 roads, he should choose the right one. If there were 3 roads, he should choose the middle one. Since there were 3 roads in front of him, he would choose the middle one. Although he often chose the wrong one in the past, he still had to listen to his master. Tang Yan, the martial arts fanatic, rode his warhorse and galloped along the middle road. Sigh, this idiot finally chose the right one this time. The left road led to Xuanwu City, the right road led to Lanshan City, and the middle road led to Xianwu Mansion. Raging Tide City, inside the main castle. The cook, Shu Shu, was very quiet, as if she was not afraid at all. Occasionally, she would look at the alchemist and Zitian. "Miss, you saved me. I am very grateful. I am worse than a beast to harm you," Shu Shu said. "But if I did not poison you, my son and daughter would have died." Cho Yaoer shook her head. "I don't blame you. Then why did you suddenly disappear not long ago? Why did you stop poisoning me?" Shu Shu said, "First, because I am pregnant. Second, because the situation has changed. Cho Tianwei suddenly needs you again." As soon as she said this, Shenlang immediately looked at this cook in a different light. She was indeed the daughter of a scholarly family. Her words were very clear and she was very knowledgeable. Originally, Cho Tianwei thought that Cho Yaoer was useless. Keeping her alive would do more harm than good. However, it was said that Wangya Island had an ancient metal vein, so Cho Yaoer suddenly became important. Raging Tide City needed her to guard it, so he temporarily stopped poisoning Cho Yaoer. Moreover, Shu Shu was already pregnant, so he simply made her disappear and pretended to kill her to prevent her from divulging the secret. Cho Yaoer closed her eyes. Godfather wanted to kill her, he actually wanted to kill her. "All these years, I have been loyal to you, and you actually want to kill me. You clearly know that I have no ambition and will not threaten Cho Zhao's position, but you still want to kill me. Is it because I have overshadowed you? Is it because my martial arts made you afraid? Would a man kill because of fear?" Cho Yaoer was not shocked or even angry. She was just a little disappointed and a sense of relief. Shenlang was right. "I don't owe Cho Tianwei my life anymore. This debt has been repaid." Suddenly, Cho Yaoer said, "Shu Shu, did you and Cho Tianwei do it willingly?" Shu Shu said, "No, I was raped by him. He is a beast. When he ravaged me, he shouted your name the most." Immediately, Cho Yaoer felt disgusted. Letting out a long breath, Cho Yaoer said, "Shu Shu, do you want to leave with me? Still cook for me? Your cooking is delicious, I am used to it. You are such a big-hearted woman. Shu Shu once poisoned you, and you still want her to cook for you." Shu Shu knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you, big miss, but I have a man, we have a child, I want to go home with him." Then, her beautiful eyes looked at the alchemist and Zitian. Immediately, Zitian's tears flowed out. He had been a spy by Cho Tianwei's side for more than 10 years, but he had found a woman. This was enough. Cho Yaoer looked at Shenlang. After a long while, she said, "Shenlang, this castle is also yours, New Tiao City is also yours. I will take my people far away, we will never meet again." Note, third update. Today's third update is more than 20,000 words. All 10 fingers are twitching, tearfully begging brothers for support, desserts kowtowing. Thank you so much for the 10,000 yuan reward. In a village in the fief of Xianwu Mansion. The warriors of the Tang family and the masters of the Su family disguised themselves as bandits. They rode on horses and madly killed and set fires. Ha 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 ha. This group of people completely released the demons in their hearts. When they saw one house after another turn into ashes, and saw one life after another end in their hands, they felt incomparably happy. It was so satisfying. It was so satisfying. Ha 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 ha, they didn't realize that killing and setting fires was such a pleasant thing before. It was so good to be a bandit. Unrestrained. They could kill whenever they wanted and do whatever they wanted. Set fire, set fire, set fire. One torch after another was thrown at the house. Countless Kim clan people screamed, howled, and ran out of the house with their children and wives in their arms. The whole village was crowded on the threshing ground. There were hundreds of people. The houses in the whole village were on fire. These fake bandits were grinning hideously in the fire. Ha 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 ha, do you still think the Kim family will come to save you? Stop dreaming. The Kim family can't even protect themselves. They're going to be finished soon. And in the eyes of the Kim family, you're just lowly ants. You're just untouchables who are worse than pigs and dogs. Your lives are worthless in the eyes of Jean Mulan and the others. You're just tools for the Kim family to exploit. Suddenly, a young man said, I don't believe it. The Count House will definitely send people to save us. Yes, the Count House loves the people like their own children. Miss Jean Mulan loves the people like her own children. She really treats us as family and people. You bandits, wait for our master's army to come. They won't let you go. The villagers shouted one after another. Their support for the Kim family came from the bottom of their hearts. Fourth young Master Tang laughed loudly and said, In your dreams. In your dreams. Jean Mulan will risk her life for you lowly pigs and dogs? Then, his face suddenly turned cold. Since these people are so stubborn, maybe they're not afraid of death. Find 20 of them and kill them. After a while, 20 youths from the village, especially those with rebellious eyes, were dragged out and forced to kneel on the ground with knives placed on their necks. It was night time and the villagers were all sleeping soundly, so they were wearing thin clothes. Especially a young wife. This year's silkworm cocoons were sold for a high price. Her husband loved her dearly, so he made silk clothes for her. These young wives wore silk clothes to sleep, and their figures looked especially charming and moving. So these beasts pretending to be bandits were tempted. Young master. Oh no, boss, since we're bandits, not only do we have to kill, we also have to rape. There are some young ladies in this village, and their wives are pretty good looking. Why don't you let them have some fun? This group of people were warriors of the Tang clan, so they weren't beasts. However, after committing murder and arson, it was as if the demons in his heart had been completely released, and there was no bottom line. Fourth young Master Tang narrowed his eyes. He had many women, and they were all very beautiful. However, these young ladies and young wives in front of him were very original and had a unique flavor. He was used to sleeping with delicate beauties, so it wasn't bad to play with these simple and honest village women. Their faces looked weathered, and the calluses on their palms looked quite tasteful. Alright, then let's have some fun together. Suddenly, this group of beasts rushed into the crowd and grabbed the young and beautiful wives and daughters of the villagers. Beasts, you beasts! Let go of my wife. Let go of my daughter. You beasts, let go of my mother. The eyes of the men in the village turned red, and they immediately rushed forward to save their wives and daughters. Then, they were easily knocked down to the ground. More than 10 women were grabbed, and their wails shook the sky. Everyone, take turns. One by one. Don't fight. The remaining villagers' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. You're worse than beasts, you're worse than beasts. Heavens, open your eyes and strike these beasts to death. Master, quickly come and save us. The fourth young master of the Tang family laughed loudly and said, Your sons are about to be killed, and your wives and daughters are about to be ravaged. Where is your master? He doesn't care about your lives at all. Ha 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 ha. Kill these fools. Ravage these women of the Kim family. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. There was also the loud sound of hooves hitting the ground. Mulan led 300 cavalrymen and charged forward with wind galloping. Kill these beasts. All the people of the Kim family, retreat to the side. Mulan's 300 cavalrymen were extremely fast under the charge of the cavalry. The villagers were overjoyed. Master is here, master is here. We're saved, we're saved. I knew that master wouldn't ignore us. Long live the Kim family. Long live Xuanwu. When the fourth young master of the Tang family saw Mulan's cavalrymen sweeping over, His eyes revealed a trace of malevolence. Jean Mulan, you really dared to come. You're really a stupid noble. You really dared to take the risk for some lowly people. Do you know that the 250 people I brought with me are all experts, especially the 50 Western region experts supported by Su Jianting? They are especially powerful. Since you've come, don't leave. I'll definitely annihilate your entire army. You're too beautiful, I can't touch you, but I can destroy your meridians and give them to His Highness the Crown Prince. It's a great merit, a great merit. The fourth young master of the Tang family roared, good, good. I, bitter joy, was just worried about not having enough enemies. Everyone, get on your horses. We're going to fight with the Xianwu mansion. After we kill all the enemies, we'll play with women. Besides, Jean Mulan has many beautiful cavalrymen under her command. Ha 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 ha. Let's see if the Kim family's cavalry is stronger, or if I, bitter joy, is stronger. Thus, the experts of the Tang family and the 50 Western region experts supported by Su Jianting got on their horses. The two cavalrymen suddenly sped up. Then, in the open space outside the village, they crazily collided and killed. In a moment, blood splattered, broken limbs flew everywhere. Among the younger generation, Mulan's swordsmanship was not the best, and her horse fighting skills were far inferior to Namgongxia's. At most, she was on par with Tang Zong. But on this occasion, she had no opponent. The fourth young master of the Jin High Count house was not her opponent. Thus, the seventh young master of the Tang family also came up. 2 against Mulan. But Mulan's momentum was like a rainbow. With righteousness in her heart, she was naturally invincible. Even when the two joined forces, they were still not Mulan's opponent. Thus, the fifth young master of the Tang family stepped forward. The three brothers fought Mulan. After a short and ferocious charge, the two teams entered a ferocious battle. The Xianwu mansion was well equipped, wearing the best armor and holding the best sabers. But the Tang family dispatched the most elite martial arts experts. Both sides were equally matched. In fact, the knights under Mulan's command were more ferocious. After all, they were full of a sense of honor and were not afraid of death. But the 50 Western region experts supported by Su Jianting were simply cold-killing machines. So, although Mulan's side had 300 people, the enemy only had 250. But the Xianwu mansion was still at a disadvantage. The 50 Western region experts supported by Su Jianting were too strong. The Xianwu mansion's knights were seriously injured and fell one after another. The casualties were increasing. The Tang family's 3 young masters besieged Mulan and trapped her alive. Not far away, the villagers saw this scene. Their eyes were red and their hearts were burning with anxiety. Young and old, Master is fighting for us. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Charge forward and fight with them. Fight with them. Then, the bravest young men grabbed all the weapons they could get, such as hatchets, hoes, and shovels, and rushed forward to help Mulan fight. Mulan said anxiously, "Folks, retreat, retreat." In front of these elite cavalrymen, ordinary people had no power to fight back. It would only increase the casualties. Sure enough, in a short time, more than a dozen brave villagers died on the spot. Mulan was extremely sad and indignant. Beast! Beast, how dare they attack innocent people? For a moment, the sharp sword in her hand became fiercer. Swish! The Tang family's chest was cut open and he was sent flying. At the same time, however, Mulan's back was hit by a heavy blow. She was hit by a hammer. A Western region expert with sunken eyes. Su Jianting's men. He stared at Jean Mulan like a viper, ready to sneak attack once he got the chance. Take this woman down. Suddenly, more than a dozen Western region experts surrounded Mulan. Protect Miss. Jean Jianyang led dozens of knights to protect Mulan in the middle. Su Jianting's 50 Western region experts moved like snakes. Wherever they passed, there were corpses. This Marquis Yuan, Sunan, was not as cowardly as he appeared. Otherwise, how could he raise so many Western region experts? What he was after was not small. The combat power of these 50 people was far beyond the 200 warriors of the Tang family. seeing that the casualties of Xianwu Mansion were getting higher and higher. The target of more than a dozen Western region experts was only Jean Mulan. Mulan was not afraid at all. She fought against several people alone. But the situation of the Xianwu Mansion's cavalrymen was getting more and more dangerous. Most of the casualties were caused by the Western region experts. The Su family should be cut into pieces, and at this time, there was another fierce sound of hooves. Another team of knights came in the dark like a sharp sword. This group of knights also carried the bandits' bitter joy banner. The leader was wearing a silver mask. There was a word bitter written on his forehead. This group of knights was stronger. Especially the leader of the masked man, a top expert. Without saying a word, he rushed into the battle formation. His sword was as fast as lightning, and no one was a match for him. Although he only brought a dozen people, it was like a knife cutting through butter. In an instant, the battle situation was reversed. In front of him, the Tang family's warriors were like chopping melons and vegetables. Even Su Jianting's Western region experts were evenly matched in front of this group of people. And the martial arts of the masked man was too high. Just him alone was enough to crush the entire situation. In the blink of an eye, he killed a few people. Run, run, run! The three young masters of the Tang family finally could not hold on any longer and ordered to escape. Thus, the surviving 100 Tang family warriors fled one after another. The 30 surviving Western region experts of the Su family also retreated in an orderly manner when they saw their target. This masked man was too strong. Run? Where to run? The masked man moved like lightning and appeared in front of the Tang fourth young master in an instant. He fiercely chopped off his head with his sword. Then, he appeared in front of the Tang fifth young master and the Tang seventh young master. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 swords, the 2 young masters of the Tang family were cut into 8 pieces. The battle was over. On horseback, Mulan cupped her hands and said, "Who are you, sir?" "Xianwu Mansion thanks you for your help." The masked man said, "Bitter Joy." He was Bitter Joy, the great bandit Bitter Joy who moved unhindered throughout the entire South Heaven province. Mulan said, "Mr. Bitter, Xianwu Mansion will remember this favor. If there is a need, please send someone to inform me." Bitter Joy did not say anything. The reason why he made a move was because someone impersonated him to kill innocent people and ravage innocent women. Wasn't this ruining his reputation? "I only kill evil people, I only kill high-ranking officials. I only steal for the heavens. Lowly people like us do not dare to climb up to a rich and powerful family like Xianwu Mansion. We will never meet again." Then, the bandit Bitter Joy disappeared into the night with a dozen riders. Raging Tide City Lord's Mansion. "We will never meet again?" Shen Lang was startled, then nodded and said, "All right, I don't want to see you." "But what about the child?" Qiu Yaoer said, "If you can give birth, then give birth. I have many women by my side, more than enough to raise a child." Oh, Shen Lang was very worried about the child's future, but he was also very envious. First of all, Qiu Yaoer was destined to be an unqualified mother. But this child was destined to have countless qualified mothers, because most of the warriors Qiu Yaoer brought away were women. There were also many women who did not know martial arts, but they knew how to cook, brew tea, sew clothes, and so on. In order to breastfeed the child, there were even a few women who impregnated themselves and became professional wet nurses. He hoped that the child was a girl. If it was a boy, growing up with such a fierce mother and so many beautiful women, his path of growth would be very strange. "I will take out the things in your body for you, Shen Lang, otherwise, if you use true qi, they could split open at any moment and kill you instantly. It doesn't matter if you die, but nothing can happen to my child." Next, in a room, Shen Lang used a knife to cut open Qiu Yaoer's body and took out 5 small iron balls, each about a millimeter in diameter. 4 of them were in her left and right arms, and 1 was in her scalp. Looking at these things, they were actually very delicate. With a light cut, the extremely thin iron skin was cut open, and there was white powder inside. He dipped a silver needle into the powder, then soaked it in water and fed it to a pirate. A few seconds later, the pirate died on earth. How could it be so poisonous? Just this little bit was enough to kill. If these poison balls exploded in her body, even with Qiu Yaoer's heaven-defying body, she would die without a doubt. Qiu Yao carefully looked at Shenlang for the first time. It's really rare to see someone as poisonous as you. Shenlang, thank you for the praise. Let's go. Qiu Yao said. No, you can't leave yet, Shenlang said. Zhang Jin has 6,000 soldiers, I can't beat him. Qiu Yao said, what does that have to do with me? Shenlang, I need you to act with me. Let me out first, and then we'll continue the battle. My catapult will still smash towards you, and countless magnetic powder will still explode and stick to your body. You will still have to use your true energy to blow it away, and then pretend to die suddenly. Then, Anxietian will pretend to open the city gates, and we will charge in and fight with your army. This way, Zhang Jin will fall for it and attack us from behind. He wants to be the fisherman who benefits from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Let's join forces and eliminate him. Hearing Shenlang's request, Qiu Yao's temples throbbed. This was too much. I, Qiu Yao, will never act, and I will never play dead. Why do I have to do this? Qiu Yao said. Shenlang, because you owe me a favor. After all, I was the one who healed you, and I saved your life. Don't you have to repay me? Also, you humiliated me, don't you have to compensate me? Qiu Yao gritted her teeth, making crunching sounds. She suddenly picked up 2 demonic blades. I won't play dead, I won't act. Shenlang, then you don't plan on repaying me for saving your life? People are not what they used to be. Qiu Yao angrily said, I will bring troops to kill Zhang Jin right now. Shenlang Yu said, Zhang Jin is currently in Chou Hao's castle, and with the advantage of the castle, how many casualties will there be if you bring 3,000 soldiers to attack? Qiu Yao said, there is no castle that I can't take down. Shenlang, I believe you, but, how many people will die? Don't tell me that the lives of the countless soldiers under your command cannot compare to your dignity? Qiu Yao closed her eyes. She shouldn't have stopped just now. She should have just left. This person was too slow. She really wanted to kill him with a blade, and then the world would be quiet. Next, Qiu Yao did not say anything else. She grabbed Shenlang's neck and walked out. When she reached the top of the castle, she directly threw him down. Scram! This bastard woman, she really threw him down just like that. This was a 20-meter-tall castle, equivalent to a 5-story building. Shenlang was scared out of his wits. Immediately after, Jin Hui, Xin Shisan, Jin Shiying, and the others quickly rushed up. They caught Shenlang. At this moment, Shenlang almost peed his pants. Bastard, that damned bastard woman. My wife is right, Qiu Yao, you female dinosaur, should be cut into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces. After calming himself down, Shenlang stood at the bottom of the castle, his face full of anger. He roared, prepare the catapults. All troops, prepare. Instantly, the 2,000 soldiers of Xianwu Mansion lined up neatly. The 3 catapults were once again pulled to the limit. Qiu Yao, you bitch, today is the day you die. Shenlang roared. Release, release, release. Following Shenlang's order, the 3 catapults suddenly shot out. The 3 meteorite magnets shot towards the top of the castle, smashing towards Qiu Yao. Qiu Yao's demonic blade danced wildly. Bang! In an instant, the 3 meteorite magnets suddenly exploded. It was originally made of magnetic powder glued together, but now it had completely exploded into powder. Instantly turned into countless black powder, covering Qiu Yao's body. Then, they directly stuck to her body. In that instant, Qiu Yao felt extremely uncomfortable. She felt like she was suffocating. All the blood vessels in her body felt like they were about to explode. Just how much of the heavy metal content in his blood exceeded the limit, she suddenly circulated all the qi in her body. Bang! With a loud shout, her qi instantly exploded. Instantly, all the magnetic powder stuck to her body was bounced off and scattered on the ground. This scene was truly breathtaking. The moment the qi exploded, her body suddenly shrank. Fortunately, Shenlang had just taken out the small poison ball buried in her body, otherwise she would have died without a doubt. At this time, Qiu Yao was about to pretend to be dead. She should have screamed in pain and then died while coughing up blood. But, she didn't know how to act. She only knew how to lie down. Bang! She really did lie down, her whole body smashing into the ground with a loud sound. Xianlang's first thought was, damn, is my child okay? This female T-Rex's brain is full of muscles, can't she use the slightest bit of logic? Can't you vomit blood, can't you slowly fall down? Doesn't it hurt to hit the ground so hard? Then, Xianlang shouted, Chou Yao is dead, Chou Yao is dead. Attack the castle, attack the castle. Take down the raging tide city, now. It was also at this time. Boom, a loud sound rang out. The thick gate of the raging tide city's main castle suddenly collapsed. This gate was supposed to be guarded by one man against 10,000. At this moment, it actually collapsed. Xianlang was overjoyed. Our spy has succeeded. Let's charge in. Following Xianlang's order, 2,000 elite warriors of the Black Tortoise Earl's mansion charged into the main fort. In another castle of the raging tide city, Zhang Jin's 6,000 elites were filled with killing intent, ready to go. Moreover, they were constantly watching the situation of the main castle. General, Xianlang has been hooked to the top of the city wall to negotiate with Chou Yao. Xianlang failed the negotiation and was thrown down by Chou Yao. Xianlang is attacking the city, his catapult has shot out 3 iron balls. General, Chou Yao has fallen. I don't know what kind of demonic technique Xianlang used, but Chou Yao has fallen, she seems to be dead. The main castle gate of the raging tide city lord's mansion has collapsed, Xianlang has a spy. General, Xianlang has led the army into the city lord's mansion. Zhang Jin's scalp went numb. Did Xianlang really do it? Was it really as his father had predicted? Xianlang really killed Chou Yao? That was an invincible demoness. How did Xianlang do it? It was too terrifying. Fortunately, his father had foresight. Otherwise, the raging tide city would really have fallen into Xianlang's hands today. Once that happened, the new policy would have completely failed, and his father's political career would have officially ended. However, the devil grows 1 foot, the Tao grows 10 feet, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Xianlang, today I, Zhang Jin, will let you die in my hands. Today, I, Zhang Jin, will make this unparalleled contribution. This raging tide city will be mine. Zhang Jin abruptly pulled out his saber and roared, brothers, today is the day for us to make a name for ourselves. Kill. Kill all the traitors of Xianlang. Kill all the pirates. Take down the raging tide city, take the throne, get promoted and get rich, now is the time. Kill. Following Zhang Jin's order, 6,000 elites swarmed out, madly attacking the raging tide city lord's mansion. Note, the first update has been sent, today is still the 3rd update. I really need everyone's help on the last day of this month. I want to take back the monthly votes, please help me, please. I'll do my best to repay everyone, thank you for giving me a big reward of 10,000 coins. In the Xianwu Mansion Castle. With the order, hundreds of Western region experts of the Su family began to use their hooks to climb the wall like geckos. Their speed was extremely fast. At this time, there were only 700 or 800 warriors in the Count House. Moreover, there were more than 500 new recruits and only 200 or 300 veterans. The leader of this garrison was called Xianxia, who also grew up in the Xianwu mansion. He was a war orphan. He was a man of few words and was not famous in the Count House. He was far less famous than Jin Shiying and even Jin Qing. Now he was 29 years old and served as a recruit. Everyone, the enemy is coming. At worst, we will die. But if the enemy enters the castle and frightens Madame, then we will all kill ourselves and cut our throats. All crossbowmen, get ready. The veterans were good at archery, but the new recruits had no time to practice archery, so they used crossbows. After hearing the order, all the veterans drew their bows and arrows. All the new recruits raised their crossbows and began to aim. Shoot. The order was given. The 700 guards shot arrows. Whoosh 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 whoosh, good hit rate, 7 or 8 Western region experts of the Su family fell. The veterans continued to draw their bows and arrows. The servants next to them quickly handed the crossbows to the new recruits. The Xianwu mansion was lacking in many things, but it was definitely not lacking in weapons. Each recruit was equipped with 3 crossbows. All the servants and manservants of the Count House were on the wall. They could not do anything else, but they could step on the crossbows for the new recruits. Whoosh 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 whoosh, these 700 people kept shooting arrows, and shooting arrows. Countless torches on the wall lit up the whole night as bright as day. It turned out that martial arts experts were not very useful in attacking the castle. Although the martial arts of these western region experts were strong, they were suppressed by the crossbows of the 700 guards and could not break through. The front battlefield of the castle quickly fell into a stalemate. Su Jianting and more than a dozen trusted experts did not appear on the front wall of the Xianwu Mansion castle. He was very familiar with the Xianwu Mansion. When he was a child, he had played here for a few months. He was very familiar with every part of the whole castle. Therefore, he directly appeared on a hillside behind Count. Based on his childhood memories, he found a secret entrance in a pile of weeds. This was not a secret passage, but an abandoned sewer. It had been abandoned for more than 100 years, and very few people knew about it. When Su Jianting came to Xianwu Mansion to play when he was young, he even played hide-and-seek here. He brought a dozen of his trusted experts and quietly followed the abandoned sewers, easily sneaking into the Black Tortoise Count's mansion. This was also a diversionary tactic. More than 100 experts from the western regions would attack the front of the city wall, and he would secretly sneak in with a dozen real experts. At this time, all the people in Xianwu Mansion were gathered in two places. One was the front wall of the castle, where all the warriors were gathered. The other was the castle's hall. All the old, young, women, and children were gathered here, including Shen Lang's parents. Therefore, Su Jianting easily came to the yard of the library of Xianwu Mansion. All of you stand guard outside. No matter who you see, kill without mercy. Su Jianting ordered. Yes. A dozen of his trusted experts stood guard outside the yard. Su Jianting entered the library of Xianwu Mansion was very large. It had 3 floors, 2 above ground and 1 underground. There were tens of thousands of books, hundreds of secret manuals of various kinds, and hundreds of original jade secret manuals. But now there was no one guarding here. Because in Su Pei's eyes, people were the most important. Other things, whether it was books or secret manuals, were all worldly possessions. All the manpower should be used to protect people. Su Jianting searched quickly. He did not look for books, but not secret manuals. He searched extremely fast. But this book collection vault was just too big. 10 people come in and help me search. Find a wooden box with no grain on it. Yes. Immediately, 10 people came in and began to search desperately. A quarter of an hour later, they searched the first floor of the library. Then they searched the second floor of the library. So it must be on the first underground floor. Su Jianting easily found the entrance to the first underground floor of the library. There was an iron door here. There was no lock on it, but it was locked from the inside. There was someone inside. Su Jianting immediately became alert. Then he exerted his true qi and kicked the iron door. Immediately, the iron door bolt was kicked off by him. Su Jianting brought 10 experts and rushed in at lightning speed. The book collection on the underground floor was obviously much smaller. It was filled with original secret manuals. All of them were jade. At a glance, there was no wooden box that Su Jianting was looking for. Su Jianting waved his hand. Immediately, the 10 experts left. He closed his eyes and began to listen to sounds and smell. Soon, he heard sounds. Breathing and heartbeats. There was also a fragrance. It smelled very good, but it was very strange. There was a woman inside. Behind the wall, there was a secret room in the underground of the library. From the woman's heartbeat and breathing, it could be seen that her martial arts were not high. Almost no martial arts. Su Jianting waved his hand again. In an instant, 4 experts arrived. Su Jianting pointed to the wall in front of him. 4 experts stepped forward and used all their strength to rush over. A ferocious collision. Suddenly, the door of the secret room was smashed open. Then, there was a scream from inside. Following that, countless needles flew over. Like pear flowers in a storm. Su Jianting was shocked. His speed was extremely fast. He immediately grabbed two people to block in front of him. Puff 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 puff, dozens of fine needles shot into the bodies of the two experts. Instant death. Su Jianting couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of poisonous needles were these? How could they be so poisonous? The point was that hundreds of poisonous needles were shot out at once. It was completely impossible to guard against them. Who was the woman hiding behind the secret room? Of course, it was the coquettish girl Xiaobing. She was now Shenlang's Minister of Internal Affairs. She guarded all the secret weapons for Shenlang. There was an enemy attack today. She was originally staying in the hall with Madame, but she thought of her duty, so she came to this secret room. Son-in-law had many secret rooms and secret weapons. But the things in this secret room below the library were very important. There were a lot of extremely important written records, all of which were Shenlang's experimental records. Shenlang had instructed her to quickly burn all these things in an emergency. Thus, Liu Bing hurried over and burned all of his son-in-law's experimental records. These experimental records were not for Shenlang himself, but for his trusted craftsmen as teaching materials. After burning these records, Xiaobing was about to return to the hall. But she didn't expect the enemy to come, so she quickly returned to the secret room. She didn't expect to be discovered by Su Jianting. And the countless poisonous needles she had just shot out were the hidden weapons, torrential pear flowers. Of course, it was also invented by Shenlang, specially for him to defend himself. Seeing Xiaobing, Su Jianting's eyes lit up. Of course, he knew Xiaobing. But she was still young at that time. He didn't expect her to be so beautiful and lovely now. She had a face with baby fat, a particularly plump and mature body, and such a big chest. She was really a little stunner. If he hadn't broken off the engagement at that time, this little girl in front of him would have been his dowry. So, to a certain extent, this little girl in front of him was also his woman? What are you doing here? Su Jianting's voice changed. Xiaobing frowned and didn't say anything. Su Jianting walked into the secret room and saw a brazier on the ground with charred ashes on it. What were you burning just now? Su Jianting said coldly. Xiaobing still didn't say anything. I can't be a traitor, I can't be a traitor. She kept repeating in her heart. Su Jianting's sharp sword was directly across her neck, and he said coldly, I'll count to 3. If you still don't say anything, I'll cut your neck open. You'll watch your blood spurt out like a spring, and you'll soon die completely. Xiaobing was so scared that she trembled and clamped her legs together because she was about to pee. 1, 2, 3. Su Jianting's sharp sword slashed. Bright red blood flowed out. Xiaobing's heart trembled. I'm dead, I'm dead. I regret it so much. Why did I have to be a demon when we were in the bridal room? Otherwise, I would have slept with son-in-law 100 times. I'm dead, Xiaobing frantically operated her heart. However, after a while, she discovered that she wasn't dead. Su Jianting's sword had only cut a wound on her neck and didn't cut open the artery. He didn't expect that this timid little girl would actually be so loyal. However, Su Jianting didn't care what she was burning now. The key was to find that thing, the thing that was related to the fate of the Su clan. Her father had said that no matter what price she had to pay, she had to find it and take it back. Search. The remaining 2 experts rummaged through the entire secret room. They broke a lot of Shenlong's bottles and jars, but they didn't find that wooden box. Su Jianting frowned. That thing, where would Xuanwu hide it? If it wasn't in the library, it wouldn't be easy to find it in other places. Looking for such a big Xianwu mansion was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Soon, Su Jianting had an idea. He continued to put his sword across Xiaobing's neck and said, Go out, go to the hall. Su Jianting and more than a dozen experts, all dressed in black and wearing black masks, escorted Xiaobing into the hall of the Count house. Suddenly, everyone inside exclaimed. The entire hall was filled with the old, the weak, women, and children. Seeing this, the Count's wife, Su Peipei, was immediately horrified. How did they get in? The walls around the entire Count house were guarded, and for the time being, they hadn't been breached. Soon, she recognized the figure. Even if he was masked, Su Peipei still recognized him. Su Jianting, her nephew. No wonder, he was so familiar with the Xianwu mansion, of course he could sneak in without being noticed. The Su family, her maiden family. When the Xianwu mansion was in trouble, not only did you not help, but you also hit the people when they were down. You lent experts to Tang Luan, the Earl of Jinhai, to make the military battle for Jinshan Island a draw, and almost ruined Shen Lang's plan. Now, you sent people to sneak attack the Xianwu mansion. Is this still an in-law? This is even more vicious than the enemy, the Tang family. Su Peipei was about to call out Su Jianting's name. Shut up, if you call out, I can only kill all of you. Su Jianting said coldly. Su Peipei shut her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, What do you want? What do you want? Su Jianting sneered, Don't you know what I want? The secret letter that my grandfather gave to your family more than 20 years ago. Su Peipei was stunned. Then, she understood, he knew about this secret letter. More than 20 years ago, the situation in the state of Yu was unprecedentedly complicated. Outside, the Wu and Yu kingdoms were at war. In the country, two princes were fighting for the throne. At that time, Ning Yuanxian was still the crown prince and was supported by the civil officials, especially the Zhu family. His wife was the eldest daughter of the Zhu family. Ning Yuanwu was the eldest son and was supported by many generals. He had outstanding military achievements and amazing momentum. Even at that time, Ning Yuanxian was weak in the inheritance war. After all, in the Wu Yue War, Ning Yuanwu commanded a large number of troops to charge on the battlefield, and many generals followed his lead. At that time, the Xianwu mansion was absolutely neutral and never participated in the inheritance war. Jin Yuanhe was also neutral and didn't participate. However, Ning Yuanwu was about to win. The Su family of Jin Yuanhe mansion was anxious and wanted to make a last-minute effort to pledge loyalty to Ning Yuanwu, the eldest son of the king. Perhaps they felt that one family was not enough, so the Su family wanted to pull the Kim family to join Ning Yuanwu. Therefore, Jin Yuanhe Su Jian wrote a secret letter to Xuanwu Jinyu at that time, inviting him to discuss important matters. The secret letter didn't say anything specific. It was very vague, but the intention of joining Ning Yuanwu could be seen. This kind of thing should have been discussed in secret, but at that time, Jin Yuanhe Su Jian was at the front line of the war between Wu and Yu, so this letter was personally sent by Sun An. Count Jinyu refused. He was determined not to get involved in the inheritance war. Just when everyone thought that Ning Yuanwu was about to win the inheritance war, Ning Yuanwu's expression suddenly changed. Bian Shao led 100,000 troops and 3 counties to betray Wu and join the state of Yu. This upheaval directly ended the war between Wu and Yu prematurely. The state of Yu won the inheritance war. At that time, Bian Zhao's position was very clear. He supported the crown prince Ning Yuanxian. Immediately, the crown prince Ning Yuanxian turned the tables and won the inheritance war. From that time on, Bian Shao became his biggest political ally. Therefore, in the past 20 years, Bian Shao was completely arrogant. Except for the monarch, he didn't care about anyone. After Ning Yuanxian won the inheritance war, the Su clan was the most fortunate. Fortunately, the Su clan was so close to pledging loyalty to Ning Yuanwu. Otherwise, the Su clan would have been in big trouble. Speaking of which, it was the Kim family who saved the Su clan's fate. The reason why Marquis Su Jian didn't express his position in advance was to wait for Count Jinyu's response. After Ning Yuanxian became the monarch, he started a great purge. The generals who stood on Ning Yuanwu's side in the inheritance war were either killed or demoted. The Su clan was scared out of their wits. From then on, Marquis Su Nan was very obedient. No matter what the monarch said, he would support him. This was also a kind of guilty conscience. Moreover, the Su clan tried their best to befriend the Kim family. They were afraid that the Kim clan would give the secret letter to the monarch. Moreover, Su Jianting and Jin Mulan were engaged when they were born. 7 or 8 years ago, when the engagement ceremony was about to be held, Marquis Su Nan suddenly asked Count Jinzhua to hand over the secret letter. Jinzhua Count said that the secret letter had been burned in front of his wife, Su Peipei. Marquis Su Nan, of course, didn't believe it. He forced Count Jinzhua to hand over the secret letter. How could Jinzhua hand it over? He swore to God that he had burned it. That night, the two clans were very unhappy. they almost shed all pretenses. However, Count Xianxia was absolutely trustworthy. Su Peipei also swore on her ancestors that the secret letter had been burned. Then, a series of changes happened in the domestic political situation. The monarch spread the news that the new policy would fall on the Kim family. Therefore, the Su clan quickly drew a clear line between them and the Kim family. The engagement between Su Jianting and Jean Mulan was completely broken. The two clans had nothing to do with each other. However, not long ago, the Su clan seemed to have received accurate information that Count Xianxia hadn't burned the secret letter. Therefore, there was the sneak attack tonight. Su Jianting said in a cold voice, "Madam, hurry up and hand that thing over. Otherwise, I'll kill this little girl, and I'll kill everyone present." Su Peipei, the wife of the count, stared at Su Jianting coldly and said, "Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." Therefore, she left the hall and went to her husband's study. After a while, she took out a wooden box and said to Su Jianting, "Hand over the person, and hand over the thing." Su Jianting's hair stood on end. It was this box. Yes, it was this box. The Kim family really didn't burn the secret letter. It was too dangerous. So, did they burn the secret letter? It was really burned. Count Xianxia burned it in front of his wife. The secret letter inside was fake. It was forged by Xianlang in a few days. Moreover, there was more than one forged. However, this one was absolutely real. Su Peipei said, "Let him go." "Give it to me," Su Jianting said. Su Peipei handed over the box. The master next to Su Jianting took the box and opened it carefully. Su Jianting put on the silver gloves, opened the box, took out the secret letter inside, and quickly glanced at it. At this time, he could only take a quick look. Because the content inside was too dangerous. He must not let anyone take a look at it. He had not seen the original letter. He was still young, so he could only distinguish the handwriting of his grandfather, Su Jian, and his private seal. Yes, it was indeed his grandfather's handwriting. It was definitely not fake. The content was definitely the secret letter from that year, and the seal was definitely real. So, were the handwriting and the seal all real? Yes, they were all real. These words were originally written by Su Jian himself. However, Xianlang cut each word and put them together into a secret letter. Finally, with a clever framing technique, it was made into a complete secret letter. Did this technique look familiar? It was the technique that Wang Lian used to frame Xianlang for plagiarizing poems. Haha, people are sinister. Su Jianting laughed and said, "You said that you burned it. Sure enough, you didn't burn it. The Kim family is full of villains." Then, Su Jianting directly lit a fire and burned the secret letter. Now, this hidden danger was finally completely eliminated. Su Peipei said, "You have got what you want. Now you can go. The Kim family will never welcome you." Su Jianting's eyes turned cold and said, "Xuanwu is dead, Xianlang will also die, and Jean Mulan will become a walking corpse. Then the only person who knows is you, Su Peipei, so you'd better go to hell. Kill her," Su Jianting ordered. Suddenly, more than a dozen masters under his command rushed towards Su Peipei. "Protect the madam." And Xianxia gave the order. Everyone in the hall, regardless of whether they had martial arts or not, rushed up. Swish, 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 the masters brought by Su Jianting were too powerful. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people in the hall were killed. And Xianxia's martial arts were very high, but at most, he could fight 1 against 2. Su Peipei was extremely sad and indignant. Was this his maiden family? Is this his nephew? Just you wait, just you wait. When Lang'er comes back, he will definitely kill the entire Su family. Su Peipei suddenly pulled out her sword. Su Peipei, the most dangerous moment is here. Do you still remember your sword technique? Without saying a word, her sword stabbed toward Su Jianting. In just 3 strikes, that feeling came. How high was Su Peipei's martial arts? Back then, she claimed to be the world's grandmaster, and it was true. If it wasn't for her laziness after getting married, she would have really become one of the grandmasters. Even now, her martial arts was higher than Mulan's. It was just that she was too lazy, so it gave people the illusion that she didn't have any martial arts. In the blink of an eye, Su Peipei and Su Jianting were fighting. At first, it was a bit rough, but then it gradually became more and more proficient, and they were inseparable. At this time, Su Peipei found that Xiaobing still didn't run, but was still wandering around. "Little girl, run!" Su Peipei shouted. Xiaobing saw the opportunity and rushed forward. She took out a torrential pear blossom needle hidden weapon and suddenly pressed the mechanism. Swish 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 swish, countless poisonous needles shot out once again. In an instant, the 3 experts brought by Su Jianting died under Shenlang's poisonous needles again. "Kill that girl," Su Jianting ordered. Suddenly, an expert of the Su family rushed toward Xiaobing like lightning, and the sharp sword in his hand fiercely chopped toward her neck. "No, no!" Su Peipei cried miserably. She even directly abandoned Su Jianting and directly rushed toward Xiaobing. This girl was like a daughter to her. Swish! Suddenly, she felt a pain in her back. The vicious Su Jianting took the opportunity to stab Su Peipei. Su Peipei dodged very quickly, but her back was still cut open, and blood gushed out. The Su family's expert fiercely chopped with his sharp sword. Xiaobing was about to die. But the next second, his sword froze in the air, and his neck and face were densely covered with poisonous needles. Completely dead. The sharp sword directly cut through the top of Xiaobing's head, cutting off a piece of hair. This time, Xiaobing was really scared to the point of peeing a little. This Su family's expert died with his eyes wide open. "Damn, you poisonous girl, how many hidden weapons are you hiding?" Su Jianting saw this and said angrily, "Kill, kill, kill, kill everyone in the hall, regardless of man or woman, old or young." The experts under his command seemed to have gone crazy, desperately killing people. However, the next second, a figure flashed in front of him in an instant. "Su Jianting, I seem to remember you. Where is Shenlang?" Martial maniac Tang Yan walked in. "Killing old people and children, that's not right." Then, Tang Yan took out his sword. Damn it, a familiar scene appeared. One sword, one sword, one sword, not even a move. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 of the experts brought by Su Jianting died. Su Jianting's scalp went numb. To be honest, in terms of pure internal force and true qi, Tang Yan was not as good as him. He was not afraid of Tang Yan. But this martial maniac had a very heaven-defying talent in swordsmanship. Even without the meteor sword technique, he still killed people so quickly. This martial maniac came. The battle situation changed in an instant. It was impossible for him to kill Su Peipei again. "Go, go." Su Jianting decisively ordered a retreat. Anyway, the things he wanted had been burned. After paying another 3 lives, Su Jianting took the remaining 5 people and retreated like lightning, instantly disappearing into the night. Su Peipei looked at the corpses on the ground. There were more than 20 of them. They were all the most loyal servants. When she was in danger, these people rushed to her without fear of death. "Su Jianting, Su Nan, Jinyuan Marquis Mansion, just you wait. When Langer comes back, the next target will be you. I will definitely make your entire clan completely die." Completely die. Note, if the readers don't want to juxtapose the plot, I will finish writing the important plot of Xianwu Mansion. The next chapter will finish writing the final battle of Raging Tide City. I will eat a few pieces of bread and continue writing the 3rd chapter. Brothers, continue to support me. Thank you for entering the Jade Sky Tower. You can't stop me. Killing gold coins, no money boss, I chased you that year. Tearless lazy worm, smoke I swallow, and other brothers rewarded me with 10,000 coins. In fact, Xuanwu Jinzhua didn't have to take down Jinshan Island. After winning the Battle of Wanya Island and taking down Raging Tide City, Jinshan Island wouldn't be a big problem. He was a conservative person and wouldn't look down on the world just because he won the Battle of Wanya Island. The commander of Jinshan Island was Qiu Tianwei's adopted son, Qiu Hao. He might not be a famous general, but he was definitely not easy to deal with. Moreover, there were still 5,000 guards on the island. Although Xuanwu had more than 100 pirate ships and 4,000 people, there were only less than 500 veterans. The rest were either recruits or militia. He wouldn't fight the Battle of Jinshan Island without 80% certainty, even if he had Tang Luan, even if they could pretend to be pirates. To be conservative, Xuanwu ordered more than 1,000 people to drive dozens of pirate ships back to the Kim clan's dock. This time, there were less than 3,000 people who went to Jinshan Island. On the flagship's deck, Tang Luan said, "Brother Jinzhua, you're about to win, why don't you have a smile on your face?" Of course, Jinzhua was worried about Shenlong's safety and the Battle of Raging Tide City. That was the most important thing. If they won the Battle of Raging Tide City, the Kim family would have a future. If they lost, winning the Battle of Wangya Island wouldn't be of much use. But there was no need to say this to Tang Luan. Tang Luan said again, "Brother Jinzhua, when you face me, why don't you have any hatred in your eyes?" Xuanwu Jinzhua said, "Our enmity is passed down from our ancestors. It's not something I can control. Why should I hate you?" Tang Luan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Jinzhua didn't hate him, but he hated Jinzhua very much. He wanted to skin him alive. Jinzhua hated very few people, including Governor Zhang Chong. He didn't have much hatred in his heart. There was only one person he hated the most, and that was Marquis Sunan and the Shui clan of the Wuan Count House. These two families were in-laws and allies. In the end, these two families hurt the Kim family the most and almost put the Kim clan to death. Xuanwu Jinzhua had always treated people with sincerity and was an absolute gentleman. At that time, the Su family intended to rely on the first prince, Ning Yuanwu, and wrote a secret letter to his father, Count Jinyu, to persuade the Kim family to work together. After Ning Yuanxian ascended to the throne, this secret letter became a terrible weakness of the Su family. To put it bluntly, the Kim family could take this secret letter and do whatever they wanted to the Su family. However, Jinzhua Count did not do so. After Su Peipei married him, as soon as she mentioned this letter, Jinzhua burned the letter in front of his wife, indicating that he would never use this letter to threaten anyone. Unexpectedly, this made the Su family fearless. When the monarch revealed his intention to deal with the Kim family, the Su family could not wait to draw a clear line with him and tear up the engagement between the two families. After that, they even hurt the Kim family unscrupulously. Every time his wife, Su Peipei, mentioned this matter, she would punch him twice with her fist, blaming him for being so stupid. Why did he burn this secret letter that year? Otherwise, he could have controlled the Su family. Of course, it was because Su Peipei mentioned the secret letter that Jinzhua burned it in front of her. However, women were always unreasonable. They knew it very well in their hearts, but they were unreasonable with their mouths. The reason why Su Peipei blamed Jinzhua was that she regretted it in her heart. However, she was still young at that time, and she had just married, so she must have cared about her mother's family. As time went by, she gradually looked down on the true colors of the two families, and then she wholeheartedly regarded herself as a member of the Kim family. Now, she even became enemies with her mother's family. After that, Su Peipei took this matter as a regret and talked about it to Shenlang many times, so Shenlang thought of a way to make a copy of this secret letter from that year. Anyway, the two families were related by marriage, and the Kim family had a lot of Marquis Sujian's personal letters. Of course, Shenlang did not treat this secret letter as a great weapon, but just prepared for it. "Master, we will arrive at Jinshan Island soon," Jinzhong said. Jinzhua counted, "Scout out the situation first, we don't have to fight." Jinzhong said, "Yes." Before the fleet approached the pier of Jinshan Island, the pirates on the island cheered loudly. Because they were too familiar with these warships, it was King Qiu Tianwei's fleet. "The king's fleet is here. Brothers, has the Battle of Wangya Island ended? Why did it end so late? Yes, why did it take so long for 30,000 people to fight a few thousand people? Is the gold mine big?" The pirates on the island swarmed over. It was still Jinhai Earl Tang Luan who appeared. He got off the ship and landed on Jinshan Island. "Why are there so few people?" Tang Luan said in surprise, "Where is Zhou Ho? Where are the warships on the pier?" The pirate leader on the island wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't say it because the big leader had left with the fleet. The king's order was for Zhou Ho to stay on Jinshan Island, but he led the main force of the pirates away. Big leader Zhou Ho is not feeling well, he got typhoid and is afraid of infecting others, so he locked himself in a cave. A pirate leader hurriedly said. After all, big leader Cho Ho disobeyed the king's order and left on his own. Even though he felt that big leader Cho Ho did the right thing, this Jinshan Island was very safe, there was no need to put 5,000 people here to guard, 1,000 was enough. Tang Luan said loudly, "Don't try to fool me, your king didn't come, it's no big deal to tell me the truth." Saying that, Tang Luan threw a bag of gold coins. The pirate leader said, "I don't know what big leader Cho Ho was thinking, he actually felt that New Tiao City was in danger, so he brought his fleet there. Even if someone wanted to attack New Tiao City, they wouldn't be able to. That demoness is invincible." Tang Luan said, "Don't talk nonsense, tell me directly, how many people are left on Jinshan Island?" 1,000, the pirate leader said. Tang Luan's scalp went numb. Only 1,000, in other words, Cho Ho left with 4,000 people to kill his way back to New Tiao City. Should Jinshua's luck be good or bad, with only 1,000 people left on Jinshan Island, the difficulty of attacking greatly decreased. But if Shen Lang wanted to take New Tiao City, with Cho Ho in the back and Cho Yao in the front, wouldn't he die without a grave? But this Shen Lang was a pretty boy, what if he had an affair with Cho Yao But he heard that Cho Yao didn't like men, but who could say for sure? Shen Lang wasn't a normal man. It had to be said that Tang Luan's thinking became bolder after this matter didn't concern him. His wild imagination was actually getting closer to the truth, but of course it was just getting closer. Only 1,000 people, are you crazy? Can 1,000 people defend Jinshan Island? Just the miners alone have a few thousand, Tang Luan angrily rebuked. The pirate leader said, "Those miners are your family's people, what's the big deal? Xianwu Mansion has 1,000 to 2,000 captives here, but they are very obedient. The 700 of us are more than enough to supervise the mine. 700 pirates in the mine, that meant there were only 300 pirates guarding the dock. Wouldn't it be easy for Jinshua to take down Jinshan Island? After taking down Jinshan Island, he could go home." Tang Luan didn't dare to believe in Shen Lang's character. However, he absolutely believed in Jinshua's character. If he said he would let him go home, he would definitely do it. Thus, he scolded with a straight face, "You guys are too presumptuous. I came here to deliver food to you. I didn't expect that there would only be 1,000 people on the island. I'll think of a way to increase your manpower and strengthen your defense." The pirate leader didn't think much of it, but when he heard about food, he was overjoyed. "Thank you, Uncle Jin Hai." After returning to the cabin, Tang Luan said, "Brother Jinshua, I really don't know how to describe your luck. There are only 1,000 pirates on Jinshan Island, and they are divided into two groups, 300 at the dock and 700 at the mine." Jinshua wasn't happy, but asked nervously, "What about Cho Hao? Where did he and the other 4,000 pirates go?" Tang Luan was stunned. "Cho Hao went to Raging Tide City." Jinshua's expression changed. Tang Luan said, "Brother Jinshua, watch my performance. Taking down Jinshan Island will be easy. But you must keep your word and let us go home." Count Jinshua shook his head, "No, we don't fight Jinshan Island anymore. Everyone get ready, the fleet is heading to Raging Tide City at full speed." Tang Luan was shocked. Jinshan Island is about to be taken down. It's like a fat piece of meat in your mouth, how can you just give it up like that? Jinshua hissed, "Compared to my son-in-law's life, what is Jinshan Island?" A moment later, 50,000 jin of food was carried to Jinshan Island's dock. Then, the entire fleet rushed towards Raging Tide City at full speed. Just like that, for the sake of Shen Lang's safety, Count Jinshua directly gave up on Jinshan Island. Tang Luan was silent. Maybe this was also a kind of charisma. Count Jinshua's heart was burning with anxiety. Cho Hao's 4,000 pirates were actually charging towards Raging Tide City. This was a huge crisis for Shen Lang. Moreover, this meant that the enemy had seen through Shen Lang's plan. "Lang Er, you must be alright, hold on, your father is coming." Inside Raging Tide City, Zhang Jin's 6,000 elites were charging towards the city lord's castle like a tidal wave. From the sky, it looked like a tidal wave of iron armor. This was the Raging Tide City's official army. Although it couldn't compare to the border army, it was still extremely elite, at least surpassing the private armies of most nobles. Zhang Jin rode on his warhorse, his blood boiling. "Father, do you see this? Your son's achievement is now The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I'm about to succeed. Your son will definitely exterminate Xianlang and all the pirates. Your son will definitely help you achieve great feats that are rarely seen in 100 years. What Count Zhou of Jin did 100 years ago, you can also do it. Your son will definitely succeed in this battle and send you to the seat of the governor of Yanzhou. I will definitely make you a marquis. You keep saying how outstanding Xianlang is, but I will prove to you that your son is the most outstanding. Among my 3 sons, I, Zhang Jin, am the most outstanding. Xianlang is just a clown, he's nothing compared to me. The 6,000 elites marched, causing the ground to tremble. All the shops and houses on both sides of Raging Tide City had their doors and windows tightly shut. Was the world going to change? Was Raging Tide City going to become the territory of the state of you? Please don't. Wasn't Sin City good? Wasn't Freedom City good? Inside the city lord's castle, sounds of fighting and killing could be heard. The sounds of killing shook the heavens, and miserable screams rang out continuously. But in reality, both Xianlang and Chou Yaoer's armies were shouting into the air and swinging their weapons at each other. A figure rushed in. She was Xianlang's personal bodyguard, Huang Feng. This time, when Xianlang attacked Raging Tide City, he was accompanied by dozens of experts and stewards of the Heavenly Society. Once Xianlang took over Raging Tide City, they would be able to take over the business order in the shortest time possible. Zhang Jin has already sent out his troops. 6,000 elites are on their way. Xianlang was overjoyed. It was finally here. At this moment, Chou Yaoer didn't say anything else. She grabbed her 2 ghost head sabers and was about to rush out. Xianlang, what are you doing? Chou Yaoer said, kill our way out. Xianlang, are you crazy? You don't want to defend your castle, but you want to take the initiative to fight? Chou Yaoer said word by word, I don't like to act. I don't like to defend. I can see that. Otherwise, why would I be half dead from your sleep? Chou Yaoer looked at Su Qianqian and revealed a rare gentleness. Su Qianqian, your enemy is Zhang Jin, right? I'll go get revenge for you right now. Xianlang, I'll leave this castle to you. I won't come back here again. Then, the demoness led the 2,000 elites of the direct line of descent and killed their way out. Her 2 super long legs ran even faster than a warhorse. Why didn't she ride a horse? Her 2 ghost head sabers added up to more than 200 kilograms. A warhorse really couldn't run. Xianlang looked at Su Qianqian and said, there's something wrong with this woman's head. Su Qianqian's eyes turned red. There's something wrong with your head. She's the most amazing person in the world. No man is worthy of her, and you are even more unworthy. With that, she rushed up the castle. She wanted to stand at the highest point and watch Chou Yaoer fight Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin's 6,000 elites were getting closer and closer to the main castle. He became more and more excited, and the blood in his body was about to burst out. When they were a few hundred meters away from the main castle, he roared, Xianlang, you brat, come out and die. Xianlang, give me your life. Xianlang, you think you have a brilliant plan to bring peace to the world, but you don't know that my father has calculated every move you make. This is the place where you will die. Today is the day you die. Xianwu Mansion and the Kim family will be erased from this world today. The rise of the Zhang family is today. Kill, kill, kill. Zhang Jin roared, his killing intent soaring, and then, he saw a figure charging out from the main gate of the Pirate King's castle. This figure was too fast. Its aura was too fierce, it was almost impossible to see the figure clearly. But this soaring killing intent, this explosive figure, these 2 super long legs, especially the 2 demon head blades, which deeply betrayed the identity of the person who came. Demon Rakshasa, female devil, the brave and invincible Chou Yaoer, how could it be her? Wasn't she already dead? Many of my subordinates saw her die with their own eyes. Could it be that she was acting? An invincible general like her could also act. Why would she cooperate with Xianlang? Could it be? Could it be that she had also slept with Xianlang? Zhang Jin felt a chill run down his spine. But very quickly, his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. Everyone says that you are invincible. I want to see just how powerful you are. I, Zhang Jin, will come and meet you, female devil. But, before he could even charge out, The surrounding loyal soldiers immediately protected him behind them. Protect the general. Protect the second young master. A few hundred soldiers immediately surrounded Zhang Jin. Chou Yaoer's charging speed was too fast. Her direct subordinates were riding horses, but she, as the main general, was running with her long legs. But she was even faster than riding a horse. Suddenly, she charged towards Zhang Jin's 6,000-strong army alone. That stance was too shocking. It was as if she had surrounded 6,000 of them by herself. It was as if a prehistoric tyrannosaurus had charged into a pack of wolves. Shua! The two demon head blades in her hand spun crazily. There was no move. What kind of move was needed? It was just an electric fan. It looked even faster than an electric fan. A heaven-defying weapon battle, just like that, Chou Yaoer charged over alone. Everywhere she passed, the enemy couldn't even touch a hair on her head. They couldn't even get close to her. The two demon head blades spun so tightly that nothing could pass through. Everything within 2 meters of her became hell. No one was a match for her. Everywhere she passed, everyone was smashed to pieces. Dead without a complete corpse, she was killing. She wasn't an invincible general at all, she was a war machine. Like a mother tank, she charged over. It didn't matter if you wore armor or not, it didn't matter how thick your armor was. I am just a blade. No matter where it landed, it would all be cut in half. Under my blade, there would be no complete corpse. Everywhere she passed, there would be corpses. Su Qianxian and Shen Lang, who were on the city wall, were completely stunned. Their scalps went numb. This was especially so for Su Qianxian, who felt a wave of emotions wash over her. In this world, there was actually such a heaven-defying person, and it was a woman. Shen Lang was also looking at the stone. Damn, such a war goddess actually slept with me. Why do I feel so proud, and I actually survived? She didn't kill me? Jin Shuying's body was also trembling. He originally thought that although Chou Yaoer was famous, he could still fight her. After all, he had fought with Chou Xiao. Now he knew that it was fortunate that son-in-law had slept with Chou Yaoer, and that son-in-law had arranged everything. Otherwise, the 2,000 people that the Kim family brought would be useless. In less than an hour, they would all be killed. No wonder Chou Yaoer never asked how many people there were, only where they were. She didn't even ask who the enemy was. With 2 demon head blades, anyone would become a vengeful spirit. Names didn't matter. They killed for a full 2 minutes. Chou Yaoer's direct army charged up. The 2,000 direct warriors were mostly women. Every time they attacked, they were powerful. Crazy charge, these women's martial arts weren't high. But, they were infected with Chou Yaoer's aura. That murderous intent filled the sky, that invincible aura, it was like a super low-level version of Chou Yaoer. Jin Hui said from the side, son-in-law, are we still fighting? Does that mean that our Xianwu mansion soldiers should charge out to help Chou Yaoer? Shen Lang thought about it, then shook his head. Forget it, I'm afraid that this demoness will go crazy and kill a bunch of our people. This was the pinnacle of martial arts and battlefield martial arts. No wonder Qiu Tianwei couldn't tolerate her and wanted to get rid of her. This person was too strong. She was already a serious threat to the Chou family's position. A few hundred direct warriors desperately protected Zhang Jin. One after another, they blocked in front of him. However, it was all in vain. They were easily killed by Chou Yaoer. The people blocking in front of Zhang Jin became fewer and fewer. Very quickly, Chou Yaoer killed in front of Zhang Jin. Under her feet, there were countless corpses, incomplete corpses. Zhang Jin rode on a horse. His heart was trembling, and his scalp was numb. However, he could not retreat, and he would not retreat. Only a coward would retreat. Chou Yaoer stopped and retreated a few steps. What was the meaning of this? She wanted Zhang Jin to charge at her. This demoness was too arrogant. Zhang Jin felt humiliated. Chou Yaoer, although you are strong, I, Zhang Jin, am not weak. You dare to be so arrogant? Then don't blame me for being unfair. The force of my horse's charge is more than a few thousand jin. No matter how strong you are still made of flesh and blood. I don't believe you can block it. Then, Zhang Jin turned the dock and began to retreat. He retreated more than 200 meters. This was the most suitable distance for a horse to charge at. The entire battlefield stopped. A large empty space left for Zhang Jin and Chou Yaoer to fight. Go! Zhang Jin at least began to accelerate. He accelerated to the limit. In an instant, his speed reached a shocking 20 meters per second. This was a 1,000 li horse. The horse and Zhang Jin weighed more than 1,000 jin. Therefore, the speed at which it charged was equivalent to a car going 72 kilometers per hour. Kill! 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 Zhang Jin raised his saber and spurred on his warhorse, bringing with him shocking speed and power as he charged towards Chou Yaoer, wanting to kill her. At that moment, everyone held their breaths. Someone actually had a body of flesh and blood to block the charge of a 1,000 li horse. Chou Yaoer, you're not going to dodge. Chou Yaoer stood where she was, allowing Zhang Jin to charge at her on his 1,000 li horse. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter, a violent collision. Chou Yaoer did not use her blade but instead punched out. Bang! A loud sound, the 1,000 li horse cried out in pain. Her towering body was sent flying. She spat out blood, her bones broken, and died. Zhang Jin, who was on the horse's back, was sent flying. But, he only flew half a meter before being caught by Chou Yaoer. Zhang Jin was very strong, but now, he was like a little chick, being caught in the air. Zhang Jin was very strong, but in Chou Yaoer's eyes, he was no different from Shenlang. They were all weaklings. Battle, there was no battle. There had always been instant kills. 15 minutes later, the battle ended. The Battle of Raging Tide City ended. Shenlang and his army did not even have a chance to attack before the battle ended. Note, third update. Today's third update is 19,000. Brothers, give me the guaranteed monthly ticket. Pastry will use action to show you what it means to risk your life and work hard. Thank you Makui, Super Godly Tadpole's 10,000 yuan tip. The third update had been released. On the last day of the month, there were still 19,000 updates. The month of new books was finally over. I also fought to the end. Without stockpiling manuscripts, I updated 500,000 words in a month, 500,000 words. Looking back now, I felt my scalp go numb. Even when writing this single chapter, I was exhausted. 500,000 words in a month, breaking my historical record. How did I do it? It was a little unbelievable just thinking about it. I went out about 2 or 3 times a month, once to the hospital to get a prescription for sleeping pills, and another time to renew my insurance. Then, I spent all my time in front of the computer, including eating. Sometimes, I even slept on the mattress in the study. I didn't act pitiful anymore, because I felt very happy. Although I was troubled by insomnia, I still felt very happy. Because the plot was written very well and smoothly. Occasionally, I felt dizzy. After drinking a few cups of strong tea, I felt refreshed. I really didn't dare to drink coffee. This insomnia was caused by drinking super strong coffee. I didn't get the first place in the monthly new books rankings. I lost it in the last 2 days. Although there were regrets, it was nothing. Although we debuted at about the same time, the boss of Blood Red is my idol. At least, the results of this book are not bad for me. When it was published, there were 8,000 initial subscriptions in 24 hours. A month later, there were 19,000 high subscriptions, 13,000 average subscriptions, and 9,650 subscriptions in 24 hours. The people I need to thank the most here are the parents who provide for my livelihood. That is, you guys. Thank you, benefactor, for giving me a meal. Thank you. This month, I want to rush into the top 10 of the monthly votes rankings. I implore everyone to lend a hand. The only thing that Pastry could do was to work hard and work hard. I never update frequently, because I'm breaking new chapters every single day. Please help me, lend me a hand. Pastry is inexplicably grateful. I count out to thank you. Remember the website address of this site, for easier reading next time. XS52, and you can enter this site. Thank you for Amumu's 50,000 coins. The monthly votes ranking is in danger. Brothers, help me. Inside the main castle of the Raging Tide City. 4 Qianhu of the Raging Jiang army kneeled in front of Shenlang. 2 of them were already dead. How did they die? When Chou Yaoer ran over, the 2 Qianhu were too slow and were cut into pieces. Their bodies were still being pieced back together, but it was unlikely to be complete. Shenlang said, I need a Qianhu official to lure Prefect Xianxia over at the pier. Who would be willing? The 4 Qianhu officials lowered their heads, pretending they didn't hear anything. They were full of respect for Xianxia, and right now, they couldn't ask Shenlang to harm Xianxia. Shenlang walked to one of the Qianhu officials and asked, Are you willing? The Qianhu's voice trembled, Shenlang, it was Chou Yaoer who defeated us, not you. It was an unfair victory. Shenlang, if ket her. If she won, then I won. What's the difference? Let me ask you, are you willing to go to the docks and lure Xianxia over? The Qianhu replied, No, I'm not willing. I'm a general of the imperial court, and you're the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion. Are you going to kill me? Shua. Xianxia raised his hand and the saber fell. The Qianhu's head rolled to the ground. Shenlang walked to the second Qianhu and asked, Are you willing to go to the docks and lure Xianxia over? The Qianhu trembled, but he kept his mouth shut. He couldn't do it. He was born in a military family, and although he wasn't from a rich family, he was loyal to the state of Yu for generations. Once he agreed to Shenlang's request, his entire family could be wiped out. Shua. Xianxia raised his saber and killed another Qianhu. Then, Shenlang walked to the third Qianhu and asked, What about you? Are you willing? The Qianhu trembled, kneeled and kowtowed, yes. Because if he wasn't willing, he would die. Open your mouth, Shenlang said. Xianxia stepped forward and opened the Qianhu's mouth. Shenlang then poured a packet of medicinal powder into his mouth. Instantly, the Qianhu felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A moment later, his vision turned black. This is a deadly poison. If you don't take the antidote, you'll definitely die, Shenlang said. So, in order for you to survive, you'd better perform well. Later. Of course, it wasn't a lethal poison, and there was no antidote. However, it was enough to scare people. The Qianhu covered his disciple and replied in a trembling voice, Yes, sir. Shenlang, what's your name? That Qianhu said, Feng Wanshan. Good name. Shenlang, go, be refreshed. After all, we have to let Xianxia see you win and take down the raging tide city. And so, this Qianhu Feng Wanshan of Nujiang Commandery led a few hundred warriors to the raging tide city's docks, looking majestic and in high spirits, to welcome the arrival of Xianxia. Of course, these few hundred warriors were all from the Xianwu Mansion, but they had changed into the raging tide city's armors and flags. And once Xianxia's army landed on the raging tide city, they would immediately be surrounded by Shenlang and Chou Yaoer. Inside Chou Yaoer's white castle. At this moment, she seemed to have become a different person. The terrifying female T-Rex was gone, replaced by a lazy woman, quietly looking out of the window, looking at the eastern sea. That undulating figure was still dazzling. Zhang Jin knelt on the ground. Su Qianqian sat on a chair, looking at the man on the ground with a complicated gaze. Enemy, fiancé, this was the person who even in her dreams gritted her teeth and wanted to kill. Had she ever loved him? Perhaps not really. At that time, as the daughter of a merchant, love was too extravagant for Su Qianqian. For the sake of the family to rise to the next level, to become a true noble family. What she admired was power. Zhang Jin, on the other hand, represented power. So for a long time, Su Qianqian admired Zhang Jin. Although she was disappointed. For example, when Shenlang's endless romance was released, Zhang Jin felt humiliated, so he slapped her. At that time, Su Qianqian was very disappointed. In the past few months, Su Qianqian lived for hatred. His entire person was like a torch, burning at all times. Even in her dreams, she wanted to cut Zhang Jin into 1,000 pieces. She didn't think that time would come so quickly. In just a few months, Zhang Jin knelt in front of her. Whose credit was this? Was it Chou Yaoer or Shenlang? None of that mattered. What mattered was that she could take revenge now. Why? Su Qianqian said hoarsely, You can break off the engagement. Why did you kill my family? Zhang Jin's expression was very dispirited, as if his soul had flown out of his body. Was it fear? A little. But more than that, it was pain. He had lost to Shenlang again. And this time, would he not be able to make a comeback? Why, based on what? A woman like Chou Yao Er should be unparalleled in the world, unconquerable. Why did she fight for Shen Lang? Of course he was wrong. Chou Yao Er only wanted to fight. She wasn't fighting for Shen Lang at all. If she fought for Su Qianqian, then there was a reason. Was her father's future about to come to an end? Had I, Zhang Jin, become the sinner of the Zhang family? I really couldn't accept it. Why did Shen Lang win again? After obtaining Raging Tide City, the Kim family would be able to soar to the sky. Could it be that my, Zhang Jin's, talent is so far away from Shen Lang's? Zhang Jin, I'm asking you a question, Su Qianqian said. Why did you kill my family? Zhang Jin raised his head and looked at Su Qianqian. After a long while, he revealed a bit of guilt. I'm sorry, Zhang Jin said. He didn't say anything more, nor did he explain. Su Qianqian said hoarsely, I'm asking you why. You could have just broken off the engagement, so why did you kill my family? Zhang Jin said, your family's weight is too small, the consequences of killing them are too small. His words were the cruelest truth. Even if Su Guanyun was rich, he didn't have any weight. For the sake of the Zhang family's reputation, he would rather kill them than break off the engagement. This meant that the lives of the entire Su family added up couldn't compare to the damage to the reputation of a broken engagement. Su Qianqian held her forehead. She had imagined this question countless times, wanting to get the answer. But when she really got the answer, it was incomparably painful, even if she knew the answer in her heart. Wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes, Su Qianqian asked, then do you regret it today? Do you regret killing my entire family? Zhang Jin shook his head and said, Qianqian, I didn't expect you to survive and transform so much. I don't know what role you played in this drama, but it should be indispensable. You succeeded and pushed me to hell. But Qianqian, I don't regret what I did. At this moment, Shen Lang suddenly said, Zhang Jin, have you ever loved Su Qianqian? Su Qianqian and Zhang Jin were instantly shocked. Where did this scum come from? Zhang Jin said dispiritedly, what qualifications do people like us have to talk about love? We don't have the authority to do as we please, unlike you, Shen Lang, who can do whatever you want. Subsequently, Zhang Jin said, but I like Su Qianqian very much. She should be the woman I like the most. Su Qianqian recalled the past. She really wanted to be a good wife to Zhang Jin and a good daughter-in-law to the Zhang family. She wanted to be a good wife because of her husband. And Zhang Jin really wanted to treat Su Qianqian well for his entire life and become a good husband. In fact, he was a good husband in the truest sense of the word, unlike Shen Lang who fooled around outside. But unfortunately, the Su family only had money, but no power. The Zhang family had power, but no money, and no deep foundation. Both sides had no choice. Both were extravagant in talking about love. However, no words could wash away Zhang Jin's ruthlessness at that time. Just because he didn't break the promise of marriage, he exterminated the whole family. Dang 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 dang, suddenly, there was a burst of bell outside. This meant that there was a fleet coming from the sea. Shen Lang, Zhang Jin, your father is here. Zhang Jin got up and walked to the window with difficulty because the tendons in his hands and feet were broken, and his martial arts were all crippled. Sure enough, a fleet appeared on the sea not far away. Under the banner of the Pirate King's adopted son. That's right, this might be his father Zhang Chong's fleet. Guardian Zhang Chong is here. On the dock of Raging Tide City, the Imperial Qian Hufang Wanshan was suppressing his fear, because the poison in his stomach seemed to be acting up. It was no longer cramping, but his body was cold and his head was dizzy. He almost couldn't stand anymore. Among the few captains, he was the only one who was born a noble. Of course, he was a noble with no fiefdom or private army. And he didn't have the right to inherit, but he still cherished his life more than those officers who were born commoners. Dang 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 dang, the sound of bell rang out on the sea. A fleet of ships revealed its majesty. Under the banner of Raging Tide City. If there was no mistake, this should be the fleet led by Zhang Chong. Shen Shursan said, it's your turn. Immediately, Qian Hufang Wanshan raised his spirit and shouted, Governor, we've taken down the Raging Tide City for you. Lord Governor, we have taken down Raging Tide City. Congratulations, Lord Governor, for taking down Raging Tide City and establishing an immortal achievement. Congratulations, Lord Governor. You will soon be conferred the title of Marquis. This Feng Wanshan was indeed born a noble. His acting skills were quite good. His voice was full of vigor and pride, as if he had really won a great victory. The fleet came closer and closer. Feng Wanshan shouted, "Everyone, wave your flags and welcome Lord Governor." Then, the few hundred warriors on the dock waved their swords and flags with all their might. There was a word written on the flag. Immediately, the entire dock was in high spirits, and the flags fluttered in the wind. The fleet came closer and closer. Feng Wanshan knelt down on one knee. On the pier, hundreds of soldiers in armors knelt down in an orderly manner. "Welcome, Prefect. Welcome. Lord Governor, you have worked hard to take down Raging Tide City. Lord Governor, you will soon be conferred the title of Marquis. Long live the monarch. Long live Lord Governor." Feng Wanshan performed with all his might, giving it his all. Jin Hui and Xianxia, who were hiding in the armor, were extremely nervous. The houses on both sides of the dock were filled with Chou Yaoer and Shen Lang's troops. As soon as Zhang Chong's troops landed on the dock, the two armies immediately charged out and annihilated Zhang Chong and Chou Hao's troops. Nothing will go wrong, nothing will go wrong, Jin Hui's heart trembled as he thought. At this time, the fleet on the sea. Zhang Chong wasn't here. Two people stood on the deck of the flagship. Zhang Chunhua and Chou Hao. Looking at the flags on the dock, Chou Hao's expression was complicated as he sighed. "You really succeeded, you really took down Raging Tide City." Zhang Chunhua's eyes widened as she stared at everything happening on the dock. Chou Hao said, "That demoness Chou Yaoer actually lost? She also died? What on earth happened? Chou Yaoer was completely invincible. How could she have lost? If Chou Yaoer didn't lose, Zhang Jin definitely wouldn't have been able to take down Raging Tide City." Chou Hao said, "What do you plan to do next? Do you still keep your word?" Zhang Chunhua didn't answer. Chou Hao ordered, "Army, prepare to land in Raging Tide City." "Yes, sir." Since Zhang Jin had already taken down Raging Tide City, the positions of both sides had instantly reversed. Chou Hao needed to perform well, only then would he have a future, only then would he have wealth. Then, the entire fleet changed formation and prepared to dock at Raging Tide City's dock and officially land. At this moment, Zhang Chunhua suddenly exclaimed, "Go, go, go, hurry up and leave. There's a trap. This is a trap. Fleet, immediately turn around and run." Chou Hao was shocked. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Zhang Chunhua said, "If Zhang Jin really took down Raging Tide City, why wouldn't he personally come to the dock to welcome father? Furthermore, there was no sign of him and father waving the flag on the dock. We lost, we lost. Hurry up, Shen Lang won." All of this was a trap set up by Shen Lang. As she spoke, Zhang Chunhua's tears gushed out. Her tears quickly turned into loud wails. Why did Shen Lang win again, brother, Zhang Jin?" Zhang Chunhua shouted towards the dock, "Shen Lang, don't kill my brother, don't kill my brother. Shen Lang, leave my brother alive. Shen Lang, I know you're looking at me, please don't kill him." Then, this fox spirit Zhang Chunhua knelt down on the deck and kowtowed with all her might. At the same time, on Chou Yaoer's White Castle, Zhang Jin stood at the window and shouted towards the fleet on the sea, "Father, hurry up and leave, there's a trap, there's a trap." No one stopped him. Because this place was too far from the sea. From here, they could see the ships on the sea. After all, the sea was wide. However, it was difficult to see this place from the sea. After all, it was just a window. "Father, go, go, your son is unfilial, your son is useless. Your kindness in raising me, I will repay it in my next life. Father, go." Then, Zhang Jin used all his strength and jumped out of the window. He fell from the castle that was tens of meters high. He landed heavily on the ground. Instantly dead, no matter how he shouted, the fleet on the sea could not hear his voice. So, he hoped that his jump would be able to remind his father. Actually, Chou Yaoer could stop him from committing suicide. The few female warriors present could stop him. However, Su Qianxian did not say anything, and neither did Shen Lang. They just let him commit suicide. Shenlang took out his binoculars and looked at the fleet on the sea. Zhang Chong was not there at all. On the deck were Chou Ho and Zhang Chunhua. Zhang Chunhua's face was full of tears, kneeling on the deck and begging. Obviously, she had already seen the trap on the dock. Although Shenlang could not hear what she was shouting, she should be begging Shenlang to spare Zhang Jin's life. Therefore, Zhang Jin's suicide from this castle was in vain, but perhaps this kind of death was the best outcome for him. Even when he died, he felt that he was loyal to his father. Su Qianqian came to the window and looked out. Zhang Jin's body was already in a pool of blood. This man was dead, the man she hated the most was dead. She had the chance to kill him personally, but she did not do so. Instead, she let him die in the most heroic way, and did not tarnish the reputation of Zhang Chong's son. Su Qianqian suddenly felt very sad, very helpless, and very empty. Her cries changed from angry to mournful. She desperately wanted an embrace. And at this time, Shenlang opened his arms. Su Qianqian threw herself into Chou Yaoer's embrace, hugging her tightly and crying. Chou Yaoer did not know what to do. Everyone said that she did not like being touched by men, but she did not like being touched by women either. Especially being hugged by women. The key was that Su Qianqian was 1.65 meters tall, while Chou Yaoer was 1.95 meters tall. Therefore, Su Qianqian was hugging her thighs. It was really her chest that was buried in it. So deep that she could not see the bottom. Thank you, Su Qianqian kept crying. She was really grateful to Chou Yaoer. Originally, she was filled with darkness, and only lived for revenge. But Chou Yaoer's existence was like a strong light, expelling the darkness in her heart. So there were women in this world that could be so heroic, so carefree. Of course, if Zhang Jin did not die, Su Qianqian's heart would always be filled with darkness, unable to let go. But now, Zhang Jin was dead. His revenge had been avenged. She could let go. Of course, Zhang Chong was not dead. But Su Qianqian did not want revenge anymore. Because Zhang Jin's death brought her relief, but it did not bring her much joy. The death of her father, Su Guanyun, the destruction of the Su family. The root of it all was because of Su Guanyun's greed. If not for the fact that the Su family wanted to climb up the social ladder and offended Shenlang, how could they have gone bankrupt? If they hadn't gone bankrupt, how could Madame Zhang have killed Su Guanyun and burned down the Su family in order to not go back on their marriage? They had brought all of this upon themselves. If she wanted to continue taking revenge, then what would happen after killing Zhang Chong? Would she kill Shenlang again? I won't take revenge anymore. Su Qianqian hugged Chou Yaoer and cried. Very quickly, her tears wet Chou Yaoer's chest. This made her feel even more strange. And Shenlang stood in front of the window, continuing to use binoculars to look at Zhang Chunhua, who was kowtowing and crying on the deck. He sighed deeply. Zhang Chong, you're amazing. Zhang Chunhua was still kneeling on the deck, still kowtowing in the direction of New Tiao City. Shenlang, please, spare my brother's life. Please, don't kill Zhang Jin. Chou Hao's fleet was getting further and further away. Zhang Chunhua was still kowtowing and begging, his forehead dripping with blood. Zhang Jin shouted from the White Castle. No one heard. In order to remind his father, Zhang Chong, he jumped down from the castle. He hoped to attract the attention of Chou Hao's fleet by committing suicide. But no one saw it. He died a heroic death. Yet, it appeared to be completely silent. The second largest island of Liuzhou archipelago. Skywind Island. A fleet docked here. There was a small castle on the island, almost built on top of a cliff. This island was nearly 1,700 square kilometers. There was a large virgin forest on the island, as well as a huge shipyard. Inside the castle, Zhang Chong was on the top floor, holding a chess piece and playing with himself. One chess piece after another was placed on the board. He had been waiting here for more than 20 hours. No news came. No news meant bad news. Zhang Chong placed a chess piece. Tears kept falling. If you plan for the top, you get the bottom. If you plan for the top, you get the bottom. Note, the first update has been sent, it's still midnight today, I'm going to take a nap, I slept even less last night. 10th place in the monthly votes is in danger, brothers, please support, brothers, even if the New Year month is over, continue to fight. Zhang Cheng's defense is amazing. Zhang Cheng's defense is amazing. Shen Lang kept repeating this sentence, and then he sighed repeatedly. Jin Hui and Xianxia San didn't understand. We've already won, why is the son-in-law still saying such things? And he even looked like he was full of regret. However, Shen Lang soon felt relieved and began to enjoy the joy of victory. The merchants of Raging Tide City were really ambitious. They couldn't wait to open their doors right after the war ended. Moreover, Shen Lang received dozens of invitations. All of them came with gifts. Shen Lang didn't refuse any of the gifts, and then his horizons were completely widened. There were so many rare treasures. But it was a pity that no one sent him beauties. Do you think I, Shen Lang, am such a clean person? Shu Shu poured a cup of tea for Shen Lang. She was full of happiness. She was pregnant at this age, what a pleasant surprise. Of course, from Shen Lang's point of view, 36 or 37 years old wasn't old at all, it was the best age for a woman. Shen Lang took the opportunity to take a look at the fetus in her stomach, it was very healthy. He was really happy for Xianxia. It hadn't been easy for him, for an erratic mission, he had been lying in ambush beside his enemy for more than 10 years. And in these 10 years, Xianxia actually didn't dare to have any hope of revenge. But he didn't expect it to really succeed. He had been undercover in this castle for more than 10 years, he didn't expect this castle to become his home. So this alchemist Xianxia's face was full of tears, he actually laughed as he spoke, and then cried as he spoke. Old master, do you see this in heaven? The son-in-law has avenged you. Father, do you see this in heaven? We have avenged you. Shen Lang smiled. Uncle An, your face is even uglier than Huang Feng's, how did you find a beauty like Miss Shu Shu? Huang Feng stood outside expressionlessly. People who practiced martial arts had to be calm and unperturbed. Otherwise, she would have killed Shen Lang 10 times over. Shen Lang sighed and said, it's so unfair. I know a friend who was also disfigured. In the end, he can't find a wife for the rest of his life. And Xianxia said, that's because your friend hasn't encountered a desperate situation. Only in a desperate situation will a person's heart become more precious. That makes sense. Perhaps my friend's state of mind isn't right. Shu Shu said, Zhou Tianwei is a pervert. Before I was pregnant, he often tortured me. Every time, it was the Taoist who healed me. I think he is a good person. Shen Lang understood the hidden meaning in his words. This? Shu Shu had slept with the Taoist priest. Awesome, Shen Lang, didn't Zhou Tianwei suspect anything? Shu Shu said, he's a very conceited person, he thinks that he's infinitely charming. The Taoist priest is so ugly and sloppy, even the women in the city lord's mansion despise him. Zhou Tianwei probably thinks that I don't like him. Shen Lang glanced at Xianxia. He wasn't sloppy at all. Every strand of his beard was combed to the point of gleaming. His hair was also meticulous. Although the Taoist robe he was wearing was made of linen, it was also washed clean. Sigh, it's really different to have a woman. Of course, I, Shen Lang, am even more different. I have dozens of beautiful women taking care of me. If it weren't for my image, I would probably have girls to help me wash my buttocks. Shen Lang said, Auntie, the Shu family is also a prestigious family. Do you want to go home and have a look? Shu Shu shook her head and said, no, I've already become the shame of my family. In this kind of scholarly family, women should commit suicide before they are tarnished to preserve their reputation. A woman like me is shameless. Shen Lang didn't say anything to comfort her. This woman had suffered so much that she didn't need to be comforted. But Shen Lang knew that she had a son and a daughter at the time. How could she commit suicide? Besides, why would she commit suicide? Shen Lang took a small teapot and strolled around the huge castle accompanied by Xianxia. In order to build this castle, Zhou Tianwei spent more than 10 years and used more than 100,000 people. It was really impregnable. It was taller and thicker than the castle of Xianwu Mansion. Zhou Tianwei had planned to make this castle the century-old foundation of the Zhou family, but now it had benefited Shen Lang and the Kim family. Son-in-law, I never thought that this castle would belong to our family. It's still like a dream. When Xianxia walked, he felt like he was floating. Before, he hated every inch of the castle, but now he felt that every step was so cute. Xianlang said, this castle is sturdy, but Qiu Tianwei's aesthetic view is very poor. It's not as comfortable as Xianwu Mansion. And Xianxian said, he was a pirate after all, and his whole mind is focused on defense. Unlike our family, which is a century-old family, we can achieve a perfect balance between military and art. Then, he wanted to say something but hesitated. After taking over New Tadeo, Xianlang directly handed over the city's defense to Jin Shuring and all business affairs to Huang Tong. Whether it was politics, economics, or military, he didn't care at all. And Xianxian was at ease with Jin Shuring. After all, he was the adopted son of Count. Although he still had a knot in his heart with Xianlang, he was absolutely loyal to Lord Count. But Huang Tong was an outsider after all. However, only Xianlang knew that New Tadeo was completely different from other places. This was a city of trade. Professional matters should be left to professionals to manage. The Kim family just had to grasp a few things in New Tadeo: land, taxes, shipyards, military defense, and shipping routes. Business affairs were left to the Heavenly Society. The Kim family and the Heavenly Society were in a strategic alliance. Money and so on were not important. Moreover, Huang Tong was very smart, and he knew that Xianlang was smarter. So it was very pleasant to cooperate. At least until the Inyuan society was defeated, the two families would be very close. Huang Tong was even more excited, even as excited as Xianxian. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he had seized the opportunity of Xianlang at the critical moment. Then, he soared to the sky. Nowadays, in the entire Eastern world, the Heavenly Society was suppressed by the Inyuan society in almost every place and was already in danger. The business of the glass mirror could give the Inyuan society a strategic opportunity and a breathing space. At least they wouldn't be destroyed. And the victory of the Battle of New Tadeo was a great victory. This meant that most of the shipping trade in the eastern part of the state of Yu fell into the hands of the Heavenly Society. It was not an exaggeration to use any words to describe this victory. So this time, when Xianlang went to battle, the Heavenly Society sent hundreds of experts to follow him. In the end, they didn't use them. Qiu Yao alone took care of it. It was true that women conquered the world, and Xianlang conquered women. Being handsome meant that he could do whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, brother Huang Tong overestimated Master Lang. Within a few hours after taking over New Tadeo, Huang Tong continuously met with various envoys and the heads of various chambers of commerce in the city. Listening to these people's uneasy flattery, Huang Tong comforted them again and again. Some things would change, and some rules would change, but the amount of money everyone would make would definitely not change. It would only be more, not less, meeting with these business bigwigs for a few hours. Huang Tong was still in a state of excitement. After the meeting ended, he hurriedly took all the meeting records and reported to Xianlang. Xianlang took a few glances at them. The rules of these meetings were very important, and they were completely related to the business order and rules of New Tadeo. But he only glanced at them for a moment before throwing them aside. Because all of these agreements were no longer valid. New Tadeo had been taken, but now it didn't completely belong to the Kim family. The military struggle was over. Next would be the political struggle and the political agreement. Only when the monarch's decree was issued that New Tadeo and Liuzhou Island would be given to the Kim family would the dust be completely settled. If nothing unexpected happened, within 2 days, Zhang Chong would come to negotiate. Even what to talk about was already a foregone conclusion. Xianlang picked up a large pile of gift lists and looked through them very carefully. I don't care about the important agreements, but I have to remember the gifts these businessmen gave me. I'll skim over the ones who gave me the most. The ones who gave less? Then I'll remember you and make things difficult for you in the future. He flipped through dozens of pages of gift lists. Without a doubt, Xianlang had struck it rich. He struck it rich. Why aren't there any beauties? Xianlang said, I've already waited for a long time. Do I look like such a clean and honest person? Huang Tong was a smart person, so Xianlang didn't need to hide his words. Huang Feng turned her head away. She even felt that if she became Shenlang's bodyguard, she would be able to pierce her own ears. Huang Tong said, probably because of Miss Qiu Yaoer. Oh, I understand. All the businessmen thought that Shenlang had taken care of Qiu Yaoer, so they didn't dare to give women. They weren't afraid that the demoness would get jealous and destroy their whole family. Sigh. Shenlang said, you guys are all flattering me. How can I take care of this demoness? Huang Tong was stunned. She was already pregnant and he still said it wasn't settled. Shenlang said, for example, have you been to a brothel? Huang Tong felt awkward. My sister is here, are we really going to talk about this? Shenlang said, then I have been there. My situation with Qiu Yaoer is exactly the same as when I went to a brothel. Huang Tong was stunned. You mean you slept with her? No. Shenlang said, she slept with me. What a sad story. Shenlang said, but, I should be proud that such an invincible general like her could sleep with me, don't you think so? Huang Tong's scalp went numb and he didn't know whether to nod or not. I, Huang Tong, can be considered a smooth talker, but even so, the conversation still ended. Well, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first, Huang Tong said. Of course, it was impolite to leave like this. However, if he heard Shenlang say something even more embarrassing and regretted it in the future, wouldn't he have a grudge against me? Huang Tong walked out of the door and glanced at his sister. It's a pity that this sister is too ugly. Otherwise, this Shen would be easy to take care of. He is such a scumbag, he can easily get his way with his honey trap. Huang Tong sighed. Huang Feng glared at him and said coldly, if you think I'm ugly, you can ask my parents. Brother and sister were indeed connected. Just one expression was enough to tell what they meant. In the best study room in the entire castle, and Zitian was painting the wall, and one side of the wall was painted white. The surface area of this wall was much larger and could be used to write the names of many enemies. About the day after tomorrow, Zhang Chong would come to negotiate. To some extent, the battle between the Kim family and Zhang Chong was over. The following negotiations were considered to be the end, and it was also a clear winner and loser. Then, it was the political game with the monarch. If the negotiation with Zhang Chong was successful enough and Zhang Chong was smart enough, the game between the Kim family and the monarch would be much simpler. Master Lang looked at the blank wall. He realized that many of his enemies had died. He had only been in this world for half a year, and he had already made so many enemies. Sigh, it couldn't be helped. It was easy to make enemies when one was too outstanding. But he didn't expect that. In just half a year, he had killed so many enemies. Tian Heng, Su Guangyun, Wang Lian, Lin Mo, Lin Zhua, Zhu Lanting, Zhang Jin, and so on. But why did so many new enemies pop up? And it was not easy to write the names of these enemies on the wall: the monarch, the crown prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince. These people couldn't be written. After thinking for a while, Shenlang wrote 4 words on the wall. Su family, Shui family. Zhenyuan Marquis Mansion Su family, Wuan Count House Shui family. These 2 families were the next targets of revenge. The Shui family received the kindness of Jin Zhou Count more than 100 years ago. In the end, 20 years ago, they betrayed Jin Yu Count, which led to the annihilation of more than 10,000 coalition troops and brought disaster to the Kim family. And not long ago, Shueli came to break off the engagement, and the Shui family's heir came to press for debts, trying to join forces with the Yinyuan Association to completely destroy the Xianwu mansion. And the crimes of the Su family were even more outrageous. Su Jianting had an engagement with Mulan. Based on this, he deserved to die. As in-laws, the Su family actually secretly helped Tang Luan kill the Kim clan warriors in the Battle of Jinshan Island, almost turning the tables in the 3rd round. At this time, Shenlang still did not know about Su Jianting's sneak attack on the Xianwu mansion. He was not a god, he could not have predicted this attack at all. Because his father-in-law had said very clearly that he burned the secret letter, and Marquis Su Nan believed it. It was because he was sure that the secret letter was burned that the Su family unscrupulously cut off from the Kim family. So, no matter from what angle, the Su family had no reason to sneak attack the Xianwu mansion. How did the Su family get the information that the Kim family did not burn the secret letter? And they were so sure. This was a mystery. So, until now, Xianlang was still hesitating. Which family should he take revenge on first? Was it the Shui family or the Su family? At this time, Jin Hui rushed over and said, "Young master, Miss Qiu Yaoer is leaving." The demoness Qiu Yaoer strolled around New Tiao City. Everywhere she passed, there was not a single person. No matter how crowded or lively the streets were, as long as she walked by, all the men would immediately run away. They did not dare to get within 10 meters of her. They feared her as if she was a ghost. She did not care. She did not hold the ghost head blade in her hand, and there was no one beside her. When she was 8 years old, she floated on the surface of the sea, and all her memories before that were gone. The only memory she had was that there was a feminine voice in her head. She could not remember the specifics. She only vaguely remembered that when she was about to sleep, that man was telling her a story. Although it was just an unfathomable voice, the owner of this voice was already the most important person in Qiu Yaoer's life. In this life, no one had ever walked into her heart. She did not care about anyone, not even her teacher. Only this indistinct voice held the most weight in her life. Before she fell into the sea, her head was hit hard. She really could not remember anything. She only vaguely remembered that she was waiting for someone. Whether this person was male or female, dead or alive, she did not know. She could not remember at all. Because of this vague memory, and because Qiu Tianwei saved her life, she was bound to New Tiao City for a full 20 years. No more, no more, at least she did not have to wait in New Tiao City. If this person came back, then no matter where she waited, it would be the same. If this person didn't come, then even if she waited for death in New Tiao City, it would be useless. Her fleet had already gathered a full 2,000 direct descendants, all of them women. There were also those pitiful girls in White Castle, a few hundred of them, and they were all going with her. Haze, was she going to have to go through the days of dozens of beauties fighting to sweep a leaf? She did not say goodbye to Xianlang. She would never meet him again, so why would she say goodbye? But she had lived in this city for 20 years. So, she walked one last round as a goodbye. From today onwards, I, Qiu Yaoer, am going to roam the world. I am going to chase my dreams. I am going to explore the unknown. As for her pregnancy, who said pregnant women could not sail? With her heaven-defying bloodline, what did she have to fear? She had already decided that it would be best for her to find a new land in 8 months and give birth to the child. Then, she would continue exploring the world. New Tiao City was huge, but her legs were longer, so she quickly walked back to the dock. On the 20 ships, countless girls looked at the city longingly. They could not bear to leave. But only Qiu Yaoer's place was their home. Let's go. Wait, Xianlang caught up. Do you really have to leave in such a hurry? Xianlang asked. Qiu Yaoer did not reply. Xianlang said, what if Zhang Chong and Qiu Hao come to attack me? Without you, I will not be at ease. Why don't we go to Skywind Island and kill Qiu Hao? Qiu Yaoer gritted her teeth. She had no enmity with Zhang Chong. The reason why she killed Zhang Jin was because she wanted to vent the anger in her heart. Firstly, it was to vent the anger in his heart at that time. Secondly, it was because Zhang Jin had bumped into him. Thirdly, it was to avenge Su Qianxian. What did it have to do with you? Xianlang, Qiu Yaoer and Qiu Hao were on good terms. After all, he liked men, so Qiu Yaoer did not hate him. You really left? Xianlang sighed. Yes, Qiu Yaoer said. If you have something to say, say it quickly. Don't waste my time. Before I leave, do you want to have a friendly run? Of course, Xianlang only dared to say this in his heart. If he dared to say it, even if he did not die, his bones would be broken. Xianlang took out a copy of Journey to the West and a copy of Battle Through the Heavens, handing them to Qiu Yaoer. Even if you hate me, don't torture yourself. Good books should be read. Qiu Yaoer took the 2 thick books. Battle Through the Heavens, what's it about? Qiu Yaoer asked. Xianlang, a genius, was rejected by his fiancée, then rose up in defiance of the heavens. He destroyed his fiancée and slept with her master. Su Qianxian rolled her eyes. Not bad. Interesting. Qiu Yaoer put the 2 books away. But she did not know that the two books did not have an ending. Journey to the West only had 10,000 words left, and Battle Through the Heavens had less than 1,000,000. In short, he wanted Xianxia to see the crucial moment. Gone, at that time, this demoness would definitely grit her teeth. Just thinking about this scene made him feel satisfied. Master Lang was too useless. He could only take revenge on Xianxia like this. Sigh, demoness, you're leaving so decisively. You're simply being heartless. I still want to leave you with something to remember. Whenever you think of me, Shen Lang, you want to beat me to death. Xianxia picked up the two books and left. Shen Lang wanted to tell her to take care of the fetus. But these words were nonsense. Xianxia would not listen to him. Most importantly, Xianxia's behavior made it seem like the child in her belly had nothing to do with Shen Lang. Before boarding the ship, Xianxia looked at Xianxian and said, Xianxian, come with me. Xianxian instinctively looked at Shen Lang. She fell into an extremely anxious struggle. This struggle had started yesterday. Zhang Jin was dead. She did not want to take revenge. Then what should she do next? Xianxia was her absolute idol, her savior, her life teacher, and her guiding light. Thus, she instinctively wanted to follow Xianxia. But, look at the women around Xianxia. They were like oysters attached to a battleship. They had no sense of self. Xianxia was too dazzling. Any woman to her side will lose themselves. I worship you, I admire you. Then I will look at you from afar. She turned her gaze towards Shen Lang. This person was still more realistic. Seeing Xianxian look at Shen Lang, Xianxia frowned. She did not want Xianxian to trust the wrong person. Xianxian had finally broken free from a man's demon. Would she fall into another man's demon? Xianxian looked at Shen Lang boldly, waiting for his response. Xianxia wants to take me away? Will Shen Lang ask me to stay? Shen Lang avoided Xianxian's gaze and said, how about you stay? Xianxian said, stay and be your concubine? Be my concubine? Shen Lang said, how is that possible? Why would I mistreat you? Shen Lang said gently, Xianxian, I don't know if you've heard of this saying. If two people love each other for a long time, why would they stay together day and night? The so-called marriage between a man and a woman is just a vulgar restriction. We are not ordinary people, so let's not care about these formalities. Xianxian said, you mean that you are afraid of Jean Mulan and do not dare to take me as a concubine, so you want to raise me as a mistress? The term mistress was also taught to her by Shen Lang. Oh, you could explain it that way. But now that you put it like that, it makes me, Shen Lang, seem like a scum. Girl, it's rare for you to be so muddle-headed. Smart people tend to be unhappy. You're not happy. Xianxia said from the side, Xianxian, as long as you say the word, I will kill him. Xianxian giggled, he's such a scum, it's not like I've known for a long time. Xianxia said, you really don't want to leave with me? Xianxian shook her head, you saved my soul and gave me a new life. In order to repay your kindness, I should live my life well. Suzhou has already been destroyed because of my father's ambition. I have decided to go home and rebuild Suzhou Merchant Association. My Su family is not dead yet. I still have my grandmother and little brother, and they still need my protection. Shen Lang knew that Xianxian was teasing him. She did not want to be Shen Lang's concubine, much less be his lover. She wanted to transform and become an independent and strong woman. Although she could not be like Xianxia. But she had to at least look up to her. From now on, I, Xianxian, will not rely on any man. Zhang Jin is unreliable. Although Shen Lang, that scum, is very charming, but he is also unreliable. I, Xianxian, can only rely on myself. Xianxia bent down and hugged Xianxian, then turned and left. A moment later, Xianxian's fleet left. The sun was setting. The entire fleet disappeared from the horizon. This demoness had left, this legend had left, she was going to explore her world and fulfill her dreams. Xianxian stood on the dock, sobbing. The highest floor of Wind Island Castle. Zhang Chunhua was kneeling in front of her father. Zhang Chong seemed to have aged 10 years, his always straight back was bent. His whole body was stuck there, not moving. It was already dark. There were no candles here. You couldn't even see your fingers in front of you, only the light from the lighthouse would occasionally shine in. The room was very quiet, only the sound of the waves and Zhang Chuanhua's sobs could be heard. Father, Raging Tide City is gone. Brother, he might not be alive anymore. Zhang Chunhua hugged her father's legs, crying. I know. Zhang Chong reached out and stroked his daughter's head, his voice as hoarse as charcoal. Zhang Chunhua gritted her teeth and said, your daughter swears that I will avenge my elder brother and tear Shenlang into 1,000 pieces. No, don't think about revenge, Zhang Chong said. There are enemies in politics, there are no enemies tomorrow. I will go to Raging Tide City to talk to Shenlang and settle this. Note, the second chapter has been updated. I will continue writing the third chapter. Tonight we will fight to the end. Brothers, don't keep the guaranteed monthly votes, give them to the pastries. I am flattering you. Recommend a book to a friend, Super Card Creator, it is very imaginative. After a day of hustle and bustle, Raging Tide City had already fallen into silence. Although there had been a lot of changes, the entire city could still sleep peacefully. Those who could make a living in Raging Tide City all had thick nerves. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing bell rang from the pier and the lighthouse again. Immediately, everyone in the castle woke up with a start. They picked up their weapons and prepared to fight. Most of the merchants in the city pricked up their ears. Whose fleet was it this time? Could it be Zhang Chong? It shouldn't be. The Kim family had already taken down the main castle. Although there were only 2,000 people, even if Zhang Chong sent 10,000 people, they wouldn't be able to take it down. Moreover, where would Zhang Chong get 10,000 people? Not everyone was as perverted as Chou Yaoer, who was invincible and undefeatable. However, the sound of the bell on the pier quickly changed. From sharp and ear-piercing to melodious and pleasant. This meant that it was one of their own, not the enemy. Xuanwu Jinzhua led the fleet to Raging Tide City's pier. He really rushed with all his might, but he was still slower than Chou Tianwei. It couldn't be helped, the sailors of the Kim family weren't familiar with these pirate warships. Before the fleet even neared the port, both sides immediately exchanged family secret signals. In an instant, Xuanwu relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank God, God bless. Shenlang was fine. Not only that, he really took down Raging Tide City. Tang Luan was so envious that his eyes were about to pop out. Damn, the Kim family really took down Raging Tide City. Heavens, this was the core of the entire Eastern Sea trade. It was a land of gold coins. Now it actually belonged to the Xianwu mansion. The territory of the Kim family had expanded several times in an instant. This achievement was comparable to that of Count Zhou of Jin in the past. Of course, Count Zhou of Jin had fought all over the country for the monarch and achieved countless military merits. This achievement could not be compared to Count Zhou. But in terms of the expansion of the family, Jinzhua had done it. You, Jinzhua, are just a mediocre person. How could he be so strong? Just a while ago, your family was struggling to survive. Now, you've suddenly soared. Was it because she had a good son-in-law? This world was too unfair. Shenlang immediately got out of bed and rushed to the dock to welcome his father-in-law. The alchemist Daoist and Zitian was even faster than him. He couldn't conceal the excitement in his heart at all. In the past 10 years, he had several contacts with Xianwu Mansion, but he had never seen Xuanwu again. Jinzhua Count stepped forward and looked at Shenlang with blazing eyes. Then, she rushed forward and hugged Shenlang. This startled Master Lang. Father-in-law, you weren't like this in the past. You used to be very old-fashioned and cold. You would never act so affectionately. I'm not used to your sudden intimacy. My son has worked hard. Jinzhua counted. Shenlang said, well, it's not hard at all. More importantly, it really wasn't hard at all. They didn't even have to fight a single battle. Chou Yaoer had fought them all. He and the warriors of the Kim family had only watched from the sidelines. Then, they had taken Raging Tide City. Sigh. Tang Luan Count suddenly said, Shenlang, I actually have daughters too. I have quite a few. After feeling despair, Tang Luan became much more adorable. Shenlang looked at Count Jinhai Tang Luan for a while and said, Count Jinhai, you don't hate my family anymore? I feel despair, Tang Luan said. But I can't just die, so I can only pretend to be relieved. He couldn't say that he had let go of his hatred. The Ottoman Empire used to hate the British Empire. Now, wasn't Turkey still licking the British Empire's boots? The situation was stronger than the person. Xianxia said, "It's good that you have this kind of mentality, very good." Tang Luan felt that there was a hidden meaning in Xianxia's words. He couldn't help but say, "Shen, why don't you say it more clearly?" Xianxia said, "Count Tang Luan, you should return now and pack up your belongings. Dismiss those who should disperse and seek refuge with those who should. Leave some seeds behind." As soon as he said this, Tang Luan's expression changed. He trembled and said, "Really? If that's the case." Xianxia nodded and said, "Go back." Tang Luan's face instantly lost all color. What was the most tragic thing in this world? In the stock market, you thought you had hit the bottom, but you didn't expect there to be 18 levels of hell below. Tang Luan felt that losing Jinshan Island and his private army was already tragic enough for him. But there was something even worse to come. Xianxia said, "Seeing that you have let go of your hatred for my family, let me give you a piece of advice. Lower your stance, take the initiative, and try to keep your family alive." Tears rolled down Tang Luan's face as he said, "I can't live?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I can't live." Tang Luan laughed miserably, "Ha ha ha ha, this world is really interesting, really interesting. Those who kill me are not enemies." Then, he bowed to Xianxia and said, "Thank you, Shen, for telling me. If the Tang family doesn't perish this time, I will definitely thank you for your kindness." Then, Count Xianxia sent a ship to Tang Luan and let him go home. Tang Luan returned after boarding the ship, bowed to Xianxia and said, I can't live?" Xianxia said, "You can't." Tang Luan asked, "What about my family?" Xianxia said, "Tang Yan is fine, but it's safer to send him to Sky Sea Pavilion as soon as possible. Among the other sons, you can choose one to keep his life. Let him break with the family in advance and personally report you for colluding with the pirate Chou Tianwei. Then, immediately join a prince or simply escape to another country." Tang Luan Count bowed deeply to Xianxia. "Thank you, Shen, for saving my life." Then, he returned to the ship. The ship left for the dock of Jinhai City. Tang Luan's gratitude was not wrong. Xianxia's words could be said to have saved the seed of the Tang family. This was a drastic change. There had to be a family that would completely collapse. Someone must be responsible for this. The reason why Xianxia did this was not because he sympathized with the Tang family, but because he wanted to bury a nail. What if it was useful in the future? Xianxia Count couldn't help but look back at Tang Luan Count. This should be the last time he saw him. The distance between heaven and hell was so close. A little bit more and it would be his Kim clan that almost fell into hell. Inside the main castle of New Tiao City, Xianxia Count still felt that it was a little unreal. This city now belonged to the Kim family, this castle belonged to him, it was like a dream. When Lang Er explained the 4 moves to me that day, although I was amazed, I felt that it was extremely difficult and that the chance of success was very small. But our Kim family would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Even if there was only a 1% chance, we would still do our best. Xianxia Count said, "Who would have thought that this matter would actually succeed? Amazing, amazing." Then, Xianxia said, "Lang Er, you are really a waste of talent in our family." Xianxia said, "Father-in-law, I can't get tired of hearing flattering words. You can say a few more words." "Oh, I originally had a lot more, but I don't want to say it now." Then, Xianxia sighed. He walked in front of the map and said, "Father-in-law, our strategy of dividing the sea and becoming the king did not completely succeed." Then, he pointed at the map and said, "We took the most important New Tiao City and Liuzhou Island, but the entire Liuzhou archipelago has dozens of big and small islands. The second largest is Skywind Island, which was taken by Zhang Chong. The remaining islands were taken by Chou Hao. Xianxia didn't have a fleet and couldn't take those islands. Chou Yaoer could take those islands, but she had no reason to fight for Xianxia. Even Xianxia couldn't speak. If he did, he would be asking for humiliation." Xianxia said, "Zhang Chong's defense is amazing. Too amazing." Since yesterday, Xianxia had been repeating this sentence. He had not only planned the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After Zhang Chunhua failed to persuade Chou Yaoer, she immediately went to persuade Chou Hao. At least on the surface, it looked like Zhang Jin's new Tiao city was already in the bag. After all, according to Zhang Chong's calculations, Shen Lang wanted to kill Chou Yaoer and then take over the city. In reality, Shen Lang really did plan to do this. He could kill Chou Yaoer. Once he killed Chou Yaoer, then the Kim family would attack the new Tiao city's castle, and then Zhang Jin's 6,000 soldiers would attack from behind. Shen Lang only had 2,000 people, and there were wolves in front and tigers behind. It looked like he would definitely lose. Thus, the chances of Zhang Jin taking over the new Tiao city were very high, and the chances of Zhang Chong's plan succeeding were also very high. Shen Lang had no choice but to take the risk and negotiate with Chou Yaoer. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens, but Chou Yaoer was pregnant. Although this factor didn't affect the situation much, the father of the child still made her a little soft-hearted. Most importantly, Shen Lang caught someone using poisonous salt to harm Chou Yaoer, and found out that the culprit was Chou Tianwei, causing Chou Yaoer to completely give up her loyalty to her foster father. This was the key to Shen Lang turning defeat into victory. He also had to thank the Taoist alchemist in Zhaitian. He hid beside Chou Tianwei and didn't do anything other than save Xu Xu and get her pregnant. But this was enough. In short, the Battle of New Tiao City was decided in an instant. Life and death were decided in an instant. The most impressive was Zhang Chong's defense. When Zhang Jin had a high chance of taking over the new Tiao City, he actually had a backup plan. He used the second-line army of Nujiang County, persuaded Chou Ho to borrow his fleet, and took over all the islands outside of the new Tiao City. Especially Heavenly Wind Island. This was what he meant by above all else. If Zhang Jin could succeed in taking over the new Tiao City, that would be great, but if he didn't succeed, he still had a way out, and the Zhang family wouldn't be completely destroyed. Thinking of defeat before thinking of victory, just as he was about to succeed, he didn't feel complacent, nor did he feel elated. Instead, he immediately mended the sky to avoid the worst-case scenario from happening. This kind of talent, this kind of temperament, it really made Shen Lang sigh in admiration. From the start of the battle until now, Zhang Chong had only lost by half a chess piece. In fact, he didn't even lose by half a chess piece. Shen Lang looked at the Liuzhou Islands on the map. It was more than 10,000 square kilometers. Now, the Kim family had only taken over the largest Liuzhou Island. 5,000 square kilometers took up half, and the remaining half belonged to Zhang Chong and Chou Ho. However, there weren't any big castles in the archipelago, and it was very difficult to defend. It also lacked strategic depth. It's a pity that we didn't succeed completely, Shen Lang said, but we didn't make any mistakes. The opponent was just too strong. At the side, Xuanwu felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, there was Langer. Otherwise, how could my Kim family be a match for Zhang Chong? Jin Zhua said. That was the truth. If not for Shen Lang's appearance, Xianwu Mansion would have been destroyed a few months ago. Even Zhang Chong didn't need to do anything himself. He just needed to besiege Xianwu Mansion from all directions and use the greed of a few influential families to destroy the Kim family. Although it wasn't as easy as destroying the Dongjiang Count house, it wasn't strenuous. This person was so powerful that no one could defend against him. Shen Lang said, fortunately, our struggle with him is over. At least for a long time, we won't be his opponents. Of course, it was exciting to play chess with such a top expert. But Shen Lang wasn't a masochist. He still liked to crush people. For example, when facing opponents like Tianheng, Su Guanyun, Zhu Lanting, and Tang Luan. It would be great to crush them all. To play chess with an opponent like Zhang Chong, it wasn't enough to be extremely smart. It also needed to be lucky. The strategy of becoming the king across the sea has been completed 90%. There's only one last step left. Shen Lang said, after this tremble, our Kim clan will have a long period of peace and stability. Even father-in-law's title of nobility will rise. Jin Zhua's count was helpless. This son-in-law of hers had to make dirty jokes no matter what the occasion was. Next, it's up to the monarch, Xuanwu said. Shen Lang said, yes, we're going to have a small game with the monarch. It could be extremely intense, with the pressure of Mount Tai, or it could pass easily. I hope it's the latter. Jin Zhuocout said, me too. Although the Kim family didn't lose anyone in this battle, they had to pay an astronomical number of strategic resources. Next, they needed to rest for a period of time, at least for the recruits to grow. It would be best if they could easily complete the entire strategy and take down Raging Tide City. Shen Lang said, this will require Prefect Zhang's cooperation. However, I think very highly of this person. Our cooperation will definitely be flawless. Governor Zhang will come to negotiate tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. However, there shouldn't be any accidents. The next morning, Zhang Chunhua appeared in the big castle of Raging Tide City. Her forehead was covered in scars. At this moment, her gaze towards Shen Lang was no longer seductive. Instead, it was filled with coldness. Women were like this. No matter how smart they were, they couldn't afford to lose. Of course, Qiu Yaoer was an exception. She wasn't a man, nor was she a woman. She was just someone who could get pregnant. Where's my brother? Zhang Chunhua asked. Shen Lang waved his hand. Jin Hui and Shin Shirsen carried in a coffin. Inside was Zhang Jin's corpse. She opened it. Zhang. Chuanhua's tears gushed out. She had 3 brothers, but Zhang Jin was the closest. Her eldest brother was under the Southern Peace General, and her second brother was a civil official in the capital. Only Zhang Jin and her followed her father. Although she had already imagined this ending, when she saw Zhang Jin's corpse, her heart still ached. Shen Lang, I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. Tear you into 1,000 pieces. He almost blurted out these words. But Zhang Chunhua still took it back. Her father had warned her again and again that people could show weakness, but they couldn't have the mentality of a real weakling. Some words should never be said out loud. For example, a poor person should never say that no matter how rich or powerful he is, so what? I won't beg him. This was the typical mentality of a weakling. If she clamored to tear Shen Lang into 1,000 pieces, this was also the mentality of a weakling. If she wanted to vent, don't say it. Yesterday, when you and Cho Ho's fleet approached Fury Tide City, Zhang Jin thought that your father was on the ship, so he desperately shouted a warning on White Castle. But you couldn't hear him, so he jumped off the castle and committed suicide, hoping that you could see it. In the end, you didn't. As soon as this was said, Zhang Chunhua cried even more and collapsed to the ground. Although Zhang Jin's brother wasn't the most outstanding son of her father, he was the most obedient and filial. Now this brother was gone. After crying for a while, Zhang Chunhua stopped crying. Then she said to Shen Lang, my father invited you to negotiate on the sea. Just the 2 of you. Of course, you can bring a bodyguard. Shen Lang, no need. There was indeed no need for a bodyguard. Because Count Xuanwu was already guarding Fury Tide City, even if he killed Shen Lang, it wouldn't change the current situation. Besides, to a certain extent, Shen Lang and Zhang Chong were already on the same ship. Shen Lang took a ship out to sea. Although he felt that there was no need for a bodyguard, Jin Shiying still sent 1,000 warriors and 5 ships to follow Shen Lang out to sea. However, there was really only one ship on Zhang Chong's side. This attitude made the Kim family seem like petty people. But this wasn't a big deal. Father-in-law was conservative like this. After sending Shen Lang onto the ship, Zhang Chunhua also left. On this ship, there were only Zhang Chong and Shen Lang. The ship didn't open its sails and drifted with the ocean current. The ships of the Kim family followed closely behind, even maintaining a state of encirclement, the distance between them no more than 500 meters. Shen Lang entered the cabin. He saw Zhang Chong. He couldn't help but be taken aback. After not seeing each other for a few days, Zhang Chong had aged faster than Tang Luan Count. His originally jet black hair had actually turned a little white. However, he still sat ramrod straight. His eyes were bright and full of expression, but he didn't seem overbearing. Shen Lang stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Greetings, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Chong said, "This old man won't get up until Xuanwu comes." Shen Lang hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare." After all, he was a junior. It was only right for Xianxia to sit and greet guests. Then, Xianxia poured a cup of tea for Shenlang. Shenlang held it with both hands and drank it in one gulp, not worried at all that it was poisonous. "I'm very sorry about your son, Zhangjin." Shenlang said it was regretful, not sorry. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "There is no grudge on the battlefield." Then, the two of them fell into silence. Xianxia was a top politician, but he wasn't good at socializing, nor was he good at talking. Shenlang didn't like to pretend to be polite. Xianxia said, "Will Shen start, or will this old man start?" Shenlang, "I'm a junior, I'll start." Xianxia, "Sure." Shenlang, "Chou Tian seized Jinshan Island, the monarch is furious, and the governor is burning with anxiety." Xianxia, "On the surface, the monarch says that they can't send troops to help Xuanwu take back Jinshan Island, but in fact, there is not a day that they don't want to help their subjects get back their fiefs." Shenlang, "The governor is worried about the monarch's worries, so he mobilized the troops of Nujiang Prefecture and successfully persuaded Chou Tianwei to settle down. My Kim family set up a trap at Wanya Island and lured Chou Tianwei's army to attack. Zhangcheng, you and I, with our two families, will eliminate the pirate Chou Tianwei and return peace to the state of Yu's eastern sea." Shenlang, "The Count of Jinhai, Tang Luan, colluded with the pirate Chou Tianwei, his crime is unforgivable. As an old noble, instead of being loyal and patriotic, he colluded with bandits and harmed the state of Yu's territory. Such a disloyal and unfilial person, how can he have the face to sit in the state of Yu's court? I beseech the governor to request the monarch to strip the Tang family of their title, take back all their fiefs, and punish them with the crime of treason. In this way, the governor's new policy in Nujiang Prefecture will be a success." Zhangcheng, Xuanwu sent troops to seize New Tiao City and eliminate the pirate Chou Tianwei. He has worked hard and made great contributions. Shenlang, from today onwards, New Tiao City is no longer solitary sea city, but an inseparable part of the state of Yu. Congratulations to the monarch, you've added more territory. The governor led the troops to seize Liizhou archipelago and established an immortal merit. This kind of merit, my Kim family will definitely report to the monarch, we will not disgrace him. Zhangcheng didn't say anything else. Shenlang, the monarch's new policy benefits the country and the people, my Kim family will definitely support it. In order to set an example for the old nobles, Xianwu Mansion is willing to reduce the number of troops by 2,000. Previously, you had just expanded the number of troops by 2,000, and now you're reducing it and moving it to the sea to guard the merchant caravans. This plan is really messy. Zhangcheng still didn't say anything. Shenlang, in the Battle of New Tiao City, the Nujiang Prefecture army was defeated by Chou Yaoer, and more than 3,000 people were captured. My Kim family defeated Chou Yaoer, rescued these captives, and is willing to hand them over to the governor. Zhangcheng, many thanks. And then, the two finished their discussion. There were no surprises. It didn't even seem like a negotiation, there was no back and forth, no haggling. It was as if the two of them had completely discussed it. Shenlang and Zhangcheng echoed each other, of course it was for the world to see. As for the specific details, Zhangcheng would definitely secretly report it to the monarch. I have already submitted the secret memorial to the monarch. Zhangcheng said, next, whether it's war or peace, lightning or calm, it all depends on the will of the monarch. Shenlang, the day the monarch decrees will be the day I release the 3,000 captives. Zhangcheng said, I just saw the Heavenly Order's ships entering New Tiao City. Yeah. Shenlang said. After the expansion of the Xianwu Mansion, there were a total of 5,000 private troops, plus the 1,000 pirates left behind by Chou Yaoer, plus the 1,000 reinforcements from the Heavenly Order. Therefore, there were a total of 7,000 troops used to defend New Tiao City. The most important thing was that the Kim family took over all of Chou Tianwei's ships and had most of the sea control. And Zhangcheng only had 4,000 pirates in his hands, but he had to defend more than a dozen islands. Now, the Kim family had occupied 3 castles in New Tiao City, and Chou Tianwei's castle was too sturdy, wanting to take it down with just 4,000 pirates was completely a pipe dream. Want to start a war? Therefore, unless the monarch gathered 20 to 30,000 troops and built a large number of warships. It would take a year and a half before they could cross the sea to attack New Tiao City. But would the monarch be willing to pay such a high price? The war to suppress the rebellion in the southern kingdom was in full swing. If the Kim family was forced into a corner, they would directly take New Tiao City north to join the Wu kingdom, and that would cause a national upheaval. Therefore, Shenlang and Zhang Chong's discussion just now was the best way to give the world an explanation. The monarch's face was also not bad. Even on the surface, this was a huge victory. Wasn't it awesome to open up new territory? Of course, this was also a slap in the face by the Kim family to the Ning clan. Could the monarch tolerate this? Zhang Chong poured another cup of tea for Shenlang. No matter what the monarch's final decree is, this old man has lost this battle. Zhang Chong said, truly a young man to be feared. Shenlang said, I believe the monarch has seen your efforts and painstaking efforts. Zhang Chong said, I'm about the same age as Xuanwu, and I've wasted more than 10 years before. Now that I've fallen, I don't know when I'll be able to climb back up. Shenlang said, that won't be the case. I believe Zhang Gong will definitely have a good fortune. Although he said this, he really wasn't sure about Zhang Chong's fate. In the Battle of Raging Tide, Zhang Chong did save half of the situation for the monarch, at least not letting the Kim family take away the entire Liezhou archipelago. This way, the Kim family wouldn't be able to completely expand overseas, at least they could be restrained and monitored in the surrounding archipelago. However, the battle between Zhang Chong and the Kim clan ended in defeat. The monarch was also temperamental, mean, and ungrateful. So, what would be the outcome for Zhang Chong? No one knew, it was completely up to the monarch's will. Zhang Chong said self-deprecatingly, at least the new policy has nothing to do with me. The new policy had more than nothing to do with Zhang Chong. After the Battle of Raging Tide, the new policy of the state of Yu would basically be suspended. Because who would you pick next? Who would be the vanguard of this new policy? After any political battle was defeated, the first thing to do was to lie low and wait for the opportunity, not to immediately rush to the next battlefield. Zhang Chong's secret memorial had already been sent to the capital at the fastest speed. Shenlang could hardly imagine how shocked the monarch and the entire court would be. Zhang Chong stood up and said, in that case, our discussion is over. Then, this old man will go back to the old house and wait for the monarch's decision. Shenlang bowed and said, Zhang Gong, the mountains are high and the rivers are far, we will meet again. Note, the third update has been sent, today's third update is still 19,000. We are only about 200 votes away from the top 10 of the monthly votes, just a little more. I'll give you the pastries, give me the votes, thank you Dikia for the 10,000 yuan tip. Thank you, Alliance Master, for your 100,000 coins. I'm in urgent need of monthly votes. Brothers, help me out. Xian Wu and Jin Zhuo guarded Rage Tide City. His conservative and determined personality was the most suitable for defending a city. Shenlang and Jin Qing led 1,000 people to attack Jinshan Island. There were already 2,000 captives from Xianwu Mansion on Jinshan Island. With their cooperation, they defeated the 1,000 pirates on the island in half a day and took down Jinshan Island. 5,000 words were omitted here. Jin Qing led 1,000 soldiers to guard Jinshan Island. Half of them were reorganized from the captives from Xianwu Mansion. Shenlang led 500 soldiers back to Xianwu Mansion. He had left home for more than a month. He was really eager to return. Mulan baby, I missed you so much. I didn't flirt in the past month. I didn't even look at Qiu Yao Air. Even in a place like Raging Tide City, where money was everywhere, I didn't find a single woman. Nowadays, there aren't many men like me who are as pure as I am. This is love. Su Qianxian walked over seductively to Shenlang's back and massaged his shoulders. She even pretended to carelessly rub her chest against Shenlang's head. Don't do this, I'm a decent person. We're divorced. I can't let Mulan down. I'm not that kind of person. Sigh, so soft, Shenlang leaned his head against her. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. Huang Feng made a swallowing motion. She wasn't drooling. She was suppressing the killing intent in her heart. Then, she turned around. Su Qianxian said coquettishly, Shenlang, we're already like this. Can you tell me what poison you put in the dye formula? How did you harm our family? How did you make those Western region merchants get poisoned? Damn, I knew you were up to no good. Shenlang sat up straight and moved his head away from Su Qianqian's chest. I, Shenlang, am a decent person. Even if my wife isn't here, I won't have an affair. Then, he said righteously, Miss Su, please don't accuse me wrongly. I didn't tamper with the formula at all, and I've never harmed your family. I didn't know that your new silk clothes were suddenly poisoned on those Western region merchants' ships. Su Qianqian gritted her teeth and said, let's put it another way. It's unavoidable for new formulas to have problems. Regarding the purple and rainbow dyes formulas, can Shen make some improvements? Shenlang nodded and said, yes, that's possible, but you have to pay a price. Su Qianqian pressed her chest against his again. Shenlang leaned back comfortably and said, we'll take 5% of the profit for every bolt of silk sold with our dye formula. Su Qianqian shuddered and said, Shen, we're so close. It'll hurt our relationship if we talk about money. Shenlang rubbed against her a little harder and said, alas, we're just ex-husband and ex-wife. Get lost. Su Qianqian pushed him away, after returning to the Xianwu mansion. He didn't even have time to be intimate with Mulan before he saw a ground full of corpses. There were more than 20 corpses, men and women, old and young. These were the loyal servants of Count Xuanwu. Although Shenlang couldn't tell them all their names, he knew each and every one of their faces. There were also hundreds of corpses, all of which were warriors who had died in battle, including new recruits and veterans. Even his mother-in-law, Su Peipei, had a large wound on her back. It was more than half a foot long and half an inch deep, and her bones could almost be seen. And Xianxia said, young master, my female doctor will stop the bleeding and apply medicine for your wife. You've taught me how to suture wounds, but I still don't dare to do it for fear of leaving a big scar. Shenlang said, I'll do it. Are the catgut sutures ready? Not long after Shenlang came to this world, he taught Dr. Xianxia how to suture and made a large number of catgut sutures, but they were rarely used. The advantage of the catgut suture was that it could be easily absorbed by the body, but the disadvantage was that it could easily cause inflammation. However, Shenlang used modern technology to treat these catgut sutures. Each one had been treated for a few months and went through more than a dozen processes to ensure that inflammation was minimized. Although his mother-in-law, Su Peipei, was lazy, her martial arts skills were high, and her physical fitness was good. Coupled with the large amount of anti-inflammatory Chinese medicine, it shouldn't be a big problem. Su Peipei was lying on the bed, wearing clothes. There was a big cut on the back of her clothes, revealing her wound. Even if it was her back, she didn't want to be touched by other male doctors. However, Shenlang was her son, so it didn't matter. Shenlang carefully sutured Su Peipei's wound, layer by layer. He was extremely meticulous. Moreover, he used cosmetic suture. Unfortunately, there was no cosmetic suture in this world, so the scar in the future would be smaller. I'm already so old, so what if there's a little scar? Su Peipei said, will your father dislike me? Shenlang said, with my skills, I guarantee that the scar will be minimal. Of course, there's another way to hide the scar. What is it? Su Peipei asked. Shenlang said, get a beautiful tattoo on your back and let father-in-law start learning the tattoo pattern now. Su Peipei said, isn't it a little inappropriate for me to get a tattoo at my age? Although she said it was inappropriate, she was actually tempted. Shenlang said, no one else will see it. What's wrong with showing it to father-in-law? Su Peipei said, we'll talk about it later. When Shenlang returned to his courtyard, his face suddenly became cold. He had never hated a person so much, and he had never hated a family so much. Marquis Jing Su Clan. Sunan, Su Jianting, Mulan was lying on the bed, her upper body naked. On her pink and smooth back, there was a shocking bruise. It was hit by an expert of the Su clan with a hammer that night in order to protect the people of the fief and fight against the fake bandits. Although there was no scar, she suffered some internal injuries. Shenlang was so distressed that he twitched. He used the concocted medicinal oil and slowly rubbed it into the bruise on Mulan's back. Husband, don't you blame me? Mulan said softly. Mulan lay in Shenlang's arms, grabbed Shenlang's hand and put it on her beautiful chest. Shenlang said, blame you for what? Blame you for clearly knowing that it was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but still led the troops to save the people of the fief. That's how you are, Mulan. Mulan turned over, lying on Xianlang's body, and gently kissed Xianlang's lips. No more words. Furious Tide City had been taken. Zhou Yaoer had left. The Battle of Wangya Island was a great victory, and Zhou Tianwei's entire army was destroyed. Xianlang did not say any of this news. Of course, he did not need to say it, he had already sent people to report back to the family. Now, there was only heartache left. Hasn't the secret letter Marquis Su Jian sent to our family been burned? Sunan also believed it, so why did Su Jianting come to snatch it? Xianlang said, then why did he pay such a big price to snatch it? Mulan shook her head, expressing her puzzlement. There must be some conspiracy in the middle. That's good, that's good. Originally, Xianlang had not decided whether to retaliate against the Shui clan or the Su clan first. Now there was an answer. Destroy the Su clan. Xianlang's brain was working quickly. Su clan. Putting aside the Duke of Weiwu and the Marquis of Xianxi, the Marquis of Xingyuan was the biggest old noble family. The biggest fief, the most private army. And Sunan was the Crown Prince's junior protector, the great general of the Xingyuan. A real superpower. It would be very difficult to bring him down. Zhang Cheng's wisdom was close to that of a demon, but his foundation was too shallow. And the Su clan's foundation was even thicker than Xianwu Mansion. It seemed that to bring down the Su clan was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But, give me a fulcrum and I can pry up the whole earth. Similarly, give me a fulcrum and I can destroy the entire Su clan. Xianlang used his fingers to calculate. Mulan had been naughtily kissing him, like playing a game. First kissing the eyes, then stopping, letting Xianlang guess where to kiss next. Then the next kiss was behind the ear. Of course, this was completely silent, completely an intimate mental game. At this time, seeing him calculating with his fingers like a charlatan, she could not help but laugh. What are you doing? Mulan said coquettishly. Xianlang, I'm calculating, how many days will it take to destroy the Su clan? Mulan said, have you calculated it? Xianlang, it will take about 150 days. Mulan was puzzled. Can this be accurate to the number of days? However, I don't want to use my brain, I just want to clap my hands, and then shout that husband is so powerful. Of course, now Mulan did not need to cheer with her mouth. She could just use her eyes. Yes, it would take about half a year. The key was to need a fulcrum. So what was this fulcrum? Fifth Highness Ningxing. Xianlang looked at Mulan's eyes, which were very beautiful, but bloodshot. This woman did not know how long it had been since she slept well. Baby, go to sleep. Xianlang said. Well, husband, you sleep with me. Mulan said. Okay. Xianlang said. At the same time, Mulan also took off the skirt on her lower body. Then she also took off the clothes on Xianlang's body, and then comfortably hugged Xianlang to sleep. Under the quilt, the fragrance was pleasant, smooth and tender like jade. In just a few seconds, Mulan fell asleep sweetly. In the past month, she did not sleep more than 3 hours a day. Xianlang hugged the jade like Mulan. On one hand, his heart was like a wolf, and on the other hand, he was very distressed. 2 minutes later, he also fell asleep. In the past month, don't look at how he was arrogant, as if everything was under control. In fact, he did not sleep well. Inside Jin High Count House, Crown Prince Tang Yin knelt on the ground and cried. No, no, father, must it be like this? The situation may not be like this. The Kim family took over Fury Tide City, which is equivalent to slapping the monarch's face. The monarch will not let them go. We may not have to go down this road. Wait and see, wait and see. Tang Luan Count smiled bitterly and said, if we wait any longer, the whole family will die. He slapped his forehead and said, this monarch of ours is extremely intelligent, but he is harsh and merciless. His anger must be vented, but it's hard to say who he will vent it on. Crown Prince Tang Yin said, but it is Xianwu Mansion who destroyed the new policy. It is also Xianwu Mansion who took advantage of the situation to expand. Our Tang family has always been on the side of the monarch. Why should they pour their anger on us? Isn't this disappointing? Tang Luan Count said, was the king of the South Kingdom not loyal enough? What was the result? He was tricked to death by our monarch, then raised Prince Jin in the capital and sent a large number of officials to the South Kingdom to seize power. Speaking of being bitterly disappointed, who can be more bitterly disappointed than Prince Jin? Tang Yin said, then he should pour his anger on the Kim family, yes. Tang Luan Count said, the Kim family has already taken over Fury Tide City and obtained 80% of Chou Tianwei's fleet. Fury Tide City is alone in the sea, how can they fight without a navy? Even if the monarch wants to attack Fury Tide City, they will need at least a year and a half to build ships and prepare 30,000 troops. By that time, will the Kim family just sit and wait for death? Not far to the north is the state of Wu. Back then, Bian Shao led 100,000 troops and betrayed the state of Wu and went south to the state of Yu, causing the state of Wu to suffer a great defeat. Does the monarch want such a tragedy to happen again in the state of Yu? Crown Prince Tang Yun was silent, then he cried even louder. Earl Tang Luan said, we are in a race against time. Zhang Chong's secret memorial has already been sent to the capital. It's not too late for you to go to the governor's office to report and expose me. Otherwise, by the time the Blackwater platform's cavalry charge into our house, everything will be too late. The monarch's wrath will completely annihilate our entire race. Crown Prince Tang Yun said, then, what about the other brothers? Tang Luan Count was silent for a while. Yes, what about the other sons? If they escaped to another country in advance, they would still be able to survive. But should they do that, if they escaped to other countries, then the Tang family's sacrifice would be in vain. The monarch was slapped in the face this time, and his anger would completely pour out and he would kill a large number of people. If the entire Tang family was killed, only Tang Yun would be left. When the monarch thought about it in the future, he might still feel guilty and could make up for it. If Tang Luan let all his sons escape to Wu, it would be true treason. Then the monarch would be a scapegoat for nothing. Tang Luan Count said, don't tell any of your brothers. You should sneak away and report us to the governor's office. Tang Yin trembled, and tears streamed down his face again. His father was going to sacrifice the entire clan for him, Tang Yun's heart was about to burst. Tang Luan Count said, after you report me, immediately go to the capital and choose a prince to rely on. Crown Prince Tang Yun said, who should I rely on? Tang Luan Count fell into a dilemma. Should he rely on the crown prince or the third prince? Decide for yourself. I really can't see it clearly. Tang Luan Count said, but remember, don't make Shenlang your enemy. Don't make Xianwu Mansion your enemy. Crown Prince Tang Yun said, why? It's because of Shenlang that our family is in such a desperate situation. I swear that I will tear him to pieces in the future and completely destroy the Kim family. Earl Tang Luan slapped him across the face, sending Tang Yun flying. Idiot. Tang Luan Count roared, if it wasn't for Shenlang's reminder, even you wouldn't be alive. Tang Yun said, could it be that I should swallow this hatred? Tang Luan Count said, even if you want to take revenge, you have to see who your enemy is. Crown Prince Tang Yun was stunned. Then he burst into tears again. That night, Crown Prince Tang Yun of Jin Hai Count House left home and rushed to the governor's office of Tiannam Province day and night. It was already midnight. Governor Zhu Yong was still awake. How could he sleep? He read Zhang Chong's secret letter over and over again. Then he felt cold all over. The Kim family took over Raging Tide City. From then on, they soared to the sky. It couldn't be suppressed anymore. At least the butcher's knife of the new government could no longer be used on them. Zhang Chong was the sharpest knife. Although it didn't break, it had a big hole. This trusted aide that he thought the most highly of had actually died in Nujiang County. Fell in Xianwu Mansion. Wasn't he strong enough? No, he was strong to the extreme. It was just that the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion was too monstrous. Although Zhu Yong didn't participate in the whole process, he saw it clearly. It was simply a game of chess between two top experts. In the end, Zhang Chong lost by half a move. This was not only a loss for Zhang Chong, but also a loss for Governor Zhu Yong. If Zhang Chong was the general of the new government, then Zhu Yong was the marshal who led the new government. After the success of Dongjiang's Count House, once Xianwu Mansion succeeded again. Then the new government would burn the entire state of you like a fire. Like a knife cutting lard. Like boiling water melting snow, there was no resistance. Dongjiang was the most domineering, and Xianwu was the most persevering. After taking down these two veteran nobles, the remaining nobles didn't have much power to resist. But now the new government hit the head in front of Xianwu Mansion. What should I do? Continue. Who should I find? Who should I ask to copy the knife? If I meet a hard bone and lose, I should put it aside and choose a soft bone. If it was a fight of pride, of course, there was no problem. But this was a political fight, and it needed to pay attention to momentum. Once the momentum stopped, it needed to build up strength again and then make a comeback. It was like a car that suddenly stopped on an obstacle. It needed to back up dozens of meters and build up speed again, instead of continuing to rush forward. That was powerless. So, the new government had to stop temporarily. Maybe it would burn more fiercely on the surface, but in reality, it had to stop secretly. Zhang Chong had to bear the responsibility, and so did Zhu Yong. Of course, Zhu Yong wasn't worried about himself. But he was worried about Zhang Chong. The sharpest knife was broken just like that. What kind of personality did the monarch have? Zhu Yong knew it best. Actually, in this battle, Zhang Chong didn't do anything wrong, and instead, he made a contribution. But in the eyes of the monarch, Zhang Chong lost, and he lost face. What should I do? How can I protect Zhang Chong? Zhu Yong had a splitting headache. Advisor Yan Wuji said, the monarch must be furious, and his anger must be vented. Tang Luan alone isn't enough, the one he's most angry about is Zhang Chong, who actually lost to Shen Lang, making him lose face as a monarch. Our monarch is smart, but narrow-minded, mean, and merciless. Yan Wuji said, so if we want to save Zhang Chong, something big must happen, and make him even angrier. That way, Zhang Chong's career might have a chance. Yan Wuji's family was wiped out because of the monarch's inexplicable anger. So, he never hid his attitude towards the monarch in front of Zhu Yong. Even after the monarch wiped out the Yan clan, he felt guilty for letting a few of the Yan clan's disciples become officials. And at this moment, the servant outside said, Master, Prince Tang Yin of the Jin High Count House is asking for an audience, saying he has an important secret report. Governor Zhu Yong nodded and said, let him in. A moment later, Prince Tang Yin rushed in, knelt in front of Zhu Yong and said, Governor, I want to report that my father colluded with the pirate Cho Tianwei to take revenge on the Kim family, gave Jinshan Island to the pirates, and sent the family's private army to pretend to be pirates to attack the Wanya Island of the Xianwu Mansion. I, Tang Yin, am the third flower of the monarch. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety are difficult to be at the same time. I am willing to sacrifice my family for the country. After saying that, Prince Tang Yin cowed out and didn't move, holding up the report of his father with both hands. Governor Zhu Yong took the report and glanced at it. Your father sent you? Zhu Yong asked. Prince Tang Yin knelt on the ground and didn't make a sound. It's not easy. Zhu Yong said, you came just in time. If you were half an hour later, I would have entered the capital to ask for forgiveness from the monarch. Cold sweat broke out on Tang Yin's back. Sure enough, the Tang family was so close to being wiped out. Zhu Yong said, all right, get up and follow me to the capital. Half an hour later, a few hundred cavalrymen escorted Governor Zhu Yong out of the Tiannam province and into the capital. This was a political crisis of the highest order. What would happen next would be like a bolt of lightning that would explode the entire state of Yu. Countless heads would fall to the ground. Or would it be easy and peaceful? It would depend on everyone's efforts and the will of the monarch. I hope it's the latter. The war in the South Kingdom wasn't going as smoothly as expected. The crazy Prince Jean had lured in a large number of sand barbarian troops, and the entire battlefield was filled with rivers of blood. The state of Yu couldn't afford any more turmoil. The capital of the state of Yu. Inside the resplendent royal palace, Monarch Ning Yuanxian was holding Zhang Chong's secret memorial in his hand. This supreme monarch's long and narrow face was twitching. After reading 2 pages, he tore the secret memorial into pieces. Bang! Then, he kicked the table in front of him away. Instantly, all the eunuchs and officials in the hall knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe too loudly. after tearing the memorial into pieces. Monarch glanced at the pieces on the ground and said coldly, "Put them together. If even one piece is missing, I will hold you responsible." "Yes." Several eunuchs stepped forward and carefully picked up each piece. Then, they carefully pieced them together. Then, they framed them. Immediately, a complete memorial appeared in front of the monarch. Once again, the monarch finished reading Zhang Cheng's entire secret memorial with an ashen face. Then, he tore it into pieces again. Then, the supreme monarch let out a series of angry roars. "It's a rebellion. The Kim clan is rebelling. That tortoise has popped its head out and is rebelling. Zhang Cheng is useless, Zhang Cheng is useless. Guards, bring Zhang Cheng to the capital and throw him into the prison of the Black Water Base. Let Zhiyong come, let Nangang Ao come, gather the army, and get ready to suppress the rebellion." Note, first update, the monthly vote ranking is really in danger. It has fallen to the 13th place, only 600 votes away from the top 10. Brothers, give me a hand, I really beg of you. Congratulations to Che Meng Pao for becoming the new leader of this book. The whole Xianwu mansion was spotless. The haze of the past had dissipated, and now it had completely turned into an ocean of joy. The dead were gone, and the living were here. Although Xuanwu was not here, Su Peipei, the count's wife, decided to celebrate the new year. Suddenly, the servants and maids in the count house cheered. They happily put up red paper and set off firecrackers. Not long ago, the new year was too depressing because of the war. Now they could finally go all out and have fun. And every servant and every maid could get a red envelope. Everyone had 3 red envelopes. One for Count Xuanwu and his wife, one for Shen Lang and his wife, and one for Shen Wan and his wife. Shen Lang's parents had been living in a big house outside the castle, and they also had more than a dozen servants. As a result, Su Peipei insisted that the old couple also give red envelopes to all the servants in the count house. The meaning was very clear. In the Xianwu mansion, the 2 of them were also the masters. As for the money for the red envelopes, Shen Lang had a private stash of money. The maids in Shen Lang's courtyard were also dressed up, and everyone wore beautiful silk cotton padded jackets. "It's snowing, it's snowing." Binger suddenly cheered. The maids looked up and saw that it was indeed snowing. And the snow was very sudden. It was sunny not long ago, and there were no snow seeds. All of a sudden, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. The snowflakes were as big as goose feathers, falling from the sky, and it was very beautiful. Then, all the maidservants rushed out and happily played in the courtyard. The last snowfall was even heavier. But the count house was in a great crisis, so no one was in the mood to enjoy the snow. This time, they could have a good time in the heavy snow. An elderly aunt, who was embroidering a pichot on Shen Lang's shoes, glanced at the heavy snow outside and said, "This snow won't last long." It was freezing outside, but Shen Lang's room was as warm as spring. The fragrance was pleasant. Mulan was the most beautiful Mulan. Shen Lang was the most unrestrained Shen Lang. Although it was daytime, the room was lit with red candles. The bedsheets and quilt were all bright red. They were used in the bridal chamber that day. The injuries on Shen Lang's body had already healed. Therefore, Mulan was going to fulfill her promise. In beautiful words, Mulan wanted to make up for Shen Lang's wedding night. To put it bluntly, Mulan wanted to skin Shen Lang alive and eat him alive. Even though he had peeked at it many times. However, this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful Mulan. Her entire body was fragrant, and even her breath was intoxicating. Her skin was as white as snow, but it was dyed with a layer of red. Her eyes were like water, overflowing with charm. Her beauty was peerless and captivating. Her lips weren't covered with rouge, but they were bright red. She had also drunk a little, so she was still a little lewd. A vixen's charm wasn't rare. But for a pure and cold goddess like Mulan, once she became charming, it was enough to captivate people. Her small mouth gently kissed Shen Lang's forehead, nose tip, and lips. Shen Lang trembled. "Wife, there's no need for any prelude, just do it. Wife, don't take pity on me because I'm a peerless handsome man. Ravish me to your heart's content, trample on me, eat me up." Mulan said coquettishly, "Okay." Then, Mulan took off her dress and put it on top of him. Instantly, the air was filled with flames and wine. It was like a raging fire. Too beautiful to behold, just like the snow outside, it was fluttering freely. 3 minutes later, everything was over. Binger looked at the sky and said dejectedly, "Why is it so fast? Why did the snow just start and then stop? Yeah, the clouds in the sky are all gone. Aya, the sun is out. This is too fast. How can there be snow like this?" The ant who repaired Xianlang's shoes said, "I told you, it didn't snow for a long time. There are no snow seeds and no clouds. It will be over soon." In the room, Xianlang was ashamed to see anyone. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. 3 minutes, only 3 minutes, Mulan smiled and kissed him, comforting him, "My dear husband, don't be angry, don't be angry. I heard that men are like this on their first time." Xianlang cried, "The thing is, it's not my first time." Mulan said, "That time doesn't count. You were unconscious. You don't know anything." Xianlang said, "There must be something wrong with my body. There must be something wrong with my body." Mulan said, "No, it's not like that. Husband is great. You're just excited. Do you remember the last time? You were covered in wounds. It must have been a long time before you got injured. So husband is really strong. You can fight with a demoness like Cho Yao Er for a few hours. You can see husband's ability. Sigh, it really wasn't easy being a wife. She even used husband's cheating record to comfort him." When Xianlang heard this, he felt that it made sense. That's right, Cho Yao Er is so strong. She's a prehistoric female T-Rex. I can fight with her for 3,000 rounds. Not to mention my sweet wife. I must be too nervous and excited. Men are all like that. Everyone is like that. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, woo, how can I, Xianlang, cheat in the future? That would be so embarrassing. I'll be laughed at by those women. But he was worrying too much, he was too excited because it was his first time. Within the capital's palace. The monarch's anger was like the strange snow, fierce and murderous. The entire hall was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. No one dared to breathe too loudly. No one dared to move. No one dared to fart. If they did, they would hold it back. All the palace maids and eunuchs felt their necks were cold and itchy, as if their heads would be removed at any moment. It snowed for 3 minutes. It stopped, the monarch suddenly smiled. "I'm a bit hungry. Go get a bowl of glutinous rice balls." "Yes." The eunuch's feet did not stick to the ground. A moment later, he came back with a bowl of glutinous rice balls. There were about 9 thumb-sized balls. The monarch got tired of eating anything. 9 was the most he could eat. If he ate more, he would have to finish it. If he got tired of it, he would get angry. After eating, it was just right, but he still wanted more. Xianwu Mansion's Prince Jin Mutsong, how is he doing at the Guozijian? The monarch asked. The eunuch said, "He's a simpleton." The monarch said, "He hasn't left home since he was a child. It's not easy for him to study alone in the capital. Send him a bowl of glutinous rice balls. Remember to make it hot and add rice wine. I know they add rice wine to their glutinous rice balls." The eunuch smiled. "Your Majesty has a good memory. I heard that not only rice wine, but also dried osmanthus." The monarch smiled. "Then add it. This child is an honest man. Don't let the people at the Guozijian bully him." The eunuch said, "Yes, your Majesty is merciful." The monarch's anger was like the inexplicable snow in the sky. It came quickly and left even faster. How temperamental. In the afternoon, the governor of Tiannan province, Zhu Yong, appeared in the palace. "I'm guilty. I'm guilty." Zhu Yong knelt on the ground, motionless. The monarch Ning Yuanxian said, "What's the governor's fault? This is obviously a great victory." Zhou Tianwei gathered his people in the eastern sea. He has no respect for the law. The people have suffered for a long time. If it wasn't for the war in the southern kingdom, I would have sent an army to kill him. Now that Zhang Chong and Xuanwu have joined hands to eliminate him, it's a good thing. Zhu Yong knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, yes. The monarch said, Xuanwu's memorial has also arrived. He said that he's willing to reduce his private army by 2,000. He didn't mention his own contribution and only mentioned Zhang Chong's great contribution. This man is a gentleman. He added a new land to the state of Yu and expanded our territory. From now on, our eastern sea will be at peace. Zhu Yong closed his eyes in pain and said, yes. The monarch said, I heard that Zhang Chong's son died in the battle of the New Tiao city? Zhu Yong said, yes. The monarch said, what a pity. A young talent died just like that. Give me a decree to Zhang Chong to comfort him. Confer Zhang Jin the title of General Yingyang. Zhu Yong said, yes. The monarch continued, Zhang Chong and Count Xuanwu joined hands to annihilate the great pirate Qiu Tianwei. Their meritorious service is not small. I hereby decree that his mother be conferred the title of third-rank Lady of Imperial Mandate. Zhu Yong said, yes. The monarch said, Tang Luan, the Earl of Jinhai, colluded with pirates and invaded our country. He has no respect for the emperor and is unfilial. Let Blackwater Station cooperate with Zhang Chong. Yes. Nuzhang's governor Zhang Chong and Blackwater Station's Chen Hu led thousands of warriors into the Jinhai Count house, searched the house. Extermination, other than Tang Luan, the other sons were kept in the dark. If they dared to disobey, they would all be killed. The monarch decreed stripped of all titles of the Tang clan. Reclaimed all fiefs of the Tang clan. Disbanded all private armies. The Tang clan, male, female, old, and young, totaled more than 700 people. They were all loaded into prison carts and escorted to the capital. Crown Prince Tang Luan was released because he reported the crime. But because he couldn't stop his father from committing a heinous crime, he was stripped of all titles. At this point, the Jinhai Count house that had been passed down for more than 300 years was destroyed. The Tang clan was no longer in the state of Yu's list of nobles. Governor Zhang Chong received 3 consecutive decrees from the monarch. The first decree praised Zhang Chong's contribution in eliminating the pirate Qiu Tianwei. Hearing that his son Zhang Jin died in battle, the monarch was very sad and conferred the title of Eagle General to Zhang Jin. Hearing that Zhang Chong had eye problems, the monarch gave him medicine. The second decree conferred the title of third-rank lady to Zhang Chong's mother. The third decree stated that Zhang Chong's achievements in Nujiang Prefecture were outstanding. The new policies were well promoted and it was a great contribution. Therefore, Zhang Chong was removed from the position of Nujiang's governor and was promoted to the right minister of the censorate. These 3 decrees were each more important than the one before. It seemed that Zhang Chong had become a rising star in the political circle, making countless people envious. Generally speaking, the censorate only had one minister of third rank. But sometimes, when a meritorious official needed to be rewarded, but there was no particularly good position for the time being, they would specially appoint a right minister of the censorate as a transitional position. This was a minor third-rank position. Zhang Chong was promoted from 4th rank to 3rd rank and became a central high-ranking official of the state of Yu. He was really popular. For a time, countless people came to visit, and the door was crowded. In the study of the Jinhai Count house, there were only Zhang Chong and Tang Luan. Tang Luan said, Grandpa Zhang, now that you are in the limelight, I, Tang Luan, am facing a disaster. The world is really unpredictable. Zhang Chong smiled sadly and did not speak. Tang Luan said, Can I commit suicide? Zhang Chong shook his head and said, No. Tang Luan said with tears streaming down his face, Can't even commit suicide? Zhang Chong said, No. Of course not, thunder and rain were all favors. What would happen if you, Tang Luan, committed suicide? Wouldn't it seem like you were wronged? Wouldn't it seem like you died with hatred? Of course, you had to be punished openly and be executed for your crimes. Tang Luan said, Grandpa Zhang, my son Tang Yun has no one to rely on. Please take care of him on the account that we fought side by side. Zhang Chong smiled bitterly and did not speak. Grandpa Tang, please be on your way, Zhang Chong said. Then, the Blackwater platform warriors came in and helped Tang Luan change into prison clothes, put shackles on him, and escorted him into the prison carriage. 2 hours later, more than 1,000 Black Water Platform warriors and 1,000 Supreme Court soldiers escorted more than 700 prison carriages and left Jinhai City in a grandiose manner, heading towards the capital. Regardless of gender, age, or lineage, the Tang family, distant, they were all captured in one fell swoop. Instantly, cries shook the heavens. Along the way, countless people watched. Good catch. The Tang family has committed heinous crimes, they should have been caught long ago. Monarch is wise. Countless feces, rotten vegetables, and leaves were thrown at the prison carriage. The Duke of Jinhai, Tang Luan, was covered in filth, even the blood of women. But he did not move, allowing the people to vent. On a building. Zhang Chunhua looked at this scene and said with a trembling voice, "Father, does Tang Luan have this much public anger?" Zhang Chong shook his head and said, "Although he doesn't love the people like his own children, he won't go so far as to blame the people of Jinhai City. Jinshan Island earns huge profits every year, and the taxes on the Tang family's fief are not high." Zhang Chunhua said, "Then why do the people hate him so much?" Zhang Chong said, "The human heart is like water, how deep it is. The people's heart is like smoke, how chaotic it is. Since ancient times, the human heart has been the most unreliable thing." Zhang Chunhua said, "Seeing the Tang family's demise, it really makes one sigh. Fortunately, the monarch's eyes are sharp, knowing that you have done a great service, so he sent 3 decrees to reward you, father." Zhang Chong smiled and did not say anything. Zhang Chunhua said, "Everyone says that the position of Yenzhou's governor is basically yours, father. But I need you to transition to the position of the right minister of the imperial censor. Your daughter congratulates you on your promotion, father." Zhang Chong looked at his daughter lovingly and suddenly said, "Chunhua, how are your studies recently?" Zhang Chunhua said, "Not bad, other than throwing boundless breeze into the latrine, I have been studying well." Zhang Chong said, "Through my relationship with Governor Zhu Yong, I want you to go to Sky Sea Pavilion to be a scholar's attendant, study there for a year and a half, is that okay?" Zhang Chunhua's face changed. "Father, why? What is going to happen?" Zhang Chong said, Go. Since young, you have never listened to the small things, but never disobeyed the big things, this is the big thing." Zhang Chunhua burst into tears, "Your daughter does not want to leave father's side." Zhang San said, Go now. We'll set off immediately." Dozens of warriors from Blackwater Platform rushed into Xianwu Mansion. "Counts Madame Su Peipei received this Blackwater Platform Qianhu." "Counts Madam, I heard that Jinhai Count House's third son Tang Yan is in your mansion?" Blackwater Platform Qianhu said, "The Tang clan has committed treason, colluding with pirates to invade your Jinshan Island. The monarch is furious, so he wants to capture the entire Tang clan." Su Peipei said, "Thank you, monarch, for your kindness. Tang Yan did come to my house before. But madam, you know that he has a big grudge against my family, he had a fight with my daughter Jean Mulan, so we chased him out." Blackwater Platform Qianhu frowned, "Indeed." Su Peipei said, "Of course it's true. Why should I cover up for my enemy?" For a moment, this Blackwater Platform Qianhu was speechless. Su Peipei said, "Although Chinese New Year has passed for more than 20 days, it is still considered Chinese New Year as long as the first lunar month is not over. Please accept these red packets, it is to pay for the tea. You have worked hard for the country during Chinese New Year." Then, a servant came forward and brought a plate of gold coins. The Blackwater Platform Qianhu quickly got up and said, we don't dare. In the end, they did not accept the gold coins and left. Xianwu Mansion Book Collection Vault. Shen Lang was writing furiously, while the martial maniac Tang Yan was in a daze. Occasionally, he would use his finger as a sword and stab out. Then, he would reflect on how he stabbed and how he should adjust. Finally, Shen Lang finished analyzing the ancient secret manual sent by Sword King Li Qianqiu. It was more than 200 pages. This sword art was called Snow in the World. Shen Lang was busy analyzing it and restoring it to the paper, so he did not have the time to understand it. But from the name it did not seem particularly powerful. In fact, it was hard to tell if a secret manual would be awesome before it was deciphered or even cultivated. For example, the Meteor Fall sword art. After the first Sword King mastered it, it was unparalleled in the world. That was how this sword technique became famous in the world. It was so awesome that it soared into the sky. After all, these were ancient secret manuals that had not been cultivated before. It was hard to say whether it was powerful or not. This was similar to gambling on stones. After cutting it open, it could be a priceless ice type or a waxy type. However, Sword King Xianxia was very powerful. He only needed to comprehend a little to see whether this secret manual was powerful or not. This secret manual must be quite powerful for Xianxia to take a fancy to it. Here, I've analyzed it all. Take it. After Tang Yan took it, he left immediately. He did not say goodbye or thank you. When he saved the count's wife, Su Peipei, he did not need anyone's thanks. Even now, he did not know that something had happened to the Jin High Count house. Hold on. Shen Lang said, let me give you a set of clothes. Tang Yan was stunned and nodded. Okay. A moment later, Tang Yan put on the clothes Shen Lang gave him. This clothes was so strange. Why did it cover his face? Tang Yan left, Su Peipei said, the experts from the Black Water platform will definitely find him. Will they send people to catch him? Shen Lang shook his head. No, they won't. When it comes to Tang Yan, no one will be fooled. If the warriors from the Black Water platform go to catch him, they will be treated as robbers. Won't they be wronged? Su Peipei said, didn't you tell him to go to Sky Sea Pavilion? Shen Lang said, he won't go. Other than Xianxia, he won't listen to anyone. He will definitely go to Sword Island. But I left a letter for Senior Sword King, asking him to send Tang Yan to Sky Sea Pavilion to avoid trouble. Looking at Tang Yan's disappearing figure, Su Peipei said, I don't know why, but when I see Tang Yan's figure, I suddenly think of Jin Mutsong. Shen Lang was stunned. Me too. Madam Count said, it's been more than a month. I almost forgot about him. Ugh, Madam Count said, Lang what does the monarch mean? I really don't understand. Shen Lang also sighed. This monarch was really temperamental, and he was too good at causing trouble. Madam Count said, when will he give us a decree? When will he bestow the Raging Tide City to us? Only then will it be considered a success and the dust will settle. Shen Lang said, soon. But this monarch was really hard to guess, Zhang family's old residence. Zhang Chong had stepped down from his position as the governor and was about to enter the capital as the right physician of the censorate. Almost all the officials of Nujiang Prefecture were present to see him off. All the officials shed tears to express their reluctance. Countless flattery flew. Zhang Chong was like a fresh flower blooming in brocade, adding oil to a raging fire. Too red. Too hot, it was like a golden path in front of him. Many officials had even changed the way they addressed him in advance. Those with some integrity would still be called Dr. Zhang. Those without integrity would directly call him Governor Zhang. Because in their opinion, the so-called right physician of the censorate was completely a transitional position. The position of Yenzhou's governor was already in the bag. Zhang Chong also smiled and accepted everyone's flattery. When he was the governor, he rarely smiled and never accepted invitations to banquets. He was a cold-faced official. But now, it was rare for him to be so affectionate. Therefore, many officials were even more excited. They even called him Department Zhang. That meant that from now on, everyone was a political group. We are all officials of the Zhang department. We will follow Lord Zhang's lead. Zhang Chong smiled and did not refute. After midnight, the banquet ended. Everyone left. Zhang Chong came to the backyard and came to the memorial tablet of his beloved son, Zhang Jin. His back was bent. All smiles disappeared. After a while, Zhang Chong let out a beast-like roar. Why are you doing this to me? I, Zhang Chong, am loyal and devoted. Why are you doing this to me? The next day, Zhang Chong rushed to the capital to take office. He had not arrived yet. Someone from the censorate submitted a memorial. Zhang Chong had embezzled a huge amount of money. The monarch ordered a thorough investigation. Sure enough, it was found that Zhang Chong had embezzled tens of thousands of gold coins when he was the governor of Nujiang. The monarch was furious. Xianxia had not yet taken office and was directly arrested by the Supreme Court. He was escorted to the capital. Note, the second chapter is here. This chapter is too difficult to write. It took me a few hours to write. I will continue to write the third chapter. Brothers, if you have a monthly vote, please don't keep it. Vote for me, thank you, Xianxia, for the 10,000 coins. Recommending a book to a friend, the unparalleled master, is very stable. The world was shocked when Xianxia was imprisoned. After a short period of consternation, countless impeachment memorials flew toward the palace like snowflakes. For a time, Xianxia changed from a minister of the country to a villain. More and more crimes were piled on his head, which were simply too numerous to list. And the most frightened were the officials of Nujiang County, especially those who attended Xianxia's farewell banquet. They were in a constant state of anxiety. Those who had once called Xianxia Lord over and over again were completely in a daze, wishing that they could just slit their own throats and commit suicide so that they wouldn't have to suffer this boundless fear. Every day, there were rumors. It was said that Xianxia was going to be beheaded. It was also said that Xianxia committed suicide in prison. Some people even said that Xianxia provided a long list of all the officials of his corruption group. Soon, the Blackwater group would come to arrest him. Suddenly, these officials were really scared. There was a scribe who served Xianxia. He couldn't bear the huge pressure and directly hanged himself. Because he was the first to start calling him Lord. The death of this scribe was like a catalyst, which made the officials of Nujiang County report and expose Xianxia's crimes one after another. Those who were qualified to submit memorials did so, and those who were not qualified to submit memorials submitted the report to the Imperial Censorate. At this time, people finally saw what it meant to be pushed when a wall was down, and stepped on when a person was down. The city lord of Xuanwu, Lu Wuyan, also wrote a memorial to report Xianxia, but he hesitated for a long time and did not submit it. It was not because he was particularly smart, nor was it because he was particularly loyal to Xianxia. It was because he was deeply involved in the struggle between the Kim family and Xianxia, so he could see it a little more clearly. There were more and more memorials impeaching Xianxia in the country. In the end, it was simply to the point where the people's anger could not be appeased without killing him. However, these memorials always sank into the sea. Until one day, an official's impeachment memorial broke the situation. A registrar of Nujiang Taisho Prefecture wrote a letter in blood. He bit his finger and wrote this impeachment memorial. It was truly touching. Not only did he expose Xianxia's hideous crimes, he also reflected on why he didn't expose it earlier. Instead, he pretended to be polite and courteous, and actually became an accomplice of Xianxia's exploitation of the common people. Not only that, but he also took the initiative to hand over the 235 gold coins. At the end of the memorial, it even begged the monarch to sentence Xianxia in a just and proper manner, so as to uphold justice for the hundreds of thousands of people in Nujiang County. Of course, these hundreds of thousands of Nujiang County citizens were extremely dumbfounded. What? Is this any of our business? As soon as this memorial was presented, many officials gasped in surprise. Sure enough, there are outstanding people all the time. You really know how to act. Then, everyone quietly waited for the result, to see whether this excellent registrar could succeed in his speculation. In the end, he succeeded. The monarch reacted. You are a good registrar. Not only did you expose Xianxia, but you also exposed yourself and took the initiative to hand over the embezzled money. Since you have already confessed, how can I disappoint your good intentions? A few days later, the Blackwater Platform's knights entered Nujiang County and captured this excellent registrar. Less than 3 days after entering the Supreme Court's prison, this excellent registrar committed suicide. He cut his wrists and committed suicide. The amount of blood that flowed was enough to write millions of words in blood. As a result, all the officials in the world were jittery. All the impeachment memorials against Xianxia stopped. It was as if nothing had happened, as if this person had never existed. That excellent registrar must have been very desperate before he died. However, Master Lang was also very desperate. He didn't want to live anymore and felt that life was meaningless. The first 3 minutes was still acceptable. But the second, third, fourth, fifth, it was all like this. Mulan found all kinds of reasons for him. For example, the weather was too cold, too hot. The bed was too soft, the outside was too noisy, the outside was too quiet. Even the feng shui of this courtyard was not good. He also tried all kinds of methods, took countless tonics, and practiced all kinds of martial arts many times. None of them worked. In the end, Xianlang simply didn't dare to touch Mulan. There was no smile on his face at all. This kind of thing should have instantly spread throughout the entire courtyard, the entire count house, and even the entire Xuanwu city. However, it didn't. All the maidservants in the courtyard knew, but no one outside the courtyard knew. No one said it out. Mulan was very distressed and kept comforting Xianlang. That kind of thing didn't matter at all. She didn't like it at all. She liked Xianlang as a person, not in that aspect. Besides, it was good to be able to have children. Why did he need to be so strong? Of course, this couldn't comfort Xianlang at all. He was almost depressed. He felt that his whole life was gray. Sigh. Why did I transmigrate? If a man can't do that, what fun is there in life? Mulan was really distressed. One day, her mother-in-law, Su Peipei, called Mulan over and whispered a few words to her. That night, Xiaobing crawled into Xianlang's bed naked. Suddenly, Master Lang displayed his prowess and killed Lil Bing, causing her to be utterly defeated. Thanks to the recent tonics and crazy training, Master Lang's combat power was very strong. That night, Xianlang rushed to Mulan and said excitedly, "Wife, look, this is not my problem at all. It's your problem. Look at me, I'm very awesome when it comes to Xiaobing." Mulan felt sour and jealous, but she forced a smile and said, "Yes, it's all my problem. Husband is very powerful." Thus, Xianlang's illness of being a bachelor was cured without treatment. From then on, he lived a shameless and happy life. It was harmonious and happy. But for some reason, he actually lost weight. In order to restrain his mischief, Mulan often went out to busy with military affairs. She also sent Xiaobing out to do all kinds of things, just to prevent Xianlang from indulging himself like this. Time flowed like water, the years flew by. The monarch's decree regarding Raging Tide City still hadn't come down. It was as if they had completely forgotten about this matter. One day, Xuanwu and Jingzhuo returned from Raging Tide City and met with Xianlang alone. They told him a very important matter. "Langer, why don't we hold a wedding for you and Mulan?" Xianlang was massaging the back of his waist when he heard this. He said, "Hold a wedding ceremony and have another wedding night? No. When the father-in-law heard this, he immediately felt that it was unbearable. After all, he was an experienced person and understood Xianlang's words. Earl Jingzhuo said, "It's like this. After all, the reputation of a son-in-law isn't good. So I want to change it a little. Let Mulan marry into your Shen family. Then, we'll invite the guests and get married at your house." Xuanwu of course had good intentions. Even if Xianlang didn't mind, he was worried that Xianlang would. No. Xianlang said, "Father-in-law, I'm very happy being a son-in-law. Please don't make me a formal son-in-law." Ugh, Count Xuanwu was speechless. What was wrong with him? In some ancient dynasties in China, marrying into the family was a crime. They were even banished to the army. Although there was no such rule in the Great Yan dynasty, and son-in-law could also take the imperial examinations. But before they could become a jinshi, the family of the woman would be very tactful and dissolve this unequal marriage, officially marrying the daughter into the man's family. After all, son-in-law was still looked down upon. If he really became a jinshi, the imperial court would also lose face. Xianlang said, "First, I don't want to be an official. This status of son-in-law is my protective shell. Second, when any enemy hears of my status, they will inevitably look down on me. The more they look down on me, the better." This was called a reason. Count Xuanwu tried to persuade Xianlang again and again, but he was unwilling to get rid of this status. He had no choice but to personally go to Xianlang's house and ask for forgiveness from his parents. Then, he rushed back to New Tiao City again. Because New Tiao City was the core of the Kim family's lifeline. After Jingzhuo Count took over the city, he was very busy. Shen Lang even suspected that his father-in-law came back this time not to talk about getting rid of the son-in-law, but to solve his personal problems. It was very suspicious. Because the next morning, he woke up late. Of course, his mother-in-law woke up even later, but she did this every day. The days passed one after the other. The Kim family began a large-scale migration of commoners, moving the people from their fiefdom to Liuzhou Island. Because the taxes of the Xianwu mansion were too low, and Count Jinzhuo loved the people like his own children, many refugees entered the Kim family's fief every year. This fief of more than 1,000 square kilometers had a total of 100,000 citizens. It could be said to be overcrowded. Fortunately, they were growing mulberry trees and raising silkworms to make money. If they were just growing grain, the fief wouldn't be able to feed 100,000 people. Therefore, they moved 20,000 people to Liuzhou Island. That island was a full 5,000 square kilometers, and the arable land was more than twice the original fief. When Qiu Tianwei had ruled Liuzhou Island, this large piece of land had been practically abandoned. Pirates didn't know how to farm, and they didn't like it. But 20,000 people going to Liuzhou Island to cultivate was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. At this time, the Heavenly Association's usefulness showed itself. They brought in a steady stream of war refugees from all over the place, becoming the new citizens of the Kim family. This kind of migration required money, and the amount was astronomical. After all, you couldn't just let these people move their entire family to Liuzhou Island just for show. Therefore, they had to pay for settling down and build houses. Tens of thousands of people had to migrate, and they had to pay hundreds of thousands of gold coins. This money was borrowed by the Heavenly Association, and there was no interest and no deadline for repayment. Huang Tong was originally a fat man, but during this period of running around, he had become a skinny man. Shen Lang had originally thought that he would be more handsome after losing weight. He hadn't expected that he would actually be uglier. Sigh, Huang Tong's fantasy was shattered. He had always thought that he wasn't handsome because he was too fat, but it turned out that wasn't the case. In short, the construction of Liuzhou Island and Raging Tides was in full swing. It would probably take about 2 to 3 years to see results. After the Xianwu mansion obtained Raging Tides, not only did they not make a fortune, but they instead owed a debt of nearly 2 million gold coins. Some people said that after taking down Qiu Tianwei's mansion, "Did you not have money? Weren't pirates the wealthiest? Didn't he have a treasury?" He did. After taking down Raging Tides, the first thing Shen Lang did was to open the treasury. In the end, there was 300,000 gold coins. Shen Lang knew that before the war, Qiu Tianwei had thrown out a large sum of gold coins as a starting fee. But a dignified pirate king shouldn't only have this little money. Shen Lang felt that Qiu Tianwei definitely had other treasure vaults. In the end, An Zitian told him that there wasn't. Qiu Tianwei really only had this much money. Because he had to support more than 10,000 pirates, and this castle was simply a bottomless pit. All the money he had gotten over the years had been invested in this castle. Shen Lang was puzzled. Raging Tides was full of trade, and there was money everywhere. He would make a fortune by collecting taxes. In the end, after investigating, he found out. All the business in Raging Tides, Qiu Tianwei had a share, but he had no control. All the control was in the hands of the Yinyuan Association. Wanya Island was completely deserted. Because the entire mine was filled with seawater and countless corpses. After more than half a month of cleaning, all the corpses were fished out, and then a big pit was dug and buried. But the seawater in the big pit couldn't be discharged, so it could only wait to evaporate and dry up. Who knew how long that would take? But fortunately, they had already obtained Jinshan Island. The iron ore there was of a much higher grade, and all the smelting workshops in Xianwu Mansion had been moved there. Su Qianxian went home and began the difficult journey of starting a new business. It could be said that she had nothing now. No money, no workshops, and even all the shops had been forcibly sold to pay off the debts. Even most of the Su family's mansion had been burned down, and all the servants had run away. So, she came to Xianwu Mansion again. However, the person she wanted to meet was not Shen Lang, but Jean Milan. The purpose was simple, to borrow money. To be honest, Xianwu Mansion was now poorer than her. She had no money at all. But Xianwu Mansion was in debt of nearly 2 million gold coins. Of course, the mirrors of Tiandao had already started to be sold. It was just that it was still in the stage of promotion. Every mirror was a super luxury and was used for auction. In order to show off, the price was simply raised to the sky. But no matter how much money they made, the Kim family only had the money to sell the glass. It was actually a lot of money, but there were more places to spend money. Whether it was training soldiers, maintaining the route, or immigration, it was a bottomless pit. But Jean Mulan still lent the money to Xianxia. 50,000 gold coins. The decree of the monarch still hadn't come, and Zhang Chong was still in the Supreme Court's prison. Raging Tide City seemed to have been forgotten by the monarch. But if his decree didn't come, the Kim family couldn't legitimately rule Raging Tide City. All that was left was this last shiver. Even a vengeful person like Xuanwu couldn't help but go home to ask Shenlang again. The envoys of the Wu state had already come in more than 10 waves. Every time he called out a price, it would be higher than the last. Their latest offer is to send troops to help us eliminate Chou Hao and take over the Liuzhou Islands for us. Xuanwu said, the condition is that we lead the Liuzhou Islands to rebel against the state of Yu, and the monarch of the Wu state agrees to confer me the title of Marquis Xuanwu. Xuanwu didn't mean to rebel against the state of Yu when he said this. He just asked Shenlang if he should leak this news. Should he leak that the Kim family was negotiating with the state of Wu to make Ning Yuanxia nervous? No, don't. Shenlang said, this is more or less the last resort. Unless we have no other choice, we can't use it. Once the Xianwu mansion leaked this news, it would be suspected of treason. Jin Zhua said, what does the monarch mean? This has been dragging on for almost 2 months. Shenlang said, first, he is waiting for the war situation in the South Kingdom. Second, he is waiting for our reaction. 2 days later, shocking news came from the capital that had been silent for a long time. After 2 months of trial, the original Jin High Count House was convicted of treason. The Tang family had more than 700 people, of which 358 were beheaded in public, and 385 were sent to be slaves. The original Jin High Count, Tang Luan, was chopped in half. The capital's execution ground, blood flowed like a river, heads rolling. The commoners watching the execution were excited at first, but later they vomited and had nightmares at night. The monarch's butcher's knife killed everyone until they lost their courage. After that, finally, an imperial decree came to the Xianwu mansion. But it wasn't an imperial decree conferring the title of Marquis Xuanwu, nor was it an imperial decree conferring New Tiao City to the Kim family. The Liuzhou archipelago will be divided into New Jiang Prefecture, New Tiao City and Skywind City will be established, and Jin Shiying will be conferred the title of New Tiao City Lord. None of the previous imperial decrees that the monarch gave to the Xianwu mansion included the word emperor. This time, the imperial decree conferring Jin Shiying instead included the word emperor. There was also an imperial decree sent to Skywind Island to confer the title of Skywind City Lord. This imperial decree made Xuanwu and Jin Zhua dumbfounded. Then he was furious, monarch, what is the meaning of this? Jin Shiying is clearly my retainer, and you actually overstepped your authority and conferred him the title of New Tiao City Lord. Isn't this a plot to sow discord? After receiving this imperial decree, Jin Shiying hurriedly returned to the Xianwu mansion and swore to the heavens that he would not accept the imperial decree and would not assume the position of New Tiao City Lord. He could commit suicide. Of course, Xuanwu would not let Jin Shiying commit suicide. There were 2 paths in front of him. Obey the imperial decree or defy it. In the end, Xuanwu chose to accept the imperial decree. Because Shenlang nodded his head. Thus, New Tiao City and Skywind City officially became the territory of the state of Yu and became 2 cities under the jurisdiction of Nujiang County. Jin Shiying was directly promoted from the Count House's private army to the New Tiao City Lord. That night, Jin Shiying knelt in front of Shenlang. I, Jin Shiying, am an orphan. I grew up in the Kim family and have completely regarded Xuanwu as my father. I am very in love with Mulan, so much so that I haven't gotten married yet. I am also unreconciled to the fact that son-in-law married Miss Mulan, and I even complain in my heart. But my loyalty to the Kim family can be proven by the heavens and earth. From today onwards, I will follow son-in-law's lead. Xuanwu is my lord, and you and Jin Mutsong are my young masters. Jin Shireen greets young master. In the future, no matter what orders young master has, Jin Shireen will go through fire and water. Even if I die, I won't frown. If I break this promise, I will be like this. Jin Shireen suddenly broke the sword in her hand, and blood immediately gushed out of her palm. After the Xianwu mansion accepted the imperial decree and made Jin Shireen the new Tiao City lord, they quietly waited for the monarch's reaction. Now, the new Tiao City should be conferred to the Kim family. Now, it should be promoted to the Jinzhou account. This last shiver should be completed. Of course, Shenlong's last shiver was completed. Mulan panted and praised sweetly, "Husband, you're so amazing. I almost fell apart because of you." Shenlang clearly knew that his wife was flattering him, but he still accepted it. He was really going all out. Mulan was really a super rouge horse, very difficult to control. In terms of physical strength, Mulan could easily kill 10 Shenlang. But fortunately, she loved Shenlang too much, so her love surged every time, so she could barely fight on par with him. Shenlang smelled the fragrance of his wife's hair and said softly, "I really can't bear to leave my baby." Mulan was stunned, then climbed up and said, "You want to leave me?" "Impossible, no. Shenlang, if I'm not wrong, I'll be entering the capital in the next few days." The next day, the monarch's decree once again came to the Xianwu mansion. Summon Shenlang to see the monarch, immediately, no delay. Note, the third update has been sent, today's update is 18,500. Unprecedentedly tired, really exhausted all his willpower to hold on until the end, kowtowing to the brothers' monthly votes, extremely needed, thank you for the 10,000 coins in the Book of Drunken Wine. Today, it was still close to 18,000 at the third chapter. Actually, the number of words was not as high as the previous 2 days, but I really experienced what it means to be exhausted. I did not rely on physical strength, but completely on my willpower. Everyone can see that this book is not easy to write, and I need a lot of emotions to write a book, so it is especially tiring. Therefore, I wrote until 4 in the morning once again. The reason why I worked so hard was because I shouted at the beginning of the month that I wanted to rush to the top 10 of the monthly votes. Now, I am at the 13th place. I am only about 500 votes away from the top 10. However, it can be said that I am still more than 500 votes away from the top 10. It is really difficult to rush to more than 500 votes. I have really tried my best. Brothers, if you still have the monthly votes in your pockets, then please vote for me, you gave me such a strong push from behind. How is it? Thank you so much, I am so grateful. After 18,000 at the third chapter, let out a whimper, currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. The vassal's vassal, not my vassal. This rule was very popular in the Western feudal countries, but it didn't seem to be very popular in the Eastern world. My great Yan dynasty has its own national conditions. But even so, the monarch overstepping his authority and appointing Jin Shireen as the Raging Tide City Lord had already crossed the bottom line of Xianwu Mansion. Although many of the ancestral rules have been broken because of the new policies, your rules are too cruel. In the end, under Shenlang's persuasion, Xuanwu endured it. Now, there was another decree. Summoning Shenlang to the capital, Xuanwu couldn't bear it anymore and his expression changed. The eunuch said, "Shen, receive the decree. It's great news that the monarch has summoned you. Prepare to leave immediately." Xuanwu said, "Eunuch, are you also going to wait in Xuanwu City and prepare to enter the capital with my son-in-law?" The eunuch did the same thing to Jin Mutsong last time. It was as if the eunuch was escorting Jin Mutsong to the capital. The eunuch said, "Xuanwu must be joking. Anyway, we have already sent the decree. As for whether to go or not, it's up to Xuanwu." Then, the eunuch left. "Not going. Not going." Xuanwu and his wife said in unison. "Not going." The newly appointed Raging Tide City Lord Jin Shireen said. Originally, he had always been in charge of military affairs in Raging Tide City, but after the monarch conferred him the title of Raging Tide City Lord, he no longer went to Raging Tide City. Instead, he focused on the defense of Count Black Tortoise's mansion. He had already decided that unless Xuanwu and Jin Zhuo were in Raging Tide City, he would never stay there alone, nor would he have military power. Xianxia said, "Our monarch really doesn't have the slightest bit of kindness like the late king. He's mean and merciless. If son-in-law doesn't go to the capital, what can he do? He'll just drag it out." Previously, Xianxia was a man of few words. But now that there was a place where he could make a stand, he had to make a stand, and his stand was very clear and firm. Old Master Lin said, "Anyway, the envoys from the Wu Kingdom are coming in waves. The one who is anxious should be the monarch. Isn't he afraid of another upheaval in Yenzhou?" Su Peipei said, "The capital is like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. I'm afraid Lang Er will only suffer if he goes there. I won't go." At this moment, Shen Lang smiled and said, "No, I want to go." Everyone was shocked by his words. The way the monarch handled things was the epitome of the unpredictable nature of a monarch. First, he issued 3 edicts in succession, rewarding Zhang Chong for the so-called merit of annihilating the pirate king Zhou Tianwei. Just when everyone thought that Zhang Chong was going to rise, a corruption case sent Zhang Chong to prison. As a result, countless people began to throw stones at him when he was down. Memorials of impeachment flew into the palace like snowflakes, simply wanting to hack Zhang Chong into 1,000 pieces. In the end, all of them were suppressed, and the registrar who jumped the hardest died in prison. "If any of you want to kill Zhang Chong, then I will kill you first." Now, it was the same for the Xianwu mansion. He overstepped his authority and conferred Xianxia the title of New Tiancheng, challenging Xuanwu's bottom line. He also summoned Shen Lang to the capital, looking like he was going to choose someone to devour. In short, he just didn't let anyone guess what he was going to do. He wanted to make people feel that the power of heaven was unfathomable. Shen Lang said, "The monarch is like a tiger, and we were originally a deer that he could easily kill. But we entered the sea and changed from a deer to a sea snake. The tiger can't go into the sea for the time being and can't kill us. Then what will it do?" Count Xuanwu said, "He roared at the surface of the sea and tore another deer on the shore into pieces. He was awe-inspiring and his killing intent surged into the sky." Shen Lang said, "Yes. To a certain extent, the Tang family took the blame for the monarch. The monarch didn't hate him at all, but in order to intimidate us and the other old nobles, he directly chopped Tang Luan in half, killing half of the Tang family. This was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. At this time, the person he hates the most is not us, but Zhang Chong." Previously, he thought highly of Zhang Chong and treated him as the blade of the new government. Even before the mission in Nujiang County was completed, he had already planned his next position, Yenzhou's military governor. The monarch really thought highly of Zhang Chong and groomed him. He made him a ruthless official twice, once in Dongjiang City and once in Nujiang County. After that, he wanted to train him in Yenzhou to see the big picture and have him make achievements in foreign affairs and military politics. He really wanted him to be a loyal subject, but in the end, Zhang Chong was defeated in Nujiang County. In our eyes, Zhang Chong was already extremely powerful. He snatched away the other half of the Liezhou archipelago. He did his best to turn the tide and prevent the situation from developing in the worst direction. In fact, it couldn't be considered a failure. But in the eyes of the monarch, a failure is a failure. He doesn't look at the process, only the results. With Zhang Chong's defeat, the new government suffered a huge setback, and the monarch lost a lot of face. In his heart, he really wanted to immediately kill Zhang Chong. But he still calmed down and used a trivial corruption charge to lock Zhang Chong in the Supreme Court's prison. He didn't try him, didn't sentence him, and didn't release him. He just hid him. Now that the new government is about to be suspended, my Xianwu mansion is going to be the king across the sea. What is the most important thing to the monarch? Monarch prestige and face. That's why he wants to kill until blood flows like a river, to make people tremble in fear. He is like a tiger that, when returning to its nest, purposely roars in the forest to make the group of beasts kneel on the ground and not dare to make a sound. If he really wants to fight or kill, he will instead have a gentle attitude and show concern. If he intends to retract his claws, he will instead have an awe-inspiring murderous aura and intimidate everyone. So as long as I enter the capital, the decree to confer the title of father-in-law will most likely come down. With this analysis from Shenlang, Xian Wu and the rest were immediately amazed. Originally, they were really looking at flowers through a fog with the monarch's recent actions. They didn't know what this supreme wanted to do. Moreover, they were also filled with apprehension and fear. So much so that Xian Wu was almost prepared to leak the news of negotiations with the Wu state and almost used this trump card. However, all this was just a bluff by the monarch, a crazy test of the Kim family. Now that they heard Shenlang's analysis, the situation in front of them suddenly became clear. And even if the monarch didn't summon me to the capital, I would still go myself. Shenlang gritted his teeth and said, Su Jianting actually rushed into our house, not only killed more than 100 people, but also injured mother-in-law and Milan. If I don't take revenge for this, how can I still have the face to show off? If I don't exterminate the Su family, I am not worthy to be Milan's husband, and I am not worthy to be mother-in-law's son-in-law. These words made Su Peipei's heart burst with joy. Kill them all. Mother-in-law had always been clear about her likes and dislikes, which was the opposite of Xian Wu's personality. Xuan Wu said, Lang if the monarch wants to test me, why not summon me to see him? That would be more justifiable. Shenlang, the monarch knows exactly what kind of person you are. And what kind of person I am, the monarch still doesn't know. He wants to confirm whether our family will rebel or not. These words couldn't be more correct. Not only could the monarch see Xuan Wu's character clearly, everyone else also understood. Even after Tang Luan was captured by Xuan Wu, he didn't worry about his own safety at all. Xuan Wu promised to let Tang Luan go, and the other side immediately believed him. Even the enemy absolutely trusted you. With a character like father-in-law, Shenlang really didn't know whether to be proud or helpless. If it was Shenlang, TSK, I can't believe a single punctuation mark you say. These two people's character, one is infinitely positive, the other infinitely negative. I really don't know how this father-in-law and son-in-law can get along. Shenlang, so, whether our Kim family rebels or not, the key lies with me, not with father-in-law. The monarch summons me to see if I have any intention of rebelling. Also, he hopes that I, a scourge, will stay away from father-in-law, lest the Kim family expand further. Su Peipei said, then the monarch will probably be disappointed. Rebellion is such a tiring thing, I don't like it, and neither does Lang. Shenlang, isn't that so? I only live in this world for two purposes. First, to enjoy glory and wealth. Second, to have no enemies in the world. These words sounded really generous. No enemies in the world. There were two explanations for this. One was that he was especially broad-minded and never made enemies. The other was that he would kill all those who offended him, and then there would be no enemies. Master Lang was obviously the latter. In the courtyard, although it was daytime, Shenlang and Milan fought fiercely again, and then lay down with their necks intertwined. Wife, don't worry, I will definitely not cheat on you when I go to the capital this time. You can absolutely trust my character. You've seen Zhang Chunhua, how beautiful and vixen she is. She seduced me like that, but I didn't cheat on her. You've also seen Su Xianxia, this woman is shameless. She tried every possible way to seduce me on the ship, but I never gave her any face. In the end, she came to borrow money from you, not me, because she was too ashamed to see me. Su Xianxia didn't hear these words, or she would probably have scolded Shenlang to death. You scum, I don't want to see you, not that I don't dare to. You scoundrel, even if I sleep with you, you won't give me any benefits, I can only sleep with you for free. You scum, you have no morals. I, Su Xianxia, have suffered more losses because of you than I have eaten salt in my life. Shenlang solemnly swore that he would keep his chastity. As he stroked his wife's neck, he felt a little restless, but then he stopped. Sigh, he had used up all his strength. His kidneys were almost hollowed out. So what Master Lang said was the truth. The Shenlang of the Sage era was like a Buddha, without any desires. But Mulan didn't listen to any of this. She didn't even have time to think about Shenlang's affair. The moment she thought about Shenlang leaving her side, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Young passion. During this period of time, the two of them were like conjoined twins. Not to mention eating and sleeping together, they even wanted to pee together. How could they bear to be apart for a day, the thought of husband not being by her side, not being able to hear his dirty words, not being able to smell his scent, made Mulan feel restless. There were a few times when she wanted to say that she would follow him to the capital. But thinking about it, it was impossible. She had a heavy responsibility. Her father and Jin Shuring were in Fury Tide City all year round, and the defense of Xianwu Mansion fell on her. At this time, Mulan wanted to kill Jin Mutsong for the first time. You good for nothing, if you were a little stronger, I would be able to be with my husband. Shen Lang said softly, baby, is there a super powerful internal art that you can become a grandmaster after practicing for a year and a half? Mulan didn't want to hear this at all. She just wanted to be with Shen Lang. No. Shen Lang said, 9 Yin Manual, 9 Yang Divine Art, Absorbing Stars Great Technique, Dark North Divine Art. You don't have any of these? No. Shen Lang said, how can there not be any? Then what's the point of practicing martial arts in this world? Every martial art has to be practiced for more than 10 years to become a grandmaster. Who has the time to do that? The pace of the world is so fast now. What we want is to reach level 999 in one strike. It's really boring to practice martial arts slowly. No one wants to play if the experience gain is slow. Mulan was speechless. Only she could understand husband's nonsense. She still remembered Shen Lang's request to practice martial arts last time. He wanted to practice for an hour every day, not too hard, and become a top expert within a year. There was no way to communicate with such a martial arts idiot. Is there a kind of internal art that can be practiced for 10 years in 1 year? Shen Lang asked. No. Shen Lang said, what about 5 years in 1 year? Mulan bit Shen Lang's chest and said coquettishly, no. Stop talking about martial arts. I just want to hug you. Don't be so noisy. Shen Lang was silent for a while, then said, is there a kind that can be practiced for 3 years in 1 year? Mulan Yuyu raised her head and said, husband, are you looking down on my martial arts? You've seen how powerful Chou Yao Air is, so you look down on me, right? Shen Lang's scalp went numb. He hurriedly shook his head and said, no, no, how can that be? How can a weakling like me look down on my wife's martial arts? In reality, Master Lang really couldn't wait any longer. He still wanted to raise his wife to become the world's top expert. But now it seemed like it would be quite difficult. Some people don't need to be raised to become the world's top expert. Like the big fool, like Chou Yao Air. But how I want to bring Mulan to slap Chou Yao Air to the ground one day. Why are you so arrogant? Shen Lang Yuyu said, wife, when will you become the world's top expert? Even in my dreams, I imagine a scene where I bring you directly to Chou Yao Air, point at her and tell her to F***ck her. After that, you rush up and slap her to death on the ground. Mulan suddenly sat up. I have this dream too. I, Jean Mulan, want to slap Chou Yao Air, that demoness, to death even in my dreams. You actually took my husband's first time. I even suspect that husband's poor performance in the beginning had something to do with you. You trampled on my husband, leaving a shadow in his heart. That's why he wasn't able to do it before. Following this, Mulan also became serious. She said, my teacher said that there is an ancient secret internal technique that is very powerful. It can double the results with half the effort. Shen Lang said, just tell me that practicing this internal technique for 1 year is equivalent to practicing normally for a few years. Mulan was very helpless. The path of martial arts was very profound and sacred. Husband, must you use such a naive tone? Probably 1 year is equivalent to 2 years. Shen Lang said, that useless? Mulan was speechless. How could this be considered trash? This was clearly a heaven-defying inner force secret manual, okay, and it was a legendary secret technique that even her teacher Zhong Chuk and Li Qianxiu had never seen before. Shen Lang said, wife, what is this internal technique called? I'll get it for you. Is it at the Sky Sea Pavilion? Mulan Yuyu said, are you planning to use your pretty boy tactics to trick Zhang Yuan into giving it to you? How is that possible? Shen Lang said, even if I use my pretty boy tactics, I promise I won't lose my chastity. Mulan said, it's not at the Sky Sea Pavilion. Shen Lang asked, then what's it called? Hell marriage technique, Mulan said. Shenlang said, all right, I'll remember that. I'll definitely get it and give it to you as a gift for your 22nd birthday. Shut up, Mulan said coquettishly, don't talk about my age. I'll always be the same age as you. Mulan was older than Shenlang by 2.5 years, and she was still brooding over it. But Master Lang loved women older than him the most. Little girls like Xiaobing might look frivolous on the surface, but in reality, they were completely useless. A woman like Mulan. She was like a hidden treasure that could not be dug out no matter how hard she tried. She was never tired of it. As for Binger? She was a loser, unable to fight. She was nothing like Mulan. Shenlang had to struggle to the end to barely be on par with her. And this was when Mulan showed mercy. Otherwise, at night, Shenlang accompanied his parents for dinner. Hearing that Shenlang was going to the capital, his parents were very worried and hesitated to speak. But in the end, they didn't say anything. There was a palm print on Xinjian's face. Who did it? Shenlang asked. Xinjian didn't dare to speak. He raised his head and looked at his mother. It was obviously his mother. Shenlang asked, what's wrong? His mother said, your brother comes from a poor family, and he's always doing things. I'm worried that he won't be able to find a wife. In the end, the in-laws introduced a girl to him. She's also a girl from our village. She's well educated, and her father is a scholar who teaches in the Count house. Her grandfather is the Count's trusted aide. Do you know her? How could he not know old Master Lin? He was definitely one of them. He was the most loyal servant of the Count house, and he was the adopted son of the old Count. He had a very high status. Mother-in-law actually introduced old Master Lin's granddaughter to Xinjian? Shenlang had vaguely seen that girl before. She was gentle and timid. And then? His mother said, old Master Lin also agreed. That girl actually saw your brother and actually agreed as well. I really don't know what she was thinking. Xinjian was speechless. Am I your biological son? Am I really that unpopular? How can a girl say that she's blind when she likes me? Am I that useless? Can't there be girls who like me? His mother continued, of course I'm happy to have such a good girl like Miss Lin as my daughter-in-law. I quickly settled the relationship between our two families. In the end, you know what that bastard Xinjian said? He said that he won't marry Miss Lin, but Maple Leaf Village's widow Lu. Ah? Shenlang was shocked. Brother, are you that infatuated, still thinking about widow Lu? Do you like women older than you that much? The key is that she's older than you by 7 or 8 years. Not every woman could be like Qiu Yaoer, who would never grow old or die. His mother said, we're about to get engaged, but that bastard insists that he won't marry Miss Lin and wants to marry widow Lu. How can I not be angry? I just slapped him a few times. I only stopped when Dalong came home. Otherwise, I would have continued. When I was done, your father would hit him again. Mulan had been carefully picking out the fish bones for Shenlang and then feeding the fresh fish meat to Shenlang. When she heard her mother-in-law's interesting words, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. At that moment, his mother's gaze towards Mulan was about to melt. Sigh, such a great fortune. He actually married such a good daughter-in-law. Such a noble daughter had spoiled Shenlang to the point that he was a silk pants who had everything at his beck and call. His mother said, Xinjian, your brother and sister-in-law are here, so I'll make things clear for you. This marriage was recommended by my in-laws. If you dare to disagree, I'll beat you to death. Anyway, I have Dalong. It doesn't matter if I have a son or not. Xinjian shrunk his neck and said timidly, but I promised widow Lu that I would marry her after I became rich. Shenlang said, then did widow Lu agree? Xinjian became even more timid. No, Shenlang was speechless. Even widow Lu's side was your own wishful thinking. After the meal, Mulan accompanied her mother to sew clothes. Although it wasn't written, in the past 2 months, Shenlang and Mulan spent half of their time at the Count house and the other half at their parents' home. The Shen family was now very imposing. Shenlang was rich and showy. He built a huge house that was tens of acres. There were pavilions, gardens, ponds, and everything else. Even though less than a fifth of it was built, it was already livable. Shen Lang brought his brother to the unfinished garden. Brother, tell me, what do you think? Shen Lang said, I've seen Widow Lu. She's not bad, but she's a little fat. Her waist isn't thin enough, and her skin isn't fair enough. Although she's big, her shape is only above average. Xinjian was speechless. Shen Lang said, in the past, if you could marry such a wife, Mom and Dad would wake up laughing in their dreams. But now that our family is rich, you have to set your sights higher. You have to marry a beautiful woman. You have to marry a beautiful woman from a good family. You have to have style. Xinjian felt that his brother's words had no style and were too vulgar. Brother, you've done so many great things. I thought you were like a god. Now that you're so vulgar, aren't you destroying my idol? Shen Lang said, I've seen old Master Lin's granddaughter before. She's extremely innocent and pure, and she's also beautiful and refined. You don't want such a good daughter-in-law, but you want to marry Widow Lu. Have you gone mad? Most importantly, marrying Widow Lu was Xinjian's own wishful thinking. After a long while, Xinjian said, Brother, that's what I think. I only have this glory and wealth because of you. I'm just a good-for-nothing. I'm not worthy of Miss Lin. Shen Lang was stunned. So that's what you think. You're just feeling inferior. Shen Lang said, then do you like Miss Lin? Xinjian said, who wouldn't like a beautiful, well-born, and cultured lady? But I'm worried that she won't be willing. Because Madame Count is the matchmaker, the Lin family won't dare to disagree. But wouldn't that make Miss Lin feel wronged? So I took the initiative to say that I'm not marrying so that the Lin family can refuse. Shen Lang smacked the back of his brother's head and said, you have the mentality of a loser. You can't have the mentality of a loser. Following that, Shen Lang pulled his brother into the Count house and came in front of Miss Lin. Before they even got close, Miss Lin's face turned red. She wanted to shrink her head into her neck. She was indeed beautiful, and she was timid and shy. Lin Yining, do you like my brother, Xinjian? Shen Lang said, he's worried that he's not worthy of you and doesn't dare to marry you. He was beaten by my mother. Xinjian was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. He wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Brother, I am leaving first, Shen Lang grabbed him. The girl, Lin Yining, nodded quickly and ran away even faster. This girl didn't lie. She really liked Xinjian. Why? Because his father was a scholar, and so was his grandfather. The whole family was boring. It wasn't interesting at all. Especially his father, who was extremely pedantic. Xinjian felt good. It was quite interesting. More importantly, it was his son-in-law's brother. What's wrong with this marriage? The next day, the two families decided on the good thing. The Lin family and the Shen family were officially engaged. The next day, Shen Lang left Xianwu Mansion and headed for the capital. It was very extravagant. Just as clothes alone filled several carriages. Xinshi and dozens of warriors from the Count House followed. Huang Feng and 19 experts from the Heavenly Tao Society followed. There were more than 100 riders. They were majestic and imposing. Mulan and her mother-in-law escorted them for 30 miles, then another 30 miles, and finally 100 miles. Only then did they part reluctantly. Finally, Shen Lang and Mulan officially completed the achievement of shaking the carriage. 3 days later, Shen Lang arrived at the capital and went directly to the palace to see the monarch. Note, the first update has been sent. I slept too little last night, so I'm going to lie down for an hour and then write the second update. 142 votes away from the top 10. Brothers, please bestow. Pastry will continue to write to repay you. Thank you, Big Pineapple, Little Apple, and you can't stop me for your 10,000 yuan tips. Recommend my friend's new book. Sorry, it's so awesome to have a system. Interesting book. Congratulations to Lawyer Yu for becoming the new leader of this book. I'm very grateful. Please vote for me. How did he behave along the way? Monarch Ning Yuanxian asked. The eunuch said, ostentatiously and unscrupulously. The monarch didn't say anything. Sixth Prince Ningjing said, how so? The eunuch said, he is only a small son-in-law, but his extravagance is comparable to that of a high-ranking military official. He has more than 100 cavalrymen as his bodyguards. Moreover, when he stays at the official inn in each county, he must book the best courtyard. If there's an official below the rank of governor living in that courtyard, he'll send troops to expel them. This was indeed arrogant. Even a true noble heir wouldn't dare to do this. Especially the noble heirs of the old noble families, each of them was more low-key than the last. The eunuch said, when we entered the capital, I took a look at his expression to see if he was shocked by the world's strong cities. He pursed his lips as if he was looking down on us. Sixth Prince Ning Jing, who was at the side, said, Our Yudu is filled with heavenly treasures. It's grand and magnificent. Even ordinary aristocrats would be intimidated by it, yet he, a mere country bumpkin, actually looks down on us. It's really interesting. Monarch. Ning Yuanxian didn't say anything. The eunuch continued, I purposely brought him to the Xuanwu gate, but he looked up and said, Oh, I'm home now. Oh, I'm home now. Your Majesty, this brat is insolent. How dare he say that the Xuanwu gate is his home? He's disloyal. The monarch's face twitched slightly. He cursed at his ancestor in his heart. How could Xuanwu be given a title so casually? Look at other countries. Which one of them has Xuanwu as a title? Why don't you call him Earl Green Dragon? But the first monarch was a martial artist. He didn't study much and was very overbearing. He couldn't tolerate opposing opinions, but he got along well with the first Xuanwu. What could he do? The subsequent generations of monarch couldn't change his title even if they wanted to. The eunuch said, What's more infuriating is yet to come. We met Her Highness the third princess on Xuanwu Avenue. The first princess, Ning Luo, was 28 years old this year. She was married to the king of the southern kingdom, Prince Jin. The second princess, Ning Han, was 26 years old this year. She was known as the #1 beauty of the state of Yu almost 10 years ago. However, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight, and no one knew where he went. Of course, as mentioned earlier, she followed the master of the Heavenly CC Pavilion and resigned from overseas. The princess's fiancé had undergone a drastic change and had yet to marry. This was also a pain in the monarch's heart. Ning Han was his most beloved daughter. The third princess, Ning Yan, was 24 years old this year and was already married. However, her temperament was violent, and she had already fallen out with her husband's family. She lived in Yu City all year round, arrogant and despotic, and no one dared to provoke her. What about her? The monarch asked. The eunuch said, The third princess is racing her horse. Openly racing horses on Xuanwu Avenue sounded like a serious problem. Innocent people might get hurt. In reality, it would not. Although the state of Yu's Xuanwu Avenue was not as wide as the one in the Great Yan Empire, it was still 90 meters wide. That's right, the 90 meters wide Xuanwu Avenue was equivalent to 30 lanes of modern roads. The Great Yan Empire's Xuanwu and Vermilion Bird Avenues were 150 meters wide. Of course, the ancient Great Tang Empire's Vermilion Bird Avenue was also 150 meters wide. Of course, the ancient Great Tang Empire's Vermilion Bird Avenue was also 150 meters wide. As for this 90-meter-wide Black Tortoise Avenue, the middle 60 meters were mostly empty. It turned out that only members of the royal family could walk on it. The middle 60 meters of the 90 meters wide Xuanwu Avenue was mostly empty. Originally, only royalty was allowed to use it. However, this rule gradually changed, and many nobles began to leave. As for ordinary people and officials, they could only walk on the two sides of the avenue. Therefore, no matter how crazy the third princess, Ning Yan, raced, she would not hit ordinary people. Nonsense. The monarch cursed, but he did not say anything else. The eunuch said, When we saw Her Highness's carriage, we quickly retreated to the sides and knelt. However, not only did Shenlang not get off the carriage, he sat on it and opened the window to look at Her Highness's body. He even commented. The monarch said, What did he say? The eunuch said, I dare not repeat it. It's too much. Speak, the monarch said. The eunuch said, He said that the woman's buttocks are big and perky, and her waist is wild enough, but her thighs are too thick. The monarch's expression immediately changed. Ning Jing said angrily, He's courting death. How dare he offend third sister? He's courting death. The eunuch said with a trembling voice, he also said that I don't know what he means. Ningjing said, speak. The eunuch said, he said that he's been holding back for too long. He's turned to stone when he sees a woman of this level. Although the words turned to stone were not easy to understand, the monarch knew what it meant based on the context. Ha ha ha. The monarch's face was livid. He said coldly, does he really think he's not afraid of death? Ningjing said, Father, it's obvious that he doesn't respect the Ning clan at all. He's disrespectful and arrogant to the extreme. The monarch said, where is he? The eunuch said, he's waiting in the Mercy Pavilion. The monarch said, are you still respectful? The eunuch said, ordinary people, even the feudal officials, have to kneel when they wait for His Majesty's summons. But he actually found a chair and sat down. He even asked if there was tea. He is extremely impudent and rude. It's simply shocking. The monarch's expression became even more unsightly. Then let him wait. In the Mercy Pavilion of the State of Yu's palace. The eunuch gritted his teeth in anger. When ordinary officials came, they would hand over a gold coin and ask him to tell them where to kneel. Most of the gold bricks in the Mercy Pavilion were solid. Only 3 of them were hollow. The solid gold bricks wouldn't make a sound even if you smashed your head. But the hollow gold bricks would make a sound when you knocked on them. Wouldn't that show that you respected His Majesty a lot? Of course, the gold bricks here weren't real gold. They were just yellow tiles. Of course, you might say that so many officials came here to meet the monarch. Wasn't it known that the gold bricks were hollow long ago? That was true. But the eunuch often changed the position of the hollow gold bricks in order to earn money. The monarch also knew about it, but he turned a blind eye to it. After all, they were all servants. It wasn't a bad thing to help him warn the officials. When the eunuch heard that a young son-in-law of a noble family came, he planned to extort a lot of money from him. But he didn't expect that the young man wouldn't kneel and would sit on any chair. The eunuch scolded him. How dare he? There's no place for a young son-in-law here. Hurry up and kneel. But Xianxia said that he should kneel if the monarch wasn't here. Do you want me to kneel? Do you want to enjoy the same treatment as the monarch? Suddenly, the eunuch was speechless. Damn it, you're courting death. I don't want to make trouble for myself. No matter how he responded, it would be wrong. So, Xianxia sat in the Mercy Pavilion and waited. From dawn to dusk, he waited until he was sleepy, hungry, and cold. This was the monarch's show of strength. Just now, when he asked for tea, no one paid attention to him. When he asked for pastries, no one paid attention to him. Just when Xianxia thought that he was going to spend the night in the Mercy Pavilion, all the eunuchs outside knelt. Welcome, Your Majesty. Xianxia quickly got up and knelt. It was said that transmigrators had stiff waists and knees and were unwilling to kneel. Naturally, Xianxia was unwilling as well. However, his knees were not that precious. He was willing to kneel even to his wife at a critical moment, let alone the monarch. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. If you don't kneel, you'll die. I don't believe that you transmigrators have such stiff waists. Student Xianxia respectfully greets Your Majesty. Xianxia placed his forehead on the ground. He did not kowtow. The monarch, Ning Yuanxian, walked in and sat down. Raise your head. Xianxia raised his head. Then, he was taken aback. Damn, this monarch has such a good look, he's a top-notch handsome man. Moreover, he doesn't look unkind at all. While he's born luxurious, he's also elegant and suave. He's not wearing a dragon robe either. The dragon robe of the king of the state of Yu is a 4-clawed golden dragon. The emperor of Great Yin is a 5-clawed golden dragon. He's wearing a black silk robe. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there's a 4-clawed golden dragon on it. However, it's very faint, almost like the watermark of a banknote. Awesome, this is what it means to be low-key and luxurious. For someone like Master Lang, who can't wait to embroider his robe with golden threads, it's a little ostentatious and vulgar. Xianxia made some calculations in his mind. The monarch's robe cost at least 1,000 gold coins. That was because every single thread on it was carefully selected. The eyes of the 4-clawed golden dragon were crushed and embroidered with the best rubies. The dragon scales were also embroidered with gemstone fragments. These gemstones are very hard. How did they get embroidered? Xianxia did not dare to imagine. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that the temperamental and unkind Ning Yuanxian would have such a good look? Who does he look like? An old man who can compose thousands of poems. Moreover, he's not much younger than Xuanwu, but he looks very young. He looks like he's only in his 30s. Damn it, he's so good at taking care of himself. Did he eat dates soaked in water? Along the way, Xianxia kept thinking about what questions the monarch of the state of Yu would ask him. How would he test if he had any intention of rebelling? He was being watched along the way. Of course, his every word and action was reported to the monarch by the eunuchs. Logically speaking, this monarch should be furious. After all, Xianxia was facing his daughter, Ning Yanshi, and he even despised her for having thick legs. Xianxia, your family has taken over the furious Tide City. What's your plan next? Asked the monarch. How could he be so straightforward? Xianxia asked. Your Majesty, do you want to tell me the truth? The monarch frowned. Of course I want to tell you the truth. Do you dare to lie to me? Xianxia said. I can tell you the truth, but your Majesty, please hide your surroundings. As soon as he said that, the monarch Ning Yuanxian's eyes narrowed. Xianxia, you're just a son-in-law. You've been arrogant and domineering all the way. Now you're so arrogant in front of me. It's up to you whether you want to tell me or not. The masters of the Black Water platform and several eunuchs were still standing around. Xianxia said, then I'm going to tell you. The monarch's patience had reached its limit. Xianxia said, I'm going to take revenge. I'm going to kill Marquis Yuan, Sunan. How dare you? The monarch Ning Yuanxian scolded angrily. Marquis Yuan is the crown prince's junior protector. You can't call him by his name. Didn't Xuanwu teach you the rules? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Are you really disrespectful to your Majesty? Xianxia said, there's a blood feud between the Su family and my family. That day, my father-in-law was fighting Qiu Tianwei on the Cliff Island, and I was attacking the furious Tide City. Su Jianting led more than 100 masters of the western regions to invade my Xianwu mansion. He killed more than 100 people of my family and injured my wife and mother-in-law. Your Majesty, please investigate thoroughly and give justice to my family. The monarch's face turned cold. This bastard is unreasonable. Get him out. Get him out. Then, Xianxia was thrown out of the palace by the 4 masters of the Black Water platform. His first meeting with the monarch was over. When he returned to the courtyard of the Kim clan, Xiaobing couldn't wait to rush up and asked worriedly, how was it? How was it? Did the monarch beat you? Xianxia said, no, I felt like old friends with the monarch at first sight. We had a pleasant conversation. Xiaobing said, really? Xianxia said, how could it be fake? Is the meal ready? I'm starving. The meal was ready a long time ago. Mulan's cooking skills were average, but Bing'er's cooking skills were top-notch. This time, she followed the son-in-law to the capital. Her heart was full of anxiety, but more than that, she was happy. I can finally live together with the son-in-law, and I don't have to eat the leftovers left by Miss anymore. The son-in-law's physical strength is average. Every time he has sex with Miss, he doesn't have the energy to do it with her again. But now, the son-in-law belongs to me alone. I, Xiaobing, want to do it once every 3 days. I'm sorry, Miss, it's wrong for a little girl like me to have such thoughts, but I really can't help it. So during dinner, Bing'er stared at Xianxia with her beautiful watery eyes, full of expectation. Bing'er, don't be like this. Although I left my wife, I can't let her down, Xianxia said. Bing'er almost cried and said, but Miss has promised, and she also asked me to serve the son-in-law well, so that you won't be seduced by the vixen outside. She said she would make you powerless. Just you, Xianxia said, how about this, tonight I will stay alone in the room and keep my chastity for my wife. Tomorrow night, you can crawl into my bed again. Bing'er looked at the son-in-law. What's the difference? Xianxia sighed. Nowadays, there are really not many men like me who keep their chastity. But teasing was just teasing. At this moment, he really missed Mulan. His whole body felt empty. In these 2 months, the couple was like conjoined twins. Not only could Mulan not leave Shenlang, but Shenlang also couldn't leave Mulan. "Where's the fatty?" Shenlang asked. Bing'er said, "Yes, where's the young master?" Shenlang said, "Didn't you send someone to inform the fat otaku that I'm here?" Bing'er said, "The son-in-law didn't tell me, so I forgot." Shenlang said, "Forget it, I'll go see him tomorrow. Now that you mention it, I really miss him. I wonder how badly he is being bullied in the Guizi Institute." Bing'er said, "I don't miss him at all. I only have eyes for the son-in-law." Shenlang said, "It's useless for you to flatter me like this. Tonight, I will stay alone in the room." In the palace, Zhang Chong, dressed in prison clothes, knelt on the ground with heavy shackles on his body. Zhang Jin was dead, Raging Tide City was lost, and only a few of his hair had turned white. At this time, most of his hair had turned white. He looked like an old man, no longer showing off his abilities like before. "Sinner Zhang Chong greets your majesty." Zhang Chong kowtowed with difficulty. Because he was wearing shackles, no matter how hard he tried, his head couldn't hit the ground. This was the first time he saw the monarch after he was arrested and sent to prison. After he was sent to prison, there was no trial, and no one asked him about corruption. Moreover, in the Supreme Court, he didn't have any preferential treatment. He lived in the most ordinary cell and ate the most ordinary prisoners' meals. The second son of an official in the capital went to the yamen to work in the day, and came to the Supreme Court to kneel at night. Without the monarch's order, he couldn't go to the prison to see his father, so he could only kneel outside to show that he shared the joys and sorrows with his father. He had persisted like this for nearly 2 months. He had practiced to the point that he could sleep on his knees, and his knees were swollen. The monarch Ning Yuanxian didn't say anything, and the eunuch beside him repeated Shenlang's behavior today, including his impudence along the way, the words he said when he entered the Xuanwu Gate, and the rude words he said when he saw third Princess Ning Yen. The eunuch said, "Monarch, is Shenlang's behavior sincere, or is he acting?" Zhang Chong said, "Your Majesty, Shenlang's behavior is sincere, but it is also acting." The eunuch said, "What do you mean?" Zhang San said, "Every word he said was the truth from the bottom of his heart. But he didn't say it, and he knew someone was watching him, but he still said it. This is acting, to make the monarch think that he is a sentimental person." The eunuch said, when he was in the Mercy Pavilion, the monarch asked him what he plans to do next after taking over the Fury Tide City. He said he wants to kill Marquis Sunan, is it true? Zhang Chong said, "Yes." The eunuch said, "Monarch, is Shenlang ambitious? Will he rebel?" Zhang Chong said, "He won't rebel if we don't force him. If we force him, he will definitely rebel." Instantly, the monarch's handsome face turned cold. He couldn't bear to hear the word rebel. The eunuch said, "Monarch, what is Shenlang's ideal?" Zhang Chong thought for a while, to enjoy wealth and not be wronged. The eunuch said, "What do you mean by not being wronged?" Zhang Chong said, "If someone offends him, he will kill them all." The monarch finally spoke, "Then why didn't he kill you?" Zhang Chong said, "Because I have never offended him." That's true. From start to finish, Zhang Chong and Shenlang only had political conflicts and no personal enmity. So after the winner was decided, the two of them could be said to have laughed it off. The monarch played with the porcelain in his hand. This porcelain was extremely precious. Not only was it exquisite, but it was also almost transparent. It was clearly porcelain, but it looked like jade. Just this cup alone was worth a few hundred gold coins. But this kind of porcelain only looked good, it would break at the slightest touch. Shenlang was like this porcelain. Exquisite beyond compare. Everyone said he was uncouth. But the monarch could see a kind of temperament from him, a kind of exquisite temperament. The rarest thing in this world was an exquisite person. After playing with it for a while, the monarch asked, "Zhang Chong, do you think I should kill Shenlang?" After saying that, the monarch's gaze seemed to fall carelessly on the cup in his hand. At this time, Zhang Chong had to blurt it out without thinking it over. Jun Shang's way of thinking is different from others. He doesn't need you to give him the right answer, nor does he need you to give him the best answer. What he wants is the truth. Zhang Chong said, "I won't kill him." The monarch said, "Why?" Zhang Chong said, if used properly, this child is a sharp blade, a blade sharper than this sinner's. Note, the second update has been delivered. I'm going to eat something, then write the third update. Timidly ask, do you still have monthly tickets? Thank you to the residents of the small city, Lu Silai, Shangguan Mingjian, and the others for their 10,000 coins. Huang Feng and Xinshi San, one on the left and one on the right, guarded the door of the study like door gods. The Kim family's villa in the capital was not big, only a few dozen acres, but it had been empty for a long time, with only 4 or 5 old servants guarding it. After more than 100 people moved in, it was full. Jin Mutsong also lived here at first, but later he lived in the dormitory of the Imperial College, because such a big mansion was too empty for one person to live alone. Fat otakus were very pitiful. When he came to the capital, he brought more than a dozen people, but 10 went back, so there were no more than 4 or 5 people around him. Therefore, it was more lively to live in the Imperial College. Then every 3 to 5 days, the 5th Prince Ningjing would send someone to bring Jin Mutsong to his mansion. This was also a protective gesture, which was equivalent to telling everyone that the Crown Prince of the Xianwu mansion was under his protection. If they wanted to make a move on him, please weigh your own weight. Of course, Ningjing himself was not important, but no matter what, he was still the son of the monarch. In the study, Shenlang sorted out all his thoughts. First of all, the monarch would not kill him. Because today his response could be said to be perfect. Although there was some acting, every word was true. He had no ambition. If others did not force him, he would not want to rebel at all. If the monarch killed Shenlang, there was no doubt that he would directly force Zanwu to rebel. Count Jinzhua was a very stubborn person. He was very upright, but he did not know how to compromise. As soon as Shenlang died, he promised to immediately turn north to the Wu Kingdom, creating a state-of-view version of the Yanzhou incident. Therefore, the safety of Shenlang and Jin Mutsong was not a problem. But, not being in danger did not mean that it would be safe and smooth. The third prince, the crown prince, the Shui family, and the Ning clan, these 4 enemies would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After Shenlang entered the capital, his father-in-law's promotion was almost a foregone conclusion. If Shenlang's guess was correct, the monarch would confer the title of Marquis of Furious Tide to the state of Yu and manage Furious Tide City on behalf of the state. But Marquis of Fury Tide was once Chou Tianwei's title. Of course, the monarch had never conferred a title to Chou Tianwei, but the third prince and the crown prince had promised that once Chou Tianwei defected and ascended the throne, they would confer him the title of Marquis of Angry Tide. Therefore, why would Jin Zhuo want such a title? He wanted the Marquis of Xuanwu. At this time, monarch was eager to take back the title of Xuanwu. Otherwise, every time he passed by Xuanwu's door, it would be like entering the Kim family's door. How embarrassing would that be? Thus, conferring the title of Marquis of Furious Tide was almost guaranteed. If Jin Zhuo Count did not accept it, then the monarch would have something to say. I wanted to confer upon you the title of Marquis, but you refused, not because I am unkind and ungrateful. Therefore, the matter of conferring the title of Marquis might be left unsettled. Of course, Xuanwu did not care much about being conferred the title of Marquis, as long as he could legitimately take over Fury Tide City. But Shenlang could not do so. How vain was he, how awesome did it sound to be the son-in-law of a marquis. Moreover, there were only a few marquises in the entire state of Yu. Even if the Marquis of Zhenbei was counted, there were no more than 3. Even the Marquis of Zhenbei couldn't be counted, because his family only had a few fiefs and a few private armies. Therefore, once the Kim clan was promoted to Marquis, they would be on par with the Su clan and the Zhong clan, becoming the 3 great marquises among the old nobles. Therefore, Shenlang was determined to have this Marquis. Moreover, he wanted the Marquis of Xuanwu. Then the difficulty of this game was a bit high. He had to grasp an absolute sense of propriety. If nothing unexpected happened to Shenlang, the monarch's decree to confer upon Jin Zhuo the title of Marquis of Furious Tide had already been drawn up. All that was left was to send someone to announce the decree. Therefore, Shenlang's first task in the capital was to help his father-in-law win the title of Marquis of Xuanwu. The Marquis of Furious Tide, absolutely not. The second task was to destroy the Su clan, and this task was very big. After all, the Su clan was a real behemoth. Not only was it one of the top old nobles, but Marquis Sunan himself was also the crown prince's junior protector, the great general of the army, and his sister was the monarch Su Fei. The third task was to support the fifth prince, Ningjing. The primary goal was to let him open a government office and confer upon him the title of duke. Even Ningzhen, the son of a palace maid, had been conferred the title of duke, while Ningjing still had no title. How could this do? Of course, this was very difficult. Ningjing was almost the son that the monarch hated the most. He had no status at all, and he married the daughter of a merchant. It could be said that he had no power around him. To support him up was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, Master Lang was best at creating miracles. Of course, was Shun Lang so helpful? Was he going to support Ningjing because of gratitude? Of course not, because to destroy the Su clan, Shun Lang needed a big umbrella. He could not rely on the third prince, nor the crown prince. If there was no umbrella, then he would support himself. The crown prince dared to have ideas about Mulan, so Shun Lang was destined to fight him to the death. And the third prince was the backer of the Shui clan, and also a mortal enemy. Whether it was to destroy the Su clan or the Shui clan, they needed the fifth prince, Ningjing, as a fulcrum. Therefore, the second and third strategic missions almost overlapped. Today, in the palace, Shun Lang directly said that he would kill Su Nan in front of the monarch and many eunuchs. Was he arrogant? No, of course not. His words would definitely spread out. Su Nan would know, the crown prince would know, and the third prince would also know. Shun Lang's actions were equivalent to telling everyone. All of you get out of the way, my Kim family is going to fight with the Su clan. Don't get involved, just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In the inheritance war, the Su clan didn't take a side, and the Kim family also didn't take a side. So letting these two families fight would be good for the third prince and the crown prince. Even if they were sharpening their knives to deal with Shun Lang, they would stop. After all, everyone liked to reap benefits without doing anything. Shun Lang took out a pen and thought for a long time, then wrote a name on the white paper. This was the first ally he planned to find in the capital. The third princess, Ning Yan. Yes, it was the third widow that Shun Lang said had a big and perky butt, a wild waist, and a bit thick thighs. Of course, she was not a widow. She had a husband, but they had fallen out long ago and fought fiercely. She told everyone in public that from now on, she was a widow. This was equivalent to cursing her husband to die. The current situation was that they couldn't separate. It was hard to make up a broken mirror. The monarch was full of guilt towards her, so he indulged her. And she had become a big scourge in the capital. She was a real scourge that few people dared to provoke. Shun Lang chose her as an ally after careful consideration. So, when he saw Princess Ning Yan on Xuanwu Avenue today, he said that her butt was big and perky, but her thighs were too thick. And fearing that it wasn't enough, he added that it seemed that he had been holding back too much. Seeing a woman of this level made him stony. This was blatant humiliation and teasing. He believed that it would soon reach Princess Ning Yan's ears. With her explosive temper, how could she endure it? She would definitely come knocking on his door. But no discord, no concord. For this barbaric princess, Shun Lang was still confident that he could take her down. He had been preparing for a long time and had many methods. Of course, it wouldn't work just by writing. Cho Yao air was too pure, she could rely on Journey to the West. But Princess Ning Yan couldn't. Cho Yao air had no hobbies other than listening to stories. And Princess Ning Yan had too many hobbies. Luckily, she was a woman. Otherwise, she would even want to go to a brothel. Well, in fact, she really did go, and she even became the guest of two female top courtesans. So, was Master Lang planning to cheat? Was he planning to fool around with the three widows? Of course not. If you really slept with her, she would definitely look down on you. Moreover, this Princess Ning Yan had returned to the wild, but her private life was not messy. At least, she had never messed around with a man. How to describe this woman? First, big breasts but no brains. Second, strong martial arts. Third, rude and unreasonable. Fourth, a tomboy. Cho Yaoer looked bold, but in reality, she transcended gender. She was a radiant goddess. And this Princess Ning Yan was a crazy woman. So was this Princess Ningyan a lesbian? Also not, she was just doing it for fun, for excitement. This crazy woman was very complicated. This kind of person was the most suitable friend. Master Lang needed to make a name for himself in the capital. What he needed the most was this kind of arrogant, domineering crazy woman. Yes, it had to be a woman. Because when a woman was rude, it was hard to control her. When a woman threw a tantrum, no one could control her. But he had to be careful. He must not sleep with her, he must not sleep with her. Once he slept, the nature would change. The current Ningjing was still too weak, not enough to be Shenlang's umbrella. And once he took down the 3 widows, Shenlang would be able to get twice the results with half the effort. For example, when Lu Che was fighting for the position of crown prince, who was his biggest help, the eldest princess, Lu Piao. Although this Princess Ningyan was not as good as Lu Piao, she was even more unreasonable, so she was very useful. Master Lang waited and waited in the study. Third widow, I humiliated you today. Why aren't you coming to kill me? Hurry up and come. Hurry up and kill me. Zhang Chong returned to the Supreme Court's prison. The monarch closed his eyes and smiled. Fine, fine, fine. It's not easy to be born such a delicate person. I'll let you go for now. Then, he gently placed the delicate cup on the table. Then, he took out an imperial edict from the box. The content was clearly written on it. Jin Zhuo was conferred the title of Marquis of Fury Tide, and the Kim family would temporarily manage Fury Tide City. Sure enough, it was exactly as Shenlang had predicted. Every word was almost the same. Marquis of Fury Tide, Marquis of Fury Tide, Jin Zhuo, I've conferred you the title of Marquis. Let's see if you accept it. If you don't blame me. Send out this edict tomorrow. Yes, the eunuch said. Fat otaku Jin Mutsong was popular. Battle Through the Heavens was also very popular. God knew how many copies were sold, and the bookseller who printed the book made a lot of money. But the reputation was not very good. When Shenlang wrote Endless Romance, it was appreciated by almost all the higher-ups and was regarded as a classic. Every scholar and refined scholar was full of praises. As for this Battle Through the Heavens, Boundless Wind and Moon, it was still written under the pen name of Xiaoxiaoxing of Langling. When it was first sold, it immediately caused a panic-buying frenzy. It could be said that paper was more expensive than ever. It sold even better than Endless Romance of Jean X Plum. Why? Because Shenlang's previous book had accumulated too much praise. Countless people were looking forward to the second book. And this bookseller was also shameless. He even used a hot woman on the cover, as if it was the second book of Endless Romance of Jean X Plum. Many high-ranking officials and nobles bought it. Damn, what was this? What Dochi continent? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young. What was written? What about my beautiful poems? What about my insight into worldly affairs? What about my knowledge of human relationships? But there was another group of people who were fascinated by it. Ordinary people, martial arts practitioners, even the Imperial College and the Imperial College students. This group of scholars cursed and read at the same time. They couldn't stop. It was too good, too exciting, too wonderful. But this group of Imperial College and Imperial College students didn't dare to read it in public. They could only hide in their rooms or squat in the toilet. Some geniuses even thought of the idea of taking off the covers of the 4 books and 5 classics and covering it with Endless Romance of Jean X Plum. But many high-ranking officials and nobles were heartbroken. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe that Endless Romance of Jean X Plum was written by Xiaoxiaoxing of Langling. How could it be? It was like heaven and earth. But there was a large group of people who felt that Endless Romance of Jean X Plum was better, and much better. They had bought Endless Romance of Jean X Plum before, but they only watched the nude scenes. In the end, they simply tore out the pages with nude scenes and threw the rest aside. It wasn't like Endless Romance of Jean X Plum, where every word was good to read. It made people forget to eat and sleep, reading it over and over again. But this group of people didn't have the right to speak. They felt that it was useless to look good. Therefore, Kaneki Satoshi's book became very popular and was sold to the heavens. However, it was cursed by others. Later, someone said it. Xiaoxiaoxing of Langling was actually two people. One was Shen Lang, and the other was Jin Muzong. Boundless Romance of Golden Plum Blossoms was written by Shen Lang. Battle Through the Vault of Heaven, Boundless Wind and Moon was written by Kaneki Satoshi. Everyone suddenly understood. Then they criticized Jin Muzong and strongly demanded that his pen name be completely separated. But no matter what, Jin Muzong became famous. He became a super celebrity in the Imperial College. Almost all the students were his readers, but 90% of them scolded him when they saw him. What kind of rubbish are you writing? But after he went home, he flipped through the book and read it again and again. The bookseller was also desperately urging Kaneki Satoshi. Hurry up and write the second part. Countless people are going crazy waiting. Fat Otaku also wanted to write, but brother-in-law hasn't given him the outline. I want to write it myself, but I don't dare to. I'm afraid of destroying the classic. Therefore, Fat Otaku looked forward to it every day. Brother-in-law, when are you coming to the capital? You don't know how much I miss you. You didn't even write me a letter during the New Year. He couldn't have forgotten about me, right? It was just as Shen Lang had expected. Whether it was the Imperial College or the Imperial College, all the top students despised Jin Muzong. All the bad students became good friends with him. They even regarded him as their idol. Therefore, Jin Muzong was very happy in the capital. Every day, there was a group of bad students around him. But this group of people urged him too much. So much so that Jin Muzong didn't dare to see them. Especially that bookseller, who urged him every day and almost knelt down to beg him. Fat Otaku was speechless. I want to write too. But my brother-in-law isn't here yet. Princess Ningyan's residence. There was a series of miserable hells. A man was stripped of his clothes and hung on a tree. His body was drenched in blood. This young man was also a nobleman. His father was a count. His ancestors had made great contributions, so he was conferred the title of count. Although he didn't have a fief or a private army, he was a new noble. His father's highest position was the Minister of Revenue. Just because of one sentence, this noble young master of the directorate was hung on a tree and beaten half to death. When she saw Princess Ningyan, she said, "Your Highnesses, but is too big and perky." From this, it could be seen that this princess was extremely domineering. In the room, the princess was reading a book. Battle Through the Heavens, Boundless Wind and Moon. She had read it 5 times. It was simply too good. In this world, there was simply no better book than this. After this beautiful princess finished reading Battle Through the Heavens, Boundless Wind and Moon, she immediately went to find Boundless Wind and Moon of Jean X. Plum. After all, it was a work under the same pen name. In the end, after reading a few dozen pages, she threw it into the toilet. What the hell, what bullshit. The writing was so bad. She couldn't believe that this Boundless Wind and Moon of Jean X. Plum was written by Xiaoxiaoxing. His level was too low. Battle Through the Heavens, Boundless Wind and Moon was better. How could the level of the same author be so different? Later, Princess Ningyan heard about it. It turned out that there were 2 authors under the same pen name. One was called Shen Lang, and the other was called Jin Muzong. This Jin Muzong was a god, a real god. Shen Lang was trash. What kind of despicable thing did he write? So, Princess Ningyan once again read Battle Through the Heavens, Boundless Wind and Moon with great interest. This was already the 6th time, but it was still so good. Go ask that bookseller when the second part of Battle Through the Heavens, Boundless Wind and Moon will come out. I can't wait any longer. If it doesn't come out, I'll burn down his bookstore. Yes, I'll go and urge them now, I'll go and urge them now. The female warrior ran out. Of course, when Princess Ningyan heard that the book was written by Jin Muzong, she immediately went to the directorate to see Jin Muzong. Then, she forced herself to forget that Jin Muzong was the author of the book. It was too frustrating. That sentence was right. Just eat the eggs. Don't look at the hen that laid the eggs. You could say that. If it wasn't for the second part of Battle Through the Heavens, Boundless Wind and Moon, Ningyan would have killed Jin Muzong long ago. Do you think you're worthy of being the author of this book with your pathetic appearance? Go to the directorate and warn Jin Muzong. If he doesn't write the second part, I'll kill him. Princess Ning Yan said. Yes. The second female warrior went to the directorate to warn Jin Mutsong. At this time, the sixth prince Ning Jing walked in. Princess Ning Yan glanced at him and ignored him. She was the most domineering princess in the entire country. Other than the monarch and her mother, she didn't care about anyone else. I'll beat whoever I want. If it wasn't for the second part of Battle Through the Heavens, Jin Mutsong would have been beaten to death. Scram! Princess Ning Yan said. The sixth prince Ning Jing said, Third sister, someone humiliated and molested you today. He said that your butt is big enough and your waist is wild enough. It's just that your thighs are too thick. He said that he's been holding it in for too long. Facing a woman of your level, he actually got hard. Princess Ning Yan exploded when she heard that. Provocation, did this person not want to live anymore? Did he want to die? The son of the former Minister of Revenue was hung on a tree and beaten half to death just because he said that her butt was too big. And this person dared to humiliate him like that, dared to say that my thighs are too thick. Dared to say that I'm a woman of my level? I'm also a super beauty. Courting death, Princess Ning Yan said, who is this person? I'll go kill him. The sixth prince said calmly, he's in the Kim family's villa. He's the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion, Shenlang. Princess Ning Yan said coldly, come with me to the Kim clan's villa and kill that little son-in-law. Thus, this Princess Ning Yan led a few dozen female knights, majestically charging towards Jin clan's courtyard. Shenlang had been waiting in the study. Waiting for Princess Ning Yan to kill her way to his doorstep, he almost fell asleep. In the end, Princess Ning Yan didn't come. Instead, the maid Xiaobing came. Shenlang said, Bing I've said that I'll stay alone tonight for my wife. You can sleep alone. Xiaobing hesitated for a long time and summoned up a lot of courage to say, son-in-law, I may be pregnant. Shenlang was shocked. You're pregnant. Even Mulan isn't pregnant, but you're pregnant, Xiaobing said, my period didn't come last month. I've been feeling nauseous just now. Shenlang said in surprise, then why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you let Anzaishi take your pulse? Xiaobing said, I want to accompany you to the capital. If I'm pregnant, you'll definitely leave me in Xianwu Mansion. What should I do, Xiaobing, you're pregnant, and it's only about 2 months, then. Won't I have to stay alone for a long time, and at this moment? Xianxia rushed in and said, son-in-law, something bad has happened. Princess Ning Yan has led dozens of knights and is here. Shenlang was overjoyed. Third widow, Princess Ning Yan, you're finally here. Note, this chapter has been planned for a long time. I actually wrote it until 5 o'clock in the morning. Why is it so late again? I'm scared of myself. I'm going to sleep. Please give me monthly votes, please. Then, Shenlang used the X-ray to look at Xiaobing's belly. She was indeed pregnant. He could even see the fetal heartbeat clearly. This girl had known about it last month, but she refused to say it. Fortunately, she was in the Kim family. If it was in any other family, you would have been beaten to death by the matriarch. Then, Shenlang couldn't help but worry. Why wasn't Mulan pregnant? Actually, the number of times Shenlang and Lil Bing had done this could be counted on one hand. They had only done it 3 or 4 times in the past few months. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that, he didn't want to say it. Mulan was too powerful and too beautiful. All of Shenlang's strength had been used on his wife. When Shenlang returned to normal, he had done it with Mulan 33 times in a month. Both of them were greedy and didn't know how to restrain themselves. That month, Master Lang lost a few kilograms and had dark circles under his eyes. Then, his mother-in-law pulled Jean Mulan away to whisper to her. Thus, Mulan restrained herself, but the frequency was still relatively high. Even so, Mulan didn't get pregnant. She didn't have any contraceptives. Was there something wrong with his wife's body? Even if there was something wrong with Master Lang's body, his wife's body couldn't be wrong. His wife would definitely be very good. You wicked girl. Shenlang said angrily, since you know that you're pregnant, why did you still sneak into my bed? Xiaobing looked at him seductively and said, I know many ways to serve you. Even if I don't do that, I can still make you comfortable. Sigh, in this world, there were only wrong names, but there were no wrong nicknames. It seemed like they were right to call her coquettish ice. Alright, I know you're skilled. Let's go, there's a tigress coming in. Xianxia was speechless. Xiaobing's eyes widened. Son-in-law, Miss asked me to keep an eye on you. Don't get seduced by the vixen outside. Xianxia twisted her ear and said, listen to me clearly, the one coming is a manic tigress, not a vixen, understand? If a vixen man dares to go up to her, have you ever seen a man who dares to go up to a tigress? Isn't he bitten off in one bite and crushed with one claw? Then, the air was filled with killing intent, a tigress rushed in and said coldly to Xianxia, well said, well said. Xianxia's scalp went numb. Damn it, how did you get here so fast? Xianxia could not help but look at Xianxia and Huang Feng. How could they guard the door? How could they let someone barge in like that? The two of you aren't flirting with each other, are you? Huang Feng was speechless. You were the one who said that when Princess Ningyan came, there was no need to stop her. Now, you're coming to find trouble with us. You're really hard to deal with. The third widow's aura was astonishing. Standing in the room, she was instantly dazzling. Because she liked to wear red clothes, the redder, the better. Therefore, she looked like a ball of flame. Moreover, she liked to wear martial attire. Most women in this world wore skirts, but Ningyan loved to ride horses, so she always wore breeches. When everyone was wearing skirts, of course, you would be very conspicuous if you wore trousers. When everyone was wearing trousers, you would also be conspicuous if you wore underpants. When everyone was wearing underpants, you would still be conspicuous if you wore nothing. Because she was wearing breeches, her body characteristics were even more obvious. Big, thick thighs. Xianxia was not the only one who said that. The minister who was hung on the tree and beaten half to death also said the same. Or perhaps the entire capital said so. Actually, let's be honest. It's not that exaggerated. This third widow was slightly bigger than ordinary women, and because she liked to ride horses, her figure was superb. She had the characteristics of a samba girl and was shockingly perky. As for the thickness of her thighs, ordinary women were all wearing skirts, so it was hard to tell. As for this third Princess Ningyan, her lower limbs were very strong, so the muscles in her legs were naturally developed. From a modern aesthetic point of view, it was actually very sexy. Strong and powerful thighs were the most tempting. You are that scumbag, Xianxia? Ningyan said. Yes. Ningyan said, today, you said that my butt is quite big and my waist is wild enough, but my thighs are too thick. Yes. Ningyan said, you also said that you have been holding back too much. You can even get hard when you see a woman of my level? Yes. The third widow's eyes were almost spewing flames. A woman of my level? What level of a woman am I? I am only 24 years old this year. Although I can't compare to second sister Ninghan, I am also a super beauty. From your tone, you are actually looking down on me? The third widow said word by word. Then when you say these words, do you know who I am? Yes. Instantly, murderous intent soared. Ningyan said, do you know why I am called the third widow? Xianxia said, I do. Because you cursed your husband to die. Ningyan said, do you know why I came back to live and left my husband's family? Because you had a falling out with your husband's family. Every day, there is chaos. Ningyan said, because if I don't leave home, my husband will be beaten to death by me. In order to spare his life, I left home. Ah? You actually have such a background? Whichever family a tigress like you marries, that family will really have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Third widow Ningyan said, today, there was a son of a minister who said that I was really arrogant. In the end, I hung him on a tree and whipped him 100 times. His flesh is a bloody mess. How many times have you, Xianxia, humiliated me? Think about it yourself. How should I punish you? How many times had Xianxia humiliated and teased Ningyan? 3 times during the day. Just now, when he was chatting with Xiaobing, he humiliated her 3 to 5 times. That added up to 7 or 8 times. Was he going to be whipped 800 times? With Master Lang's physique, he would probably be dead after 80 lashes. Third widow Ning Yan said, Shenlang, you have a very good saying. It's really good. It has given me some inspiration. The hair on the back of Shenlang's neck stood up. Men, take off his pants and hang him upside down on a tree. Pour boiling water on his penis and then use a metal brush to scrape it 100 times. As soon as these words came out, Shenlang almost peed his pants. Damn, you are indeed a scourge of the capital. How did you come up with such a vicious move? I feel that I, Shenlang, am already vicious enough. You are surpassing me. Following that, a few female warriors came forward and pressed Shenlang down on the table and started to pull off his pants. Xiaobing rushed forward and shouted, Don't pull off my son-in-law's pants. If you want to pull off my pants, pull mine. But after saying that, she felt that something was wrong. No, you can't pull mine either. I'm pregnant. Hearing this, Princess Ning Yan couldn't help but look at Xiaobing's stomach with a complicated look in her eyes. Outside, Huang Feng and Xianxia were extremely nervous. Earlier, Shenlang had told the two of them that no matter what happened, they were not to come in. Don't tell me, we're just going to watch as the son-in-law gets crippled? Move aside, Princess Ning Yan said. Then, another two female warriors came and carried Xiaobing away. They were so strong that they almost had to carry her away, but they wouldn't hurt her, let alone touch her stomach. Don't hurt my son-in-law, don't hurt my son-in-law. Xiaobing screamed. Then, she instinctively wanted to take out the torrential pear blossom hidden weapon. But her hands were firmly held and she couldn't move. Fortunately, this girl didn't take out the torrential pear blossom hidden weapon. Otherwise, she would be in big trouble. Master Lang was grabbed by 4 strong female warriors and pressed down on the table, unable to move. Then, an 8 feet tall female warrior with an 8-foot waist stepped forward and tried to pull off Shenlang's pants. Moreover, her expression was full of excitement and anticipation. Princess Ning Yan said, Shenlang, no one in the world can save you now. You've offended me, so you're digging your own grave. Didn't you say that you're hard? I'll completely cripple it. That thing was first soaked in boiling water and then scraped with a metal brush. It was 100% crippled. It was worse than being castrated. Shenlang said you, Princess Ning Yan, you dream of having a child, right? You fell out with your husband's family because you don't have a child. And I can give you a child. Ning Yan was stunned when she heard this. Then, she was about to explode. Scum, scoundrel, you still want to sleep with me? You're digging your own grave, you're digging your own grave. I, Ning Yan, hate gigolos like you the most. You think that just because you're handsome, you can do whatever you want. You think that all the women in the world should like you. You only know how to harm good women. I, Ning Yan, don't fall for that. The ones I crippled were pretty boys, pretty boys. None of the gigolos in the world are good. Ning Yan said with a smile, Shenlang, you're really gutsy. You still want to give me a child? You want to sleep with me? Fine, then I won't pour water on your penis, and I won't use a steel brush to scrape it. Just cut it off and enter my residence as a eunuch. How about it? Do it, cut it off. Ning Yan was really angry. This scum dared to humiliate her in front of her. Shenlang was shocked, that's not what I meant. I meant that it can cure infertility. Ning Yan said, no matter what you mean, it's too late. Cut it off. Then, the 8 feet tall and 8 feet wide female warrior pulled out a dagger from her waist. Young master, I'm sorry. I didn't want to. Then, she swung the dagger down. At this time, Huang Feng and Xianxia rushed in and slashed with their swords. Ah! The 8 feet tall female warrior cried out in surprise. The dagger in her hand was knocked away. Everyone looked at her with disdain. You're so good at martial arts. How could your dagger be knocked away by a sword? Don't act so fake, okay? You want to kneel and lick someone's handsome face? It's useless to kneel and lick someone's waist. Handsome men won't fall for you. At this time, Shenlang stopped smiling and said seriously, Your Highness, I offended you and provoked you with my words because I wanted to save you. Ning Yan sneered, I need you to save me? Would the whole country dare to mess with me? Shenlang said, Your Highness, you have something that you can't say, so you don't dare to drink too much water now, right? Ning Yan's expression changed when she heard this. This secret was only known to her confidants. No one else knew. Then, she immediately understood why Xianlang knew. And Xianxia told her. And Xianxia from Xianwu Mansion was a famous doctor. Ning Yan had secretly sent someone to consult her about her illness. Ning Yan was very healthy. Otherwise, why would she be called a tigress? But no matter how brave she was, she still had a fatal pain point. Every time she urinated, it was like torture. It was excruciating. The pain was many times worse than giving birth. Every time, she would sweat profusely. If it weren't for Ning Yan's strong body, she might have fainted. Therefore, every time she urinated, it was extremely torturous for her. She had secretly consulted all the doctors, but none of them could cure her. They couldn't. She didn't even know what illness it was. And she was a woman, a noble princess. And her illness was special. She couldn't let a male doctor examine her, could she? Fortunately, there were female doctors, even if they weren't very skilled. But at least 4 or 5 female doctors had examined her, and she was very healthy. There was no problem at all. 4 or 5 years had passed. The pain was getting more and more intense every time. It was so painful that she wanted to die. And there was even blood when she urinated recently. Ning Yan wasn't very afraid of death, but she didn't want to die either. But sometimes, the pain was so terrible that she really wished she could cut herself off with a knife, so that she wouldn't have to suffer such endless pain. Sometimes, she prayed to God. As long as she could cure her illness, she was willing to pay any price, even if she had to give up her identity as a princess. People had to pee every day. Who could stand the pain of having to go through it every day? So, after hearing Xianlang's words, Princess Ning Yan said, "You said you can save me?" Xianlang nodded. Ning Yan said, "I don't know how many doctors I've consulted, but they don't even know what illness I have. You're not a famous doctor. Can you save me?" Xianlang said, "I'm a gynecologist." What he said made sense. In Xianwu Mansion, he was the master. It was kindness to treat patients and filial piety to take care of his parents-in-law. He didn't need to use his medical skills as a means of promotion. But it was different in the capital. His medical skills and x-rays would be of great use. But, he didn't want to become a professional doctor. When this big shot came to him for treatment, it would be so annoying that Xianlang wouldn't have to do anything else. But if he didn't go, he would offend someone. So, Xianlang positioned himself as a gynecologist. Hey, this way, fewer people would come to him for treatment. How could ordinary people be qualified to be treated by Master Lang? They were all top-notch dignitaries. But the women of top-notch dignitaries all cherished their reputation. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a matter of life and death, they wouldn't dare to come to Xianlang. For the sake of their reputation, they didn't dare to come to him for dirty illnesses. So, with Xianlang's medical skills, he could save people at critical moments, but he didn't have to worry about being crowded. I, Master Lang, am a gynecologist. I specialize in treating women. Now, if the princess or the queen had any difficult illnesses, they could come to me. It was a step forward. I, Master Lang, was destined to live off women since I was born. Princess Ning Yan said seriously, "Xianlang, I have to suffer 3 times a day. It's several times more painful than giving birth. I swore that whoever could cure me of this disease would be my benefactor. But, if you lie to me to save your life, I will really kill you." Then, Princess Ning Yan said, "I know you can't kill me. If you kill me, will there be a huge disaster? But if you dare lie to me about this, even if I have to pay a huge price, I will kill you. At most, I will pay with my life." Xianlang said seriously, "Your Highness, Xianlang never jokes about such things." Princess Ning Yan said, "Then tell me, what illness do I have? Why do all the doctors say that I'm fine after checking me?" Xianlang waved his hand and Xianxia left. The female warrior beside Princess Ning Yan also left. Ning Yan said, "Do you want to check my body?" "I can't. I'm a woman and you're a man. There's a difference between men and women. There's no need to check, I already know what illness your Highness has." Xianlang said. Ning Yan trembled, "What illness?" Xianlang said, "Kidney stones." Ning Yan was stunned. She had never heard of this illness. Shenlang said, Your Highness, the pain in your abdomen in the past was very random and without any pattern. But recently, every time you urinate, it hurts? Ning Yan nodded, her face pale. Recalling this pain, it was better to die than to live. The most painful things in the world were kidney stones and urinary stones. It was more than 10 times more painful than a woman's childbirth. A man made of iron, when his kidney stones acted up, could lie on the ground and twitch. He wanted to die immediately. It was already amazing that Princess Ning Yan could resist rolling on the ground and only her clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Shenlang said, Your Highness, did you see blood when you urinate recently? Princess Ning Yan nodded in even more shock. This matter was definitely a secret, even the people around her didn't know, so how did Shenlang know? Shenlang said, That's because the stones in the kidney have entered the bladder, so every time you urinate, it's extremely painful. These stones rub against the body, so it bleeds. If you don't treat it, it will cause an infection, and that will be troublesome. This was too mysterious. Ning Yan didn't understand at all. What kidney stones? Could stones grow in the body? But Shenlang said it so professionally, even though Ning Yan didn't understand, she felt that Shenlang was very amazing. She didn't understand, but she felt that it was amazing. So, Princess Ning Yan's voice trembled, then can you cure it? She really wanted to be cured even in her dreams. She swore more than once that as long as this illness could be cured, she was willing to give up her status as a princess. Ning Yan said, As long as you can cure my illness, you will be my benefactor. From now on, if anyone dares to cause trouble for you, I will kill them. If you want money, I will give you money. If you want women, I will give you 10 a day. If you want to be an official, I can even give it to you, as long as it is below the 7th rank. Ning Yan was really excited. The nightmare of the past few years seemed to be coming to an end. Even if there was a little hope, she didn't want to give up. Shenlang said, I can cure it. Ning Yan said, How long will it take? Don't tell me it will take 1.5 years. I really can't hold on anymore. Recently, I have been in pain 3 times a day. I really don't want to live anymore. Shenlang said, 2 hours. Instantly, Princess Ning Yan was ecstatic, Hurry up and treat me. If you can cure me, you will be my great benefactor. Kidney stones, in serious cases, needed to be operated on. But to operate on people in this world? To perform such a major operation, don't joke, people will die. In modern times, there was also a kind of extracorporeal stone, which used an advanced instrument to transmit ultrasound into the stone, producing a reflected wave on the surface of the stone, and the surface of the stone would be compressed and ruptured. When the ultrasound completely passed through the stone, it was reflected again at the interface, producing a tension wave. When the strength of the tension wave was greater than the expansion strength of the stone would rupture. After the stone was broken, it would be excreted through urine. But this was even more impossible, where in this world would there be ultrasound equipment, but there was no ultrasound, but there was true chi internal force. It could shatter the stone, then drink a lot of water and excrete it. Of course, the shattering of the stone had to be very precise, because the kidney was even more fragile than the stone. If you were a little careless, you might shatter the kidney and die. Therefore, at this time, it was necessary to find a top master. And it had to be a woman, after all, it had to be done closely. Shenlang said, To treat Her Highness's illness, I need a woman with top martial arts skills. Even if she can't compare to the grandmasters, she must not be far behind. Princess Ning Yan said, Go, and invite Aunt Ning Jia. In less than an hour, a top female master entered the room. Ning Jia, the sister of a monarch. A top martial arts master, Princess Ning Han's martial arts teacher. Zhuxi's junior sister, the former Grand Secretary of the Horizon Sea Pavilion. Never married for life. Princess Ning Yan lay on the bed, exposing her waist. Shenlang officially treated her. Note, the first update was sent, the cervical spine pain went to massage for an hour, then immediately came back to write the second update. Monthly votes are so hard to find, I feel like the monthly votes won't increase even if I cry to death. Benefactor, give it to me. Congratulations on becoming the new leader of this book. I'm very grateful. Ask for monthly votes. Capital, Xianxia Marquis Mansion. The Kim family only had one residence in the capital. Look at the Su family. They had a marquee mansion in Jinyuan City and another in the capital. And this marquee mansion was given to them by the monarch. It was hundreds of acres in size. From this, one could see the weight of this old fox in the monarch's heart. Marquis Sunan had a very bad reputation, even notorious. Many people regarded him as the shame of the old aristocrats, who only knew how to lick the monarch's boots without principles. If it weren't for his surrender, how could the old aristocratic alliance be like a plate of loose sand? How could everyone be tortured so badly by the monarch? But now, the Black Tortoise Count's mansion had stepped forward. It actually withstood Zhang Chong's attack. Not only did it not fall under the butcher's knife of the new government, but it also took over Wrathtide City. The situation was directly stabilized, and it even took advantage of the situation to rise, fighting for the old aristocrats. And it was said that Xianwu was about to be conferred the title of Marquis. Then did everyone have a backbone? The old aristocrats should quickly take action and form an aristocratic alliance to resist the monarch. The Kim family is our new leader. This was not a joke. Many old aristocrats really planned to secretly join forces and push the Kim family to the position of the new leader of the aristocrats. When Marquis Sunan heard this, he immediately laughed and said, "Push, hurry up and push. The more you stand out, the faster you die." He sat in front of a big mirror, and a stunning beauty was dyeing his hair. He spent a huge amount of gold coins to buy this big mirror. The Heavenly Assembly's auction had been going on for a few months, and every top aristocrat had a big mirror in their home. Anyone who didn't have one was simply not worthy of being a top aristocrat. Why did Sunan want to dye his hair? Other people dyed their hair black, but he was the opposite. He wanted to dye his black hair white. This made him look a little older. Over time, people would feel that Marquis Sunan was already old, and they would be less vigilant. In fact, he was only 60 this year. For a martial arts master of his level, he was in the prime of his life. However, his martial arts were too high, his body was too healthy, and his hair grew fast. Every once in a while, he would have to dye his hair white. Because of this, he also had a nickname. Su Bai nodded. Su Jianting said, "Tonight, the monarch summoned Shen Lang. This evil creature publicly said that he wants to kill our Su clan. Su clan was a colossus, and Su Fei was favored in the palace, so of course, Shen Lang's words were quickly spread." Su Bai chuckled and said, "He did that to protect himself." Originally, the crown prince and the third prince couldn't tolerate him, but with Shen Lang's declaration of war, the two princes paused and waited to watch the tigers fight. Su Jianting said, "After all, both of them want our support." Su Bai nodded. "My Su family is already wealthy to the extreme, so I disdain speculation. We must always remember the lesson from more than 20 years ago." Of course, he was referring to Marquis Su Jian's plan to support the eldest prince, Ning Yuanwu, at the last moment. As a result, because of Bian Shao, the crown prince, Ning Yuanxian, directly seized the throne and almost brought disaster to the Su family. Every time I think of this, I feel a lingering fear. Speaking of which, I really have to thank the Kim family. If not for his delay, our Su family would have been in trouble, said Marquis Sunan. So, from now on, our Su family will not take sides. We will only firmly support His Majesty the monarch and support whoever is on the throne. Yes, said Su Jianting. Marquis Sunan patted the stool below him. Smack. The stool could not help but tremble. What? Why could the stool move? Because it was a meat stool, a stool formed by a beautiful woman kneeling on the ground. Sunan sat on her waist, and the raised full moon was the armrest. Yes, it was so extravagant that it was almost perverted. Everyone knew that Sunan liked women, and they all used this to make fun of him. Almost every month, there would be people impeaching him, saying that Sunan lived an extravagant and decadent life. The monarch also often reprimanded him. But he did not change at all, and still maintained his extravagant and lustful nature. So, many people made fun of Marquis Sunan. Did you get old so fast because you had too many women? Marquis Sunan would say that a person's life was limited, and he should know how to enjoy himself. It was a common problem for men to want to sleep when they saw a beautiful woman, so what was there to be curious about? However, this Marquis Sunan knew how to take care of his health. He insisted on the principle of sleeping with a woman once every 5 days, and never greedy for pleasure. In order to pretend to be old, he not only dyed his hair white, but also walked with a hunched back, and even made wrinkles. Life was like a play, and it all depended on acting. This Marquis Sunan was a master of acting. Su Jianting said, "Father, Shenlang mentioned to the monarch today that I led people to raid Xianwu Mansion." Sunan, did the monarch ask about it in detail? Su Jianting said, "No, I ignored him." Sunan shook his head and said, "This is not good. If the monarch did not ask about it in detail, he would be suspicious." "Are you sure that the secret letter was burned?" Su Jianting said, "I am sure, I burned it myself." That day, Su Peipei had no choice but to take it out. "Sunan, I must think of a way to untie the knot in the monarch's heart." Then, Sunan subconsciously patted the beauty stool under him. He was a martial artist, and his martial arts were extremely high. Even if it was a weak and careless pat, if he did not control his strength, it would be very painful. The beauty on his stool clenched her teeth in pain, and did not dare to make a sound, nor did she dare to cry. "Take the gold coins and find the censors, and have them write a memorial to impeach me," Sunan said. Su Jianting said, "Impeach you for what crime? Is it still extravagance?" Sunan, "No, this time the crime is more serious. Say that I have no respect for the law, send experts to raid Xianwu Mansion, and killed hundreds of innocent servants of the Kim family." Insane, and deliberately plotted to assassinate his own sister, Su Peipei. Su Jianting was shocked. "Why?" Marquis Sunan said, "For this kind of thing, rather than letting others detonate it, it is better to detonate it yourself. This way, you can take the initiative, and also guide public opinion. How to make something from true to false, it is to magnify, and exaggerate it to the point of absurdity, and no one will believe it." Su Jianting said, "Yes." Marquis Sunan said, "Have you prepared for Jin Mutsung's side?" Su Jianting said, "I have long been prepared, I have been watching him as soon as he entered the capital." Marquis Sunan said, "The monarch is preparing to confer the title of Marquis of Angry Tide on Jin Shui, slightly disrupt it." Su Jianting said, "Yes." "But Ningjing." Marquis Sunan said, "Ignore the stuttering." In the Kim clan's courtyard, Princess Ning Yan's snow-white waist was exposed. Shenlang was right, her waist was indeed wild. It was very thin, but full of strength. The strength of the waist must be especially strong. Once it was twisted, it was guaranteed to kill a man to the point that he would be scared out of his wits. Therefore, the first thing that an older driver would look at was the waist. Shenlang stared at Princess Ning Yan's waist motionlessly. Of course, it was not to act like a hooligan, but to scan the back of the waist with an X-ray to check the location of the kidney stones. Modern people liked to drink carbonated drinks, so the probability of stones was very high. "Third princess, you like to eat meat?" Ning Yan said, "Yes, I love meat." Eating too much meat would also increase the probability of stones. But it was also because she ate a lot of meat that Ning Yan's body was so porcelain and full of elasticity. Shenlang said again, "And you like to drink strong tea?" Ning Yan said, "Strong tea can refresh the mind." Shenlang was stunned. "With that brain of yours, what else does it need to refresh?" Shenlang said, "What do you need to refresh yourself at night?" Ning Yan said, "Reading." Shenlang was stunned. He had researched Princess Ning Yan's information in detail. He knew that this tough woman really liked to read, and she liked to read books about fighting and killing. Her favorite was Legend of the East. She had read it no less than 20 times. Now, she was addicted to Battle Through the Heavens, Endless Wind and Moon. As Shenlang spoke, he used a pen to mark the back of Princess Ning Yan's waist. Each position represented the position of a large stone. "Shenlang, Endless Wind and Moon was written by you?" Ning Yan asked. "Yes." Shenlang said. Ning Yan said, "What the hell was written? It's too rubbish." As soon as he said this, eldest Princess Ning Jia lowered her beautiful eyes. Princess Ning Yan asked, "Master, have you read Battle Through the Heavens, Endless Wind and Moon that I introduced to you?" Eldest Princess Ning Jia said, "Don't call me master." "Aunt, have you read that book?" Princess Ning Yan said. Yes. Ning Yan said, it's good, right? This is the best book I've ever read, even better than Legend of the East. Ning Jia, not bad. Princess Ning Yan said, not bad? That's average, that means you don't like it? You people have no taste, you don't know how to appreciate such a good book. Then, Princess Ning Yan said, Shen Lang, this battle through the heavens was written by Jin Muzong? Shen Lang said, yes. Ning Yan said, go tell him to hurry up and write the second part. If I don't see the second part in a month, I'll kill him. I can almost recite the first part. I'll try my best. Shen Lang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was the most violent urging he had ever seen. Third princess, why don't you send someone to urge Jin Muzong yourself? Shen Lang asked. Ning Yan said, he's too ugly, he's not worthy of the author of this book. When I see him, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing him. F***ck, fortunately, I'm handsome, so it doesn't matter if I meet such a violent reader. Master, is Sister Ning Han back yet? Ning Yan said. Don't call me master. Aunt, is Sister Ning Han back yet? Yes. Ning Yan said, seriously, is there a need to hide far away? Isn't it just her fiancé's death? What's the big deal? Besides, she hasn't even seen this fiancé before. When he died, he probably wasn't even born yet. Being a widow like this is quite unique. Unlike me, I can't even be a widow if I want to. Shen Lang was speechless. This tigress princess not only had big breasts but no brains, she also had a poisonous mouth. Eldest Princess Ning Jia still didn't want to pay attention to her. Suddenly. Princess Ning Yan screamed. It's coming, the sharp pain came again. In an instant, her whole body tensed up, veins popping out all over her body. Cold sweat as big as soybeans burst out in an instant. Her eyes were bloodshot. This? How painful was this? Shen Lang couldn't help but twitch just by looking at it. Princess Ning Yan's entire body was instantly drenched. Because her teeth were clenched too hard, blood directly came out. Her fists desperately pounded on the wall. But this was not her home. The walls of her house were specially wrapped with soft blankets, while the walls here were hard wooden boards. Bang, 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 in the blink of an eye, the thick wooden wall was punched through by her. She began to beat the edge of the bed again. With just 2 fists, the incomparably sturdy wooden bed collapsed, and her whole body fell to the ground. It really hurt. Shen Lang, quick, save me, save me, Ning Yan trembled as blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. But there was no other way. She couldn't move when it happened because she was moving too much. Eldest Princess Ning Jia's heart ached, so she could only hold Ning Yan's hand tightly, as if this could give her strength. The attack lasted for a full 10 minutes. Princess Ning Yan seemed to have been fished out of the water. Her face was pale without any blood, like a fish that had survived a calamity, gasping for breath. Did you see that? I'm tortured like this every day, so I don't even dare to drink water, because every time I pee, it will definitely hurt. Princess Ning Yan said, if you cure me, you will be my great benefactor. I can promise you anything. Shen Lang, don't worry. Then, he changed Princess Ning Yan's bed. Very quickly, he marked out the 7 stones on Ning Yan's kidney and the 3 stones in her bladder. Then, he pointed at Ning Jia, how deep the stone was under the skin of her lower back. He took out an extremely slender steel needle and handed it to Ning Jia. The first stone is in this position, 2.5 inches below the waist. From this angle, it won't hurt the key parts of the kidney. Ning Jia's steel needle fiercely pierced through the stone with her Xianxia. Then, her inner force suddenly shook. In an instant, the stone directly shattered. Just like that. The first, the second, the third, less than a quarter of an hour later. The 10 stones in Ning Yan's body were all shattered. Then, Shen Lang brought over a pot of water, a full 2 to 3 caddies. Drink it and then expel it. Princess Ning Yan's heart still had lingering fear. Right now, what she was most afraid of was drinking water. No matter how thirsty she would only eat fruit. This ignorant and incompetent woman thought that eating fruit wouldn't make her pee too much. After hesitating for a moment, Princess Ning Yan took the kettle and drank 3 caddies of water in one gulp. Just a quarter of an hour later, her lower abdomen felt like swelling. Shen Lang, Huang Feng, take Her Highness to the toilet. I'll do it. Xiao Bing ran out and said. Shen Lang was stunned. You haven't returned to your own courtyard yet, you have everything. Then, Xiao Bing took Princess Ning Yan's hand and went to the clean room. Only Princess Ningjia and Shen Lang were left in the room. Master Lang avoided her gaze, not daring to look at her. Of course, it wasn't because of her beauty. This Princess Ningjia was very beautiful, but she couldn't compare to the Tigress Ning Yan. Although the Tigress was a masculine woman, she was actually very gorgeous. That kind of extremely flamboyant beauty was like a rose that had bloomed into a peony. It was very dazzling. It was just that this kind of pure manly personality ruined this kind of extreme beauty. As for this eldest Princess Ningjia, the reason why Shen Lang didn't dare to look at her was because she was too holy. This kind of holiness didn't mean that the holy maiden was messy, nor was it some kind of transcendent fairy from the pugilistic world. Instead, it was a true celibate, the kind of temperament that had no desire for men or women. Shen Lang was a scumbag, so of course he wouldn't feel comfortable facing this kind of temperament. It was as if a corrupt official would feel a strong sense of discomfort when he saw someone like Hai Rui. To put it more directly, Shen Lang couldn't stand a beauty like Ning Jia. For a woman who couldn't stand a rock, Shen Lang was stingy with his words. Since he didn't plan on sleeping, there was no need to waste his breath. And eldest Princess Ning Jia didn't have any intention of speaking. She rarely spoke anymore. She had been in seclusion for a long time and basically didn't interact with anyone. Only a heartless tigress like Ning Yan would often barge in to see her because she didn't have any eyes. She couldn't tell that Ning Jia didn't welcome her. Of course, even if she did, she wouldn't care. This third widow was completely arrogant. I don't care what you think, as long as I feel good. The tigress Ning Yan carefully sat on the toilet, her heart trembling with fear. Every time she urinated before, it was a hellish pain, a nightmare. She was really scared. Although Shen Lang said that he had cured her, she still couldn't believe it. All the doctors couldn't cure it, so how could this pretty boy Shen Lang be able to cure it? She carefully began, bit by bit. No pain, it really didn't hurt. That nightmarish pain actually didn't come. Although there was still a little pain, it wasn't bitter at all. Instead, it was very comfortable. Then, like a dam bursting, Princess Ning Yan cried tears of joy, incomparably ecstatic. I'm fine, I've been cured. This is great, it's been a few years, I can finally be happy. The nightmare of the past few years was finally over. After laughing, Princess Ning Yan cried again. She was indeed a crazy woman. Xiao Bing, who was at the side, was grinning on her face and cursing in her heart. Because she was jealous. She was indeed a princess. When she sat down, she covered the entire mouth of the toilet. Next, the tigress Ning Yan didn't treat herself as an outsider and directly took a bath in the Kim clan's courtyard. Xiao Bing's foster father's clothes weren't suitable for her to wear, but Huang Feng's clothes were suitable. However, Huang Feng's clothes were still too tight on Ning Yan's body, especially under her waist, as if they were about to burst. Shen Lang, amazing, master, I've cured it, Ning Jia, don't call me master. Ning Yan, aunt, I've cured it, Ning Jia, then I'll go back. Then, she left. Shen Lang heaved a sigh of relief. This uncomfortable woman had finally left. Once she left, Shen Lang glanced at the tigress. Immediately, lay. The tigress stepped forward and patted Shen Lang's shoulder, saying, Shen Lang, you're too amazing. You're the most amazing doctor I've ever seen. From now on, don't write your trash books anymore. Focus on treating illnesses. Shen Lang cupped his hands and said, You flatter me. I've already said that I'm a gynecologist. Ning Yan said, all the doctors couldn't cure my illness. Your family's anxiety also couldn't see what illness I have. Only you could see through it with one glance and cured me in less than 2 hours. You are the most amazing person I've ever seen. As Ning Yan spoke, she patted Shen Lang's shoulder. Shen Lang was getting shorter and shorter, and his right shoulder was about to collapse. This tigress's martial arts were so high, and she didn't know how to control her strength. Just now, she had collapsed the sturdy wooden bed with a single slap. It hurts, it hurts. Your Highness, please be gentle. Shenlang said. Ning Yan looked at her palm and said, You're too useless. I slapped people like that, and they're fine? They were, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Princess Ning Yan said seriously. Shenlang, from now on, you're my brother. I'll protect you in the capital. If anyone dares to bully you, just say my name and I'll kill him immediately. All right. Shenlang said. Princess Ning Yan said, no matter what request you have in the future, I'll be able to do it. In this state of you, there's nothing I, Ning Yan, can't do. You're just bragging about this. A woman had learned a man's bad habit of bragging. No wonder she didn't have the temperament of a peerless beauty despite being a peerless beauty. Yes, I won't be polite. Shenlang said, I have a request now. The tigress Ning Yan was stunned. You, Shenlang, are so practical and direct, what I said just now was a bit of a bluff. Although I'm the ruler of the capital, I can do harm to others, but I can't accomplish anything. Shenlang said, I want to be an official. It doesn't matter if I'm a rank 7 or 8 official. It's the kind that has power but doesn't have to bear any responsibility, and I don't have to go to the roll call every day. In short, it's the kind that has power but no responsibility. The tigress grinned, her red lips tender and alluring. Is there such an official position? Why don't I know about it? The tigress said, I'm not familiar with the bureaucracy. I'll go ask and see if there's such a position. If there is, I'll definitely get it for you. I'm a woman of my word. Shenlang said, all right, thank you, Your Highness. The tigress said, there's no need to be so polite between brothers. Then, the tigress left. Shenlang couldn't wait and pulled Binger into the room. Binger, I heard you have a unique skill? Binger said, yes, I learned it from books. I know everything, but I've never tried it. Shenlang said, come on, give it a try. Just when Binger was about to use her unique skill. Suddenly, Huangfeng rushed in. Then, she closed her eyes in pain. Why do I have to have such a master? I still want to keep my eyes, I don't want to go blind. What's the matter? Shenlang said angrily. Huangfeng said, a eunuch from the 5th prince's mansion wants to see you. Shenlang was shocked. It was the middle of the night, and Ning Zhang's confidant actually came to see him. Something must have happened. So, Shenlang put on his clothes again and went to the living room to meet the guest. Shen, Crown Prince Jin Muzong was arrested by the Wanyan County government. There were 2 counties in the capital, Ping'an and Wanyan. Of course, other countries were like this, just like almost every city had a Nanjing Road. Other places were called cities, and only the 2 administrative areas of the capital were called counties. From this, it could be seen that the new policy was not only aimed at the old aristocrats. Next, there would be civil and military rule. In the future, counties would be changed into prefectures, and cities would be changed into counties. Of course, back to the main topic. When Shenlang heard the news, he suddenly frowned. Jin Muzong was arrested? What crime did he commit? Why did the Wanyan County government arrest him? Shenlang asked. The eunuch of the 5th prince said, rape a good woman. Shenlang could not believe it. Fat otaku? Rape a good woman, how could it be possible? I can believe that a rooster lays eggs, but you said that a fat otaku would rape a woman, how could it be possible? He was such a good, honest, and cowardly child. Instantly, Shenlang said with a murderous look, is someone slandering him? The eunuch said, he was indeed caught in bed, and he was doing it at the time. When he was caught, he was naked. Ah? Shenlang was completely shocked. How could this be possible? Note, the 2nd chapter has been sent. I will write the 3rd chapter, but it will be very late. Everyone should read it tomorrow morning, otherwise I will feel too guilty. Everyone go to bed early, but you must give me the monthly ticket. This is the motivation that supports me to work hard. Thank you for the 10,000 yuan tip from the book friend 1608240852422209. After coming to the capital, Jin Mutsong had been very obedient. He had done everything that Shen Lang had told him to do. Don't go to the brothel. Be careful that others harm you. Don't go out to eat with others. Be careful that others harm you. No matter who you meet on the streets, be it an old lady, an old man, or a beautiful woman, don't bother. Either stay in the directorate or go to the 5th Prince Ningzheng's residence. Don't go out to play. You can make friends in the directorate, but don't go out to play alone. Kaneki Satoshi had been doing this for the past few months. Even if he was a very playful person. But in his heart, he knew that he must not cause trouble for his family or brother-in-law. After Battle Through the Heavens, Boundless Wind and Moon became popular, Jin Mutsong also became famous. Almost every day, people would go to the directorate to urge him to write. Many bad students became his fans, even though there was no such word in this world. Jin Mutsong had countless readers and fans. But he only had one friend. This person was the shopkeeper of Tianfeng bookstore, Yufeng. He was also the person who helped Jin Mutsong publish books. Yufeng had 5 bookstores in the capital. His business wasn't big. Moreover, this was the capital, and the competition for bookstores was very fierce. Yufeng's business was average, and he only made a small profit. Of course, even if he made a small profit, he lived a good life, with a net profit of a few hundred gold coins every year. Although he couldn't be considered rich, he lived a comfortable life. But a storm last year caused him to lose a large sum of money. Legend of the East. This was the #1 book in the Great Yan Dynasty. It talked about the legendary story of the strongest person in the world, the emperor of the Great Gan Kingdom, Zhongli. This book had a total of 10 volumes, with a total of 1.5 million words. It sold at an astronomical figure in the entire Great Yan Dynasty. No one knew the exact figure, but it was definitely an unprecedented record. In the future, no one would be able to break it, not even the books written by Shen Lang. More than 10 years ago, the emperor of the Great Yan Empire decreed that no country could publicly sell Legend of the East. Since then, this book had become a banned book. Zhang Chong was right about one thing. What book in the world was the most popular? Of course it was to ban books. So for the past 10 years, almost every bookstore had been secretly selling copies of the Legend of the East. Yufeng's Tianfeng bookstore was no exception. It had been so many years, and the imperial court had turned a blind eye to it. After all, this was not the Great Yan Empire. However, last year, a prince of the Great Yan Empire visited the Yu Kingdom to observe the situation of the people. He discovered that many bookstores on the streets were still secretly selling the Legend of the East. Hence, the prince was furious. Then, the entire state of Yu began a major operation. Countless bailiffs rushed into the bookstore and burned all the copies of the Legend of the Easternly. Not only that, once a bookstore with the Legend of the East is found, a heavy fine will be imposed. Of course, those booksellers who had eyes and ears all over the world had already received the news and had already moved the Legend of the East to somewhere else. As for Yufeng from Tianfeng Book Club, he belonged to the category of people who had no backing or background. The 10,000 copies of Legend of the East were all confiscated and burned. That was nothing. More importantly, he was fined 1,000 gold coins. Even that was nothing. What really hurt him was the extortion from the officials. Every minor official in the county government had extorted him. He was extorted of a total of 8,000 gold coins. That was all the money he had left. Those officials were like this, sucking the marrow out of your bones. They would not let you off until you were completely drained. Therefore, Yufeng was considered bankrupt. Coupled with the fact that his recent books were all flops, he was at his wits' end. It was also at this time that the guru Jin Mutsong arrived at the capital. He brought along the manuscript and looked for a bookstore to publish Boundless Wind and Moon. Their previous book Boundless Wind and Moon of Jean X Plum was simply too popular. The pen name Xiaoxiaoxing of Langling meant sales. Therefore, when the news of Jin Mutsong publishing a book spread, the doorstep was immediately trampled. Almost all the booksellers swarmed over, waving their gold coins. The conditions were higher than the previous, and they were even willing to pay a loss. Why? That was because whoever published this book would have their brand become popular, and it would be able to boost the sales of other books. Do you know how many copies of Boundless Wind and Moon of Gene X Plum were sold in the state of Yu? A total of 200,000 copies. That was an astronomical figure. Yu Feng of the Tianfeng bookstore was the poorest of all the booksellers who came to Jin Mutsong, and the conditions he offered were also the lowest. He was really at his wits' end, so he came to try his luck. However, he did not expect that the kind-hearted Jin Mutsong would choose Yu Feng. Because he was the most miserable, in the end, Boundless Wind and Moon of Gene X Plum was indeed a hit. Countless officials and nobles who bought it cursed and shouted that they had been tricked. Some even burned the book. It destroyed the image of Xiaoxiang of Lang Ling in their hearts. But there was also a group of people who loved Boundless Wind and Moon of Gene X Plum. Literate youngsters, martial artists, and literate peddlers and pawns were simply intoxicated by this book. 3 months after it was published, it sold more than 100,000 copies. Just in the capital alone, it sold 30,000 copies. Yu Feng made a fortune. Just from this book, he earned more than 2,000 gold coins, which was equivalent to the profits of the past few years. This was not a big deal. The key was that it greatly improved the reputation of the Tianfeng bookstore. And it also led to the sales of other books. Many rich merchants invested in his bookstore, helping him expand. In just 3 short months, the number of bookstores in the capital had increased from 5 to 15. Moreover, the expansion in other counties was also carried out in an orderly manner. So although the direct profits from this book were not very big, the indirect profits were huge, allowing him to rise from a bottom bookseller to the top. Because Jin Mutsong said that this Boundless Wind and Moon of Gene X Plum had more than 5 million words, and could produce more than 30 copies. He was going to make a fortune, therefore, Yu Feng was very grateful to Kaneki Satoshi. Jin Mutsong had completely saved his business, and saved his family. It was a huge favor. Moreover, Jin Mutsong was born into a noble family, and had no interest in money, so the commission for this book was not high at all. Yu Feng was even more grateful to him. Countless times, he invited Jin Mutsong to his home as a guest, and treated him to a home-cooked meal. Jin Mutsong remembered his brother-in-law's words, and other than the 5th prince's family, he would not eat from anyone else's house. Yu Feng invited him dozens of times. But Jin Mutsong did not go. So, Yu Feng came to the Imperial College every day to chat with Jin Mutsong. They talked about everything in the world, and it was very congenial. The two of them became close friends. This was the first friend that Jin Mutsong made. Yesterday, Yu Feng invited Jin Mutsong to his home for a meal, but Jin Mutsong listened to his brother-in-law's words and refused again. Yu Feng expressed his understanding, but he looked very depressed. He even showed a trace of inferiority, saying that he was impulsive. Jin Mutsong was the heir of the Count House, and he was about to become the heir of the Marquis Mansion. How could he associate with a businessman? Then, Jin Mutsong also knew that yesterday was Yu Feng's mother's birthday, and his family had started preparing in the morning. They made a table full of good dishes, and they only invited Jin Mutsong as a guest. If Jin Mutsong did not go, how sad would Yu Feng's family be? How could they eat this table full of good dishes? So, Kaneki Satoshi, who was soft-hearted, agreed to help. After all, they had been dating for a few months, and they were very close friends. After going to Yu Feng's house, the whole family was very affectionate to him, as if they were family. This made Jin Mutsong, who had been away from home for a few months, feel very warm. This table full of good dishes was really delicious. Jin Mutsong ate very happily, and even drank 2 cups of wine. Then, he felt a little dizzy, and his whole body was hot. Of course, the wine was drugged. At the time, he didn't understand why. But he instinctively felt danger, so he got up and wanted to leave. In the end, Yu Feng helped him into the room and laid him down on the bed. When Jin Mutsong woke up again, he was lying on a woman's body. That gentle and beautiful woman was crying. Her body was covered in traces of being ravaged. Even Jin Mutsong was at a negative distance from her at this time. And this woman was Yu Feng's wife, Miss Chen. A weak and shy woman. She was 31 years old this year, and she was very beautiful. Just like this, Jin Mutsong's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th times were all revealed. When he turned around, he saw Yu Feng, who looked like he was about to eat someone, and the old mother of the Yu family, as well as many people present. He saw everything with his own eyes. Even Jin Mutsong was on top of Miss Chen. The old mother of the Yu family fainted on the spot. Yu Feng's wife, Miss Chen, rushed out of bed naked and slammed into the wall. She wanted to use suicide to wash away the shame. Of course, she didn't have enough strength and didn't die, but she was covered in blood. Then she began to cry. When she entered the room to give Jin Mutsong the sobering soup, Jin Mutsong turned into a beast and raped her. He was a martial artist. Miss Chen expressed that she was weak and couldn't resist at all. She could only be ravaged by him again and again. She struggled so hard that she was covered in bruises. Yu Feng's eyes were filled with tears as he pointed at Jin Mutsong and roared, "I treat you as a brother, but you dare to rape my wife? The hatred of humiliating my wife is irreconcilable." Instantly, Jin Mutsong's body turned cold. He really never thought that the human heart would be this sinister. What kind of kindness did he have for Yu Feng? Not only did he save his business, he gave him great wealth, and it could even be said that he saved his life. In the end, this was how he repaid him. He actually used such a despicable method to frame him. Most importantly, that was his legally married wife. How could he be willing to take her out and ruin her like this? How much benefit did someone give him? Not only did Yu Feng frame his benefactor, but he also sacrificed his wife's innocence. How could a person be this shameless? After that, Yu Feng reported to the authorities. The Wanyan County's bailiffs came quickly and directly took Jin Mutsong away. Jin Mutsong was imprisoned. The whole process was almost seamless. When Jin Mutsong's entourage saw this, he immediately ran to the fifth Prince Ningxing's residence to ask for help. Ningxing was instantly furious. This kind of method was too despicable and dirty. He went to the Wanyan County's office that night and asked for Yu Feng from the Wanyan County magistrate. Most of the castellans in the state of Yu were 6th or 7th rank. There were 2 counties in the capital, Pinggan County and Wanyan County. The Pinggan County magistrate had a higher status. The Wanyan County magistrate was a secondary 5th rank. Compared to ordinary castellans, he was 1 or 2 ranks higher. So who was this Wanyan County magistrate? Shenlang's old lover and enemy, the former minister of the Supreme Court, Wang Chika. He was the official who went with Zhu Wenhua to Xianwu Mansion to arrest Shenlang. He was charged with murdering Viscount Zhu Lanting. Of course, Shenlang pretended to have smallpox, so the arrest was not settled. Later, Wang Chika was frightened for several days. He was sure that Shenlang was pretending to have smallpox, so he regarded it as a great shame. Recently, he was promoted from a secondary 6th rank minister of the Supreme Court to a secondary 5th rank Wanyan County magistrate. This Wanyan County magistrate was incredible. He was an official under the monarch's rule. He held great power in his hands and was even more prestigious than some remote prefectures. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to the 5th Prince Ningxing. After all, he was a son detested by the monarch. He had no power or influence in his hands, so what? In the Wanyan County magistrate, although Ningxing was very angry, his expression was very calm. "Lord Wang, no matter who is behind this matter, I will not pursue it. Let him go." Of course, Ningxing knew that it was a critical moment for the Kim family recently. The monarch was about to confer the title of Marquis to Jin Shua. As a result, Jin Mutsong was immediately in trouble, and it was such a scandal. When he was a guest in someone else's house, he forcibly defiled someone else's wife. It was more than bullying, it was simply insane. Ningxing could imagine that the memorials to impeach Su Anwu would fly into the palace like snowflakes tomorrow. The Jin clan's discipline wasn't strict, that's why such a scandal occurred. How could such a filthy family have the face to be promoted to marquis? After Wanyan County Magistrate Wang Chika saluted Ningxing, he said, "Your 5th Highness must be joking. I am just handling this matter impartially. I have not found any conspiracy for the time being." "You think too much." Ningxing's eyes narrowed. Lord Wang, are you really not going to let him go?" Under anger, Ningxing stuttered a little. Wanyan County Magistrate Wang Chika sneered in his heart. "With your stuttering, you will never be able to get the position. Don't think that just because you are the son of the monarch, you can force me to put on airs. You are a powerless waste. If I respect you, I will treat you as the son of the monarch. If I don't respect you, you are nothing." Jin Mutsong, as a son of a noble family, did not set an example but did such a crazy thing. It is simply shocking. If I let him go, how can I explain it to the monarch? How can I explain it to the people of the world? How can I explain it to the innocent woman who was humiliated? Your Fifth Highness, I advise you not to meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. The meaning of humiliation in this sentence was very obvious. Ningjing was about to explode in an instant. As the son of the monarch, you, a mere Wanyan County magistrate, want to ride on my head? I, Ningjing, only live my own life and never fight with others. How dare you humiliate me like this? I, the son of the monarch, can't even protect a cousin. In an instant, Ningjing really felt the preciousness of power, and the sadness of power. If it were other princes, even if it was Ningzhen or Ningjing here, the Wanyan County magistrate would have already knelt on the ground, not daring to show any disrespect. But to him, Ningjing, he dared to directly humiliate him. No matter what, I, Ningjing, am the son of Su Fei, of noble birth. Ningjing endured the humiliation and said, how does Lord Wang plan to deal with Jin Mutsong? Wang Chika said, this matter is not up to me. But once it is thoroughly investigated and the evidence is conclusive, the crime of raping an innocent woman, according to the Great Yu Law, will be punished by corruption. Ningjing's temple suddenly twitched. What corruption punishment? It is castration, also known as castration. The legendary confiscation of criminal tools. Saying such words is a life and death enmity. Taking a deep look at the Wanyan County magistrate Wang Chika, Ningjing left and returned home, Ningjing's mansion, in the middle of the night. Shen Lang originally wanted to visit Ningjing tomorrow morning, but did not expect such a big thing to happen, so he came to visit in the middle of the night. Shen Lang pays respect to the Fifth Highness. Arriving at this mansion, Shen Lang was really surprised. The place where Ningjing lives is too shabby, just a few acres. The monarch only gave him such a small mansion, it is even smaller than the Kim clan's courtyard. This is the son of the monarch, a real prince. This fifth prince, how unfavored was he to this extent? He has been an adult for a long time, but has not been conferred any title. Ningjing is about to be conferred a title, but Ningjing's title is still far away, as if it is impossible for him to be conferred a title in this lifetime. Ningjing's treatment really made Shen Lang indignant. Ningjing looked at Shen Lang with a complicated gaze, then bowed and said, Ningjing is ashamed, I have the obligation to take care of Jin Mutsong, but in the end, I let him be imprisoned, and failed aunt's entrustment. Shen Lang, your highness has been to the Wanyan County government? Yes. Ningjing said, the county magistrate Wang Chika is not willing to let him go. Shen Lang, your highness must have been humiliated. Suddenly, Ningjing's face turned red. He usually stayed at home, unwilling to deal with people, because he didn't want to see people's faces. The humiliation he suffered today is simply unforgettable. The Wanyan County magistrate is like a slap to his face. Fifth Prince Ningjing said, I don't care if I am humiliated, the key is how to get through this crisis. Father is about to confer the title of Marquis on uncle. At this critical moment, something happened to Jin Mutsong, it will completely delay the conferment. Whenever he was angry, nervous, Ningjing would stutter. Shen Lang, I can imagine, tomorrow morning, there will be countless impeachment memorials flying into the palace, impeaching my Kim family, and Jin Mutsong will lose his reputation. Someone is deliberately trying to destroy the Kim family, they don't want the monarch to confer the title of Marquis on my family. Ningjing said, the opponent is too despicable. No, I don't think so. Shen Lang shook his head and said, since it's the enemy, there is nothing despicable about it. This time, it's probably from the Su clan. Their revenge is really fast. Ningjing said, our time is very tight. We have to solve this matter before dawn, otherwise it will be too late. Indeed, the difficulty of this matter was not only to rescue Jin Mutsong, but also to prevent the whole thing from fermenting. To put it bluntly, it was to prevent the officials from impeaching the Kim family. However, the other party had already prepared everything. Before they caught Jin Mutsong, the impeachment memorials had already been written. Tomorrow, there would definitely be a huge storm of public opinion. Countless saliva would instantly drown the Xianwu mansion. Jin Mutsong would lose his reputation. Even Shen Lang would not be able to escape the saliva. Everything about him would be dug out. If nothing unexpected happened, there would even be people besieging the Kim clan's courtyard tomorrow. Ningjing said, if we want to rescue Jin Mutsung and solve this problem before dawn, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. It was indeed as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even as if it was impossible. The other party had already prepared everything. There was no way to stop it. The Su clan was really fast. As soon as Xianlang entered the capital, they made their move. Fast, accurate, ruthless, and vicious. Moreover, there was no bottom line. It was very in line with the Su clan's style. Ningjing said, there are less than 3 hours before dawn. If we want to find evidence in this time to clear Jin Mutsung's guilt and prove his innocence, it will be too difficult. Xianlang shook his head disdainfully. Find evidence? Prove Jin Mutsung's innocence? No, no, no. Xianlang said, Your Fifth Highness, this will fall into the enemy's rhythm. Jin Mutsung was caught on the bed on the spot, and when he woke up, he was still in Yufeng's wife's body, so he can't be innocent. The key is, we don't need to prove Jin Mutsung's innocence at all. In the face of such despicable means, there is no need to follow the rules. The key is not to prove Jin Mutsung's innocence, but to solve this problem from the root. Ningjing said, I'd like to hear the details. Xianlang, the first step is to make a false accusation. If the enemy is shameless, then we will be more shameless than him. The second step is also the most crucial step, to prevent countless imperial censors from impeaching the Kim family, and to prevent the birth of a storm of public opinion. My Kim family is very popular. If such a scandal happens, it will certainly cause an explosion of public opinion. So how can we stop it? Not only is it simple, but it will also create an even more shocking incident that will shock the entire capital. It will attract everyone's attention and anger, so that everyone's attention will be diverted to this matter. They will no longer be in the mood to pay attention to Kaneki Satoshi's rape. Force all the imperial censors to hide the memorials to impeach Jin Mutsung, and replace them with the impeachment memorials I want. Even if they are unwilling, they must do this, because this is related to the face of the state of Yu, and it is absolutely politically correct. The third step is to kill Yufeng's entire family, kill the county magistrate Wang Chika, and give the Seuss family a hard slap in the face. This battle is very sudden, but since it has started, we must fight to the end. Kill everyone who dares to stand out. This Yuhuan's entire family must die. Your Fifth Highness, when it comes to political battles, you must not fall into the enemy's rhythm, and do not fight on the enemy's home ground. You fight your battles, I fight mine. Martial arts lies outside of poetry. Ningjing was shocked. It was said that the son-in-law of the Xianwu mansion was almost demonic in intelligence, and now he had seen it for himself. It was really a case of 1 step, 3 steps, 4 steps, and his methods were vicious, killing the enemy's entire family at the slightest provocation. Ningjing said, Can it be done? Xianlang said, It's in the bag, my men have already gone to do it. Tomorrow morning, there will be a major incident that will shock the entire capital, the entire state of Yu, and the world will be shocked. I'm going to Wanyan County now to meet my old flame, Wang Chika. I'm so excited, I've just arrived at the capital, and there's already a battle to fight. Fighting with others is endless joy. Ningjing was speechless. He had thought that it was a huge problem, a huge dilemma. But in the end, not only did Xianlang not feel uneasy or afraid, he was actually excited, and even had a murderous heart. This person is really a demon. Xianlang left, his murderous aura aching, and headed to Wanyan County Yamen. So excited, Xianlang's first knife in the capital, have actually begun so soon. I'm going to create a major incident. I'm going to kill someone, so excited. Fat otaku, I don't blame you. Just stay in jail for a while, and watch how your brother-in-law sets off a storm in the capital. How to kill an entire family. Note, when the third update was sent, it was already 6 in the morning. Today, there were still nearly 18,000 updates. The last update was written entirely by drinking to raise the excitement level, and it was really with all its might. The monthly votes have fallen to 13th place. Are we really unable to fight anymore? I beg you. Congratulations to the smug Lu Yi for becoming the new leader of this book. I'm grateful. I'm begging for monthly votes. Marquis Jinyuan's residence. Marquis Sunan was already asleep. He was a man who paid great attention to his health. He had to sleep for more than 6 hours every day. Not only that, but his bed had to be warm at all times. For 24 hours a day, a beauty with skin as smooth as jade was lying in his bed. Moreover, she had to be a virgin. So this small matter was handed over to Su Jianting. Su Yong, Marquis Jinyuan's confidant. Crown Prince, everything is ready. Jin Muzong has been arrested and sent to the Wanyan County Magistrate's prison. Fifth Prince Ningjing has already gone to the Wanyan County Magistrate's office to ask Wang Chika to release him. In the end, he was refused and even humiliated. Su Jianting frowned. This Ningjing was simply an ominous being. You were about to drown when you were born. It was Su Peipei who saved your life. Not only does the monarch not like you, Su Fei doesn't like you either. Our Su clan doesn't like you either. Since no one likes you, you should just hide in your little courtyard and not come out. Why do you have to be so meddlesome? Why do you have to find trouble? Now, everyone is avoiding Xianwu Mansion, but you, an ominous being, insist on going there. Su Jianting said, have the censors' memorials been prepared? Su Yong said, I've already informed them. Everything is ready. Tomorrow morning, the memorials to impeach the Kim family will fly into the palace like snowflakes. I guarantee that the Edict of Jin Shua's marquis title will be left unsettled. Su Jianting said, what about Shen Lang? Su Yong said, he has already gone to Ning Zheng's side. Su Jianting said, still, he has started to move. Su Yong said, yes, he has started to move. Su Jianting said, he can stir up trouble in Xuanwu, but this is the capital. He is alone and has no one to rely on. We, on the other hand, have deep roots. This is not a gap that can be made up with intelligence. It's fine if he doesn't move, but once he does, he will be courting death. Su Yong said, the plot against him has been activated as well. So long as he makes a move, he'll definitely be charged with murder. In this way, the son and son-in-law of the Kim family had both committed crimes. One raped an innocent woman, and the other murdered someone. Let's see how the Kim family will be conferred the title of nobility. Su Jianting said, are the people besieging the Kim clan's residence ready? Su Yong said, everything is in order. Su Jianting sneered, wanting to catch Shen Lang off guard. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. You're just an insignificant Shen Lang, plus a good-for-nothing Ningjing. How can you be a match for my Su clan, this colossus? I'll let you die without even knowing how you died. As far as Su Jianting was concerned, this was utterly unsolvable. Even if Shen Lang was a deity, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation, let alone save Jin Muzong. After all, Jin Muzong was caught on the bed on the spot. At that time, he was still a negative distance away from the woman. Do you want to prove Jin Muzong's innocence? Don't mention jumping into Nujiang, even using immortal water won't be able to wash him clean. Su Jianting said, have the censors finished writing the memorials to impeach father? Su Yong said, yes, this is the sample. Su Jianting opened it and took a look. This impeachment of his father was indeed fierce, almost to the point of blood. Su Jianting was angry that Jin Mulan was taken away by Shen Lang, so he sent 500 samurai to kill their way into Xianwu Mansion and slaughtered thousands of the private army and innocent servants of the Kim family. Not only that, Su Nan also sent people to assassinate his own sister, Su Peipei, which was simply treason and intolerable. In short, this memorial was incomparably exaggerated, like a heavenly book. It was the kind of writing that made people feel especially fake at a glance. Alright, tomorrow, these impeachment memorials will also be submitted together. We must make everyone think that these impeachment memorials to father were incited by the Kim family, Su Jianting said. In this way, it was even more interesting. Here, countless censors were frantically impeaching the Kim family, but there was real evidence that Jin Muzong raped an innocent woman. Over there were several impeachment memorials to Su Nan, and they were extremely exaggerated. At first glance, it was obvious that they were not true. In order to attract people's attention and revenge, the Kim family was too despicable. They even made something out of nothing. In this way, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did it hit the Kim family, but it also allowed the Su family to survive this small crisis. This kind of political means was absolutely brilliant. Even it seemed to be unsolvable. Xianlang came to the Wanyan County government. Greetings, Lord Wang. Congratulations on your promotion. Xianlang once again met his old enemy, Wang Chica. Wang Chica, wearing an official uniform, sat behind the desk in the court, drank tea, and said lightly, "Who is in the court?" Pretending to be a mother. "Xianlang, I am Xianlang from Xianwu Mansion." "Xianlang?" Wang Chica narrowed his eyes. After a while, he seemed to remember and said, "Oh, it's you? Why is your smallpox cured?" "Xianlang, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good, and occasionally it will flare up." "Flare up your uncle. Smallpox only flare up once. Either you recover and become pockmarked, or you die. If you flare up frequently, why don't you say that you often die?" "How dare you?" Wang Chica said coldly, "You are just a son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion, and you dare to stand in front of this official. Kneel down." To some extent, a son-in-law must kneel in front of an official, even if he was a son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion. The status of a son-in-law was better than that of a servant, and he did not have any title. But when he was in Xuanwu City, who dared to make him kneel down? Speaking of Xuanwu City, Xianlang thought of Castellan Lu Wuyan. He wondered how he was doing. Wang Chica said coldly, "Xianlang, did you not hear what I said? You are just a son-in-law, and I am a fifth-rank official. How can you not kneel in front of an official? Someone, teach him how to kneel." Xianlang said lightly, "Your Excellency, I am a student of the Imperial College. My scholarly rank can barely be considered as a candidate for high scholar. I cannot kneel in front of an official." This was because the monarch had issued a decree to humiliate Xianwu Mansion. At that time, Xianlang and Xianwu Mansion had exposed Prince Jin's plot to poison Princess Ning Luo, so the monarch had conferred him the title of a student of the Imperial College. In the Imperial College, most of the students were from merchant families, and they could enter just by paying money. Even Jin Mutsong entered the Imperial College. Who would have thought that the title of a student of the Imperial College would be of some use now? A student of the Imperial College? Wang Chica felt disdain in his heart. He was a second-ranked Jinshi, and was at the top of the chain of contempt. The first-ranked Jinshi looked down on the second-ranked Jinshi, the second-ranked Jinshi looked down on High Scholar looked down on Imperial College looked down on Shotsai, and Shotsai looked down on Imperial College. It could be seen that the students of the Imperial College were scum. They were even worse than the teachers in the famous universities. In the past, the Imperial College was the best institution of learning. After the imperial examinations were introduced, the Imperial College became a place for the rich and powerful. After the merchants spent money to send their children to the Imperial College, the children of the rich and powerful couldn't stand it anymore and set up another Imperial College. "Xianxia, what business do you have with me?" Wang Chica asked. Xianlang said, "Your Excellency Wang, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. We have met before, and can be considered as half-acquaintances. On the matter of Jin Mutsong, please be magnanimous. My Kim family will not forget the friendship of a friend." The county magistrate, Wang Chica, laughed and said, "Xianxia, are you trying to bribe me?" Xianlang said, "Your Excellency Wang, what do you want?" Wang Chica said, "This official is trusted by His Majesty, and is in charge of the county magistrate in this virtuous place. What I want is to uphold justice. You can rest assured that this official will judge the case impartially. I will never wrongly accuse a good person, and I will never let a bad person go." Xianlang said, "Please be more direct, Your Excellency Wang." Wang Chica said, "Be more direct, Xianxia, don't waste your time. It doesn't matter who you find to plead for leniency. Not to mention the fifth prince, even if Xuanwu comes to plead for leniency, this official will still say the same thing, I will not let any evil person go. Jin Mutsong has committed a heinous crime, and according to the law of the state of Yu, he should be punished by corruption. If I, Wang Chica, am afraid of the powerful, I will not go to the Supreme Court, let alone sit in this position." Xianlang took a deep look at Wang Chica, then bowed and said, "This student will take his leave first." After that, Xianlang left the room. The county magistrate was disdainful. "You, Xianlang, are powerful in Xuanwu, but as long as you enter the capital, you are useless. Even if you are a dragon, you will become a worm. Except for Ningjing, that waste, you are completely alone and without help. You can't use your great ability. Don't think that you can stir up trouble in Xuanwu, you can also stir up trouble in the capital. You are courting death, what about now? In front of this official, you still dare not breathe loudly, and you still want to plead for leniency, and you still want to bribe this official. Why don't you look at yourself first? Now, didn't you obediently leave? Of course, it was definitely impossible to punish Jin Mutsong by corruption, but torture was fine. At this time, an advisor next to him came over and said, Darren, this matter, won't it be too big? If the monarch knows, he will not be happy. Wang Chika said, even if His Majesty knew about it, he would only turn a blind eye to it. Su Xiaobao is my greatest benefactor for me to be able to reach this position. As a person, one must know how to repay favors. To be precise, he could not refuse the request of Su clan. Because he was an official of the Su clan. Nowadays, the court was divided into two major factions, the Crown Prince's faction, and the Third Prince's faction. But this was a fight for the throne, and many people really did not dare to get involved. Of course, it was good to win, but if you lose, you will die. But people in Jianghu, you can't help yourself. If you don't want to stand in line, you can't stand in line, how could there be such a good thing? If you don't stand in line, don't think about getting promoted. What was the most important thing in the officialdom? Of course, it was a backer. As a result, a neutral faction appeared in the court. Of course, the name of this faction was not like this. It was publicly called the Loyal Faction. We only support the monarch, whoever becomes the monarch will be the one we support. And Sunan was one of the big shots of this neutral faction. Of course, the biggest big shot of the neutral faction should have been Duke Bixiao, but he was too arrogant and disdainful to join any faction. He was not even willing to join the neutral faction. The birth of the neutral faction gave a group of officials a way out. As a result, a large number of officials who did not dare to participate in the fight for the throne joined. This Wang Chika was in his 40s this year, and had been in the position of the Supreme Court's deputy minister for 8 years. And he could not see any hope of promotion. He did not expect that as soon as he joined the neutral faction, he would immediately be promoted, and even become the county magistrate for 10,000 years. So, how could Wang Chika not repay Marquis Sunan? Of course, Marquis Sunan would never admit that he was a big shot of the neutral faction. He always said that they were loyal to the monarch, and that the monarch was their only will. The meaning was very clear, there was only one heaven in the neutral faction, and only one big shot, and that was His Majesty the monarch. So, when the Su clan asked him to harm Jin Mutsong, he did it. Even if he was a little afraid of Shenlang. Most of the details of the Battle of Fury Tide City, he had no right to know, but he could roughly know that Shenlang played a big role in it. However, he did not expect that this Shenlang would be so useless at this time. It is said that this Shenlang's wisdom is close to that of a demon, but I think he is also a good-for-nothing. The advisor sneered, no ability. Wang Chika said, even if he is a dragon, he will become a worm in the capital. In the capital, what kind of power does the Su clan have? They can cover the sky and cover the sun. It is difficult for him, Shenlang, to make a sound alone. He can be killed with a casual slap. How is Jin Mutsong in prison? The advisor said, it's still quiet, but his family jewels are a little injured. It hurts so much. Wang Chika said, interesting, interesting. Go and tell Yufan that I heard that his wife's cooking is good. Send it to my house and let me have a taste. The advisor suddenly revealed a wretched smile and said, this lowly officer understands. The abalone of the Qin clan is good, Darren must have a good taste. And at this time, suddenly, there was a fierce sound of drums outside. It was the middle of the night, who was tired of living and actually beat the drum to complain. If they wanted to complain, they could come tomorrow. Wang Chika said angrily, see who it is, give me 10 boards and throw them out. Yes. The 2 bailiffs walked out with a murderous look. A moment later, there was a scream from outside. Then, the 2 bailiffs walked in. One had his nose broken, and the other had 4 teeth knocked out. The 10,000-year county magistrate Wang Chica was furious when he saw this and roared, "Who is this? Do you want to rebel? You dare to publicly beat my 10,000-year bailiffs?" The bailiff said, "Yes, it was Shenlang who ordered someone to beat him." "Courting death, this evil creature is courting death," Wang Chica said coldly, publicly beating up an official. "Come, immediately go out and arrest the son-in-law of Shenlang." Following that, Wang Chica personally led dozens of warriors out with a murderous aura. "Shenlang, you are really out of your mind. You actually dared to cause trouble in the capital, aren't you courting death? We were just worried that we couldn't find any evidence against you. Now that you have fallen into my hands, if I don't beat you to death, how can I wash away the humiliation I suffered in Xianwu Mansion?" When the 10,000-year county magistrate Wang Chica walked out with dozens of warriors, Shenlang was still beating the drum. "Audacious Shenlang, you dare to publicly beat up an official under the monarch's feet? Do you think this is your Xuanwu city? I really don't know how Xuanwu disciplined him, this is simply disgraceful. Come, arrest him." After that, dozens of warriors behind him rushed forward. At this time a figure stood out. Bright red, even under the light of the night, it was so dazzling. The key was the two thighs, and the somewhat exaggerated curve under the waist. "Princess de Yan, why is this scourge here? Why is she with Shenlang?" Princess Ning Yan said, 10,000-year county magistrate, I was the one who beat up your people, do you have a problem with that? Do you want to arrest me?" Wang Chica's scalp went numb. "Who dares to arrest you? Are you tired of living? You even dare to kill your husband, let alone others." Wang Chica bowed, "Greetings, Your Highness, but this matter concerns the national law, the face of the monarch, please reconsider." To be honest, Wang Chica did not fear the princess that much. After all, she was just domineering, she had no power in her hands. If she only beat people and harmed the market, the monarch would turn a blind eye. But if she interfered with the court, then the monarch would not spare her. Princess Ning Yan said, "I am not asking you to bend the law for favoritism, but Shenlang wants to file a complaint, so you have to try the case. Although it is in the middle of the night, a human life is at stake, so I will trouble you to open the court in the middle of the night." Wang Chica coldly looked at Shenlang. Originally, he planned to try the case of Jin Mutsong raping Madame Chen tomorrow morning. After all, there was no reason to open the court in the middle of the night. "But since you can't wait and want to die in advance, then I will satisfy you. This case has irrefutable evidence, even if you, Shenlang, have great ability, you can't overturn it. You want to finish Jin Mutsong in advance? Alright, fine, I will fulfill your wish. Come, open the court. Bring the prisoner Jin Mutsong, the plaintiff Yu Feng, and the victim Madame Chen." These words were not professional. What prisoner Jin Mutsong? He should be the defendant or the suspect. You are the prisoner, so isn't that a predetermined position? Then, Wang Chica went to change into his official robe and hat. Dozens of officials picked up their water and fire rods. The chief official of the prison arrived, and the scribe responsible for recording also arrived. This was a big scene, there were hundreds of people, filling the entire hall of the county government. Awe-inspiring, murderous intent, the court was about to officially open. Shenlang and Princess Ning Yan said their goodbyes. "Shenlang, you will have to rely on yourself in the court. I will go and take care of your other matter," Ning Yan said. Shenlang said, "Go." Ning Yan said, "This case has irrefutable evidence, you can't overturn it. You can't wash away Jin Mutsong's guilt, not even a god can wash it away. He was caught on the spot, and his bird is in someone else's nest." Shenlang was speechless. This third widow was really amazing, her dirty words were even better than his. "It's okay, leave everything to me," Shenlang said, "Martial arts lies outside of poetry. The court is not important, but the two big scenes outside are important. I will have to trouble you." The tigress princess patted her chest and said, "No problem, I'm the most loyal person. You cured me, and I said that as long as there's anything you need, there's nothing I can't do in the entire capital." Then, Princess Tigress said, "Although I like excitement, although I like to make things bigger, this matter is too big. But this matter is too big. It will pierce through the heavens." Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes, it is to pierce through the sky, I guarantee that nothing will happen to you, and the monarch will praise you for doing a good job. Princess Ning Yan, you are usually bold, don't tell me you are afraid to do this thing. Ning Yan was furious and patted her chest again, nonsense. There is nothing in the capital that I don't dare to do. Every time she patted him, Xianxia felt as if he was surrounded by mountains. It was as if his entire vision was trembling. No wonder Xiaobing was jealous to death. Xianxia said, then do it, pierce through the sky, let everyone see how chivalrous and powerful you, Princess Ning Yan, are. Princess Ning Yan's blood was boiling. Previously, she had only caused trouble casually, she had never done such a big thing, it must be very cool. You go fight the corrupt officials in the court, leave the outside to me. Tigress patted her chest again. Finally, Xianxia couldn't endure it any longer, and he patted her on the chest as well as he said righteously, good brother. Good brother. Princess Ning Yan's chest was patted, but she did not fall into a trance. After all, Xianxia's face was too righteous, there was not the slightest hint of lust. She also punched Xianxia's chest, showing that they were brothers. Pfft. Xianxia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess Ning Yan left to do something important. Tomorrow morning, he wanted to shock everyone. I, Ning Yan, am definitely not a woman who only knows how to cause trouble. But after walking for a long time, she remembered that Xianxia did not hit her chest with his fist, but with his palm. What does he mean, taking advantage of me? I treat him as a brother, he can't want to sleep with me, right? That won't do, if that's the case, I have to kill him. In the 10,000 years county court. Wei. Woo. Dozens of people shouted. The water and fire stick hit the ground violently. Even outside the county court, dozens of heavily armed warriors were holding the hilt of their swords. They looked majestic and cold, making people almost unable to breathe. The county magistrate Wang Chica slammed the gavel and said loudly, who are you, what injustice do you have? Yu Feng's face was full of grief, he was about to kneel down and complain that he was wronged, he was about to sue Xianxia for raping his wife, Miss Chen. But there was another person who was faster. Xianxia said directly, Student Xianxia, I want to sue Miss Chen for raping my Xianwu mansion's heir, Jin Mutsong. When she saw that my little brother Kaneki Satoshi was handsome and cute, and that he was drunk, she tore off his clothes and took the opportunity to rape him. She took away his 18 years of chastity, causing my little brother Kaneki Satoshi to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. It was a great humiliation. Such a shameful matter is shocking to the eye and horrifying to hear. I have never seen or heard of such a vicious woman. Sir, please make a decision, please seek justice for my brother, Jin Mutsong. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. What? What the hell, could it be like this? Note, the first update has been sent, I will continue to write the second update. Yesterday, I wrote until 6 or 7 in the morning, it's getting later and later. Sob sob sob. I'm fighting so hard just for the monthly votes. My benefactors, please help me, thank you, Rabbit Chi Radish, Tong Tianyan, Arvons for your 10,000 RMB tips. Please remember the domain name of this book. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. Com End of Chapter 208. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.